Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 56, Naruto, Blessed Be the Snake Kid. Part 1. In the Uchiha plot, because it's no longer a compound, 5 children, like worker ants, moved around, each pulling a dolly filled to the brim with charred remnants of the Uchiha residencies. Blackened hands, clothes, and faces, covered in ashes and charcoal, decorated them, along with sweat and self-fulfilled smiles. "Hey, broody Hyuga." Sayaka called to Niji Hyuga. "Sayaka." Niji replied curtly. "Why are you brooding like an Uchiha, or a chicken, take your pick?" Sayaka teased. He was stood like the others, pulling a dolly with a frown marring his face. "Father said I should go with Hinata when she asked for my help because I'd be able to train under you. I don't know why my father thinks it's beneficial to train under a girl younger than me, and this training proves my point." Niji huffed, dropping the charred wooden logs he was carrying. "Puffed. Ha ha ha." Sayaka laughed at his perceived misery. He. Naruto, who was arriving while pulling a load of burned wood, laughed as he overheard Niji. "Fox boy. Shut up." Niji shouted, his face flushed with a fierce blush. He could tolerate Sayaka because he'd noticed the deferential treatment all the elders of his clan gave her, but not Naruto. "Don't be mean to him, Niji. Besides, we're just starting. This will soon turn into training, just wait for it," Sayaka said after composing herself. Niji was unconvinced but waited as she suggested. True to her word, after several trips pulling the heavy dolly, he began circulating chakra to assist himself. When his chakra was running low, Sayaka would transfer some of hers to him, making him go back to training. The dynamic of the work was repetitive but exhausting. They would gather debris, bring it to Sayaka for storage, and then go back for more. After a few trips, all of them except Naruto needed to recharge their chakra. "Naruto. How come you don't need to recharge?" Shikamaru asked, breathing heavily like the others. I haven't used up all my chakra, I still have plenty," Naruto answered, tilting his head in confusion at his friend's exhaustion. "Eh? That's not fair." Ino, whose hair was now a few shades darker from the soot, complained. "Naruto has about 1 Shikamaru less chakra than me. He has a long way to go before he's depleted." Sayaka explained. "Why do you have to use me as a measuring unit?" Shikamaru grumbled. "Because you're the minimum unit here." Sayaka grinned at him. The rest of the kids laughed at Shikamaru's expense. A few hours later, they were met with an unusual visitor that made them all pause. "Ha! I knew it. I wasn't the only one who understood what youth is all about. Friends working and training together, if that isn't youthful, I don't know what is." A bowl-cut, raven-haired man with pearly teeth and a blinding smile exclaimed. "Sensei, this is exactly what my training needs." A child sporting the same style as the older man shouted, just as energetic. However, unlike his immaculate sensei, the child had traces of effort all over him. "Is your name perhaps Guy?" Sayaka asked, a fire lighting behind her eyes as she inched closer to the man's face, hovering up and down. He, it seems my youthful reputation precedes me. "Yes, I am Might Guy, Konoha's sublime green beast of prey." He introduced himself exuberantly. The rest of the Sud children tilted their heads in confusion, unsure of what they were witnessing. The man's student, however, basked in his sensei's energetic aura. "Kaya!" Sayaka shouted with uncharacteristic glee. "Can I have you sign my jumpsuit?" Sayaka pulled a black and red jumpsuit from her storage along with a white permanent marker. The multiversal counterpart of Gai Senjurama. His body is amazing, the structure of his bones, the way his muscle fibers tense, his endocrine system, even his organs, all of him seems forged for taijutsu. And that's without the monstrous regeneration of Gai Senjurama. What a monster. For my little fan, how could I refuse? Might Guy beamed, grabbing the permanent marker. "Sign it to Madelyne, please." Sayaka bounced around him in anticipation. "Hinata-chan, do you know him?" Naruto asked. He would be the first to admit he wasn't a people person, but he was sure he had never encountered the men Sayaka was fangirling over. "I've seen my father speak with him a few times, but I don't remember anything in particular," Hinata replied. "He's a Jonin taijutsu specialist," Niji added. "Might-sama, it's a pleasure to meet you," Niji said, walking over to greet him. "Aren't you Hizashi's kid? It's good to see you dedicating yourself to sculpting your body into perfection." Guy gave him a thumbs up. "Thank you." Niji bowed in appreciation. My little fan, what's your name? Guy asked. Sayaka Uchiha. May my student join your training? Guy asked, his eyes gleaming. Sure. Sayaka agreed. What's your name? She turned to the student. Rock Lee, Sayaka-chan. He replied with energy that matched his sensei. His body is interesting. Why? His chakra pathways are arranged in such a way that makes him utterly talentless in ninjutsu and genjutsu. That's odd. He doesn't seem to have poor chakra capacity, though. Li-kun, do you have trouble with ninjutsu and genjutsu? Sayaka's question dimmed the light in his eyes, and he balled his hands into fists. Seeing his student's reaction, Guy answered for him. My student isn't very talented in those fields. Will that be a problem? Guy asked, placing a reassuring hand on Lee's head. No. Why would it be? Sayaka looked at him curiously. Because Rock Lee is famous for not being able to use ninjutsu or genjutsu at all. Niji answered, knowing of Lee's reputation. But that's not a problem. You can mold chakra, right? Sayaka asked Rock Lee. Yes. I can mold it. Rock Lee replied, slightly downcast. Then all you need to do is perfect your chakra control. You could replicate ninjutsu or genjutsu like the others. You simply can't use normal jutsu because your pathways are different, way different. Sayaka explained. Her comment left both the sensei and student duo tilting their heads in confusion. You don't know what I'm talking about, do you? Sayaka asked, noticing even her friends looked confused. Could you explain, please? Choji asked. He was curious, having heard about Rock Lee's situation from his father. You can cast a fireball with hand signs or with pure chakra control and chakra nature manipulation. Let's use this jutsu created by the fourth Hokage, Rasengan. The name made Naruto perk up. You don't need hand signs, you only use chakra manipulation. In Sayaka's tiny hand, a Rasengan appeared, white as the color of her chakra. Rock Lee should be able to use this jutsu, but the way his body learns it would be different from how Ino, Niji, Hinata, Choji, Shikamaru, or Naruto would learn it because Rock Lee's chakra pathways are too distinct. Sayaka absorbed the chakra back and dispelled the Rasengan. I hadn't thought of that. Guy admitted thoughtfully. He would have his own path, but technically he should still be able to use ninjutsu and genjutsu once he learns nature transformation. Sayaka clarified. What's nature transformation, Sayaka-chan? Choji asked again. Take this cloud of chakra. Sayaka exhaled a fog of visible chakra. Use nature transformation, and you can turn it into fire. She demonstrated, turning the fog into a breath of fire. With hand signs, you use a shortcut to reach the same result. Sayaka dispersed the fire breath and glanced at the surprised group. So, I can use ninjutsu like the rest? Lee asked, hopeful. No, were you not listening? You need to create your own chakra system. It won't be ninjutsu, you could call it whatever you like, rockjutsu. Lee-jutsu. The point is that it would be an entirely different system. Good luck. Sayaka gave him a thumbs up with a wink, mimicking his sensei. From that day on, Rock Lee joined the group in training and cleaning the Uchiha compound. Might Guy visited often at first but soon had to leave the village on a mission. He was part of the squad tasked with hunting Itachi Uchiha. Late at night, after the third consecutive day of cleaning, Sayaka floated home after flying the children to their houses. When she arrived, she found Kahoi waiting for her, or as he was known in the village, Elder Kahoi Futagami. Kahoi had founded the Futagami clan, which joined Konohagakure during its early days. To maintain appearances, he used a special variant of transformation jutsu to appear as a wizened, weathered old man. Hello, Kahoi. What a pleasant surprise. Sayaka said, floating toward him and greeting him with a hug around his neck. Ayasama, as lovely as always. Kahoi replied, rubbing her tiny back as he returned the hug. To avoid suspicion, the Futagami clan rarely approached Eiko Senju or Sayaka Uchiha, mostly communicating through the Hashishin. Follow me, you can tell me what this visit is about. Sayaka invited him. Once inside, she served him lemon pie and tea. It was late for sweets, but neither cared. Sayaka-chan, there's been a new development I thought you might want to know about regarding Danzo Shimura's investigation, among other news that will soon reach the village. Kahoi began. Do tell. I'm interested in knowing what tragedies my dear old playmate has orchestrated. Sayaka replied. It's about the cause of the Third Ninja War. It all goes back to when Mito Senju almost destroyed Kumogakure and Iwagakure, killing their 4 Jinchuriki during her rampage. After the Second Ninja War, Kumo and Iwa were left in such a devastated state that Hanzo was considering declaring Amigakure a great ninja village since his village was doing better than theirs. Their respective daimyos had to heavily invest in the repair and aid of their ninja villages if they wanted them to remain functional. It also took a while to recapture their tailed beasts after they were reborn because they lacked the manpower to subdue them. Kumogakure managed better using the amber purifying pot, but Iwa was in disrepair. Kirigakure and Kanahagakure were the only villages doing relatively well after the war, which created an imbalance. Under Hiruzen Sarutobi's leadership, Konoha remained passive and didn't seem interested in subjugating the weakened villages. This was partly because the daimyo of the Land of Fire was more interested in controlling these countries through political maneuvers rather than conquest. It was a sound decision, given how likely the shinobi would have been to rebel if subjugated by their enemy. Sayaka commented. Kirigakure was odd. Initially, they kept to themselves, but over time, they became crazed, coveting land, even though it was unrealistic for them to hold onto it even if they succeeded. Madara's doing. Sayaka confirmed, to which Kahoi nodded. They still weren't attacking Konoha, mostly skirmishing with Kumo and Iwa, but something changed, or rather, someone gave them an opening. Mummy. Sayaka guessed. Yes, Ayasama. Danzo Shimura had advocated for Hiruzen to take advantage of the weakened villages and wipe them out for good. Danzo was vocal about it, he even sought support from my clan. The Fudagami, Uchiha, and Hyuga clans backed him, but Hiruzen was in his prime, and only the Hyuga could have opposed him, at least officially, but they didn't want to start an open conflict with the Hokage. I'm not happy to admit it, but Mummy was right. If they destroyed Kumo and Iwa, we'd probably be close to lasting peace by now. Sayaka grumbled in resignation. I thought you'd say that. Kahoi smiled tenderly at her expression. Danzo, feeling cornered, decided to initiate the third ninja war to take out Kumo and Iwa during the conflict. He leaked information, pulled some strings, and incited Kumo and Iwa to start an armed conflict in the Land of Rice. However, the conflict didn't escalate as needed to start a full war because the daimyos interfered, trying to keep Konoha out of it. In response, Danzo leaked information about Konoha to Kiri. In their crazed state, they couldn't hold back and launched attacks on the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Forest, forcing Konoha to respond. Danzo coordinated for Tsukumo Hatake to take a mission to kill a Kiri high commander and staged the mission's failure. The attempt on the Kiri Nin's life enraged them further, sparking an all-out war with Konoha. I can guess what happened next. Kumo and Iwa saw Konoha was busy with Kiri and decided to grab land from Konoha, and before anyone knew it, they were in a free-for-all, right? Sayaka asked with exasperation, a hint of disappointment in her eyes. The order was a little different, but the outcome was the same, Ayasama. Kahoi chuckled. This leads me to the news I wanted to share. The third ninja war was Kumo and Iwa's last attempt to recover from their earlier losses, which, as we know, went terribly wrong. Kumo maintained its rivalry with Konoha because the Reikage was too stubborn to admit defeat. Admitting defeat would mean their official fall from the great ninja villages. So? Sayaka asked, intrigued. Kumo and Iwa just merged into an official alliance. This is their response to fight back against their shared adversity. What? Sayaka asked, stunned. How is that possible? I thought they all hated each other. They're being manipulated. Remember the attacks on various countries by the Sand People? Is this Danzo's doing? Sayaka asked. Yes. We don't know the full extent of his plan, but the staged attacks from Sunagakure and the leaked information about you made these two villages fear Sunagakure more than anything else. 2 days ago, the Tsuchikage and Reikage, with their daimyos as witnesses, signed the alliance. Either he's trying to make Sunagakure and you the common enemy to achieve peace, or he's just being short-sighted, aiming to curb Sunagakure's growth by using the other villages to harass them, and possibly find a way to safely eliminate you after extracting your knowledge. Yeah, one of those sounds more like my playmate than the other. So messy, as always. Well, this doesn't change much for us. Sayaka concluded. Not at the moment, but since Konoha has been the least affected by the staged attacks, the alliance might try to pressure Konoha into joining to prove they're not complicit with Sunagakure. Kahoi added. Ugh, this feels like the start of another war. Sayaka lamented. Possibly, but based on the intel you've given us, by the time the fourth war begins, Black Zetsu should be making his move. Kahoi explained. Ah, I see. It won't matter much then, since they'll all lose their weapons of mass destruction and try to kill Akatsuki. Sayaka surmised. Kahoi and Sayaka spent the rest of the evening exchanging information, Sayaka about Black Zetsu, and Kahoi about the world. Abeyance. To Mikoto, waking up in abeyance was easier than acknowledging that she was awake. When she first opened her eyes after the massacre of her clan, she found herself embraced in the strong yet lithe arms of someone. She didn't know who this was, but she felt such a sense of comfort that she wanted to lie to herself, believing she didn't need to wake up. She didn't need to face reality, she could simply ignore everything and rest in these arms. she didn't need to confront what her husband and older son had done to her. Or so she wanted to tell herself. Mikoto. She heard a soft voice from behind her, coming from the person holding her. Kushina. Mikoto asked, turning slowly and finding her long-dead friend, the only true friend, aside from Sayaka Uchiha, she had ever made. Hello, Mikoto. Kushina tightened her hold on her. What's going on? Mikoto asked in alarm, though she didn't pull away from the warm embrace of her friend. Sayaka saved you and brought you here. Kushina said, gently raising a hand to Mikoto's face and tucking a stray strand of hair behind her ear. A flurry of thoughts ran through Mikoto's mind in an instant, her kunoichi training subconsciously desensitizing her from her inner turmoil. She had many questions, but managed to compose herself. Is this the place where Sayaka said your soul was stored? Mikoto asked. I don't know exactly what she told you, but this place is called Abeyance. It's a separate dimension connected to her soul. People like me, who died, can reform here if she marked them while they were alive. But people like you, who arrive with their bodies, can also be accepted. In other words, I'm dead, and you're technically not. Kushina explained, oversharing to bring Mikoto up to speed. I'm not dead. Mikoto touched her stomach, trying to find the wound where her son had driven a sword through her. Yes. Sayaka used this pendant to forcibly move your body here in case of fatal danger. Kushina pointed to the pendant hanging limply from Mikoto's neck. Mikoto looked at the necklace, remembering that Sayaka had gifted it to her 2 birthdays ago. My boys. Her voice wavered as she forced herself to ask the question. Itachi is alive and has defected from Konohagakure. Sasuke is alive and hospitalized, but he should make a full recovery in a couple of days, according to Sayaka. Kushina replied quickly. Can I see him? Mikoto asked. Itachi or Sasuke? Kushina asked. Sasuke. Itachi made his choice. I don't think he wants me to be part of his life, he made that clear. What happened to Fugaku, by the way? She snarled when she said Fugaku's name. Sayaka unsaved him after he confessed what he did to you. Kushina replied, petting Mikoto reassuringly, sensing the toll it took on her to speak of Itachi. Unsaved him. Yeah, she had saved him here, but then she unsaved him and let him go to the Pure Lands, which he was so eager to reach, and drag you to as well. Kushina cursed under her breath. She killed him. Technically, he was willing to die with you and the Uchiha. Since Sayaka saved him, she considered it a pause in his journey to death. When she learned what he did, she simply let him continue that journey. Or so she said. But yes, she killed him after saving him. Kushina explained. No. Mikoto cried. What? You wanted him alive? Kushina asked, confused. Yes. I wanted to kill him myself. I have all this rage inside me, what am I supposed to do with it now? Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan activated, the pattern a simple triangle with a pupil in the center. I'm sure Sayaka can revive him in a few years if you want to take it out on him. Kushina suggested with a slight twitch of her lips. That's acceptable. Mikoto murmured as she began to calm down. After her outburst, Kushina explained more about Abeyance, what happened to the Uchiha, and who Sayaka truly was. Konohagakure. Almost a week after the Uchiha fire, Sayaka hovered at the exit of the hospital. Sasuke had been discharged. He was but a husk of what once had been a hateful child to Sayaka and a loving child to his family. There was only rage, pain, sadness, and vengeance left in him. He stood silently, gazing at Sayaka. It seemed like he was glaring at her, but Sayaka, who had known his glare since childhood, knew he was not. He was feeling remorseful, if the guilt blasting through her empathy sense was to be believed. Sayaka was right to surmise this. After waking up, Sasuke had met with several shinobi tasked with getting the full story from him, including the Hokage. He learned that the only one who opposed his brother was Sayaka Uchiha, the girl he had hated fiercely. You don't have to look at me with so much guilt, Sasuke. I didn't do it for the clan. Now, let's go, you'll live with me until further notice. Sayaka spoke flatly. With you? Why? Sasuke replied, gnashing his teeth. He was torn between the hate he had always felt for her and the gratitude that, no matter the reason, she had at least fought for his clan. My house is protected with layers upon layers of scripture. It's the only structure left in the Uchiha compound. Sayaka didn't wait for permission, she lifted him and flew to her house. She flew fast enough for Sasuke to swallow whatever questions he had. He didn't have a chance to ask any before they arrived at the Uchiha plot. See for yourself. Sayaka pointed. A blackened, empty plot of land, one house still intact in a distant corner. This. It can't be. Sasuke fought hard to swallow the tears building in his eyes. You should thank Naruto, Hinata, Shikamaru, Ino, Choji, Niji, and leave when you have the mind to do so. They helped me clean up the place," Sayaka said, looking away from him. She thought it might help him maintain some of his pride. Sasuke's silence was his answer, and Sayaka brought them down to her house. "The kitchen is to the left. I'm in charge of cooking, so don't worry about that. There's a bathroom at the end of the corridor. At the back, there's an open bath if you prefer that. The training room is next to your room. I used scripture to expand it, so don't be surprised if it's bigger inside. That's the living room, and that's my room. Welcome to your temporary home. I hope we get along enough," Sayaka said, giving him a rush tour. She smiled at the end. "Thank you. I don't have clothes or money, I think," Sasuke said, struggling to admit he needed help. "There are clothes in your room. I prepared them beforehand. Don't worry about money. I'll give you an allowance twice a month," Sayaka replied, with Naruto and Hinata's help procuring the clothing. "You will?" Sasuke found it strange. "As the more experienced one between us in handling money, I'll assume temporary control of the Uchiha finances until you've grown up enough, or until you prove you're capable. But with how filled your heart is with vengeance, I doubt you'll dedicate any effort to learning commerce or anything unrelated to killing Itachi. Am I right?" Sayaka commented absent-mindedly. "What do you know?" Sasuke exclaimed, irritated by her tone. "Choose your enemies wisely, Sasuke," Sayaka said, ignoring his outburst. "You!" Sasuke shouted, his anger growing. Her white orbs, looking at him with no expression, as if he were insignificant, bothered him to no end. They reminded him of the dismissive look in his brother's eyes. "Yeah, me." "Sasuke, sigh, it doesn't matter." Sayaka swallowed whatever advice she had been about to give him. No Indra reincarnation ever took advice from her. "Be mad at me if you want, I don't care. Just be courteous while we live under the same roof. Once I've prepared a house for you, you can go back to glaring at me from a distance, and I'll go back to ignoring you, just like always." Sayaka teleported to her room before the little Avenger could explode. Contrary to expectations, their cohabitation was mostly without problems. Sasuke would wake up, shower, and then head to the dining room. Breakfast would float out from the unmanned kitchen, which took him a while to get used to. To avoid giving him reasons to burst the fragile bubble of his anger, Sayaka cooked from her room, and the meals floated to him when he sat down to eat. Afterward, the utensils would float back to the kitchen and clean themselves. Sasuke would spend the rest of his time in the training room, which was as big as the Chunin exams arena, until lunchtime. When it was time for lunch, the ground would shape into a table and chair, and his meal would float in through the door. More training followed, then another shower before dinner. Though they lived together, days could pass without them seeing each other. Sayaka often flew to Naruto's house in the morning, walking with him to Hinata's before heading to the academy. She spent her days annoying Naruto's ANBU or playing with her chakra, occasionally dealing with assassins after her bounty. After training the kids in Hinata's home, she escorted them home before returning to her house. Because of this, she and Sasuke could go days without crossing paths. Sasuke was different from Naruto, whom she was caring for. Despite her friendship with Mikoto, Sayaka didn't take Sasuke's well-being too seriously. There were many reasons for this. Among them, not wanting to take responsibility for a brat who had hated her his whole life was one. But the main reason was that Itachi had left Sasuke broken. Sasuke thought of nothing but killing Itachi. Sayaka had seen it in how he trained, studied, and learned ninjutsu from the library she built for him using Uchiha scrolls she had saved. Everything revolved around killing Itachi. While it's true she could have helped him, even using telepathy to mend his mind, she saw no reason to do so. Aside from her disgust for Indra's chakra, despite her relationship with Naruto proving she could overcome that, Sayaka saw in Sasuke many of the traits that were wrong with the world. Why help someone who would twist her assistance into a tool for killing Itachi? Maybe she was being selfish, she definitely was, but she had done enough for everyone around her in her previous lives, she was tired of that. Sayaka wasn't opposed to Sasuke claiming revenge. Denying him that would be too hypocritical. The problem was that vengeance had consumed him entirely. Even with the subtle mental healing she did through his dreams, on Mikoto's behalf, Sasuke always cycled back to his hatred for Itachi. Sayaka had even slipped a few scrolls into the library detailing ways to revive his clan. Sasuke barely glanced at them, briefly considering using them to defeat Itachi, only to dismiss the idea. Sasuke lived so deeply in his brother's shadow that he couldn't conceive of reviving his clan while Itachi still lived. Sayaka. One day, Sasuke knocked on her door. Yes. He heard her voice in his head, something else he had grown used to. Is it true you can bring people back from the dead? Sasuke asked. Who told you that? Sayaka replied, surprised by his sudden interest. Rumors are going around the village. They say you can bring the dead back, but you don't because you don't care about your clan. Sasuke explained. Sayaka opened the door, giving Sasuke a glimpse of the massive inside of her room. He began to understand why she rarely left. You want me to bring back the Uchiha? Sayaka asked bluntly. No. Itachi would return and kill them all the same. I'm just letting you know that people are talking. Sasuke said. In his vengeance-driven mind, he believed Itachi would simply return and slaughter the Uchiha again. I see. Thanks for the heads up. And yes, I can, but not without losing my life. Sasuke nodded at her words and headed for the training room. Mummy. Possibly, but I don't understand what he's aiming at. Let's see, if I were a withering mummy with two main fetishes, the Hokage seat and protecting the village, the latter being questionable given how much harm he's done. If I were him, I'd see myself as a loose end. He probably wanted to use me to drive a wedge into the Uchiha. Now that the clan's gone, he likely views me as a threat to his aspirations. I don't think he believes you want the Hokage seat for yourself, but maybe he thinks that since he gained your enmity, you might oppose him if he ever has a real shot at the position. Which would imply he thinks he might have a chance at it someday and that my peaceful existence in the village could somehow be an obstacle. So either he recently gained something that he believes gives him a chance, or he found a path to the Hokage seat that you would block, but nothing realistic comes to mind. Me neither. Should we ask the grumpy fox for some chakra and drop an explosion or two on him? He's moved his base under a populated area now. That's unfortunate, no explosions then. A few months passed, and Sasuke's house was ready. Sayaka moved the scroll library to his new place, and they officially stopped being roommates. There wasn't a tearful goodbye or anything like that. Sayaka built his house right in the middle of the Uchiha plot, and it was a grand structure resembling a small castle. Sayaka thought that if Sasuke ever planned to make the Uchiha great again, he'd need a harem, hence the house's size. She even sneaked in a few scrolls about sexual education and a book titled, How to Repopulate Your Clan 101. I've done enough. More than enough. Mikoto can't complain now. Initially, Sayaka had offered to bring Mikoto back to life and raise her son, but Mikoto said the village would likely kill her if she were resurrected. So instead, she asked Sayaka to just ensure Sasuke had the necessities for life. Mikoto was saddened by Sasuke's obsession with his brother, but she understood there wasn't much Sayaka could do without being intrusive. Mikoto even thought about writing a fake will or letter to Sasuke, saying that Sayaka had made a pact with her. However, every option she considered seemed to end with Sasuke against either the village or Sayaka, and in Mikoto's opinion, those were worse opponents than Itachi. Her inability to help her child because of the village's constraints filled her with rage. But she was too busy helping to raise the new Uchiha babies to dwell on something she couldn't change, and that helped her mental health somewhat. A year passed, and not much changed in their lives. Sayaka-chan, I think this year you've taken my spot as the most hated in the village. Naruto commented as they walked through the village to buy ingredients for a recipe he asked Hinata's mom to try. I can see that. I think it's funny, no. Sayaka replied. As they moved through the crowd, eyes filled with scorn and revulsion darted between Naruto and Sayaka. Not everyone treated Naruto that way, though. Shinobi recognized Naruto for who he was, so it was rare to see a shinobi glaring at him. Most avoided him, not wanting to get involved in the affairs of the council and their weapon of mass destruction. Sayaka, however, was a different story. Few shinobi liked her. She was an outsider to the village and openly showed how little she cared about that. That's why Naruto said she'd taken his spot. Funny. How? Naruto asked. Because I could crush these worms, and they couldn't do anything about it. I just don't because they are worms, and I'm a dragoness. Do you think a dragoness cares about the ridicule of worms? I barely even notice them. Imagine it for a second, a huge dragoness minding her own business, and in some dark corner, a few worms filled with scorn. Isn't that hilarious? Sayaka spoke loudly enough for others to hear. Naruto's ANBU, already accustomed to dealing with her, shook their heads in disapproval. But they knew better than to trifle with Sayaka. The villagers, fearful of the rumors about her, shivered and quickly looked away, focusing on anything but the fox demon and the dragoness. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Naruto burst into laughter. The combination of imagining worms scorning a dragoness and the villagers' coordinated reaction to Sayaka's words amused him. That evening, when Naruto returned home, a message awaited him on his kamedana. Would you like to summon your inner fox companion? The message read. My inner fox companion? Is it talking about the orange fox sealed inside me? Naruto wondered aloud. I don't see why not, he thought. Naruto trusted the entity behind the kamedana more than almost anyone, with Hinata being the only exception. But that was in playing favorites. Sayaka had taught him that the smart choice is always to prioritize your partner. Sure. Naruto confirmed aloud. The ANBU outside panicked when they heard his words and tried to storm his house, but a barrier of isolation stopped them. Showing quick thinking, the squad leader immediately sent one subordinate to fetch the Hokage and another to find Sayaka. Inside, Naruto felt a prick on his thumb, and a thin string of blood began flowing. His shirt and undershirt were removed, and the blood scribbled over the now-revealed seal on his stomach, eventually covering his torso and back. Naruto received a sudden input of information and performed the necessary hand signs. Summoning Jutsu, 9 tails. Naruto said. With a poof, his room filled with tails and fluff. An orange fox the size of a minivan appeared. You. Naruto pointed at the fox, recognizing it from his dreams. The fox looked around, seeming to hear something, then let out a heavy sigh. Hello, brat. The fox said before lying down and assuming a sleeping position. Want some Kung Pao chicken? Naruto asked. This clearly wasn't what the fox had expected, but given the strange way Naruto had been raised and his trust in the Kamidana, he saw the fox as a friend and immediately tried to be a good host, reasoning that the fox might be hungry after being sealed for so long. That monster raised him so weirdly, even for my standards, the fox thought. Sure, brat. The fox agreed. Naruto's seal was different from those of other Jinchuriki. Since Minato knew Kushina didn't have a bad relationship with the Nine Tails, the seal was more lax. This allowed the fox to experience the outside world through Naruto's senses. While there were things he didn't want to feel through Naruto, the positives outweighed the negatives, one of the main benefits being the chance to taste Sayaka's cooking. Naruto, after Sayaka, ate better than anyone in the village. The quality and variety of his meals, thanks to Lucian's knowledge of thousands of recipes, was unmatched. Now that the Nine Tails was partially outside the seal, he wanted to experience Sayaka's cooking firsthand. Give me a few minutes to set the table and find you a big enough bowl. Naruto said, running to the kitchen, excited to share a meal with someone. Naruto was an odd kid. Calm and collected, educated and eloquent, but terrible at making friends. Most of his friendships, except for those at Ramen Ichiraku, were thanks to Sayaka. So he didn't know how to start friendships on his own. It wasn't that he wasn't friendly, he just didn't know how to approach it. That's why, instead of doing something else, he offered the fox food, because he knew how to be a good host. Isn't he adorably clumsy? Sayaka asked the fox telepathically. He's strange, different from you, but strange all the same. Kushina wasn't as needy. Though she craved affection just as much, her character wasn't as trusting as his, the fox replied. That's because he trusts me, or rather, he trusts the Kamidana. Why don't you introduce yourself to him properly? Because I might have to leave the village in a bad light. Are you going after the one who killed Nawaki Senju? Yes. Danzo was also involved in the deaths of Kushina and Minato, as well as the Uchiha massacre. That human is like a cancer. I'm surprised you haven't dealt with him yet. There are reasons. But don't worry, he won't last more than a few years. I'm just waiting for Naruto to be strong enough to protect himself, then I'll kill him. You should take the Hokage with you. Oh. You don't like him? No. I hate manipulative humans like him. He did the same with Kushina, and now he's pretending to be a good grandfather to Naruto. I have to swallow the act. The only thing I hate more than Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha are manipulative, hypocritical humans like Hiruzen Sarutobi. Ha ha ha, you're protective of your hosts. You've come a long way, grumpy fox. Spare me, the fox retorted. I'll consider it, Sayaka teased. Maybe I'll take him down along with Mummy. Really? Just because I asked. I don't care much about him one way or another, but you matter to me, because of your connection to Kaguya and Naruto. So if you want me to kill him, I might consider it. Then I'll be thankful if you do. Good riddance. The fox spat hatefully. Have fun, the Hokage is calling for me. P.S. Try the garlic bread. On the other side of the village, in contrast to the joyful ambience in Naruto's house, a somber atmosphere lingered in the Hokage's office. The two elders, the Hokage, and the heads of the Yamanaka and Nara clans stood opposite the floating last female Uchiha. Just ask, I don't bite. Sayaka cut to the point. Sayaka, what did you do to the seal? Hiruzen asked. I modified it to allow the fox to come out without harming Naruto. Sayaka stated, her words chilling them. You freed the Nine Tails. Koharu shouted in alarm. The feeling of imminent dread was shared by everyone in the room, even the hidden ANBU. He was always free. I just allowed him to be safely free. Sayaka answered, glaring at Koharu. What do you mean, Sayaka-chan? Shikaku Nara asked, his tranquil voice betraying the chaos in his mind. Shikaku, when Kushina sealed the fox in Naruto, the seal Minato created wasn't built to imprison the entirety of the fox, at least not if the fox fought back. I think the seal wasn't fully developed because Minato wasn't expecting the tragedy that befell them. Sayaka explained. Are you saying the fox allowed itself to be sealed inside Naruto? Shikaku asked, eyes widening at the absurdity of the claim. The fox had a deal with Aya Uzumaki. His part of the deal was better fulfilled by staying inside Naruto. Sayaka explained without elaborating. A deal? What kind of deal? Hamura asked. Do you remember how initially Mito Senju couldn't fully use the power of the Nine Tails, compared to other Jinchuriki? Sayaka asked. Yes, now that you mention it, during her youth, she couldn't use the Nine Tails as skillfully as other Jinchuriki. Her bloodline allowed her to use its chakra, but not as effectively as she should have been able to. Hamura replied. It wasn't that Mito Senju was weaker than others, she wasn't, but considering the amount of chakra the Nine Tails originally had, she should have been even more terrifying. She only reached that level of power near the end of her life, when she nearly destroyed 2 villages single-handedly. Aya Uzumaki made a deal that purified the corrupting properties of the fox's chakra. That deal involved the fox cooperating with its hosts for several generations, Naruto included. Sayaka said. Why would she do that? What did she gain? Koharu voiced what everyone was thinking. I don't need to answer that, do I? Sayaka replied curtly. Girl. The Jinchuriki is the village's property and patrimony. Your meddling was tolerated because it aligned with our interests. But now. You freed the fox without consulting us. How can we guarantee it won't escape or attack us? How will you take responsibility if it turns on us? Koharu demanded, her voice full of trepidation and rage. Though no one said it aloud, they all supported Koharu's questioning. They had all felt the immense power of the Nine Tails before. It wasn't something easily forgotten, the chakra's oppressive weight, the despair it instilled, the devastation from its tailed beast bomb. They couldn't rationalize their fears after hearing Sayaka had freed the monster. You humans are really something. Sayaka muttered, making everyone in the room feel a pit in their stomachs as her words broke their momentum. Slowly but surely, Sayaka's ascension toward godhood was changing her perspective. It wasn't that she had grown arrogant, but her evolving status gave her a new outlook on life. Her 1,000-year journey from a bodiless soul desperate to help her only friend had matured her in many ways. Now, her apotheosis brought with it a colder view of humanity. Part of this change stemmed from the countless disappointments humanity had dealt her. But it was also because she had lost the idealized view she once held of humans during her time in the void with only Lucian for company. You should be grateful to the fox and Aya Uzumaki. Did your ears fail you when I said the fox could have escaped any time? You should be groveling at his feet, thanking him for not leveling your rotten village all these years, while you treated his host like an unwanted pest. Sayaka smiled sardonically at the adults in the room. To her, they were children, immature and ungrateful children. Though Koharu had been the one to question her, they all tacitly agreed with her stance. You're disgusting. I sometimes wonder why I tolerate your existence. Is there any worth to you? You can't pull your heads out of your asses for a moment. You shinobi are nothing but tools, tools of your kages, your daimyos, your narrow-minded desires, Sayaka spoke with chilling calm. Let's do this. If the fox rebels, I'll resurrect anyone who dies and give you full access to my knowledge and skills. How about that? Sayaka offered. Her knowledge and skills were priceless to them. They had seen what she had done for Naruto and how she inscribed her house for safety, they had seen how her tattooed scripture helped her grow powerfully every day, and they knew about the treasure of knowledge she held of the desert and its secrets. Immortality. Sagehood. Unthinkable technologies. Agrarian reforms. Health improvements. Genetic enhancement. Power. Beauty. Women. Men. Peace. Might. No matter what exorbitant wish ran through the minds of the elders and the Hokage, they believed her knowledge and skills could grant it. She was like their own personal genie. They almost wanted the fox to rebel after hearing the counteroffer, maybe they could poke it and have it attack their village, perhaps they didn't need to go that far, maybe just find someone with a goodwill of fire and have it sacrifice themselves to it, it's all for the village's sake, they would understand. You're disgusting. Sayaka broke them out of their thoughts. Shikaku and Inoichi initially didn't understand her cutting remark, but a quick glance at the greedy faces of their leaders revealed the truth. The disappointment they felt for their leaders was only matched by the shame under the scrutiny of Sayaka's cold, white eyes. Sayaka, this isn't about making deals for a possible tragedy. It's about the risk you've placed on the village by making a unilateral decision about something you had no authority over. Hiruzen said after composing himself and realizing that Sayaka's offer was intended to expose their inner desires. Sayaka gazed at him, emotionless. Hokage, should I seal the fox back? Would that satisfy you? She asked, though the smarter ones in the room knew it wasn't that simple. The Nine Tails would break free, wouldn't it? Shikaku's words set off a chain reaction of realizations. Maybe, maybe not. As I said, it was always free, but it stayed because of the deal with Aya Uzumaki. That debt is now mine. So if you keep this nonsense up, I could cancel it and reseal the Fox. I wonder how many lives it would cost you just to drive it out of Kanagakure. We never had a choice, did we? Inoichi concluded. You approached Naruto with this plan from the beginning. Hiruzen added. I think you're mistaking me for yourself, Hokage. You're the one who likes to act like Naruto's grandfather, even though you're responsible for his opprobrium. I would have approached Naruto later if you hadn't been trying to starve him. Who in their right mind drives a 2-year-old out of an orphanage? Sayaka said as she floated to the window. This conversation is as pointless as you are. I reseal the Fox, it escapes and levels the village. So, what's the point of talking? She said, to their dismay. Girl, you could upgrade the seal. Place one like the one Kushina Uzumaki had. Hamura suggested. For someone who's supposed to advise, it's a wonder you haven't lost your job. You should be grateful for Hiruzen's nepotism. Sayaka said disdainfully before flying away. After that, the village took a more respectable distance from Sayaka, more than before. On the side of Naruto, there were not many changes. He had the presence of mind to only summon the Nine Tails when he was at his home or in the private training grounds of the Hyuga. For a kid whose positive interactions could be counted with his fingers, having the Fox in his private life meant a huge support to him. Naruto started to receive jutsu after that year through his kamidana. Initially, Sayaka was not sure about which fighting method he would lean towards. It was clear he wanted to focus on speed CQC due to his father's legacy, but that didn't mean that would be his sole focus. Sayaka taught him a few things to discover where his talents lay. Unlike his fiancée, he was not built for long-distance combat, his skill with the bow was laughable. Shuriken jutsu was a no, and he could barely do with a kunai. Katanas and all of its variations were not his thing. Naruto tended to lean heavily on CQC. So Sayaka, through the kamidana, taught him an original form of chakra coating for his arms and legs. She took inspiration from the Susanoo of Indra Uchiha, the one she had seen multiple times. This form of chakra coating would allow Naruto to arm his extremities with armor, meant to be both defensive and offensive. Taking a page of his new companion's shape, the armor took the form of clawed hands and legs. Its cutting edge worked in a similar way to the chakra scalpel, except it didn't require the dexterous and delicate control the chakra scalpel demanded. By the end of that year, Sayaka had taught him the basics of his father's spacetime ninjutsu. From that point, it was a matter of practice and dedication. With Hinata by his side, he always had an able sparring body. The following year, during the first month, Sayaka answered a call on her door at the late hours of the day from a guest she didn't expect. Sasuke was all beaten up, covered in dried blood and filth. Who beat you up? Sayaka asked as she made way for him to enter her house. Sasuke didn't want to speak and gnashed his teeth while balling his hands into fists. Sayaka was used to dealing with his broodiness, so she patiently guided him to a chair and started healing him with her glowing green hands. You even know medical jutsu? He said with some badly concealed self-depreciation. I know more jutsu than this village. So, who beat you up? Do you need me to go and break a few bones? Or maybe make some humans disappear? Sayaka and Sasuke were very distant from each other. There was no hate in their relationship, there never was from Sayaka, and after growing up Sasuke lost the hate he had for her, but that didn't mean they were close. If the blame had to be placed on someone, it would be Sasuke's growing environment. Monkey see, monkey do. He saw how his clan hated Sayaka and he imitated them. Yet, after living with her for some time and learning that she was the only one defending his clan at night, he lost his previous preconceptions of her, but the damage was already done. This was not to say that Sayaka wouldn't stand up for him, he was still Mikoto's child. Are you going to beat up Naruto if I ask? Sasuke asked, already knowing the answer. Oh, so Naruto-kun beat you up. Was it sparring? Sayaka was not surprised about an Asura reincarnation fighting with an Indra reincarnation. Yes. I was completely bested, Sasuke said while his nails dug into his palms as he remembered the beatdown he took. That is to be expected. Sayaka didn't mince her words. She was done healing him and sat opposite him. She made a few desserts float from her fridge and a chilled milk tea. To be expected. Why? He spat. I don't think there's anyone who trains more than I do. I spend every free hour of my day training, trying to improve, trying to get closer to that man's power. I sleep only 4 hours a day. He was breathing hard and glaring at Sayaka, not because he had a problem with her, but because he had a problem with life and was taking out on her. And it's all useless. Naruto spends a few hours every couple of days or so training under you, and he has enough strength to pummel me down while trying to hold back. If it was only him I could understand that maybe it is a matter of talent, but Hinata is not far from him. Sometimes she appears stronger than him. Sayaka. What am I doing wrong? Am I wasting my time with this? Will I never be able to claim that man's life? Sasuke's outburst stopped as if something was blocking him. Need help? Sayaka asked as if filing in the words he was too prideful to speak. Please. Sasuke's pride caved in, and all it took was the continuous beatdowns from Hinata and Naruto, plus the humiliation of knowing it was done while they were holding back. Seeing the rest of their friends visibly improving made things worse for him. He leaned on the only person who somewhat supported him in his life. Yes, their relationship was in Northwest way close. Yes, he had hated her for longer than he hadn't. Yes, she looked at him with the same cold eyes she bore the villagers. But, even so, he knew Sayaka supported him if he asked. What do you think? Should I put aside my provenly based conceptions of him and try to fix him one more time? You don't sound so willing. Because I'm not. I'm sure that whatever I teach him he will distort into something for his vengeance or ignore it. Yet, you feel culpable toward Mikoto. Yes, I see so much of my friend in him and then I start to remember Mikoto's face filled with depression and guilt back in abeyance, and I feel like maybe I should give half a shit and try to help Sasuke like I'm doing Naruto, but then I remember how he thinks and acts and I just feel like it's not worth my time. I'm torn between Mikoto's friendship and Sasuke's stupidity. I don't even feel as much revulsion for Indra's chakra in him as I feel for his character. If he had Madara's character I would be happy to help him. But Sasuke only thinks about following a path that at best will bring him to his death. At best. Do you want me to give it a shot? No mental manipulation, right? Not of the psionic type. So the normal type. Maybe I'm not so reluctant about it. What do you have in mind? I'm going to make him realize the faults in his clan and distance himself from the idea of Konohagakure. Then I will slowly make him understand that the village was involved in the ending of his clan. Won't that simply turn him against Konohagakure? Not if he turns individualistic and self-centered, and finds a new objective. Individualistic? How? Making him see the clan for its faults and how its ending could have been averted if the clan was led by capable leaders. Are you trying to make him turn against the memory of his clan? Is that possible? Martyrs are faultless, you know. Yes, but we will have to make sure to kill the leadership of Konohagakure and involve him in their ends. That's all right, I was half a mind into killing them either way. Yes, if we give him closure about the wrong that the village did to him and make him feel like he is a victim of both his clan and the village, then he will have to find another thing to focus on. He will have to start thinking by himself and for himself. You're not wrong in that he is a victim of his clan and this village, he was just a child after all. If we manage to make him see the death of Itachi as a second-place priority, we won't have to worry about vengeance dictating his life. That should make Mikoto happy. And this new objective you have in mind for him? The restoration of his clan. You're not thinking of making me his broodmare, are you? No, not unless you want to be his broodmare. Okay, fine. Just asking. I will be needing some of your eggs, though. Gestational surrogacy. Indeed. This might work. Yes, we will need to manipulate him carefully, but it might work. Also, considering that Mikoto's grandchildren will be technically yours, she will be more agreeable to the idea. You're assuming that from the Uchiha we saved only Mikoto will want to return. I don't think Izumi or her mother would want to return to the world that got rid of them. They also have no ties to this world. Shursui is in a similar situation. The babies will be raised as born and bred residents of Abeyance. They would feel as much connection to the Uchiha as you feel to Essex. I feel like we will be playing matchmaking for Mr. Broody here. Somehow, I'm thrilled about it. Taking the reincarnation of Hagoromo's child and twisting him into something irreconcilable makes me shiver, the good type of shivering, and considering that Indra and Azura were as much my grandchildren as they were Kagayas, I feel entitled to do so. I like this idea of yours, Lucy. I've been thinking about it since I saw how you felt about Mikoto and Sasuke's development. I love you, Lucy. Go ahead, take over, transform this reincarnation of Indra into something his predecessor would both dread and be proud of while being ashamed at the same time. Sasuke Uchiha, I can help you. With a few conditions. Lucian asked while taking over Sayaka. I don't expect charity, Sayaka. Still as prideful as ever, Sasuke said. It will be pretty much charity, Sasuke. Don't get the wrong idea, you have nothing of value to me. I'm doing this because of my relationship with Mikoto. And I meant it when I said conditions, I didn't mean that I wanted payment from you. Lucian said, talking savagely, speaking only in facts. What are your conditions? Sasuke had never felt as humiliated as this before in his life, but he knew that Sayaka was probably the most direct person he had met in his life. I will train you and you won't fight me back, no matter how stupid you think my instructions are. That's my first condition. The second is for you to listen to a story from me. Sayaka raised her index and middle finger in gesticulation. A story. Sasuke had no qualms about the first condition. It's the story of the Uchiha clan from the perspective of one Sayaka Uchiha. Sayaka pointed with her index and her chest. I agree. He didn't see why not. Then let's start with the story. Once upon a time a clan of very prideful yet big-hearted individuals existed. Lucian spoke as if retelling a children's story. They were outwardly cold and could never admit to their faults or feelings unless they were on their deathbed. Yet they understood each other very well, so there was hardly any infighting. The clan was one of the two founding clans of Konohagakure, and even when their strongest abandoned the village, the clan didn't because they loved their village. Times of war abounded, the clan fought fiercely in the front lines to protect their village and companions. They were an integral part of the village, but all of this changed slowly after the second Hokage took the seat of power. Sasuke, what do you think is the relationship between the village and its leadership? Lucian asked. The village is led by its leadership. Sasuke answered as if that was obvious. Do you think the leadership is part of the village? Lucian posed a conundrum. They are not, as individuals they are, but as leadership they are not. Sasuke said after thinking for a few seconds. Very well, if you had to equate the leadership village to a parent-child relationship, who would be who? Lucian. Although the leadership is born from the village would be the child and the leadership the parent. As individuals the leadership was born from the village, but in the hierarchy, the leadership stood atop. The roles of a parent are similar to the roles of the leadership of the village. A parent has to protect, feed, educate, heal, admonish, and guide their child into functioning adults, right? Lucian. Yes, there are other responsibilities, but you're right. Sasuke thought about how a parent should also love their child. The responsibilities of the village's leadership can be similar. There's the ninja academy in charge of education, the hospital in charge of healing, and the Hokage in charge of guiding, but who is the one who admonishes the child when it misbehaves? Lucian. The police. Sasuke thought about the responsibility that his clan used to shoulder. Right, the clan in this story was the one in charge of policing the village. What do you think about this, Sasuke? Lucian asked with a knowing faint smile. Sasuke didn't have much thoughts about this. What else is there to think? The Uchiha has always been the police of the village. It was the honor of the clan to be in charge of the internal security of Konohagakure. Sasuke replied with the textbook answer he had heard from his father before. Sasuke, if between your parents Fugaku was in charge of only scolding you, would you love him the same as your mother? That's all he would do, no feeding, no loving, no guiding, no protecting, no educating, solely scolding you when you made a mistake, nothing more, nothing else. Would you still love him? Lucian asked an easy question. No. Are you implying that the village hated our clan? Sasuke asked with a bewildered expression. He still remembers the pride and responsibility reflected in his father's eyes when he spoke about the police force. Sasuke, if your father explained to you patiently where you made a mistake after scolding you, would you feel the same? What if he gave you a detailed rulebook with explanations about which mistakes he would scold you for? What if he scolded you with an understanding expression and tried to explain to you how to avoid the next scolding? Lucian replied without answering his question. I don't think I would love him as I would my mother, but I wouldn't hate him. Sasuke realized that his family dynamic was somewhat similar to the example. Great, that's it for today. We will continue with the rest of the story as the training moves forward, all right? Lucian asked with a smile. All right. I'll come by tomorrow. Sasuke stood up in a contemplative mood. I'll pick you up tomorrow after classes. Sayaka, this time, not Lucian posing as her, waved him goodbye. So you plan to do it slowly. You can't change an Uchiha abruptly unless you make him awaken his Sharingan or his Mangekyo Sharingan. Like Madara did with Obito. Idiot clan made up of idiots. The next day, Sayaka waited at the end of the school day for Sasuke. Her friends exited first. I won't be going with you guys today. We will also spend less time together for a while. Sayaka explained from her sitting position while floating next to Hinata and Naruto. Is the Hokage keeping you busy again, Sayaka-chan? Hinata asked her with a subtle frown. No. I will be training Sasuke. That guy. He swallowed his pride and asked for help. Naruto asked with an expression of surprise mirroring the one on Hinata. Well, you did beat him up badly. Besides, I was friends with his mother. I also feel bad sometimes when I see him throwing his life away in a futile pursuit of his idiot brother. Well. Good luck, Sayaka-chan. We're not the ones who will have to deal with his upstanding character. Hinata spoke while looking at a tree a distance away from them. Sasuke's character was too upstanding for her to even speak seriously of it. Bye-bye, Sayaka-chan. I will miss you. Naruto said with honey in his voice. Sayaka saw them walk away and then looked at the tree Hinata was eyeing. Let's go, Sasuke. Sayaka said. Sasuke dropped from the tree and glared pointedly at her. Is that what you think? He asked. He had heard everything Sayaka said about him. Sasuke, that's what you will grow to think as well. Now, stop wasting time trying to listen to explanations your pride won't allow you to understand. Sayaka took hold of his body with a psionic grasp and flew to the Uchiha mansion. She unceremoniously dropped him to the ground and he fell on his feet. Thanks to his reflexes, he looked back at her as if he had done something great only to meet her unimpressed expression. I'll focus your training on fire release, lightning release, and eon release. Sayaka, who had switched with Lucian, said. She observed him from head to toe, as if examining him. Eon release. Sasuke had a vague idea of what it was but was not sure. Genjutsu. Lucian clarified. I don't like cheap tricks. It was common knowledge that genjutsu couldn't kill, so Sasuke looked down on this form of chakra application. Those cheap tricks are half of your brother's strength. It's also what put you in bed for so long. Lucian pointed out his stupidity. NH. He grunted. Use words, I don't speak grunting. Lucian stared him down. Yes, Sayaka. You're gonna focus on katanas for close combat, and javelins for long distance. Lighting for close combat, fire for long distances. The maximum expression of lighting for long distances and the maximum expression of fire for close combat. Lucian said. It's the other way around. Sasuke asked about the contradictory way in which Sayaka said it. Lucian made 6 clones and stationed them in a hexagram around them. The 6 clones erected a barrier that imprisoned Lucian and Sasuke. Within the barrier, space started to expand, and before Sasuke knew it the area was large enough to fit a few Konohakagures in it. Lucian pulled out a javelin that closely resembled its Olympic counterpart instead of the medieval type. When his lightning release chakra mode failed to keep up with the battle, or when close quarters combat was not possible, the third Raikage used javelins like this one to attack from a distance. He made use of his innate strength, reflexes, and sight further enhanced by his jutsu to take down enemies from a distance. Lucian pulled out some binoculars from his storage script and handed them to Sasuke. He moved them to one side of the barrier and on the other side he made the ground lift up. Lucian activated lightning release chakra mode to the maximum and enveloped the javelin in the same cloak. He took aim and before Sasuke could register that he had taken the shot, he saw a perfect hole in the target with cracked spiderwebbing out. He blinked and looked back at Sayaka's empty arm and then used the binoculars to look back at the target. In close combat, you will use this chakra mode because of its speed and penetrative power. Lucian made a skeleton Susanoo of chakra appear around Sasuke and then pointed with a finger and slowly drove it through the skeleton's rib, only to stop before he pierced Sasuke's gut. That chakra skeleton is called Susanoo. It's about the strongest defensive power your brother will ever have. As you can see, with this technique you could potentially kill your brother, just as much as you could protect yourself. Lucian turned off the techniques. Susanoo. Sasuke asked with curiosity abound. It's something you gain when you evolve your Sharingan to the level your brother did. This statement made his eyes widen. Then what's the fire release for? Sasuke remembered that she had said that it was for long distance and then close combat, but lightning release appeared to be an all-rounder to him. Crowd control, distractions, torture, and because someone could counter the lightning cloak. Sayaka explained. What? How could that be countered? It was pretty much invincible in his eyes. Aya Uzumaki countered it with wood release, using its chakra absorption properties. Someone faster could counter it, and other techniques could have better defense. Lucian. But if there is a technique that could have a better defense, how could fire release be better? I don't see much penetrative power to it, right? Sasuke had read the lightning release was the chakra nature with the best piercing power. Because shinobi need to breathe and fire burns oxygen. Lucian explained. Sasuke tilted his head in questioning. Let's say you're about to be attacked by a bunch of ninjas. With Lucian's words, thousands of statues rose from the ground, simulation an army. As is normal, not all of them are elites. Lucian took a deep breath and then released the equivalent of a great fire annihilation jutsu. The result? Charred remains. This was the jutsu that burned down your home. Lucian added. Sasuke observed the consequences of the jutsu, tightened his fist, and bit his tongue strong enough to draw blood. And close combat? Sasuke asked, after calming down his ragged breathing. Lucian stepped away from him and then ignited in a ball of heat. There was no flaming fire but Sasuke could see the air hazing around Sayaka. Throw a shuriken, he heard her voice and followed her instructions. 2 things happened. First, the updraft created by the expansion and heating of the air veered the trajectory of the shuriken upward. Second, the shuriken quickly went from black to reddish-brown, red, orange, and finally yellow, before dispersing into drops of liquid and harmlessly splashing behind Sayaka after flying above her but nowhere on her. Lucian turned the heat cloak off. The difficulty in mastering these techniques upscale in the importance they have in combat to the proximity of the enemy. It's easier to handle jutsu related to fire release for long distances than close combat. It's easier to handle lightning release for close combat than long distance. There are other jutsu that you will learn for support, like healing, flight, and stealth, among others. When do we start? Sasuke asked with a bright fire in his heart. You should know that I just showed you the peak, right? Don't get ahead of yourself and think that you'll be able to power these techniques tomorrow. We will start with your chakra control, it's greatly lacking, and you will follow a routine at the crack of dawn to condition your body for the lightning cloak, you're no Raikage. After all, I'll handle your dietary necessities and you will learn other stuff from me from the afternoon to the evening. Lucian explained. I understand. Sasuke replied after holding the reins of his enthusiasm. After that, Lucian passed him through the village's ritual of leaf sticking, tree climbing, and water walking in a session. The more advanced practices for chakra control would come the day after. With Sasuke heaving up and down, lying on the ground, unable to move a muscle not related to breathing and living, Lucian started the next part of the story. After the clan was made the police of the village, the idiotic clan members saw this as proof of the favor from the second Hokage. As favor? Sasuke asked between breaths. Yes, because they always had to have clan members stationed in the village, even during war times. So less of their people met their inopportune ends. Sasuke, do you think the second Hokage was favoring the Uchiha? Yes. Why do you make it sound like he wasn't? Sasuke asked. Sasuke, do you know how the Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan are normally activated? Training, and no. Training is a way to do it for the normal Sharingan, but you can also do it by experiencing pain. Whether personal pain, all manners of pain, or the pain of your loved ones. The Mangekyo Sharingan is normally achieved after seeing the death of one of your most loved ones. For your brother, it was Shisui Uchiha's suicide. Lucian. What? Sasuke asked in a breath. I have to see my best friend die or kill them myself if I want to attain the same eyes as my brother. Sasuke asked, all of his tiredness disappeared. That's the usual method, but there are other ways. You're missing the point. The second Hokage was the best expert concerning the Sharingan after Madara Uchiha, so he knew what I just told you. Knowing this, what do you think about my previous question? He wanted to limit the clan. Sasuke asked in realization. While there's no proof of that, I believe so. No proof? Sasuke thought the proof was in the facts. Yes, because you can't say that his policy didn't help the Uchiha keep almost as many clan members as the Hyuga, but it was also undeniable that although fewer Uchiha were dying, none were awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, which was what made Madara as feared as he was. But why? Exactly because Tobirama Senju feared the birth of another Madara without his brother to stop him or her. But the clan fought for the village. That is what politics is about. Politics. He spat in anger. Personal interests can't be removed from a healthy human being. The leadership had personal interests that could be endangered by the rise of a Hokage Uchiha. By the time Tobirama Senju died, Hiruzen Sarutobi and Danzo Shimura were already polluted by his way of thinking. Who's Danzo Shimura? Sasuke cocked his head in questioning. The man who runs the underworld of the village. He and Hiruzen didn't want an Uchiha in power, actually, they didn't want a Hyuga, Senju, or Uchiha in power. Why? Sasuke felt like his head was spinning. It made no sense, these were the backbones of the village, why would they not want them in power? Think about from the perspective of self-interests and not the theoretical responsibilities of the Hokage. Lucian wanted him to reach his own conclusions he was stirred to by his guidance. Because then their clans wouldn't see the position of the Hokage again. These three clans were too big and powerful for them, but then why didn't they target the Senju and Hyuga clans? Sasuke managed to grow a bit of brain. The Hyuga never showed interest in the position, not a single member did. But the Senju? Do you see the Senju clan in the village? Lucian mimicked coldness in his voice. He was not mad about it, but he was emulating human emotions to guide Sasuke's thoughts. There are none. Sasuke felt a pit in his stomach. That's something that we will talk about in the next session. Your homework is to think about why the Uchiha leaders didn't notice the trap in the policies of Tobirama Senju, or why they acted like they didn't if they ever did. Lucian said as if to avoid talking about something heavier today. But, sigh. All right. Lucian collapsed the barrier and they were back to normal space. Sasuke dragged his tired body back to his mansion under the eye of Sayaka and Lucian. With Lucian still in control, he raised his palm pointing upward at an angle, and then made a grasping motion. What was that? The Hokage was spying on us. I broke his toy, which should make him understand our boundaries. That's weird, he never spied on us when we were training the kids. Probably because we abruptly changed our routine. Maybe he was testing our limits. Probably because if something happens to Sasuke, Itachi would flip the table. In such a way, the training session of Indra's most recent reincarnation went by. Sometimes Lucian would not tell him about the past of the Uchiha but would teach him about management. Sometimes he would tell him small snippets of the story and then follow with a story of other clans related to the village. Sometimes it was just training. From time to time he would teach him about the qualities of other clans and their jutsu. He was not limiting the lessons to the clans from Kanagakur. Teaching him about other clans so that he would not be as ignorant and naive as he had realized the previous heads of the Uchiha were. About twice a month he would drag him to a high-end restaurant and have him dine with him while he had him observe the mating rites of the humans. Sometimes Sasuke would point out where the human male lost the interest of the female one. Sometimes he would be surprised by the skills of the male looking for a partner. Lucian would have him plot an ideal mating rite for a particular female they had stalked for a few weeks, and then grade the plan. Sometimes he would have Sasuke read the behavioral patterns of females and their expressions to determine what they were feeling or thinking. He would then confirm with his empathy or telepathy. Depending on how good Sasuke did, Lucian would reward him with a jutsu or technique. Lucian would mask all of this under the disguise of infiltration and reconnaissance practice. In reality, he was teaching him how to seduce and ensnare females. Lucian taught him all manners of psychological and emotional manipulation focused on the female sex. Sayaka would back or teach him with her feedback as the only female between the three of them. On weekends, he would have him either help him with the businesses of the Uchiha that Sayaka was handling or teach him medicine. When Sayaka would catch an assassin after her head's bounty she would store them and then have Sasuke use them as training supplies. Sometimes she would catch them alive, some others just a corpse. As Sasuke spent more time with Lucian, he started to open up to them. This led to Sasuke getting closer to Sayaka's circle. Although Naruto and Sasuke never stopped having their usual quarrels, it got to the point where they could be called friends. These quarrels lessened after Hinata took the initiative to side with Naruto and Sasuke recognized that he couldn't beat both at the same time. During the first times he was beaten up by the now official couple, he would then look at Sayaka pointedly as if asking her why she was not siding with him and helping him with his bullies. Uchihas together, strong. Of course, more than a lackadaisical smile, he never got anything else. Ino Yamanaka took pity on the fool and started to side with Sasuke. Maybe it had something to do with the fact that Ino's type was the dark and broody, or maybe she just wanted to spar with Naruto and Hinata, it wasn't clear. When Ino Yamanaka saw that even with her help they couldn't overcome the couple, she summoned Shikamaru. As expected he declined and unstably floated away. Choji was then involved and Hinata unjustly said that it was not fair, so she brought her Onisama Niji to the fight. What a drag. Shikamaru said before joining Sasuke's side when he saw how they were losing pathetically. Sasuke carried his team, but there was no winning the combination of long-range support from Hinata and close-quarter combat from Niji and Naruto. Dynamic entry. Rock Lee joined with a surprise assault on Niji, his sworn rival. His leg was shrouded in wind chakra, a recent breakthrough in his application of making his own ninjutsu path. What a youthful disposition I always find in these kids. Might Guy commented after taking a seat next to Sayaka and grabbing a beverage from her. At least their quarrels are useful for training. Sayaka commented. But I never find you sparring with them. Guy subtly inquired. You really should keep up with the rumors and news, Guy. Sayaka said while shaking her head. Are you perhaps famous? Guy understood she was implying that there was a well-known reason why she wouldn't join their spar. You can ask that guy. Sayaka pointed in the distance at one of the newest shinobi monitoring Naruto. Guy narrowed his eyes while trying to find Waldo. I can't see him, but I feel it in my bones. That's my eternal rival. Guy shouted with his usual emotion-filled voice. Sayaka pointed at the hidden shinobi and then made a pulling motion. A gray-haired shinobi fell from a tree in a crunching stance. That wasn't very nice of you. The shinobi glared with his dead fish eye stare. Said the stalking ninja. Sayaka made an uncharacteristic grin at him. Kakashi. You should have told me you were here. Guy bounced at him to challenge him to a duel. Rasengan. A distant voice sounded. Chidori. Another distant voice replied. I didn't teach them to shout their attacks names like that. Sayaka shook her head in disappointment as she observed the clash. How did you know those jutsu? Kakashi asked after returning with a crestfallen Guy who had just lost a rock-paper-scissors match to Kakashi. If the village can spy on me, I can spy on them. Those jutsu were among the recorded ones I happened to come upon. Sayaka half-lied. While it was true for the Chidori, Kushina had taught her the Rasengan. But aside from Mikoto, Fugaku, and Tsunade, no one knew that she had Kushina's soul in abeyance. Is that something you should be saying out loud? Kakashi asked, watching as Naruto and Sasuke's confrontation left them open to their enemy's teammates. Naruto and Sasuke were knocked out and Sayaka made them float to her side. Even after the initiators of the fight were removed, the quarrel continued. It's not a problem, I let you from time to time observe as I teach my friends. The give-and-take balance has not been broken. Sayaka healed the pair of instigators back to consciousness. Ah, damn it. Shikamaru did me in. Naruto complained. Sasuke didn't say anything, but he recognized the non-lethal arrow that hit him at the back of his head. You look idiotic when you shout your technique's names like that. You should only shout the technique's name when it's to mess with the enemy. Sayaka floated to them their favorite beverages. Or to let your teammates know what you'll do. Kakashi added. Or make an impactful move. Guy said. The Hatake guy is right, Guy, maybe, but only when you are strong enough to have leeway to play like that. Guy is the strongest shinobi in this village, so take what he says with a grain of salt. Sayaka. Guy-sensei is the strongest in this village. I thought the Hokage was supposed to be the strongest. Naruto asked. If it's a fight to the death, Guy would even kill me if he managed to find a way to block my escaping. The Hokage is probably the third strongest shinobi in the village. Sayaka. Third? Who is the second? Sasuke asked, he was interested in the conversation now. Itachi Uchiha. Sayaka replied as if it was normal to count him in the village's payroll. The way she said it made Kakashi uncomfortable and Sasuke gnashed his teeth. Technically, the Hatake guy here could kill the Hokage if he uses the technique of his Mangekyo Sharingan. But he is too much of a dunce to even know he has a Mangekyo Sharingan. Sayaka eyed the shocked expression under the mask of Kakashi. Sasuke gazed at his covered eye with uncanny intensity. Is that similar to the eyes of Itachi Uchiha? Naruto asked on behalf of Sasuke, who was too busy glaring. Is the same type of eye, but probably a different technique. I don't know what his does, though. Sayaka replied. How do you know it's a Mangekyo Sharingan? Kakashi asked with a hand over his covered eye. My eyes can see it. Sayaka said. Kakashi kept silent for the rest of the spar until Naruto asked him. Are you related to Tsukumo Heikate? Naruto was probably better educated than most of his peers, so he knew about notable figures from the past. He was my father. Kakashi replied without thinking much. You don't seem to practice his swordsmanship, that's a shame. Naruto said after not finding a sword on Kakashi. I diverted to another direction early on in my life, but I did initially. Kakashi. Naruto, do you want me to teach it to you? Sayaka asked. You can. Naruto and Kakashi replied in unison. Aya Uzumaki and Eiko Senju used to watch him train. Tsukumo Heikate was a good-natured who enjoyed playing with Aya Uzumaki and Tsunade Senju when they were little, and later when Eiko Senju used to prattle around the village playing Princess Tsukumo would sometimes be assigned as her samurai, by her. Huh, I didn't know that. But I don't think I'm very compatible with any manner of swordsmanship, but thank you for the offer, Sayaka-chan. Naruto said. I didn't know that about my father, either. Kakashi said. It was before he was born. The end of that battle was won by the Hyuga siblings. Life kept moving at a constant pace with the weekends flying by faster and the Mondays crawling by slowly. Sasuke, why do you think your brother was made part of ANBU? Lucian asked one day at the end of the training. To calm and distract the clan from the pressing matters. The clan was being cornered from all sides. Itachi and Shisui, before he died, from the inside and the village from the outside. Sasuke replied. Heh. Good, you are learning how to think by yourself. Lucian said, sounding almost proud. He would be if he could feel pride. Sasuke didn't reply, nor did he grunted. Sasuke understood what Sayaka was talking about. Itachi was in cahoots with the village when he massacred the clan, was he not? Sasuke gathered his courage to ask something he didn't want to hear an answer to. Yes. Lucian replied simply. Was my father in it as well? Why do you think so? His actions, he was either a stupid clan head or in it with Itachi. You said he had awakened the Mangekyo, right? I don't think Itachi would have been left unscathed after fighting father if they had fought. Why did father not fight back? Sasuke asked after some introspection. He found no benefit to opposing Itachi when he discovered his betrayal. You were not in the compound that night, so he assumed that Itachi had made a deal with your protection in mind. But that makes no sense. Where was this consideration for my protection before when father was making idiotic decisions about the clan and my future? Where was this courage he found to peacefully face his death when it was needed before everything blew up? How come no one could even think about adding other ninjas to the police force to lessen the burden? Why did Shisui not use his Mangekyo on the village leadership? This makes little sense. It's idiotic. Neglectful. Careless. Negligent. Stupid. Lucian filled in for his lack of vocabulary. All of them. Sayaka, you only needed to explain things to me once. That's all it took, once. How come the adults who were supposed to guide the clan didn't see reality for what it was? I don't understand. It makes no sense. They could have allied themselves with other clans, as the Ino Shikacho does. They could have done many things to control public opinion. They had that chance as the clan in charge of the police force. Sasuke stopped including himself in the clan, and turned from we to they in his heart. I know hindsight is 20/20, but this much. They were played like fools. And I bet it didn't take that much. Sasuke sat on the ground with his head between his arms and his elbows on his knees, in a defeated position. It's not your fault, Sasuke. It's not mine. You know that, don't you? Lucian whispered like the devil to his ear. What could a pair of kids have done, Sai? I need some time to think. Sasuke stood up with his legs trembling in exhaustion from the training, and walked to his mansion. My work is almost done. He'll fall into depression, won't he? Yes, that's part of the plan. After that, I give him a light. A new path. A new objective. A new dream. Something greater than just killing Itachi. I'm not going to lie. I'm eager to find out what will happen. For the following week, Sasuke didn't show up to training. During classes, he would have this listless look uncharacteristic of him. Some say they saw him seated in a swing under the shade of a tree, observing the academy students come and go with their parents. Some say he would give up in the sparring matches before they began. Some say he would feed the cats on the streets. Some say he didn't even fight with Naruto. Sayaka-chan, please do something. Ino Yamanaka pleaded one day. Look at him. She pointed at Sasuke sitting by a pond with a fishing rod. The fishing line was pulling, yet Sasuke didn't reel in and just let it sink and sink, like his life. Why don't you help me help him, Ino-chan? Lucian asked. I would if I could, but every time I speak to him he responds with a nod or an okay. I have tried all, but he doesn't come out of whatever that is. Ino exclaimed in desperation. I even had Sakura help me but neither was successful at it. She muttered. Sakura? Who is that? Lucian asked. She is a classmate and friend of mine, a pink-haired green-eyed girl. Have you seen her? Ino asked. Ah, you're right. I saw a pink head from a distance a few times. Why don't you bring her to our training sessions? Lucian asked. She is from a civilian family. She is kinda afraid of you and doesn't like Naruto very much. Hinata doesn't like her because she's been rude to Naruto a few times. Sasuke gets annoyed by her because she fangirls around him at any chance. Ino said. Weren't you the same until I pointed it out? Sayaka had told her that she would only earn Sasuke's annoyance with the way she was going about courting him. Shut up. I changed, okay. Inoa blushed. Going back to Sasuke. Do you still like him? Lucian asked. Hey. Don't make me say it. You know I do. Ino squirmed. Continues on Part 2. Chapter 57, Interlude 1, In a World Without Aragorn. When the global storm was born, it covered that hemisphere of the planet unnaturally fast, fast enough that its outer ring was already touching Europe, Asia, and Oceania within seconds. Trillions of tons of air were displaced in moments. That's the type of global storm it was. Buildings should have been ripped from the ground, water should have been moving so fast it would cut like blades, hail should have been deadlier than bullets, and debris-loaded winds should have eroded mountains in minutes. At least, that's how it should have been. But Aragorn's psionic clone held a layer of dense air 1,000 meters, 100 yards, above the ground, buffering the disastrous effects of the storm. The clone held long enough for Aurora Monroe to take over. Sadly, during the time it took her to put the meteorological monster to sleep, destruction couldn't be entirely avoided. Even with Aragorn's buffer layer, billions were affected. Civilization was already barely holding on due to the aftermath of the fight between Lord Alduin and the Goblin Force. The storm simply made matters worse. But the storm wasn't the only disaster intensifying humanity's peril. Earthquakes, tectonic shifts, floods, changes in the magnetic field, shifts in the planet's tilt, and finally, a massive burst of photonic irradiation, blessed be the Phoenix Force, who stepped in and shielded the planet from a blighted future. The initial damage containment left Jean and Aurora out for the count. Both Omega-level mutants had overexerted themselves dealing with the worst of the disasters. Even though the worst part was over, everything was still falling apart. Massive tsunamis had been settled, but tectonic plates were still shifting, causing regular earthquakes and tsunamis. The global storm had dispersed, but the weather remained chaotic. Not to mention the massive interference caused by the Shadow Sword locked in battle with the light shield in the atmosphere. Above, the halo was causing as much panic as the sword. A structure of such caliber, clearly beyond the planet's technological level, had appeared during the apocalypse and defended the world from the monster's fight. There were many questions, but almost no one had time to ask them. The surface was still falling apart. Aside from Antarctica and America, all continents were fiercely battling the aftereffects of the clash. Bucky, do you think you could do something about the sword? Seraph asked the resident expert in shadows. The conscious members of the Crystal's command were having a quick conference to decide how to proceed with the aftercare. Not everyone was present. Seraph, for example, was attending via projection, as she was still busy fixing the repercussions of the artificial explosion of the Yellowstone supervolcano. James wasn't physically there either, he was on site, analyzing the shadow sword. They had also called in Margaret, Celine, and Steve for consultation. From what I can tell, Aragorn's shield spell matrix is designed to disperse the light construct once we remove the shadow sword. That's the good news. The bad news is, it'll take me a month and a half of full concentration to take over the sword. Since we're assuming Aragorn won't return soon, I'd have my wives guard my body in rotation, except for Nat, since she's pregnant. Bucky reported and offered his solution. Bucky, is there a need to remove the sword? Steve Rogers asked. Not exactly, but yes. The shield isn't losing ground to the sword, but there might be third parties interested in it. So, as a precaution, I think it's best if we do. I agree, I'd be interested in it. Celine Gallio's projection chimed in. She was helping in Nairobi, Kenya. She wasn't usually one to help, but her child's future depended on Aragorn's willingness to assist her. How's the emergency relief through daybreak, Akatsuki, going? Margaret Carter asked. She was physically present at the meeting but not allowed to leave Halo due to her pregnancy, just like Natalia. There was some opposition and a few incidents with the WSC, World Security Council, but after I kidnapped a few of their loved ones, all opposition ceased. Spark, occupying Aragorn's android body, replied. You did what? While posing as Aragorn? Margaret asked. Sometimes, she wondered why her people had so many bad guy tendencies. It's all right. The Master Chief said that if the WSC misbehaved, I could either kill them or kidnap their loved ones. Since killing would hinder the relief efforts, I went with kidnapping a few of their children and wives. And how are they not freaking out? They must be breathing down Fury's neck. She said. I left them a link to a live feed of their loved ones, mostly spending time in an arcade. I also left a clear message outlining what's expected of them, full cooperation. Spark added. Spark did all of this while bodaciously wearing Aragorn's face. We're getting off track. We need to fix two major problems, which is why we're here. Seraph brought the focus back, projecting a 3D representation of the planet. The planet's tilt and its magnetic field. These two will kill millions if left unchecked. Solar erosion is already ionizing the middle layers of the atmosphere, and the shifting climate zones will soon become permanent. We could gather a few of the maids, psionically synchronize them, and use Halo as an amplifier to telekinetically shift the planet's tilt. Spark suggested. What's the downside? Steve Rogers asked. If Spark hadn't acted yet, there must be a reason. Using telekinesis like that is like grabbing the planet with a giant hand and tilting it. You can be careful, but it's bad for the surface and atmosphere. Spark explained. The best bet is for Jean and me to do it, once she wakes up. Seraph said. And the problem with that method? Margaret asked. I'm busy. Stopping my current efforts would result in the deaths of a few 100,000, maybe 1 million or 2. Seraph replied. She was helping Tony Stark and other newly emerged heroes while passively using her resonance to stabilize the atmosphere, an application of her element vibranium body. The other option is sorcery, right? Bucky asked. Yes. But Yao and Agatha are unconscious, and Wanda is the most affected. Estimates put their recovery at 3 days minimum. Jean should be up sooner, she just needs a day of sleep. Father's clone helped mitigate the damage she sustained from fully channeling her avatar powers. Seraph explained. Run it by Fury. He should make the final decision. Steve suggested. All right, I will. What about the magnetic field? Seraph asked. Can Magneto handle it? Spark inquired. Not alone, he's not that powerful. Seraph replied, aware of Spark's assumption based on Magneto's multiversal counterparts. Does Polaris exist in this reality? Spark asked privately. No, last I checked she didn't. Seraph answered. What about having Anne-Marie copy Magneto's powers, then one of the maids replenishes his energy? That would give us a Magneto and a half. Bucky suggested. That could work. Which maid can replenish vitality? Seraph asked. Ulysses, Elven maid. Spark answered for Bucky. I was thinking of having Celine transfer the energy, but if Ulysses knows how, that's better. Bucky admitted. I'd rather not use my powers to absorb the life force of any of you, I don't want him to get mad at me. Celine chimed in. Ulysses should do. She is in India. Is she doing damage control? Seraph asked Spark. She is rescuing some of the buried victims. Spark said. Earthquakes? Margaret asked. Among other disasters, they also have very poor infrastructure. Spark replied, using his common sense as the ruler for the quality of the infrastructure. Combine that with overpopulation, and you get one of the highest mortality rates, even compared to countries near the eye of the disaster. Seraph remarked. Can you have one of the girls assist me? I should take her place in the rescue efforts while she works on the magnetic disruption. Steve suggested. While he didn't have psionic powers to locate the buried victims, he had experience in rescue efforts, so he just needed one of the girls to support him. I'll send Alara, Faye wife. Her workload in Yemen is lightening up, and she doesn't like the way the men there are looking at her. Bucky said with some displeasure. He was not happy about what Alara told him. Even during a crisis, humans remain humans. I'll take care of her, Bucky. Don't worry. Steve reassured him, understanding Bucky's concern. Though, in reality, Bucky was more concerned about Yemen, not his wife's safety. He knew they couldn't touch a hair of her if she didn't allow it. How long until you're done, Seraph? Margaret asked. 4 more days. After that, it'll shift from rescue to corpse retrieval. Seraph estimated, knowing the survivors would die of dehydration if not found soon. Will Stark be able to keep assisting outside America? Margaret asked. I'll have to talk with him. Seraph responded. All right, keep us updated. Margaret couldn't see the selfless character of Maria in her child before, so she was surprised when Tony Stark selflessly rushed to help. Spark, have the Inhumans contacted us? Bucky asked. With the existence of the Halo, some of the previously hidden technological societies realized that they were most likely not very hidden. An example of this is Wakanda. Although the royal family of Wakanda had learned that Aragorn knew of them, now the council couldn't remain willfully ignorant about reality, they were not hidden. Attilan, the city-estate of the Inhumans, most have figured out by now that the reason the moon was protected went beyond simply its role as Earth's satellite. No, not officially. Spark replied. Officially. Bucky probed. There have been prods, but nothing formal. Spark clarified. Now that we are on that topic. What's the world's reaction to the Halo? Margaret asked. Civilization is too busy falling apart to care. Seraph answered by playing a few news networks. There were reports of tragedies, disasters, evacuation routes, and among these, riots. Humans were rioting, the general disposition was chaos. Even in the least affected zones. The mood in the meeting went down. To them, who were doing their best to fix the situation and who worked for the dragon that gave up his life once more to protect the planet, it felt like a slap in the face to see humans rioting and making things worse just because. At least Wakanda had agreed to help, even if they want to do it under the cover of daybreak. Seraph said. Spark was contacted by the Wakandan royal family a few hours ago, and they had suggested helping by pretending to be part of Daybreak. Given that the technology used by the Mutant Retrieval Organization was advanced enough to mask theirs, they thought about helping under their shadow. At least, there's that. Steve added. There's a problem that I caused that might not be a problem but you should be aware of it. Spark said. The rest in the room, but Seraph, waited anxiously to know what other mess they'd have to deal with. I dried the accounts of several crime lords the Master Chief had identified a few years ago. Mostly drug-related crime lords. As contradictory as it sounds, these crime lords were keeping afloat the economy of more than a few cities, in some cases estates or provinces. With me stealing this much from them, I've inadvertently condemned these economies. Spark sounded as nonchalant as always. Why might this not be a problem? Margaret asked. She now, more than ever, wondered why the good guys were such villains. She was all for stopping crime, but the way Spark and Aragorn acted was more in line with wanton chaos than justice. Because countries will fall and new ones will be born after this pseudo-apocalypse. There are already a few collapsed economies and the crisis isn't even over yet. A few countries here and there, one more or one less, won't amount to much, so no one but Fury will realize that Spark/Father destroyed the economies of these countries. Seraph answered on Spark's behalf. You can be awfully cold sometimes. Margaret commented. I can't change the past, only Father can. There's no point in denying what has happened or what will most likely happen. I think of myself as logical, though Spark is indeed rather cold, but that's Father's influence. Seraph replied. The Master Chief's purpose is not to walk humanity by the hand. There are some aspects of humanity that he and I don't care if they cease to exist. We are not here to provide answers to the drug business problem, and even if we do, we would only do so if it's for the overall benefit of the planet, Gia, not because humanity is trying to kill itself faster. So if a few thousand/million people are indirectly affected by our actions, we would not care. Spark explained his and Aragorn's stance. The partial collapse of the fossil fuels business is proof of this. Millions were negatively affected by the batteries and solar panels that Aragorn introduced to the market. Probably millions lost their jobs, but overall, for the planet, Gaia, it was better to lower carbon emissions. At least the end will justify the means. It's how S.H.I.E.L.D. operated and how it did under my lead for years. Margaret told herself and the people present. Is she ignoring the fact that the end of S.H.I.E.L.D. was Hydra, meaning that the end didn't justify the means? Spark asked his little sister. I believe that just like our maids, Peggy will begin to change after the more time she spends with us. Seraph understood that Margaret didn't want to confront that the actions of her allies brought doom to thousands and maybe millions. How interesting. I would expect such a black/white mindset from Steve Rogers, not her, Spark. Don't be harsh, she has her reasons, Seraph defended Margaret. Spark, is there a way to lessen the consequence of your actions? Steve asked. He didn't want this to weigh on his pregnant wife's mind. I can make the crisis equally global. If everybody is having a hard time, no one is. Spark provided a solution. I don't think that's the best solution. Steve retorted. I think Spark is onto something. Seraph spoke after a nanosecond of introspection. Seraph? Margaret asked. Bucky also paid attention. The way the economy is going, a global crisis is what's going to happen either way. We could guide the crisis so that it affects everybody the same. In doing so we would move money from the hands of those with more to the hands of those with little. It will still be awful and hard and many will suffer and possibly die, but we could make positive use of the chaos and economic depression. Seraph. My sister is not wrong. Can you imagine what the fall of many countries will do to the stock market? What the damage left by this battle will imply in the exchange? Think about the famine that will happen due to the massive loss of crops because of the weather changes and excessive irradiation. Think about how the transportation network of pretty much everything on that side of the world collapsed effectively after the fight. Spark displayed a few images to illustrate his point. The world is headed for a depression never seen before since the times of the bubonic plague. So it might be a good time to shift the depression so that it hits harder on those with more. Spark caught on to what Seraph was suggesting. But having more is not illegal or a sin, why would we go out of our way to hit them specifically with this crisis? Steve asked. If having more and not doing something during a time of need is not a sin, then why do you talk about the responsibility of those that have more power, Mr. Rogers? Money is a form of expendable power after all. Spark asked. You're manipulating my words. Steve replied after thinking about Spark's statement for a second. We are going to help those in power help those in need, is that wrong? Seraph asked, tilting her head cutely. Ugh. Steve complained. He. Bucky chuckled mockingly. How do you plan to do it? Margaret asked. Infrastructure and relief. Since the countries won't have money and the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank will be in a similar situation, they won't be able to borrow money, not without compromising their future. So we will have to make those with more spend money on relief and rebuilding efforts. Seraph said. I understand that, but how will you do that? It's not like you can force the countries to make a law forcing the rich to fund anything. Margaret asked. That's obvious, we will just lawfully transfer the money from their accounts. They can't complain, and they might, but how would that work? Would they try to recoup the money from the hands of the clearly in need? If they don't know who the culprit is, who will they condemn? If they try to jack up the prices to regain their losses, who will have the money to buy from them when everybody is in the middle of a global crisis? Seraph excitedly replied. Since we will leave them with substantial resources, how will they declare bankruptcy? If they have their money in the form of physical assets, we will just pass those through molecularization and use their components in the rebuilding efforts. If they have their assets in the form of land, we'll just take it to build in it. Of course, the plan is not perfect, but between me and my sister we will be able to do it. Even if they discover that something is illegal, they won't be able to do anything. That's if they discover it at all. Spark joined Seraph's cheerful mood. By the time they discover anything, it would be too late. They'll be as affected by the crisis as anybody. Oh, but don't worry. They won't die from this. We are not trying to put them on the streets, and just like Captain America said, it's the duty of those with power to help, noblesse oblige. We will be the force of good, helping these powerful people help those in need. Seraph smiled brightly, and Spark lit up to mimic Seraph's enthusiasm. Ha 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 ha. Bucky laughed, seeing the faces of Peggy and Steve after they realized they made things worse. Celine also found the entire situation funny. Here there were two AIs about to do what humanity feared AIs would do, but even so, their logic was not faulty. Is there a need for this? Margaret asked. Not really a need, because economic crises are part of the reality of the system humanity established, but if you want to save the most lives, then yes. Deviating the crisis to hit more strongly those with more than those with less would alleviate some of the impact overall. Spark stated. If it makes you feel better, we can target the funds they made while evading taxes, but eventually we would also have to target lawfully allowed funds. Seraph added. I think their plan is not as bad as it sounds. James supported the duo of AI cyber-terrorists. I don't think my support matters much, especially not with my record, but I also believe the plan is good. With enough chaos, anything flies. Celine Gallio added. All right. Let's just all become criminals. Margaret reluctantly agreed. Miss Carter, should I remind you that faking your death is a crime? Spark jabbed. Shut up, Spark. She snarled. Bucky's projection could be seen holding back his laugh. There's one more thing for which we currently have no solution. Seraph said after stifling a peal of laughter. Is this about why the shield is still up? Celine Gallio asked. On her background the sky could be seen with a geometrical aurora borealis. This was not only at her location, the entire planet was still shielded by the buckyball shield. The combination of the shield and the disruption of the magnetic field created a worldwide spectacle of greenish skies with geometric auroras. Yes. The aftereffects of the cosmic manipulation from the Goblin Force have left the space outside unstable, filled with various forms of cosmic energy and radiation. If we lift the shield, almost 100% of the population will mutate, and I'm not just talking about X gene activation. I'm talking about uncontrolled cancerogenesis, not only in humans but in plants, animals, microorganisms, and larger life forms as well. Seraph displayed two graphs, one showing the current cosmic energy readings and the other reflecting the energy that gave the Fantastic Four their powers. Some of the unnatural subspecies of humans will be less affected. Spark referred to the Inhumans and mutants, among others. Is the shield running out of energy? Rogers asked. Not exactly, but even with me running the Infinity Stones through the halo, it will stop bearing the load in about 26 weeks. The halo was designed to run the energy from the orb, not the Infinity Stones. The young master was planning to update the circuitry and materials next year. Spark explained. It sounded pretty much like a sentencing date, so no one could speak without processing the information. What options do we have? James asked. It won't affect the halo, so there's that at least. Seraph said. But the halo was not made to serve as an ark for humanity, so we can't evacuate them up here. Spark added. Not that Father would like that. The possible options we have are as follows. 1. We force or manipulate humanity into worshipping Goddess Gia, then using the faith energy collected from them Gia will bless the life on the surface to endure the irradiation. 2. We make underground shelters and wait until Father's return so that he can solve the cosmic energy problem. 3. Empowering Master, Yao, or Agatha, Celine is an option as well. With the Space Stone we shift the entire planet to the mirror dimension and wait for Father's return. 4. Empowering Master, Yao, or Agatha, Celine is an option as well. With the Space Stone we move the planet to another star system and wait for Father's return. 5. Spark will viralize a gene enhancer and stabilizer through the atmosphere to set and secure the genetic sequence of all life on Earth. This would deny any possible mutation for life on Earth for the next 470 years, so it's not recommended because it would stunt the growth of life. 6. We freeze time in this star system with the Time Stone and wait for Father's return. 7. We isolate the planet's space using the Space Stone. These are the main solutions I offer. Seraph. Each of these solutions carries a set of consequences of their own. If we move the planet to any dimension or location outside of its established universal coordinates, it will shut down the dimensional shield that the Sanctums have up protecting this planet, which would imply an influx of extra-dimensional incursions. Mostly of the demonic kind, Spark. I don't want to deal with any more demons, please spare us the horror. We are dealing with the aftermath of their latest prank, and I feel like I will lose the hair of my tail any moment now. Bucky snapped. If we freeze time only on this star system, it will rebound after we unfreeze it, and according to what we understand Father wouldn't be able to stop it. The rebound could imply the time displacement of foreigners to the present. Not limited only to people, we could displace the aftershocks of Father's fight and suddenly have a repeat of the global storm, or worse. Seraph. Let's not. Steve and Margaret quipped at the same time. Options 1 and 2 are the safest but they carry problems within humanity's structure, not that there's much left of it after the last cataclysm. Spark. I support option 1, number 2 would waste time and resources. Celine added. The last option would entail having a rotation of maid girls using the Space Stone one every half an hour, the estimated maximum time each can hold the stone, but this would leave us extremely short-handed due to exhaustion after using the stones that they will suffer. My recommendation is option 1, even if humanity would never be the same. Seraph concluded and agreed with Celine. I recommend option 7 because that one messes with less of the young master's plans, but I should recommend that we set up a system to allow us to keep our hold on humanity while we are short-handed. Spark finished his declaration. The rest of the members in the meeting felt like something gave up in their hearts and minds. North America, United States of America. Former Salt Lake City, Utah. Blearg, a red and gold armor kneels in 4 puking its guts out. Next to him, the corpses of two unidentifiable children can be seen sprawled on the floor of the remains of an apartment complex. The bigger body appeared to be on top of the smaller one as if shielding it, yet both were speared through by a fallen I-beam. The smell was retch-inducing. The flies and maggots had taken the bodies like an all-you-can-eat gourmet buffet. Most of the nutritious innards were almost eaten fully. This was not Tony Stark's first encounter with something like this, but the stress was getting to him. It had been almost a week since the induced eruption of the supercaldera and he had been working nearly 20 hours a day in rescue efforts. Come on, kid. You've been through this, tag the bodies, and let's move on. Logan offered him a bottle of water. Thanks, old man. Tony Stark took a swing of the bottle. This is vodka. He returned the bottle. Just don't tell the girl and no one will know. Logan gave him a gruff smirk. You're no good for my alcoholism. Dick move. Stark complained. Are you gonna go cry to your nanny, bub? Logan asked and took a swing of his water. I don't have to, she is listening to this. Stark returned a mocking smile while pointing at the P-link hanging from his neck. Shit. Logan cursed. Shit indeed. Seraph yelled from behind him after teleporting. I'm sorry. Logan stepped back, the hair rising on his back and arms signaling danger. Sorry isn't going to cut it. Do you know how much effort I put into getting him out of the vice? Only for you to come and do this. Seraph glared at the shrinking Logan. Yeah, you tell him. Stark stood behind Seraph like an instigator kid behind his mother. And you, Tony? Don't you think I don't know you would have noticed the smell before taking a sip? Seraph gave him a side-eye glare. Hey, don't implicate me like that, it's all his fault, I was in distress. Stark waved his armored hands in the air in denial of his involvement. Right, as if you couldn't have spat the liquid out. Logan. There was some lightning cracking between Seraph's tufts of hair and fingers. Okay, I'm going back to work, we are too busy for this. Old man. You find other corpses, we need to find any identifiable bodies in this block and be done with this. Tony said in a hurry to Logan. Logan didn't object and nodded as if he were too busy, knowing better than to step on the tail of the blue monster. By the end of the day, Tony Stark and his bodyguards turned rescue helpers sat around a bonfire, cooking soup. The armor stood behind the group, unmanned, while they all stared at the bubbling liquid, as if lost in thought. Around them, even if it was night, there was a flurry of activity. Emergency vehicles went in and out of the evacuation center, and food distribution was taking place. The military was taking care of the security management and transportation. Seraph, as someone able to heal and cure, was in the medical provisional center helping surgeons and doctors by providing services they didn't have access to at the moment. Her duties went from assisted respiration, blood control, anesthesia, radiological exams, and many other necessities that doctors required to perform their tasks. Given the metamorphic capabilities of her body and the abundant knowledge she had of medicine and medical devices, Seraph could give much-needed assistance. The United States was not doing as badly as the Afro-Eurasian landmass, so there were still hospitals working in the other unaffected states. This meant that Seraph's services were only for stabilization and the emergency treatment of those who couldn't wait to be moved. She is of course a legally registered doctor in the American Board of Medical Specialties, ABMS, and other pertinent organizations, as of last week. You think the Rambos are going to give Seraph a hard time again? Scott Summers asked. There was no one high enough in the command chain before, but with Ross here, he might try something. Stark said. Is he part of you-know-what? Kurt Wagner asked. He was not part of the usual escort of Stark, but he had been helping his team since 3 days ago. Unknowingly, he has some dealing with them, but he isn't part of them, he is too much a nationalist for that. Stark replied. Only misery awaits him if he tries anything on Blue. Logan added. Yeah, but I don't think it will be good for our image if she goes berserker. Seraph has been posing as the mutant daughter of Aragorn Abner and an undisclosed woman. The lack of an apparent age difference made more than a few doubt that statement, but she said she was involved in a time displacement accident and that was enough for most to swallow the news. So Scott's concerns were about how, like her father, Seraph tended to overreact, and he was afraid she might go extreme and mar the image they had been building the past week. Scott was a sensible person now, he gained common sense after Jean Grey fixed him. I don't think it matters, we will be out of the States for a few months after tomorrow, they would have as much power as they do here over her. None. Logan added. They were done saving anyone who could be realistically saved, and for the past 2 days, they've been helping find bodies for the families of survivors. But that ended today, they would move to the surroundings of the Mediterranean Sea. After it overflooded and sunk most of the cities around it, help was desperately in need. Tell that to those guys. Scott pointed with his head at the marching squad moving to surround the tent where Seraph was. ****. This was the shared sentiment in the group. Before they knew it, another squad was surrounding them, as if expecting them to resist. but the hungry group just ignored them and were simply waiting for the soup to be done. With Aragorn currently absent, Seraph was the strongest being on the planet. Why would they try to make things worse and offer assistance? Anxiety was creeping at the soldiers, at seeing the nonchalance of the possible hostiles. "I think it's ready," a white-haired blue-skinned woman with red eyes said. Her simple phrase made the soldiers jump a little. "Heh!" Logan mocked them. "You heard the only one of us who can cook, let's dig in," Logan said, after his attempt to rally them fell flat. "Vanessa, darling, I thank the gods for you," Stark said. The best he could cook was arc reactors. Scott was a master at microwaving, Kurt was a pro at express delivery, and Logan a master of beer cooking, not the type of cooking that involved beer but the type that involved opening a can of beer and nothing else. "It's my first time making venison soup, so don't be critics." It was the game that Logan had hunted because they didn't want to waste rations from the survivors. On the first days, they didn't like kings and queens, but all the stress and physical exertion made them eat more than expected, and since they were too busy to coordinate anything, Logan simply ran into a forest and then returned dragging a deer. "Your humble bragging is as lovely as always." Stark slurped the soup as if it were water from the Holy Grail. "Thanks, Miss Carlyle," Kurt said, accepting his bowl. "Don't mention it, kiddo." She sneaked a bigger piece of meat since he was a respectful kid in her eyes. They kept at their dinner until Logan perked up and looked in the direction of Seraph's tent. "You guys should go to your boss," he angered Blue, "and that's never a good idea." Logan muttered between bites at the soldiers surrounding them. But those were not the soldiers' orders, so they didn't move. If anything, a few of them thought that the muties were going to start showing their true colors, so they were distracting them. "You guys should really check on Ross. I'm an arms dealer, ex-arms dealer, so as ex-business partners, please listen to me." Stark tried his approach. But there was no movement from the soldiers. Inside the tent, things were not as relaxed as outside. Seraph sat behind a desk, surrounded by floating papers and several hollow screens displaying processes and coordinating personnel across the globe. Cables extended from her back, each sharing the same blue, circuitry-like appearance as her skin. These cables weren't plugged into anything, instead, they ended in various medical devices formed from her mass. One cable end was shaped into a multifunction scanning machine, another into a tool for assisting in microsurgery, each modeled from the grand repository of knowledge. On the other side of the desk stood General Ross. He was sided by armed personnel. Seraph was not in a private tent, but one used by the medical department, so several first responders and medical personnel were witnessing the show. "Seraph Abner, your coordination is demanded and greatly appreciated. The military base 87 clicks from here was also hit by the wave of the disaster. I have several good men in need of your services," Ross said for the second time in a demanding tone. "Bring them here in one of your fancy choppers. This is the health center assigned to this area of the affected region," Seraph said without removing her sight from the paperwork. "And I told Dr. Spencer. The results of the chest X-ray are here. It's probably an aortic injury, but if the patient has the time you might want to do a CT scan." Seraph spoke out loud and a hurried nurse came fast walking to the desk. "I'm here for Dr. Spencer's." She grabbed the results of the radiographic imagery and fast walked in another direction. "Girl. This is a military order," Ross shouted after losing his patience. "And I'm not a citizen of this country. Also, as of right now, I enjoy diplomatic immunity." Seraph opened a portal, and paper with several seals and signatures flew out of it. Seraph made the official paper float to Ross' face. "What?" he exclaimed. Still standing in the same spot, he pulled up a cell phone and made a call. The changes on his face were enough to understand that he was not having a good day. "So S.H.I.E.L.D. is backing you up," Ross said in an eerie tone. "And Father, and Goddess Gia, and Rinaska, and now President Clinton. So, I'm not moving from here and visiting your black site of a base to help some possibly imaginary soldiers when you can bring the said imaginary soldiers here. Don't annoy me or I'll tell Father." Seraph glared with a victorious grin. Ross felt like the disrespect was enough. All of these victims who are comfortably flying to their respective hospitals and medical centers. "I could ground these birds, my birds. And by the time an order came from higher up the chain of command it would be too late. Are you really going to continue with your stubbornness and carry the blood of these survivors in your hands? All you need to do is follow us to my base for a quick help, that's all." He shouted while fuming. His statement made more than a few emergency medical responders pause and glare at him. Seraph closed her eyes for a second and all of the screens stopped running. Papers were left hovering statically around her. Ross and several others thought that his threat had worked. Some of the medical staff were worriedly wondering about how they were going to do without her help. "Thaddeus Ross. Your daughter, Elizabeth Ross, this is her, right?" Seraph made a portal window at a distance of a woman at Culver University. The woman was in a large room watching TV with other scientists. They were all seeing with rapt attention the news about the multiple disasters happening around the world, about the multiple organizations that surface to help during these times of need. Like Daybreak, they were talking about an interview with one of its leaders, Magneto. There were also reports about the help provided by the witches and maids serving Lord Alduin, who has been absent since the fight with the calamity they named the Shadow, in honor of the Shadow sword still holding above the planet. Seraph pointed with her index finger and her hand shifted into a revolver. "What do you think you're doing?" He shouted and his men aimed at her. He also pulled his sidearm and pointed it at her. "What do you think you're doing? I have diplomatic immunity. Are you trying to start an international conflict during these trying times? Do you understand the meaning of full immunity? Do you know of the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations, 1961? I can shoot that woman right now and there's nothing you can do about it. What will you do with those firearms of yours? Haven't you seen any data about how bulletproof I am? Come on, General. You're not supposed to be this stupid." Seraph spoke all of this in a breath and didn't let Ross interject. She also did so while having a jeering smile on her face. Ross' face gained a red tone of rage, his eyes went bloodshot and he glared with murderous intention at Seraph. It was comic enough that Seraph wondered if her readings were wrong and maybe Ross was about to turn into Red Hulk out of pure sheer rage without a drop of gamma in his blood. On the other side of the portal, the scientists and students were none the wiser about what was going on. Seraph was cloaking the portal. "I think we should all calm down. Princess, can you not aim at the nice lady?" Stark said as he walked slowly from the entrance of the tent. Behind him was a soldier following him. "Stark," Ross said in acknowledgement. "You as well, Ross. Have you seen what her father can do and does to whoever aims their guns at him? Well, picture the same happening to you on your boys here. The blue cute one over there is on the same level of power as her father and Jean Grey. Do you really want to make an enemy of 2 Omega-level mutants? Without mentioning their followers?" Stark placed a hand on his right shoulder, indicating at him to lower his gun and order his men to stand down. Ross was between following logic or his heart. It should be said that his heart was very patriotic, so whether his heart was thinking about his daughter or his country it was not clear. Seeing the struggle in Ross's eyes, Stark tapped on his P-Link and showed a projection of a maid with butterfly wings, waving her hands like a symphony conductor. Following each of her fluid movements, several streams of water flowed upward from a flooded city, and froze around the city in makeshift walls. "How much do you think she can lift?" Stark joked about the weight of the water Ilara was moving. Hearing Stark's relaxed tone of voice while joking during the tense situation, he took it as mocking. "Stark, are you a traitor to the country that feeds you and fed your family?" Ross asked, his hands holding his sidearm shook in fury. "You're impossible. Go ahead, get your daughter and your men killed. I never liked you anyway, I was just trying to prevent the demise of such a genetic marvel." Stark leered at Elizabeth Ross. "Princess, can you zoom in?" Elizabeth Ross was bent over a table with her head on her hands and her elbows supporting her weight while watching the news. The position itself was not exactly lewd, but Stark was making it so with his comments. "Stark." Ross snarled. "What?" "I'm talking from a scientific point of view." Stark didn't even flinch at Ross' rage-filled yell. "This female human specimen has what has been identified as perfect childbearing hips. The combination with the famously sought-after thighs to die for places her at the top of a very professional list of pinnacle specimens that I have." Stark spoke with a voice as if he was doing a professional report. "That's all I'm saying." Stark took his smartphone out and shamelessly started to take pictures, with flash. "What do you think you're doing?" Ross was about half a mind from aiming at Stark, but he knew he shouldn't. Stark was not like Seraph. Stark was still protected by the USA even after he stopped his weapons manufacturing business, and to Ross, USA was all that mattered. What about Seraph's immunity? Ross didn't care, the same immunity proved she was not a citizen of his country. "I'm documenting, it's what we scientists must do when we encounter these pinnacle specimens. It's the rules, and I don't make the rules, I just play the game." Stark decided to stand behind Seraph just in case he took it too far and Ross loses his shit. But the tense exchange came to an end before that. "I stalled long enough, the rest is up to you," Stark said before walking away as if all that happened before was a joke. "General, did you lose the few screws left in your head? Put the goddamn weapon down if you don't want me to put you down for the good of the country," Fury said as he walked into the tent followed by a squad of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra members, which were the same thing. Weapons hot and ready. All aiming at the soldiers and Ross. "Fury. USWEL. Shut up. This is a direct order, from President Clinton, Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, as is outlined in Article 2 of the U.S. Constitution." Ross put the weapons down. Fury waved at his face a document backing his words. He punctuated each of his words with a violent tap of his walking cane. Fury was in a meeting with the POTUS when Stark contacted him and explained what he was seeing from the surveillance he left in Seraph's tent. He had to portal all the way here after rushing President Clinton to grant diplomatic immunity to Seraph and create the official document with the order. With all of the help those related to Aragorn were providing the world. If Aragorn said that they would stop helping because of issues with the USA, the rest of the world would turn on them. To avoid such a despairing future, Fury and President Clinton came up with this solution, and Ross will probably get a slap on his hands for his heavy-handedness. Ross reluctantly lowered his weapon and his soldiers followed. Seraph, please close the portal. Fury said almost imploringly. Asterisk only because you said so, Uncle Fury. Seraph closed the portal and her hand morphed back to its digit original shape, and then she proceeded to ignore Ross again and continue with her work. After that, from a distance, Fury could be seen waving his hands in the air at Ross. Some say that he was explaining common sense about how you're not supposed to poke the bull by the balls. Undisclosed location, undisclosed time. This was a tragedy for our plans. Multiple screens show the affected bases of their organization in the Afro-Eurasian landmass. Not necessarily. Explain. Chaos is a ladder, we all know that. Tragedy, despair, pain, and hopelessness are some of the best fertilizers for loyalty, devotion, and blind faith. This was how they did things. They took advantage of the lowest moments of someone, lured them, and then entrapped them with some brainwashing. And if the person was not at a low point, then they made it so before extending a helping hand. This is what they did, this is who they were, this was Hydra. With the upcoming crisis, I don't think we will have the resources to foster a new generation to our numbers. When has an economic crisis ever concerned us? They were the cause of many economic crises. They took advantage of the ones they didn't cause. Why would this one be different? Since Aragorn stole billions from us. More than a quarter of those kingpins he boasted to Fury about were ours. I don't want to imagine what he'll do during the upcoming crisis. Our sister is right. Aragorn has always been a major problem in our calculations and machinations. With the addition of Seraph Abner, we will face even bigger problems. A video played of Seraph with multiple screens flashing multiple tasks at the same time. The curious thing was that the video appeared to have been recorded in the first-person point of view. I hate technopaths. And it appears technopathy is just the tip of the iceberg. She stopped the eruption and helped protect the planet with Jean Grey from the cosmic event. From where does this monster keep pulling out more of his kin? Omega levels were supposed to be rare. Dash. Asterisk psi asterisk if there's anything to celebrate, it would be the disappearance of the dragon. There's also the appearance of a second tree, over at Point Nemo. But with how everything is falling apart, we can't claim it. I say we do. Let's seize it, we will be met with less opposition now that the world is focused on stopping this apocalypse. Don't be short-sighted, even for us it would be impossible to maintain the hold over it from the other nations once they realize we took it while no one was looking, and we don't know how Aragorn will react. The last thing we need is Aragorn, his girlfriend, and his daughter on our business. Why don't we control the other nations and make a coalition to secure the tree? If it's a lawful appropriation, Aragorn won't move. We don't control public opinion. Imagine if Aragorn comes out and says that he is pulling back his support because this coalition is taking his stuff while he is busy fixing the world. What even is his stance on the second tree? Did you get something from Fury? Fury said that Aragorn mentioned that they could talk about it later because he was too busy at the moment. That doesn't sound like him, does it? You're right, he parades around like a peacock over what he claims as his territory. Maybe he is not claiming the second tree. Why do you say so? Maybe he doesn't know what happened to the dragon. He is planet-locked by the shield like the rest of us, so maybe he believes that if the world attacked Nazca while the dragon is away, it would be nuked and lost, all except for the radiation-eating tree. Are you implying that he is leaving the second tree up for grabs to alleviate the pressure on him while the dragon is missing? That's what I think, but we would fall back to a problem we've been having since the emergence of the goddess. Right. We don't have a way of assessing her power level. We still don't know how much of a threat she is. With Aragorn and the dragon shielding her from the public eye, it's impossible to assess her. Now that Aragorn has secured her in the ring world, it's even more impossible. On that note, what has Fury unearthed about that abomination? I ordered Fury to question him. Of course, the monster knew the order came from me, so he said that it's obvious for a psychokinetic of his level to have a space station. He said that if Magneto could have his own, why not him? He had the gall to call that a space station. Magneto's space station is to the ring world as a tuggy sandbox is to my yacht. It was a battle and a half, but he submitted a report about how he built it. I don't know what to make of it. He wrote that he dragged a part of the atmosphere with him and went mining to the asteroid belt. At least I can believe that part. Reed Richards is not that far from accomplishing that. But then he said that while at it he was sucked by a wormhole and ended in a planet named Sakaar. From there, it is all as believable as you might imagine. The world was the end destination of space trash. It was a paradise for a backwater civilization like ours. He collected and studied alien tech. Seraph Abner went to look for him. She was sucked by the same wormhole and arrived a few years before him. They eventually met in the arena where the overlord of the planet had death matches for fun. The combination of his superior intellect and his daughter's cuteness allowed them to escape. His words, not mine. He is taking you for a fool. It's obvious he invented the entire thing. Fury accepted such a report. That's part of the problem. As you know, Fury has friendly ties with a faction of the Skrulls, the ones under Talos. They confirmed that Sakaar indeed exists, and it's known as a trash world. The thing is that most recounts about it are from half-crazy people who exited wormholes. So there's no definite proof, which means that Aragorn at least knows of this and that this world functions as the perfect alibi. So we can confirm that he has a form of contact with an alien species, or more. This monster is more problematic the longer he lives. It's not like we haven't tried to get rid of him. Look how much good that did us. My daughter was held hostage for over a month because we tried to capture some Daybreak foals. Is there another way to deal with him other than having the Tesseract going ballistic on him and possibly the rest of the planet? I might have found something. Do tell. Let's hear it. It can't be worse than what we currently have, which is zilch. Go ahead. Back then, during the times of World War II, our leader was looking for that, something else that would allow our glorious Hydra to stand above the rest. As you all know, in his search he found the Tesseract. But that's not the only thing he found that the Asgardians existed, or at least a race of divine beings named as such. With the existence of mutants, the dragon, the goddess, the magical servants of the dragon, the Tesseract, the tree, the shadow, the records of our leader's findings, and everything else, I started to think that Hydra might need to start another branch dedicated to the study of myths and the search for the supernatural. I couldn't find much, initially, but eventually, I found a group of sorcerers that opposed the group that mended the space wound left behind during the Green Door event. This was sent to most of you during the report at the beginning of the year. We've read it. As we discussed, I had my people join this group and bring sorcery to Hydra. That has been a slow process, but we will get there. Recently, not 1 month ago, one of my people who showed promise among the group was granted access to their historical library. If Gia is the same elder goddess as the one spoken in the records, then we are talking about someone who can boss Aragorn around, someone at least on the same level as the dragon. Fuck. Skies. That can't be all. Did you find something else? No, not about her. She is too old even for the sorcerers, but before I lost hope, we made a breakthrough on Project Boundary Breach using some of the knowledge my people brought from the sorcerers. Our attempt at replicating the Tesseract, using extra-dimensional energy extracted from a rift and then held in a matrix, finally made a breakthrough. It shouldn't be long before we have our own Tesseract, our own Cosmic Cube. Hail Hydra. Venice, Italy. The water, once reflecting a vibrant blue, now resembled poorly mixed hot cocoa. Trees, debris, boats, half-submerged vehicles of all kinds, clothing, corpses, ice, and occasionally the top of a building floated just above the murky surface. The city, renowned for its ambience, history, and reputation as the most likely to be flooded, was one of the first on the European continent to sink. Excessive rainfall combined with massive temperature fluctuations had turned the once iconic city into a lake of trash and ice. This is not how I picture our first visit to Venice. It isn't, my fox. Yelena floated next to the flaming Johnny Storm. What are we supposed to do here, Lena? There's not much saving to do at this point. Who could swim and was lucky enough to find something floating got away. Everyone else is, well, you know. Johnny felt he didn't need to finish his statement, on account of the various corpses serving as food for the seagulls that survived. We have to push the water back and try to elevate the city. Yelena had a semi-transparent hologram in front of her overlapping with the landscape. The hologram showed her the best places to start. Not to be a downer, but I don't think I can do much to help you, Lena. It's alright, you're here for moral support and because I won't be seeing you for possibly a long time, so I wanted to spend something together. I can be the most supportive moral for you, my fox goddess, but what's this about not almost dying to sex for a long time? Hey, do you think I'm gonna let you slack while I'm gone? I already gave your sister the exercise routine you'll have to follow while I'm gone. When I return I expect you to outlast me at least once. There's dreaming, there's fantasy, and then there's me outlasting you. Hey, my hotbod, don't sell yourself short. You've made great improvements, your training has bore fruit, and I have been able to give you my 80%. If you think about how a human has been able to make me go at about 80%, you realize that you're probably the reincarnation of a deity of sex. As much as that feeds my overinflated ego, the MVP is this girl inhabiting my soul. Otherwise instead of Human Torch I would be called Hipless Human. Aha, I'm thankful to her. At the same time, I feel ashamed of subjecting the equivalent of a baby to our disrespectful and sinful sex. I ain't stopping. Johnny shook his head in denial, his arms crossed over his chest in an X, his flame mimicked him and made several smaller X's float around him. I ain't allowing you to stop, but I'm just saying. Yelena made X's of ice float around her and her tails crossed in X as well. They looked at each other and laughed. They both knew they were some horny deviants, but neither cared that much. Johnny was always a shameless human, and Yelena cared so little about anything anyone but her family thought. And her family didn't mind. Hey, Lena, so I get that we are supposed to unflood Venice, but how are we supposed to do that when this whole region is below the new sea level? Like I said, we elevate the city. We are making an island. Right. How? Johnny expressed his confusion. My specialty is ice, thermodynamic control with emphasis on entropy removal, to be more accurate, but that doesn't mean I can't do other sorcery. In this case, we will inscribe a citywide magic circle, and then the land will rise like a column. That's one way of making an island. Yelena showed Johnny the hologram Spark gave her. I see, that Maya, wait. Here it says that I will be your backup battery, what's that about? It's not my affinity and I'm using my reserves because the shield is blocking most forms of supernatural energy from flowing, dimensional energy, universal energy, divinity contracts, and more, but you and your girl are a well of energy, in case I run dry you'll help me. Hoo hoo hoo. Johnny laughed like a haughty young lady. Look who's running dry now. How the turns have tabled. Idiot. I will suck you dry tonight if you keep this up. The joke's on you. I'm keeping this up. While the two sexual deviants joked and flirted, they moved to elevate the city. Yelena first raised a circular wall of ice surrounding the city. Then she used her telekinesis for the Herculean task of draining the city. Johnny, true to his supportive role, would goofily act like a cheerleader and support Yelena while doing acrobatics in the air with the assistance of his living flame. After a few hours, they landed, and using Yelena's blood while following the instructions of Spark, they marked the city with a magic circle. Johnny was worried about the gallons upon gallons of blood his fox was leaking, but he knew better. Just grab my tails, I will siphon from your energy if I find myself lacking. Yelena instructed him. Not missing the chance, Johnny glomped the whole Fluff in a hug. Yelena rolled her eyes at the opportunistic man and got a bit wet after thinking about the occasions in which he had grabbed her tails before. This was probably the only PG-13 occasion. The circle painted in blood lit up, and there was no shaking, nor rumbling. At some point Johnny thought that the circle failed, but then he felt Yelena absorb some of his energy. He didn't have a way of measuring how much, but he could estimate about 2/3 of his full capacity. The circle finally died down and disappeared. Yelena fell backward, Johnny followed, and her tails moved to soften the blow, and with an almost comical poof, they fell in a cushion of fluff. I'm guessing it succeeded, right? Johnny asked as he hugged Yelena into a straddling position above him, her tails between his legs and sides to work as the bed of fluff. Yeah, the ice walls were too tall so you didn't see it as we were ascending. Yelena waved her hand and the walls broke away as if they were made of dust. The light caught the snow as it soared with the winds while looking as magical as its nature. With the walls falling apart, they made way for the view. The sea could be seen now at the same level as the canals and ports of the city. Won't it be a problem when the water recedes? He asked. That's not happening, at least not in thousands of years. This place not only sank because of the weather. In one of the hits, Aragorn almost fully softened the blow, but he couldn't dissipate enough force of it. What does that mean? It means that this part of the continent sank, not solely because the water level rose, but because the ground level sank. Shy it. Johnny exclaimed. Classy. Yelena jokingly reproached. Ding, her P-Link rang. Yelena, I apologize for the interruption. The team of Flora Colossus is arriving to deliver the WL tomato strain seedlings. Spark said from her P-Link. Hey, Spark. I don't think this fox is moving anywhere. Johnny spoke up. It's all right, I'm not moving but you are. Yelena said to Johnny. Sure, what can I help with? Remember the canals I told you about? Yeah, I marked them on my map. Johnny tapped on his P-Link and showed a city of the now raised Venice with several canals selected. There will be some tree aliens teleporting soon. Guide them to these canals. They know what to do after that, they might ask you to heat the water a little after my ice cooled it. Yelena trusted the translating capabilities built on Johnny's P-Link so that he could understand the three-worded language of the Flora Colossus. What's this about? Mr. Storm, it's part of the deal Aragorn made with the Italian government. The Flora Colossus will plant a hybrid of water lily and tomato blessed by goddess Gia. It should help them in the upcoming famine. Saprik answered from Johnny's P-Link. How does that even work? Genetical splicing and rearrangement combined with asexual cloning and reproduction of samples under high concentration of divinity. The tomatoes will grow under the water level, when ripe they'll float between the leaves. At first sight, it looks like a normal water lily. Yelena commented about the hologram Spark was showing Johnny Storm. This is some crazy scientist shit done right. Maybe the famine won't be as bad as Reed projected for the next quarter. Johnny said. A few months after the disaster, some populations in certain religious states that didn't accept the helping hand tainted by the false goddess were starting to be engulfed by mass starvation. Reed had projected that more than a third of the population of Africa alone would be lost, and based on the way that projections were moving, it appeared to be true. Daybreak, the mutant organization that began to change the public perception of mutants, along with the servants of Lord Alduin, who is still absent, Renasca, Star Industries, and several of the companies under Aragorn Abner have been working hard toward keeping the world from falling apart. Renasca, which initially counted with only 2 species of supercrops, started to heavily invest in hybrids, supercrops, enhanced soils, and divinely blessed fertilizers to help fight the worldwide famine. Star Industries along with Entech spearheaded the massive distribution of smartphones to help people gain access to information faster. Info which was desperately needed after the world climate settled for a frenzied mess. The weather became crazy in consequence, and it became normal to have sudden electric storms accompanied by hail and/or snow. Sudden drops or highs in temperature, hurricanes, monsoons, typhoons, cyclones, swells, storm surges, tornadoes, and many more examples of extreme weather became the norm. Which is why a means of quick access to news was needed. During the first months, it was really hard because the planetary magnetic field was damaged. Countless satellites were lost, technology centers dependent on the magnetic field became obsolete at best, long-distance communications became almost impossible, navigation went a century backward, all flights were grounded for months, and overall any semblance of modernity seemed to have been lost. During these trying times, the leader of Daybreak, formerly known as a terrorist, created a miracle. Magneto, escorted by Aragorn Abner, went to the magnetic North Pole, Rogue, escorted by Jean Grey, went to the magnetic South Pole, and between these two they fixed and restored the planetary magnetic field. The miracle was caught on camera and, with the help of the satnet Aragorn made public he created, was spread through the world to bring hope to humanity during the darkest time of modern history. Lots of questions would have been made about why Aragorn created such a satnet, but humanity was still falling apart, if anything it was doing worse now. At least, during the fight of the Shadow against Alduin, Aragorn, Jean, Ororo, and Seraph were there to buffer the blows. But now people were dying of something else. While millions still died, as the months passed, the number of victims of the famine and the weather, among other aftershocks of the fight, kept escalating, until by the mark of the 3rd month both numbers were equal. Not everyone was cooperating, though. Seeing so many mutants helping selflessly made certain individuals spin a tale about how the Shadow was one of their kin and they were helping because it was their responsibility. This didn't gain much momentum because Spark and Seraph controlled the media through the Skynet. Needless to say, these certain individuals started to disappear if they were part of certain affiliations. But in the same manner, as these exceptions were being uncooperative due to X-gene found in the helpers, certain countries didn't accept the help of the pagan goddess and their zealots. These countries that operated like theocracies demanded the cessation of resources marred by the fake goddess. Aragorn attended a press conference in which he addressed these concerns and many others with an okay. Since most of the girls were almost as laden in Gia's divinity as Aragorn was, he removed them from these theocracies. Since he was a fervent believer in goddess Gia and prayed daily to bless the products affiliated with him and his companies, he stopped sending help altogether. Since his girls were providing security, among a vast array of services, in the reconstruction efforts, their removal meant that other companies would no longer brave to these parts of the world. In the end, these countries were left with the help they could get from their allies and whatever they could do for themselves. And this is how a number of countries became no man's land. People starved, people rioted, people rebelled, people prayed, people killed, people died, jurisprudence was the first to go, governments followed, and lastly, people stopped being people and only the animals were left, the true face of a starving, dying, despaired, and hopeless human. Mr. Abner, about the situation Middle East situation, Mr. Shadow No. 1, also known as Alexander Pierce, said with a tone of voice that indicated reluctance. What, Pierce? Aragorn, Spark, asked in a way that conveyed all of his willingness to hear him out. The situation has escalated to the point that the surrounding countries are having a hard time keeping them at bay. Resources are not lasting for those that were accepting immigrants, and no form of governance can be found in these places. It's gotten to the point that we can't even know what's going on inside the territories that fell because no form of organized macro-civilization is left. Get to the point, Pierce. Aragorn was listening to nothing new. Keep it civilized, Abner. Fury said to calm Aragorn down. In recent discussions among the WSC, it has been agreed that resources from the fallen territories should be allocated to areas with a genuine possibility of recovery. The focus will primarily be on the countries that are benefiting from both your assistance and ours in the rebuilding efforts. These resources may include, but are not limited to, personnel, vehicles, ores, construction materials, processed metals, water, soil, and land. Why don't you just say that you want to rip the fallen counties apart and distribute what could be saved and is useful among the pockets of your friends? Aragorn asked. Abner. Are you not paying attention to what I said? Pierce asked. Save it, Pierce. Why are you telling me about this? What do you want? Unlike yours, my time is worth something to the world, just speak your unreasonable demand and stop wasting the most valuable resource on this planet. Aragorn cut to the chase. That mouth of yours, Miss Shadow Number 1, also known as Pamela Hawley, murmured, loud enough to be heard through the hologram. Public support from you and the companies you represent. Fuck off. Aragorn said and then faced Fury. If he keeps trying to involve me in his scumminess, I'm going to lose it, Fury. I'm leaving. Aragorn teleported away and left the room. Sir, I believe that's the best you'll get from Abner. We knew he wasn't likely to accept. Pamela Hawley said. I know, but even if the purpose is for allocation of resources and peacemaking, it won't look good. Pierce said. Sir, isn't it enough with the help that we are receiving already? Fury asked. It will be enough to pull the world out of this hole in a few years, but, meanwhile, this is intended as an attempt supported by over 80 countries to curb this current crisis. Pierce. Bullshit, thought Fury. This time he is not lying, Spark told Fury in his mind. He ain't. No, the crisis has been affecting his pals more fiercely than they expected, I believe. So they are indeed trying to combat the crisis, but not out of the goodness of their heart. You still don't plan to make a move on the fallen countries? Fury took the chance to ask. No, Fury, we're not the saviors of humanity. We are the saviors of the world. Humanity is lucky to be somewhat part of the world. If you leave them be, Hydra and other undesirable will sink their claws in them. Are you sure this won't cause problems later? No, I'm not. But we won't help the fallen countries anyway. It's not because of their blasphemy, but simply because our hands are tied, we don't have the made power or will to route resources to cater to anyone's sensitivities. We're not a restaurant. I imagined, I'll see what I can do with my resources, I can't leave everything up to you. Oh, so you realized your dependency on the Master Chief. Interesting character development, Fury. Fuck off, robot. I was already fucking off, see you later, Fury. P.S. Talk to King Doom. What will we do now, sir? Will we proceed without Abner's people? Fury asked. S.H.I.E.L.D. will do nothing, please focus on your current tasks, Director. Pamela Hawley ordered. This is an initiative that will be led and supported by the UN, so we will still intervene, with or without their help. It would have been preferred due to the image Abner's people have, but if he is unwilling to work with us, we will still proceed, nothing changed. Pierce explained. As you wish. Fury consented. On another note, we have been able to narrow down Daybreak's base somewhere around the North Pacific. Fury loaded a file with his findings to the screen. Finally, some goddamned good news. Pierce rejoiced. Now you just have to find the cloaked, moving, spacefaring, living island before it flies away, motherfucker. A/N. That's it for the interlude. As you can see, there will be a time skip for Aragorn's return. Chapter 58, Naruto, Blessed be the Snake Kid. Part 2. Continuation of Part 1. Even if that means that you'll have to share him and he will never be fully yours. Lucian pointed out the obvious. What? Ino had a bad feeling. Sasuke wants to restore the Uchiha clan, which means he will need a lot of descendants. If he doesn't want to thin his blood more than it's already demanded, he must have a harem. Lucian spoke as bluntly as an elephant in a glass house. But, can't I give him a lot of babies? The bad feeling intensified. If he wants to avoid consanguinity problems along the line, then he ought to have multiple partners. Initially, I should have been one of those partners, but due to reasons pertaining to my future, I can't be his partner, but I have a solution for that. The point is, Sasuke will need a harem of able-bodied and supportive wives unless he renounces his dream of the Uchiha restoration. Lucian stated. Ino stopped hiding and ambled to Sasuke. She sat by his side. Sasuke lazily glanced at her and he found in her a look he recognized, one he had seen in the mirror for the past days. Both shared the same lost look. A sense of companionship was shared. Too soon. I think it had to happen sooner or later. After a contemplative silence. Sasuke. Ino. Are you going to restore your clan? Ino asked. Sayaka appeared on his other side and took the fishing rod from his hands and started to reel in the catch. Sasuke was silent for a moment. He started to think about his initial purpose in killing Itachi. Now, in retrospect, it all appeared so hollowed. Itachi was as much a victim as he was, just as he was as much a culprit as the village. Would the village allow it? He asked himself and the girl on his other side. Ino was left confused about the question. When you make it to Chunin, I will do something. One of the outcomes is that if you still want the option, then you'll have it. Sayaka answered cryptically. You will? Sasuke asked with wide eyes in surprise. He understood what Sayaka was implying. That was always the plan. I just need to take care of some details in the village and then I'll hunt Mr. Hokage mindset at the age of 7. Sayaka smiled predatorily. Sasuke went back to thinking about how even more empty felt his revenge now that he had to compete with the monster by his side for the head of Itachi. Was there a need, a point, a reason, or even a duty to take Itachi's life with his own hands? Sayaka could have probably done it the night of the Uchiha fire if she was not so busy fighting to protect the clan, Sasuke thought. And he was not mistaken. If it was not because of Obito Uchiha, she could have dealt with Itachi. Let's say I kill Itachi, if I surmised correctly, he is still working under the Hokage, wouldn't that mean that I would be then branded a rogue? Because the village would never really allow me to kill Itachi, so I would need to escape Konoha and track him all on my own. Sayaka would help me, but at that point, she might as well end him. These and several other thoughts not expected from a 10-year-old were running through his mind. With all of the guidance he had received from Lucian, Sasuke had managed to piece together almost all of the real happenings behind the end of his clan. Lucian left things related to Obito Uchiha out of the guidance, but anything else was exposed. Part of the reason for Sasuke's depression was that he realized there was no point in killing Itachi. His brother was not truthfully testing his power against the clan, his life was not in danger, and even less Sayaka's. If it was only this, Sasuke could have continued with his life, but since the village headed out for the Uchiha, Sasuke was left with no future. The village would at best take his descendants hostage, at worst they would die in accidents, so he had no path of progress. But this changed with Sayaka's implicit statement that she was going to get rid of them. Sasuke, unlike the absurd statement of Itachi having the mindset of a Hokage at age 7, had the mindset of an angst teenager at age 10, but not only this, due to the guidance, not at all manipulation, of Lucian, Sasuke thought more about his future than anything else. Sasuke wondered about what sort of future he would have as a shinobi. Was the pay high enough to outweigh all the negatives, like the risk of death in any and all missions? Was the retirement plan good? If there was a retirement plan aside from being a council elder, was the health plan excellent, as it should be expected from such a risky job? Were the vacation days enough? Sasuke thought about how in the future when he had his own family he would be placing the risk of them living without a father present due to how risky the shinobi job was. Something in him clicked. He realized that the true path to his happiness lay elsewhere. He would still need power, because this was a dog-eat-dog world, so he planned to continue training under Sayaka until she deserted Konohagakure, but that was it. He might become a shinobi, but not one absorbed by the profession. He would need to get another form of power, and what better way to start than with the properties Sayaka was handling for him. He would restore, no. He will do something better than restoring the Uchiha clan. He decided. He looked back at Ino with a newfound intensity and desire, not of the romantic type, mind you, and he saw in her many things he wanted and needed. Things he didn't see before because he was too obsessed with Itachi. Ino. I don't want to restore the Uchiha clan. Sasuke's words shone a light on her fantasies of waiting for Sasuke at home with a little Sasuke by her side and a little Ino bun in the oven. I'll help you in my own way. Lucian knew the type of support Sasuke was asking from Sayaka was different from the type he asked of Ino. Ino felt the gaze laden with expectations and promises and she fell into a genjutsu of her heart's creation. Sasuke appeared resplendent. His words echoed in her heart and loins. Sasuke held her hands as if it was the most precious object in the world. He's doing great. He looked at her and spoke with sincerity. I can't do it without you, Ino. Sasuke conveyed to her a sense of dependency, of need, of want. I promise I will do my best to support your dreams as you will support mine. Sasuke made her feel as if it was obvious for her to support him, just like he would support her. It's something only you can help me with. He ended his plea with this sentence. Great, now he made her feel as if she was special. Everybody wants to be special, but women particularly want to be special to their partner in a way that would make them appear helpless without them. They want their partner to convince them that they can't do without them. Just like how a child can't do without their mothers. They want to be that island for their partner, which is the feeling that Sasuke is evoking in Ino. That also applies to men. That's true, but men have a bigger desire to protect, not to provide a resting place for their partners. So, although it's similar, it's different. One wants to be the shelter in the storm, the other wants to fight the storm off. This only works because Ino is Ino, but indeed. We have successfully created another beast. At least this time it was knowingly, unlike with Naruto. Ino's eyes darted from Sasuke to Sayaka, her face had a fierce blush, her eyes shone with unshed tears from the emotional overload, her knees were weak, her loins even more so. She was the type of girl to mature fast. She looked for assistance in Sayaka, and she got it. Lucian nodded and faked a smile of support and approval, with a dazzle of pride. That was Ino's tipping point. Aye. Why yesh. Ino shouted in excitement. The girl was successfully ensnared in the trap laid by Lucian, Madeline, and, unknowingly, Sasuke. I'm sorry, Inoichi, Madeline made a silent prayer for him to herself. It's all right. Ino's future would be brighter as the first wife of the Uchiha clan than as a kunoichi. That's such a low bar. But it's true. Lucian was right and Madeline knew it, being a kunoichi, percentage-wise, was deadlier than being in any other profession. Even the slaves that circulated through the underworld had lower mortality rates than kunoichis. From that day on, Ino started to spend more time with Sasuke. Sasuke took his first step outside his Avenger path. Sasuke, slowly, recovered the pleasant disposition he had before Itachi fucked his life up. It wouldn't go as far as to say that he smiled pleasantly, but he would often have a faint smile while talking with Ino. Another year went by, and a pink-haired girl, Sakura Haruno, joined the gang. I don't bite, pink. Sayaka said to the girl taking refuge behind Ino. Yeah, nice to meet you, my name is Sakura Haruno. She introduced herself with so much spirit that one might mistakenly assume she was filled with fearlessness, but that wasn't the case. She shouted from behind Ino, her legs shaking a little and her heart was galloping. Why are you so afraid? I didn't deal with any kids before. Sayaka always targeted adults, so Sakura's fear seemed unreasonable. My father. She exclaimed in trepidation. Did your father do something to Naruto? Sayaka connected the dots. Sakura was a child of one of her victims. No. He said it was a misunderstanding, he didn't mean to bump into Naruto. Sakura said with almost a glare, like the type of glare a Pomeranian might make. Bullshit. I see, maybe I made a mistake. Can you do me a favor and tell your father that I will visit him tomorrow to apologize? Sayaka smiled sweetly. Eh? She's nicer than rumor said, Sakura thought. Okay. I will tell him tonight. Sakura got out of the protective cover of Ino. After that, Sakura joined the training of the gang. She had to go through the usual ritual of chakra control, but she was talented in that. You're nasty. Shikamaru commented. He was unsteadily floating to Sayaka's height. Are you referring to Sakura's matter? Sayaka grinned. Yeah, there's no way that was a misunderstanding, was it? Shikamaru knew Sayaka could feel the intentions and feelings of others. No, it wasn't. You can always know what others are feeling. Shikamaru asserted. My dojutsu is special. That's a lie. Shikamaru pointed out. Sayaka got closer to him and placed a hand on his shoulder to assist him with the chakra circulation of the flying technique. Oh, do tell, how do you know? Sayaka asked in interest. You tend to grin when you make a lie that you know no one could disprove, even if they know it's a lie. Shikamaru pointed at her smirk. Heh, and why do you think it's a lie? Sayaka's grin widened. You don't use chakra when you do it. If I had to guess, it's passive. Shikamaru surmised. Ha 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 ha. Not even the so-called leaders of this village, who are always desperate to gather information about me, noticed that. Well done, Shikamaru. Sayaka ruffled his head. Ugh, stop that. He complained. That father will have to tell his daughter that he lied, or he will try to avoid the situation. Regardless, Sakura will have her image of her father broken by that single apology you offered. Nasty. Shikamaru said. I once told Inoichi that child abusers should be thankful I didn't kill them. Sayaka replied with disinterest. Why do you have such a fixation with children? Shikamaru asked. You're too young or too innocent to understand, but children are almost always sinless until they begin to change into adults. Sayaka said almost always because there are plenty of exceptions in life. You're younger than I am. Shikamaru pointed. Yes, I am. Sayaka grinned widely. What? Shikamaru.exe has stopped working. Time moved on, like usual, and the year of the academy graduation arrived. This didn't mean much to Sayaka, aside from being her last year in Konoha, that is. On a regular morning, she found a small snake at her doorstep. It regurgitated a scroll and then poofed. Snake Kid. Snake Kid. By the end of the day, Sayaka stood outside Kanagakure for the first time since her arrival. She was waiting in a clearing on the dark woods. The night was preciously glowing under the light of the two satellites on the planet. Kohuhu. I didn't think I would see you again, monster girl, or should I say Aya? Or maybe Maddie Futagami. Orochimaru snaked his way out of the forest, followed by a gray-haired glasses-wearing teen. Snake Kid, or should I say my creator? I'm impressed you got to Maddie Futagami. Did you get that information from the liver donor of the sand person I found in my body? Lucian and Madeline always wondered how that happened. He, yes, Maddie-sama. I had a fortuitous encounter with a man named Sasori. He exchanged a piece of his liver and information for recounts and pictures of your childhood as Eiko Senju. Tsunade was a sucker for you, so I knew where to find her hidden stash. Apparently, a woman named Sahara was buying them for a high price in Sunagakure. Orochimaru said with a twitching grin. Even for him, that was crazy. Ah, my little sister is crazy, that's a fact. Snake Kid, you fucked up your soul, didn't you? Sayaka floated close to Orochimaru, and she did so in a defenseless way. Very few would notice, and even fewer would approach me in such a guardless way. But, I guess you're not just anybody, are you? The one of the two Kami. Orochimaru stood still while Sayaka hovered around him while studying him. Don't give it that much importance, Snake Kid. I'm the bane of your existence, I'm a goddess of souls, and yours is particularly vulnerable. Yuck. This is a lady's body, do you still have your original body? Sayaka asked. Yes, it's not livable, but I still have it. Can the problem be fixed? Orochimaru had contacted her for cooperation. I have a few possible solutions. Did you get Sunagakir's method for extended lifespan from this Sasori person? No, that's heavily guarded under a divine decree from Aya Futagami. Orochimaru laid his eyes on her as if telling her it was her fault he was mortal and puny. I could fix your old body and then dump your soul in there after healing it, that would take about 1 year. We could grow a new body and then dump your soul in it, that would take about 3 years. I can give you the method for extended lifespan for the second option. Sayaka offered. And the price? Orochimaru asked. According to the intelligence I gathered, the Alliance will sign a cooperation pact with Konohagakure during the Chunin exams, this year. I need your help getting rid of a few pests or holding them back while I carry some much-deserved revenge on certain Council of Elders, especially on Danzo. Sayaka spoke in a conspiratorial voice. Oh, and why would someone as detached as you be interested in their deaths? You should be interested as well, after all, they leaked Nawaki's information. Sayaka spoke with a flat voice, belying her murderous intentions. Orochimaru lost the grin he had and an expression of rage accompanied by bloodlust erased his nonchalance. Who do you need to hold back? He asked coldly. It's not clear yet if the Raikage and Tsuchikage will come themselves, but it's possible. I need you to hold back the Kages and possibly kill Hiruzen while I end the Council and Danzo. That's a tall order even for me, I can do the decrepit old men, but the Raikage is too fast, and the Tsuchikage flies. Didn't you steal the Edo Tensei when you left? Kuhuhu, Monster Girl, you overestimate the technique. It's not perfected so I won't be able to bring the subjects back with full strength. It might be enough for the old men, but not if the other Kages intervene. Then don't kill him, just stall them long enough so that they don't interfere with my dealings, I would then move to support you and we can kill Hiruzen together. What about the other Kages? They are not my targets, but if they die they die. I wouldn't mind ending Inoki, though. That's manageable. I agree, Madi-sama. My humble self will provide you with assistance, eagerly. His voice laced with murder and deference. That's disgusting, don't talk like that again. Sayaka gagged. And so the cooperation between the snake and the goddess was established. By the end of the first month of that year, the gang graduated from the academy and officially became genin. The Inoshikacho tribe was kept together as usual. Hinata was assigned to a team with a child from the Aburame clan and another from the Inuzuka clan. The idea officially was to make a scouting and tracking team, but in reality, Hinata was in that team to protect and level up her teammates. Naruto and Sasuke were paired due to the circumstances of their lineage, and Sakura was assigned to this team because the higher-ups found a lack of the will of fire in both Naruto and Sasuke. In other words, they were afraid they would run from the village during a mission, or simply choose to give up upon encountering difficulties because they cared not for the village's reputation and had no attachments to it, especially Sasuke. So Sakura was the chain keeping them in the village, or at least this was what they were expecting. Hello, I'll be your Jonin sensei. Kakashi Heikate said as he entered a room with only the trio of his students waiting. Oh, it is Kakashi. Here I was thinking that I had gotten rid of my secret admirers. Naruto sarcastically said. Don't be rude, Naruto. It's clear by the dead fish eyes on Heikate-sensei that he doesn't want to be here either. Sakura said, Kakashi catching strays. Sayaka invited us to dinner at her place tonight, are you coming? Sasuke asked about a topic he was more interested in instead of his Jonin sensei. Oh, that's nice. I love her food. Naruto confirmed. I'll be there as well. Sakura said. Sasuke made a lazy hand sign and summoned a small snake. He handed the snake a scroll with the reply of his team and sent it away. Kakashi, she said that you had to go if you didn't want your life turning to hell, so I didn't ask you. Sasuke said after addressing Kakashi, he already lamented accepting this role. Asterisk psi asterisk whatever, let's go to the mission center. Kakashi walked slowly to the window. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke followed after like ducklings. Sensei, I thought we were supposed to go through a test under you. Sakura commented as they jumped over the roofs of the village. Normally, that's the case. Usually, a Jonin instructor would test their students to familiarize themselves with the team. In our case, it's not necessary since I've been with you for years now, as part of my task of monitoring Naruto. I know you, you know me, and I know your fighting styles, that's all that matters. Kakashi responded. Makes sense, when one spends 6 hours a day spying on someone, usually you get to know them really well, unilaterally so. Naruto quipped. Don't get fixed on it, this guy was probably ordered to do so because he was a student of your father. Sasuke told Naruto. You're not supposed to talk about S-rank secrets of the village out in the open like that. Kakashi added. Or what? Naruto replied flatly. It's not like there are any enemies of Naruto's father that would dare to attack him. Sasuke added. I hate to agree with Naruto, but he is right. Kumo and Iwa are in no position to attack Konoha or Naruto, they even had to put down their pride and merge into the alliance. Sakura contributed. And all rogue shinobi that visit the village get done by Sayaka, so, Naruto finished the barrage of hits on Kakashi. How was he supposed to say that he also thought it was a stupid S-rank secret? Don't blame the messenger. Anyway, we have a quota of D-rank missions to take before we are given an S-rank mission assigned to this team and a couple of others in particular. Kakashi said. S-rank? Is that the sort of missions genin are supposed to take? Naruto wondered if the village had finally decided to take him and Sasuke out due to their impertinence and lacking will of fire. I'm not taking any suicide missions, Sayaka forbid it as the temporary head of my clan. Sasuke surreptitiously took cover behind Sayaka's name. I can't take a suicide mission without my teammates. Sakura's will of fire faltered since day one. First of all, you should be ashamed to call yourselves genin. Sakura, the weakest of you, can take on an experienced chunin with her hands tied behind her back. Second of all, Sayaka Uchiha is the one paying for the mission and that nominated you for it. Kakashi lamented the day he was implicated in the madness he thought the mission would be. Ah, okay. If it's Sayaka-chan then it's alright. Naruto dismissed his previous flight or fight response. I see I never had a choice. Sasuke accepted reality for what it was. That gives me a terrible feeling. Sakura realized Kakashi never said it was not a suicide mission. That day they completed 11 D-rank missions. They all knew the shadow clone technique, and although Sakura's chakra pool was meager when compared to her teammates, she learned a basic seal of chakra storage from Sayaka. Every day she would go to sleep after depleting her chakra to tolerable levels and storing chakra in seals on her skin. She kept these in places covered by her clothing. The technique allowed them to paint fences, collect garbage, babysit, and hunt for lost pets at the same time. By the end of the day, Sakura had a killer headache, but she was doing better than the first time Sayaka tortured her under the excuse of training. They dragged themselves to Sayaka's house. Kakashi was walking on high alert, he knew of the fate that awaited the ones who stepped close to her house. It's open, they heard Sayaka in their minds. I hate that. Kakashi and Sakura muttered at the same time. They looked at the other and found a strange form of solace in them. Sayaka, Kakashi said you nominated us for an S-rank mission. Sasuke asked as he made himself comfortable in the living room as if this was his house. Yeah, what's that about? Naruto asked. He made his way to the kitchen where food was floating and cooking itself. He opened the fridge and pulled an iced tea bottle and some glasses to share with the rest. I have some dealings in Ryumayaku, I will also teach you something for which it's better to be at that specific location. Hinata's team and Niji's will also accompany us, along with their Jonin instructors, so it's a whole squad. Sayaka replied after floating out of her room. She was now donning tattoos on most of her body except her head. Those are new. Sakura pointed out after thanking Naruto for her iced tea. It's part of the dealings I have in Ryumayaku. She replied. Where's Ryumayaku located? I have heard of it. Sakura asked. She was the best academic student of her generation, she had read a few world maps, but she didn't remember a name as memorable as that. The desert. Sayaka's words brought a pause to Sakura's thinking. Kakashi was previously informed of the mission content so he was already on the stage of acceptance. Sasuke didn't care that much, he knew Sayaka wouldn't let anything too grave happen to them. Naruto and Hinata already knew that Sayaka was connected to the desert, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Kakashi, who was paying attention to their reactions, wondered if his male students were blockheads or if they knew something he didn't, or maybe both. The desert. The unexplored, super SSS rank forbidden land. The place where colossal snakes of sand are said to meander. Where the keys to immortality and eternal damnation lie. Sakura shouted in question. Those are sandworms, and the thing about immortality is bullshit, the sand people tend to live longer but they aren't immortal. Damnation could be found anywhere, there's enough of that in this village, you don't need to go that far, ask Heikate Boyo over there. Sayaka floated to the kitchen to finish the chicken lasagna in bechamel sauce. Puffed. Heikate Boyo. Naruto snicker. Sasuke looked away while forcing his lips shut. Naruto. Is Sensei's nickname what's important right now? We are going on a suicide mission. You should not be clowning right now. Not you, Sasuke, you can if you want. Sakura's rigmarole lost belligerence by the end. Oh. What if I want to clown with you? Sasuke's attention fell on Sakura. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sasuke teasing Sakura was nothing new. Kill me now, please, Kakashi thought to himself. Don't you feel proud of your pupil, Lucy? My inability to feel pride aside, he recognized the talent of Sakura and the opportunity that presented itself in the teen crush of Sakura. He is taking the opportunity and sees every female who approaches him with an open mind, as the head of the future Uchiha clan should. He is doing merit to my teachings, and yours. Yes, he is. The rest ignored the stammering mess Sakura became and talked about the mission details Sayaka saw fit to reveal. After dinner, they each went back to their homes and the day came to an end. In the following 3 months, they spent their time doing D-rank missions, back-to-back, and training as if their life depended on it. Since Sayaka had told them that they would be tested, the higher-ups had agreed to Sayaka's request because they wanted to scout information from within the sand, also because they wanted for themselves whatever Sayaka was going to teach the kids in Ryumayaku. They had an idea since Jiraiya once mentioned what sort of place Ryumayaku was. He had gotten that information from Mount Maiboku. There was also the fact that Sayaka had agreed to pay for the mission in jutsu from other nations, including the lightning cloak and dust release. Greed got the better of them and they ignored that their Jinchuriki and one of the last Uchiha, considered flight risks, were going to leave the village. Maybe they found solace in the instructors accompanying them. It wasn't Sayaka's problem, out of sight out of mind, right? Sayaka met Tenten, Kiba Inuzuka, and Shino Aburame from the teams of Niji and Hinata Hyuga. Might Guy was already a pal of hers, so the only new instructors were Kurenai Yuhi and Asuma Sarutobi. Your eyes resemble more the Sharingan than mine, and I'm supposed to be an Uchiha. Sayaka told Kurenai Yuhi. Thank you. Kurenai said. Is it a compliment? She murmured in question to Asuma. I don't know, but the old man told me to be careful, so take it as such. Asuma whispered back. It was a compliment, you're pretty. And the old man forgot to mention that my senses are overall better, so there's no use in murmuring like a wimp. Sayaka said out loud. Behind her Kakashi snickered and Kurenai glared at him. Asuma was looking for a rock to hide under, both in fear and ashamed. Anyway, don't get fixed on the small things. You should join the training too, she said to the instructors. Yash. Guy eagerly joined his pupils and their friends. Why? Kakashi asked. You're weak. Naruto, Niji, and Hinata could solo you, Kakashi. Kurenai and Asuma are no different. Sasuke might have a slightly harder time because he started his training later than the others, but still. If you haven't noticed the disparity between your students and you is because they spared you the shame. Well, Kakashi should be aware. Sayaka bluntly replied. Sayaka-chan, that may appear so in your eyes, but we are jonin. My students are remarkable, I'll give you that, and it may be as such because of your tutelage, but I know their limits better than most. Asuma Sarutobi retorted. Sayaka looked at him like an idiot, a look Kakashi shared. Shikamaru. Sayaka called. Shikamaru slowly floated from where he was practicing and arrived lazily. Sayaka. What's this about? He asked, stifling a yawn. You're going to spar with Asuma Sarutobi. If you lose I'll train you non-stop for 3 days. Sayaka smiled brightly. Shikamaru's face suddenly turned predatorily and looked at Asuma like a life enemy. His chakra was primed and ready. Hey, Sayaka-chan, this is too much. Shikamaru has only been a genin for 3 months, this is not fair. Kurenai interjected for Shikamaru, whether ignoring or oblivious to Shikamaru's change was not clear. Kakashi shook his head from side to side. Asuma was glad that someone was speaking with reason. Sayaka simply ignored them and floated Asuma and Shikamaru at a distance, opposite to the other. Ready? She asked softly, her voice reaching them nonetheless. Shikamaru assented. Shikamaru, you don't have to force yourself or take it to heart, just do your best. Asuma instructed. Start. Sayaka gave the signal. Shikamaru took to the air and floated away from Asuma's reach. He lost. Kakashi muttered. Yeah, he is out in the open like that, it's not easy to maneuver while airborne. Kurenai added. Kakashi gazed at Kurenai as if looking at an idiot. Asuma started to weave hand signs to cast a harmless fireball jutsu, but midway he couldn't move anymore. What? He looked down and saw the shadow below Shikamaru had sneaked to his and locked him in place. What? Exclaimed Kurenai. While airborne, Shikamaru weaved 5 hand signs, and spears of rock covered in his shadow crept to Asuma's vitals. Shikamaru wins. With Sayaka's verdict, Shikamaru tiredly descended and heaved in exhaustion. Shikamaru, you have to train more your chakra control, you shouldn't need to use a crutch to use ninjutsu. Just because you can fly doesn't mean that you'll have the chance to fly away from all of your problems. Sayaka preached. Hey, I didn't use hand signs for the shadow possession nor the lightweight rock technique, cut me some slack. Shikamaru retorted. Those are the two jutsu you use mostly in your life. If you had weaved hand signs for those I would have trained you nonstop for a month at least. You're still a lazy bum. Sayaka popped a clone and made her use the shadow possession jutsu on Shikamaru and started to run towards Rock Lee's side of the training ground. Shikamaru followed after. No. Don't do this, Sayaka. He futilely tried resisting. I'm gonna try to get the lazy bum attitude out of you, be grateful. Sayaka replied. No. Shikamaru tried to deny reality. That has never worked, has it? Kakashi has seen this scene multiple times during his time as Naruto's ANBU. It should help him with his chakra and temperance. Go train with them, you're pathetically weak. Sayaka half glared at him. His attitude grazed her more than Shikamaru's. At least Shikamaru was a kid, Kakashi was not. I've been training, it's just not easy. Since you told me about the eye, I've been trying the chakra exercises you allowed ANBU to witness. I can open the Mangekyo Sharingan a few times, but after that, I'm left utterly spent. Do you have any other tips for chakra control or to speed up chakra regeneration? Kakashi asked. I have a few, but you need to reach the limit of what your body currently permits before we try more invasive options. Also, if you allow me to inscribe on you, I could make you a door-like script to close and open that Sharingan. Sayaka offered. Are there any downsides to it? Kakashi asked in interest. You don't know much about scripture, so you'd have to trust me not to put something funny in the script. I'll think about it. Kakashi said before walking to join Shikamaru, Guy, and Lee in their training. My rival. I knew you'd be infected with all of this youth in the air. Guy welcomed him with open arms. So? Sayaka asked Asuma and Kurenai. How is Shikamaru so strong? Asuma asked. You're mistaken about something. Shikamaru wasted about 70% of his chakra in those 4 moves. He couldn't replicate that again due to the difference in chakra between you, and if you had flickered to his side at the beginning of the spar and overwhelmed him with your speed, he would have lost. Shikamaru has a sturdy base, I made sure of that, but he is not overwhelmingly stronger than you, you're just careless and weak. Sayaka harshly explained. Kurenai is overall weaker than you, Asuma, but she would have fared better with Genjutsu than you did. Nevertheless, I believe she would have lost to Shikamaru in the end. I'm not saying this to berate you. The desert is a dangerous place, and I'm not talking about the sandworms. Have you ever wondered what such big creatures eat? Sayaka asked mysteriously. People. Kurenai guessed. No, there aren't enough people wandering in the desert for that. The desert is rich in natural energy, which means that all living beings well adapted to this environment are big and strong. Imagine giant ants, spiders, scorpions, wasps, wolves, foxes, snakes, flies, and overall anything that could be found in the desert is strong and big. The forest of death of Konoha might as well be an oasis when compared to the desert. I will only help the kids, so you'll need strength to protect yourselves. If you can't help, get out of the way, is what I'd like to say, but the village forced me to bring you with me, so try and train to not be that much of a burden. Sayaka ended her scolding. Asuma and Kurenai were left looking at the other uncomfortably due to the harsh truths they had just learned. A week later, at the gates of Konohagakure, a procession of shinobi exited the village. The non-ninjas stared in wonder but soon returned to their daily lives. The shinobi business was the business of the shinobi, not theirs, so it was normal for them to ignore such happenings. There were many more than Sayaka initially expected, and about half of the extras were former root ninjas, but she barely registered their existence. Everyone is ready, let's depart. Kakashi, the one in charge of the Konoha Nin, informed Sayaka. Then let's. Sayaka agreed and started to float at the spearhead of the formation. The 12 genin and their respective 4 jonin instructors moved behind Sayaka. Surrounding them were the extras. These were jonin, some from ANBU and some from Root, and a few chunin the village had sent to escort them. Obviously, they also sent them to gather intelligence among other underhanded missions. The shortest route from Konohagakure to their destination is not favorable because the amount of time spent in the sand would be greater, so the plan was to go through the Land of Storms, rest there for a day before moving to the Land of Stone. After a day of resting they'd enter the desert. Exiting the Land of Fire was not that big of a problem. Few would dare to ambush them while in the territory of the strongest hidden village. Shikamaru, stop flying. We are about to exit the Land of Fire, you might need your chakra later. Asuma instructed Shikamaru. With a heavy sigh, he landed on a branch and jumped forward to move in formation. He looked at Sayaka enviously. In all of their years of knowing each other, the closest he had seen her of touching the ground was when she was hovering above a tatami mat while they ate at a fancy restaurant. Whenever he would ask her about it, he'd always get the same response, the ground of this cursed planet is not worthy of my feet. Sometimes Shikamaru felt like Sayaka was more cringy than Sasuke used to be. 3 days after their departure, rumors in the underground world were going wild about the golden ticket parading herself outside of her village. It wasn't hard to guess the source of the information, Danzo Shimura. After his fiasco with the Uchiha, he had been severely restricted, and this was his way of paying her back. The underworld wasn't stupid, they knew by now that she wasn't simply a target to aim at, so they coordinated between willing hands, and a force was quickly assembled. There's a hostile blockade 3 clicks from here, Sayaka informed. It was the end of the 8th day, and they were about to cross the border to the land of storms. How many? Kakashi asked. He had already been expecting hostiles along the way, knowing Sayaka's bounty that was expected. In the village, it was no secret that she was highly sought after, just not in a romantic way. 36. Naruto answered. There are traps in the way, about 1 click from the blockade. Hinata added. Should we stop and snipe them from here? Niji asked, his dominant hand over his bow. Don't ask me, I'm the client. Take it as part of your training. Talk with your sensei and decide among yourselves. Sayaka dismissed the decision, washing her hands of the situation. There's another one, but it's weird. Naruto added. Where? Hinata. Way further back, around the edge of my range. Naruto had to focus to locate the chakra signature. I see him, he is using a weird technique, he has 5 hearts, disgusting. Hinata commented. Akatsuki. It's the treasurer of Akatsuki. Ah, right. I remembered. It was the greedy one who kept killing his partners. I don't see his partner, so he most likely killed him already or left him behind. Should we kill him? Nah, it's not needed. Let's not be cruel with the puppets of Black Zetsu. I don't think it matters to it. Yeah, but let's see if these instructors have what it takes. He has chakra way above the Jonin level. Niji said with a grimace, he also found him disgusting. Hinata and Niji loaded their bows with an arrow inscribed with a cloning script, they filled it with chakra and then pulled back, they aimed, Niji at the ambushers, Hinata at the traps, and let go. With the sound of cutting wind, both arrows soared to their targets. Hinata's arrow fell first, it multiplied, like the shuriken shadow clone technique, and then hit switches, tags, wires, false coverings, ropes, and all other manners of trappings. Boom boom, with the sound of multiple explosive tags and landmines going on behind and billowing columns of smoke, Niji's arrow fell. It multiplied just like Hinata's and rained on the blockade. Don't waste your explosives, Hinata. Niji reminded her, just in case. I'll save them for the desert. Hinata assented. Sasuke, Niji, Hinata, and Shino, provide long-range support. Kakashi instructed. Naruto, Choji, Kiba, Lee, and Shikamaru with Guy, Asuma, and me will engage. Kakashi got nods in confirmation. Kurenai, Tenten, Ino, and Sakura will do mid-range support and protect Sayaka. So that we are on the same page, Sayaka doesn't need your protection, so don't engage on her account. Kakashi reminded them. How unprofessional. Sayaka complained, but no one paid her attention. Leaving the long-range support behind, Sayaka and the rest moved forward. They passed a part of a forest that appeared to have been visited by a demolition team. There were uprooted trees left and right, metal wires hanging from branches, fires starting to die out due to the humidity of the forest, and a couple of corpses here and there, though these corpses were mostly half-buried, most likely from ninjas waiting in ambush below the ground. They moved past the area of demolition and came front to front with a mob of angry, money-seeking, desperate mercenaries. No questions or motives were needed among enemies. From the sky, javelins rained. The javelins missed and nobody was harmed. This earned a few laughs from the mob, but the laughter died with them when Naruto started to teleport from javelin to javelin, claiming a life with his chakra claws each time he came into view. Damn it. The yellow flash of Konoha has a successor. Disperse. One of the smart ones said before spiting a monumental amount of water in indiscretion. Another weaved hand signs before jumping to a high branch and launching a lightning strike into the water. At the same time, all ninjas, rogue, and village shinobi alike, jumped. Kakashi uplifted a platform from the ground with earth release. Guy Kick jumped into a tree housing mercenaries and split it in half. Some of the mercenaries landed in the electrified water and died from the shock, others stood atop the horizontal trunk and faced Guy. A few of the mercenaries who jumped away from the water were killed by arrows while airborne, some landed safely but soon dropped dead from venomous bugs. Naruto, let's switch. Kiba shouted after encountering an opponent wielder of sound jutsu, the sound clashed badly with Akamaru's sensitive ears. On your left. Naruto shouted before disappearing. The shinobi facing Kiba and Akamaru quick-wittedly fired an explosive kunai to Kiba's left. I meant yours. only to listen to a voice on his left before dropping to his knees and holding his neck in a futile attempt to stop the bleeding. Kiba and Akamaru transformed into bipedal wolf-like dogs and tag-teamed against a wind release user. Kakashi was lost during the initial confrontation, but from time to time lightning would be seen emerging from the hearts of the mercenaries. His preferred attack method, or so Sayaka thinks. Back on Sayaka's side, Ino would sometimes focus on Shikamaru and deliver information about the position of enemies. She would do the same to the others but in lesser measure. Incoming, Sayaka said when she saw none of the girls reacting to the hidden incoming danger. From the middle of the formation, a white mask emerged from the ground and opened its mouth. Yellow bright flames bloomed from the mouth and all the kunoichi, but Sayaka jumped away. Seeing Sayaka be drowned in flames brought not a worry to her guardians. TCH. That's the problem with monsters like you. A baritone voice complained and emerged from behind the formation, protecting Sayaka. Kakuzu stood there to prevent the long-range team from sniping him. He was implying that if they shot at him he could move out of the way and the arrow or javelin could miss him and hit one of their teammates. White-masked monsters of dark gray thread stood behind Kakuzu. Not waiting for another attack, Kurenai used Genjutsu on him. One of the masks disrupted Kakuzu's chakra by using a trigger command he had previously set with script, the trigger being foreign chakra manipulation in his prosencephalon structure. The same masked monster that disrupted his chakra flow sent a spear of lightning at Kurenai. She jumped out of the way, but when the spear struck her previous position it created a differential of potential in its vicinity. Kurenai landed with her right foot, but when her left stepped, she was hit with enough current to temporarily paralyze her. Sakura needed a ball of green chakra and using a thread launched it to the fallen Kurenai. When the ball of chakra made contact, by using the thread, Sakura started to heal Kurenai. Tenten pulled a pole from the storage script in her arms and stood to protect the healer of the team. Sakura wasn't the only one capable of healing, but she specialized in genjutsu and medical jutsu. Ino weaved hand signs in a hurry and then pointed her palms toward Kakuzu, making a triangle between her thumbs and indexes. Ugh. Annoying little bitch. You don't even have an acceptable bounty, don't get in the way. Kakuzu exclaimed, angered by the literal headache Ino was causing him. The headache was serious enough to prevent him from using his body for jutsu. Tenten took advantage of this and pointed an open palm at Kakuzu. In her palm there was a modified storage script tattooed, from it a spear shot at high speed and took one arm from Kakuzu. But that didn't mean much to the undying shinobi. One of the masked monsters sent pellets of ice flying in Ino's direction to disrupt her concentration. She was sweating heavily from the exertion that messing with the mind of someone like Kakuzu brought. Tenten jumped defensively in front of Ino and spun her pole to block the attack. Mistake. Kakuzu and Sayaka said at the same time. A blade of wind was launched at Sakura under the cover of the ice pellets. Kakuzu had done so to get rid of the healer, as is common sense. Sakura. Tenten warned. Sakura swung her hand coated in chakra and slapped the wind blade upward. The momentary loss in concentration ended her healing jutsu, but Kurenai had recovered enough, though she pretended to still be paralyzed. Tenten saw Sakura was managing well enough and sent another spear in Kakuzu's way. This time, though, she used the shadow cloning technique on the spear and this one multiplied sevenfold. Kakuzu unsteadily, due to the headache, jumped away with his monsters, but mid-flight he was assailed by two genjutsu, one from Kurenai and another from Sakura. Two of his masks moved to disrupt his chakra flow, and the wind element one blasted a huge tornado-like wall of wind toward them. Again, the girls jumped away while Sayaka remained still. The flames had died down by now and she was unharmed, as expected by everyone. Obscured by the tornado cutting Sayaka apart, Kakuzu added fire release to the mix, followed by lightning release, and the tornado gained a darker tone with white lightning striking sporadically. Script and the masks lit up to allow the perfect blend of different chakra natures. Kakuzu moved underground, leaving a clone above. When Kurenai and the girls circled around the tornado, the clone attacked them with a wall of stone spears from earth release jutsu. With Sakura not needing any more protection, Tenten focused on swerving and weaving through the attackers to close the distance to the clone. Sakura defended herself by coating her fist with chakra and enhancing her body to gain super strength. Kurenai swung her kunai in a defensive stance, while Ino took cover behind Sakura and waved hand signs again to attack the clone. Surviving the wave of spears, Ino assailed the clone with the same mind-rendering jutsu from before. Tenten struck it with the end of her pole. It's a clone. Ino shouted. Too late. Sayaka commented. The ground below the four lit up and crackled in lightning and a white mask emerged. They were struck by the electricity and fell unconscious to the ground. Kakuzu emerged covered in a coating of lightning and the mask turned to dust. These cheap bounty bitches made me sacrifice one heart. Kakuzu complained. The electricity would have gotten to him as well if he had not used a lightning mask to bear the damage instead of his body. The wind, fire, and ice release monsters stood behind him connected by threads to his body. But you lost. Sayaka spoke factually. TCH. You're right. At least, I'll take one of their hearts in compensation before going. Kakuzu also sensed the approaching teams in a pincer attack, the long-range team from behind him and the close combat team from behind Sayaka. Kakuzu, did you ask Pain for permission to attack me? Where's your partner? Did you kill him again? Kakuzu was about to use his Earth Grudge fear to take Kurenai's body with him when Sayaka's question gave him a pause. He stared at her fixedly. There were many problems with her questions. 1. No one alive outside of Akatsuki should be able to link his name to his appearance, he was that old. 2. No one alive outside of Akatsuki should know the leader's name. 3. No one alive outside of Akatsuki aside from Zangiai, his bounty exchange master, should know about him felling his partners. In conclusion, he fucked up. You never saw me here, girlie. Are we clear? He glared threateningly. Sure, Kakuzu. Be on your merry way. Sayaka rolled her eyes at him. Obviously, Pain will know about this, can't he sense Setsu spying behind that shrubbery? Sayaka thought. He can't, that's for sure. TCH. Kakuzu absorbed the Earth Grudge fear and sank into the ground. Shortly after, the other two teams convened at their location. What did you tell him to make him go away, Sayaka-chan? Hinata asked. She had been tracking the situation with her Byakugan. Just that he wouldn't have enough time to kill me before the rest of you arrived. He saw no meaning in keep trying and ran away. Although this was a lie, it was also true. Why didn't you kill him like the other who made an attempt on your life? Kakashi asked while checking on Sakura's condition. He was interesting, I'll try to find him on another occasion to study him. I don't have the time at the moment. She was not entirely lying. I see. Kakashi muttered. We should have those extras do something to earn their bread. Naruto glared at the distance. They had sent the extras, as Sayaka named them, before them to scout the way. They were supposed to report whenever they found anything suspicious. Actually, they got ambushed as well. Sayaka replied with a nasty grin. What did you do? Shikamaru asked after seeing the nasty grin, one he knew very well. I did nothing, I simply helped keep alive those who didn't have the cursed tongue eradication seal. As for those with the seal, they should have asked their employer for help, Sayaka answered with an uncanny glee to her. Well, not all of them died. How lucky. She said in a flat tone. Root. Kakashi asked. Who else? Sasuke asked with a nasty grin mirroring Sayaka's. He walked to her floating figure and raised his palm. Sayaka high-fived him. Yes, they hated Root. Oh, that's great then. Naruto gave them a thumbs up. Yes, he hated Root. The rest simply ignored the devastating news they just heard and waited for the survivors of the extra team to regroup to their position. Yes, no one liked Root. Hinata, Sasuke, and Naruto moved to heal the unconscious girls, and after waking them up they decided to make camp for the day. They were all too tired to keep going. At some point, Sayaka started to name and number their opportunities for improvement, or screw-ups. Kurenai was not spared. Sayaka shared food with everybody but the surviving Root ninjas, no one minded it. After setting the night guard schedule they went to sleep to rest for the next day. The next day they made it past the border of the Land of Storms. Crossing the Land of Storms was uneventful. It was as if a god and a guardian angel were protecting them from danger. They met no trouble, and even in the villages they stopped by, they were treated as if they were told to expect them with open arms. So suspicious. The Land of Stone was different, although no one engaged with them, there was an escort of Alliance shinobi keeping a perimeter around them. They didn't attack, but they were kept under constant watch all the way until the border with the desert. Iwa and Kumo, now known also as the Alliance, were in no position to gain the enmity of Konoha. Though, even if they wanted to, they would need something the size of a company to deal with the group escorting Sayaka. Try a brigade if Might Guy went all out, this is not counting on Sayaka's strength. They rested for a night and a day at the border, and at dusk, they prepared to trek the treacherous sands of the desert. Something is interfering with my range. Niji informed as he deactivated his Byakugan. This place was once the ground zero of a world-changing battle, to this day there are remnants of the energies and chakra mixed in the environment. If it was only natural energy it wouldn't interfere with your eyes, but the different chakras mixed in the air do. Sayaka explained. Chakra can be found in multiple forms, the same as how there's a specific type of chakra generated to open the Sharingan, there are different forms of chakra aside from the commonly recognized natures. Sayaka during her previous lives didn't see it as important to cleanse the remnants of chakra from the desert. She had other things to care for, like the chakra pockets, the rioting chakra and natural energy, the pockets of broken space, and this was only in the desert. Kagaya's fight with her sons moved to outer space at some point, and Sayaka had to deal with the scars left up there. A world-changing battle, how come? Naruto asked. This desert was once a forest grown by the abundant chakra of the first user of wood release. It is what it has become now. Sayaka made some sand float from the ground and compressed into a stone. Did the first holder of the Kohakugen witnessed it? Asuma asked. He and the other instructors had been caught up to speed with information about Sayaka before embarking on the mission. No, she was fighting a battle of her own in another place. But the combatants were related to her, so she found out about it afterward and then had to deal with the scars of the fight. This whole desert was once a toxic wasteland, filled with rampant chakra and rioting natural energy. There were pockets of space that served as traps, flash storms that ripped mountains from the ground, and much more. There are still millions of petrified victims buried under the sand. The second holder of the Kohakugen had to spend most of her life healing this place, the third holder spent centuries at it, and so on and so forth. It was a task that the holders took for a few lifetimes. Not only here, the land of fire was not much better. The whole world was breaking apart and the holders had to waste centuries and generations fixing the world for humanity, only for you to go and kill each other in stupid wars. Sayaka kept adding pressure to the stone until it crumbled. Which is why I don't like shinobi that much. Sayaka said to the now solemn Asuma. You don't like me, Sayaka-chan. But I thought we were friends. Naruto joked to lighten the tension in the group. Sayaka playfully bombarded him with the remains of the stone. Who were the ones fighting such a battle? Sasuke asked. The progenitor of chakra, Kagaya Otsutsuki, and her twin sons. Hamura and Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Sayaka replied. Hamura Otsutsuki is the ancestor of our clan, right Hinata? Niji asked. Yes, mother said that the Hyuga come from his children. Hinata nodded in confirmation. And Hagoromo? Ino asked, her curiosity and that of the others piqued. The last one is the one most shinobi revere, the sage of the sixth paths. His sons are the progenitors of the Uzumaki, Senju, and Uchiha. Sasuke answered, he had been given an encompassing education. That's what a battle it must have been. Ino replied, having a hard time picturing a fight of that scale. A problem most of the others were having. The desert and its unending sand stood as the evidence of the fight. Who won? Shikamaru asked. Technically the battle was won by her sons, but the war was lost by both sides. Sayaka said. What do you mean? Shikamaru thought about various scenarios from which that reply could be born. After a battle spanning the whole planet and beyond, and nearly a year, Kagaya was sealed. So the battle was won by her sons. The world was left breaking apart and they were never able to repair it, nor reunite the scattered people who luckily survived the fight. Sayaka's explanation broke the confines of what they could imagine. Sealed? Kakashi asked. The moon, Luna, is sealing her at its core. Sayaka pointed at the gray glowing satellite. What? Sakura expressed the shock most of them felt. Is Juno, the other satellite, sealing the suns? Kurenai asked. No, the other one is sealing the outsider that assisted the twins. She pointed at the reddish satellite. So what happened to her sons? Shikamaru understood that if they lost the war then something must have happened to them. The first holder of the Kohakugen was a friend of Kagaya and she helped raise the twins. When she returned and found the world falling apart and the sons making excuses for betraying their mother, she broke their necks. So there were no winners. Sayaka's eyes showed a deep pain, the type that breaks souls and drives people to death. She regretted it, she was sure of it by now. She had spoken with Lucian and she knew that in the same situation, she would kill them again. She had never forgiven them for what they did and she never will, but she regrets underestimating the world. If she had known of the sage beasts, she would have put them under her control before leaving. That way she wouldn't end up breaking the necks of whom she considered her first children. The pain they saw in her eyes left them silent. Shikamaru wanted to ask where the first holder was fighting while she didn't notice the battle breaking the world apart. He had other questions, but he saw Sayaka was not in the mood for more questions and he knew better than enraging his monster friend. Hinata and Naruto, who had a clearer idea of how the story related to her, grabbed her hands. One for each. In a somewhat somber and depressive mood, the journey through the sand started. They encountered enough challenges to suffice for the rest of their lives. Naruto got stung by a wasp the size of a human infant. He was paralyzed and almost dragged away to have his chakra sucked. If it had not been for the grumpy fox activating his cloak he would have died. Or at least Sayaka would have left him to experience a little bit of hell so that he would learn his lesson. Shino was enthralled by the pheromones of an insect-eating fungi. Kakashi lost his left arm to the pincers of a scorpion of wine-red shell. Luckily the cut was clean so Sayaka used it as an educational experience to teach Sakura and the rest of the healers how to reattach a limb. Why do I feel like you let me lose my arm as an educational aid for them? Kakashi glared while closing and opening his reattached hand. Don't blame me for your carelessness. Sayaka said with a grin. Shikamaru shuddered after seeing the obvious lie. During the day, they set up special tents inscribed with temperature control and slept soundlessly. Sayaka's heart bled a tiny bit for them and she agreed to take the first guard. The next night they awoke around sunset and started back up their journey. Hinata almost drowned under the sand after falling prey to an antlion. The last members of Root lost their lives after the 5th day in the desert. They sacrificed themselves to a pack of desert wolves to distract them while the rest escaped. It was very heroic, and that's what the report will say. No one could prove that they were mentally manipulated, so that's what happened. Rock Lee was swallowed whole by a viper. Might Guy jumped into the mouth of the thing to rescue his apprentice. They exited through the back door. It was not true that something is easier to break from the inside than the outside, at least not in this case. Asuma and Kurenai were caught by Sakura dancing the horizontal tango. During her and Sasuke's shared shift guarding the camp, she heard something from the tent of Kurenai. Fearing the worst, she ran to her tent to assist her with whatever had snuck in. She was very surprised by the scene she found and screamed. The rest of the camp found out. After some laughter and inappropriate comments, Kakashi scolded them for participating in forbidden practices during an S-rank mission. But he wasn't so hard on them given that they all felt Southwest very close to death the past days that he understood them. He remembered that the same happened during the Third Ninja War once between Obito Uchiha and Rin Noara before the supposed death of the former. Choji caught a bad case of chakra and natural energy poisoning. He was oddly sensitive to the mix of both energies. Sayaka had to intervene due to the lack of mastery over natural energy from the healers of the team. They lost a Sarutobi Anbu to desert tarantulas. This time it was not due to Sayaka's hand, not that it ever was. They met more tragedies along the way, enough to baptize all members but Sayaka in the group. The closer they got to Ryumayuki, the more frequent it was to find pieces of their skin petrifying under the unnatural changes in the concentration of the ambient natural energy. Luckily for them, Sayaka was taking care of that. Why do the monsters never attack you? Shikamaru asked after trying for the nth time to clean his body from the bodily fluids of a chakra beast he killed too close for comfort and got covered in their innards. They recognize the threat level of living beings by their reserves of natural energy. If it's too little it's prey, too much equals predator. They see me as a predator and you as the rabble. Sayaka waved her hand and removed the liquids and semisolids covering Shikamaru. Thank you. Shikamaru smelled himself and he confirmed that he stank just as much as the others. In one of the days, while most of them were sleeping, they felt a new chakra signature appear in the middle of the camp. They hurriedly surrounded the intruder who was calmly sitting in the shade of a canopy used for dining under the shade. The being was strange. It was probably more accurate to say that it was a very lifelike sand sculpture covered in scripture and cursed seal markings. The sculpture-like being dressed like a scholar and had long grainy straight dark blue hair. His skin was sandy. He was calmly eating some of their leftovers. Leaving aside the chakra signature, I could recognize this cooking no matter in which dimension. The being said while licking his fingers. Oh, Shikaku. It's a good thing I didn't have to call for you. Sayaka said as she came out of her tent stifling a yawn. Madi-sama. It's been just a minute since we last met, hasn't it? He waved his free hand to her while using the other to eat voraciously. A few decades, give or take. Sayaka made way to him and popped a full pepperoni pizza for Shikaku. Aha. My favorite. He responded animatedly. Sayaka, this is? Kakashi asked, still not lowering his guard. This is Shikaku, also known as Shu-sensei, instructor of scripture in Sunagakure. But you most probably know of him as the One-Tails. Sayaka informed them. That's me. Nice to meet you, by the way, Aniki. Shikaku waved at Naruto. From inside Naruto, the grumpy fox emerged. Shikaku, you have changed. The Nine-Tails commented as he inspected Shikaku and sniffed him. Haven't we all? Shikaku said. Madi-sama, do you have iced tea? He asked, feeling parched. No, I have changed. You're a different being than the Shikaku I remember. The Nine-Tails denied succinctly. Ha 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 ha, you can credit that to Lucy-sama. He taught me a lot, and after pursuing the path of knowledge I found a way to increase the level of my life and leave behind my tailed beast existence. Shikaku brought out a crystal sphere from his toga. Inside the sphere, the resting form of his previous chakra body could be found. As per the agreement, one conscience-lacking tailed beast for you. Shikaku made the sand lift and float the sphere to Sayaka under the wide eyes of those present. Thank you, Shikaku. Sayaka said as the sphere disappeared into her storage. Sayaka set the table with assorted plates of delicacies and everyone made way for the brothers to catch up. Sayaka-chan, what's this about? Asuma asked. He was as bewildered as the rest. Aya, the ruler of the sand, made a deal with Shikaku a few centuries ago. In exchange for knowledge, security, and a few other personal and interpersonal guarantees, he would give her, or a future holder, his chakra body. This is that. Sayaka showed them the crystal sphere. Sayaka-chan, are you trying to become a Jinchuriki? Might Guy asked inanely. No, it has to do with a private business of mine, something that I will need in a few years. Sayaka replied. I can already imagine the drama the village would have made if they were given the chance. Good thing they'll be too busy dealing with the aftermath of the death of their council and Hokage. Good thing, indeed. After midday, Shikaku gave his farewell to Kurama. Are you sure you don't want me to port your people to Tsunamushi's? Shikaku asked. He could see the traces of battle on them. They all perked up after hearing the offer of spatial transportation. No, they need the training. They have made great progress, the following days will be the cherry on the top they need. Sayaka gave them a sadistic smile. That day Sayaka became the MHP of the expedition, most hated player. Accompanied by more tragedies and close encounters with death, they made their way to Ryumayaku. Is it behind that dune? Sasuke asked. There was a massive dune obstructing their pass. Hey! Tsunamushi! Sayaka shouted. Rumble, the sand trembled. The dune started to flow and geometrical patterns appeared on the sand. The dune revealed a gargantuan sandworm, and under one of the arcs of the worm's body, they caught sight of the Ryumayaku. But they were too in awe of the massive worm to notice. The worm moved with a fluidity that misrepresented its size. Casting a shadow on the surprised visitors, it opened its massive maw and talked. Madeline, it always brings me joy to meet you and Lucian. My kids had told me that they felt you approaching and Shikaku confirmed it a few days ago. I've been waiting for you anxiously since then. Tsunamushi lowered her head to Sayaka's level. I was training these wormlings behind me, that's why I took so long. Sayaka hugged, as much that was possible, Tsunamushi's head. I trust you had no problems with the critters. Tsunamushi referred to the chakra beasts they encountered. No, it was fine. That's precisely one of the reasons why I brought them here. They lacked experience. Sayaka chuckled a little at the still gaping faces of the shinobi. The fear that reeked from them, mostly those who shared less familiarity with Sayaka, reached the senses of Sayaka and Tsunamushi, but neither cared. How has it been going with the marking? Sayaka asked in English. We are all marked, we had no problems. That poor sister of yours went about life in a state of chakra deficiency for a few years, but her face was, she is as depraved as always, even while her chakra was dwindling after marking me. Tsunamushi snickered at Sayaka's expression. She is here, isn't she? Sayaka asked. Sister. She heard a whisper in her ears and a wet sensation in her neck. Sahara was so overwhelmingly fast to Sayaka's current capabilities that she didn't register her until she was licking her neck. Sahara, do you have to be a pervert in public? Sayaka eyed the open-mouthed crowd. As if the presence of Tsunamushi was not enough, a woman so fast no one could perceive appeared and licked Sayaka's neck. This is my undying love for you, Nei-san. There's nothing pervert about it. Sahara cradled Sayaka in her arms. Your words are pretty, on the other hand, that expression. Sayaka brought her hands to Sahara's face and tried to remove the derangement from it, but she was unsuccessful. Sahara ignored her and her expression shifted to stony. She addressed the gallery. Hello, I'm Sahara, sister of Aya the ruler of the desert. Welcome to Ryumayaku. Any guest of a holder of the Kohakugan will be well received, just don't push it. Sahara brought Sayaka with her and Tsunamushi made way for them. Sayaka left a clone with them to guide them in what she planned for them. Ryumayaku didn't have buildings, the landscape was shaped to accommodate Tsunamushi, but from an aerial view, a formation of concentric circles could be noticed. With the center being the Ryumayaku itself. The Ryumayaku, a chakra pool of purple color, lighted its surroundings, so from a distance, a pillar of gentle purple light could be seen, especially at night. Why do they use the names of the previous holders to refer to you? She also treated you as if you were her sister. Shikamaru asked. He and the others had calmed down after setting their camp, the place they'd call home for the next weeks, and after thinking about what they previously witnessed he had a few questions. You know how I have a directory of knowledge in my mind, right? Sayaka's clone asked. Shikamaru nodded. If I take away your memories and put in your body my memories, would you still be Shikamaru Nara? Sayaka asked. Shikamaru wanted to say no, but then he asked himself about the soul. Wouldn't his soul identify him as Shikamaru but with other memories? He wouldn't be Shikamaru anymore. I don't know if he would be you, but definitely not Shikamaru. Ino said. Her clan had expertise in matters of the mind. You're right, we are who we are due to the combination of two factors, the mind and the soul, also known as the spirit. If you take away one of these factors, we stop being who we are. Sayaka said. If you these memories, knowledge, since you were born, then you are more the previous holders than Sayaka, but since the previous holder would encounter the same predicament, does that mean that all of you are similar to the first holder? Ino asked. The other who were listening paid attention to Sayaka's answer. That doesn't track. The old man said that Eiko Senju and Sayaka-chan behave differently. Asuma added. Then, it all comes down to the soul, doesn't it? Shikamaru asked in realization. Exactly, the real question is, do we all share the same soul? Are we simply a soul reincarnating since 1,000 years ago with similar but different personalities? Or are we different souls connected by similar minds? Sayaka asked rhetorically. There was a silence in the canopy where they were sharing a meal. The answer is, who knows? Sayaka smiled faintly. You know. Shikamaru pointed at her lie. I do, but I don't want to tell you. Is Sahara treating me as her sister because she knows I am or because I have her mind and feelings and we reassemble each other? Is Tsunamushi treating me as her friend because I am or because I have the same character and personality as her friend and are connected by our minds? I shall know the answer but shan't. Sayaka mocked the intrigued listeners. Not only was Shikamaru annoyed by the unsolvable puzzle, but the others were. Except for Naruto and the Hyuga, who had the answer hinted at them by their parents-in-law in Naruto's case. What a drag. Shikamaru complained, then he stopped caring. It was clear Sayaka was doing this to annoy them. You should recover your energy. Tomorrow I will start with what we came here for. Sayaka said. You still haven't told us what that is. Sakura said. Right, Sayaka replied absent-mindedly. I'll leave this world in a few years, and so will the residents of the sand. Sayaka dropped a bomb. What? Sakura exclaimed. Are you dying? Sakura asked. She said leave, not die. Shikamaru pointed. We won't see each other again, so you might consider me dead, but Shikamaru is right. We are not dying, we are leaving to another dimension. Sayaka. Why? Asked Sasuke. He was shaken by the news but he had felt since long ago that Sayaka behaved as if she was leaving. She would always encourage him to find solutions to problems assuming he didn't have her help available. We don't like this world very much, and a few centuries ago I have found a dimension suitable for life. So she prepared an ambitious plan to migrate with those willing to follow her. Some time ago the plan became a certainty, but I'm not leaving until I unseal Kagaya and take her away with me. I should be able to do it in a few years. Sayaka mixed truths with lies, and forego her usual tells when lying. Niji and Hinata had learned not to get too attached to the reincarnations of Sarah Hyuga. It was common knowledge in their family that they were moving at different speeds and lived in different worlds. So, although it pained them, they were dealing with it just fine. Naruto was probably the most affected since Sayaka and Hinata were the first friends he made. Yet, similarly to Sasuke, Sayaka had always dealt with him in a way that taught him how to live without her. Out of everyone, the Jonin were the most affected, not because of Sayaka's parting, but because they had received info about how the Sand People were attacking countries all over the continent and how that was one of the triggers that pushed Iwa and Kumo to ally themselves, but if they were leaving, why would they cause mayhem? It meant that someone was pulling strings behind everyone's back. Not only that but if what they caught from Sayaka's words was right, the sandworms were included in the followers list. What will happen to this place? Who will fill the power vacuum? What about Luna? What will happen after Sayaka removes the seal? They were running these thoughts and trying to account for every implication and possibility. The desert kept to itself, that has always been a truth in their lives. If you don't go to the desert won't come to you. After adventuring the past days through it, they started to wonder why the beast didn't escape the harsh conditions of their environment and settle in the surrounding countries. The answer Sayaka gave them was that the sandworms kept them at bay under the orders of the third holder. But if the sandworms left, what about the chakra monsters of the desert? Let's not talk about what they leave behind, like Tsunagakure and Ryumayaku. Though Sayaka planned to take Tsunagakure with her, this was not something they could imagine. You're leaving successors? Kakashi asked, after connecting the dots. He was already informed by the Hokage that Sayaka was going to give something to her friends that would benefit the village and was related to sagehood. You're sort of right. Shikaku is the inheritor of the sand. He holds all of Tsunagakure's legacy, knowledge, so there's no need for successors. But what I will leave with them is just a guarantee, a backup plan if you will. Sayaka looked at Naruto, Hinata, Niji, and Sasuke. Currently only Sasuke, Hinata, Niji, and Naruto have enough mastery of scripture to learn this technique, but they can share it with whoever they please after mastering it. The rest of you will be further trained. You've made great progress these past days fighting the critters, don't fall behind. Sayaka dispersed herself and left them to their thoughts. You're too obsessed with her. Lucian spoke to Sahara's mind. I wish I could be you and always reside inside of her, Sahara shamelessly replied. You're lucky she tolerates your behavior, it's not normal, according to my findings. Of course she does, she is my older sister, and I'm her little sister. This bond is as much a curse as a blessing. A curse? Even though we don't share blood anymore, I know my sister won't let me bed her. I wish I would have born a male, that way I would have a shot at gaining her heart. I see, the curse was in the gender of little sister, the blessing in the familial affiliation. He, Lucy, you know it. How's life treating my sister, Lucy? Don't you know? But I only know what my spies tell me. You, on the other hand, have a direct line to her heart. How envious. She's tired of living among humanity. But she knows this is the last life, a few more years and I would take you away with me and leave behind this multiverse. How eternity spent with my sister should be enough to break her walls of sexual preference. I can't wait, but for my sister, I will wait as much as is needed. Isn't it simpler to change your gender? No, this body, this me, is as much hers as she is mine. I can't take it away from her unless she wants me to, does she? No, she doesn't harbor any thoughts about you leaving your female self behind. I know. She is a hard bone to pick, but I will make her join me in physical ecstasy and emotional actuality. After all, we will have eternity for us. That's if she doesn't find someone else. That would make my work easier. I don't follow your logic. If she finds a man, I will seduce him into adding me to their relationship. No sane heterosexual man would deny having an interest in a shemaiden. After that, it's simply a matter of getting my sister used to my presence. Before she knows it, we would be copulating because it's normal for us to do it while in bed with the said man. Your obsession is strange. In which way? Normally one is obsessed as he tries to monopolize the target of obsession. Ah, Lucy, that's your fault. Ever since I remember, you have always been there with my sister. I got used to sharing my sister because that became part of my normality. In a twisted sense, that's logical. Sayaka had two objectives with her visit. One was to seal the Ryumayaku in her. It had already fulfilled its objective by helping stabilize the atmosphere of the planet and by providing Tsunamushi with a place to comfortably absorb natural energy, which was no longer needed since abeyance was filled with it. The second was to start the chosen ones in the path of sagehood Tsunagakure had perfected. She could have done this in Konohagakure, but the high concentration of natural energy in Ryumayaku would give them the initial boost that they need since they are starting their path late in their lives. Normally they should start during childhood, not at the beginning of teenagehood. 2 weeks later, Naruto, Sasuke, Neji, and Hinata donned script tattoos from the lowest of their spine to the highest of their skull. They looked both tired and invigorated. Sayaka's clone had pushed them to their limits and taught them how to do it by themselves. They were not the only ones that changed, the rest of the kids carried a strange aura of danger. It wasn't that they suddenly powered up, it was simply that Sayaka had made them continuously fight for 18 hours a day for 2 weeks against all manner of critters. They were on edge. That became their default state. Their eyes would rarely settle on a single target and their sensing became almost passive. The instructors were no different, with only Guy remaining the same cheerful person. Kakashi looked as if he had gone to hell and returned because he got bored of it. His Sharingan was no longer covered, and the scara of the eye was filled with so much script it turned black. When closed, the Sharingan was yellow, it would turn into its usual red when opened. The extras greatly benefited as well, and they were both fearful of Sayaka and thankful to her. I'm happy with the results, Sayaka absent-mindedly said. She received nods of support and self-fulfillment. Although slightly resentful, they had to agree, they were also pleased with their results. The Chunin exams were around the corner, so Tsunamushi gave them the honor of carrying them to the edge of the desert. What initially took them days to complete, Tsunamushi did in a couple of hours. From there, they sped through in a straight line to Konohagakure. This time they were taking the shortest route, so it wasn't as long as the first time. They met no problems along the way because of how fast they were moving, and because this time no one could leak their information about their route or departure schedule. Oh, the joys of not having backstabbers in your lines. 2 days before the deadline, they arrived. The shinobi went to deliver their report, and Sayaka went home to meet her snake friend. You feel different, Orochimaru said when he came out of the lab in Sayaka's house that she lent him. I am. She had absorbed the Ryumayaku. So, how is it going? Will it work? Sayaka asked while observing a culture tank that seemingly was empty of anything else but a green liquid. Yes. Optical camouflage, chakra sensing interference, obstruction of multiple frequencies of the electromagnetic spectrum, sound dampening, and much more. Orochimaru pressed a button and the glass of the culture tank changed. Inside of it now a light gray snake with scripture running along its scales was visible. It was hard to find a way to get Orochimaru close to Hiruzen. He was not a Kage, nor could he pose as one. So the solution was hiding inside a disposable invisible snake. When the time is right he would exit and ambush Hiruzen within a 4 violet flames formation barrier. Sadly it's a one-time use. It will be enough, though, Orochimaru commented. Were your Otonin accepted without any problems? Otogakure was a village Orochimaru founded to collect samples and run studies peacefully while hiding from Akatsuki after he escaped from them. Kuhuhu, they were accepted with open arms. Konoha's need to make itself look better knows no bounds. Hiruzen was eager to have my ducklings be shown their place in front of the daimyo and his guests from the alliance. Orochimaru found it so ironic how the Hokage made his own resting place. That's good. Try to keep the civilian casualties at a minimum, but don't hold yourself back. They would all die in the next war or the one that follows, anyway. Sayaka said. How uncharacteristically cold of you, Madi-sama. Orochimaru commented. He had no problem with this coldness, he just found it contrasting from the being who had acted for centuries on behalf of the innocents. If there's a beautiful painting with a small defect in a corner, and you focus on that defect, it's your fault for not seeing the beauty of it because you focus too much on the defect. I used to think of humanity like that. Beautiful but with some small defects. And now? Now it's like the painting was initially folded and only 1/100th of its true size was seen, but after unfolding it I discovered the other 99 parts of the painting were painted in blood and disappointment. Sayaka was filled with regret and disappointment about a great many things about humanity on this planet. I'm still me, Snake Kid. I won't enjoy it if you kill civilians indiscriminately, but I won't stop you either. You're part of the same humanity I just spoke of, and not the beautiful part. You destroyed the lives of dozens of children, I'm under no illusion that you are the same damaged child I met decades ago. But I'm not more disgusted by you in any form than I am by humanity. Sayaka's words meant nothing to him, he would have followed the same path if it took him to the result he would achieve in the following years under Sayaka. Just take a look at how they treated Naruto, Tsukumo, and me. I used to appreciate the forest for its trees, it's time I stop excusing herd behaviors by saying useless things like how they are individually good but are being misled. It's time I recognize that humanity includes the herd as much as the individual. Humans can be evil, good, innocent, guilty, weak, strong, ugly, beautiful, and many more. But humanity? The same humanity that employed child soldiers as common sense for centuries. Sayaka spoke of her disappointment and realization. It's ironic how it took you so long to realize that, with you possibly knowing humanity the longest. Orochimaru heard nothing new. What Sayaka just described was the same humanity he had always known. The humanity that took his parents, and that took the child that brought light into his dreary life only because they were afraid he would become another Hashirama Senju, this is the same humanity that gave birth to him. How could he not know of it? The day of the exams arrived. New faces were seen all around. The first test took place, and all of those who trained with Sayaka passed. The second stage was mostly without problems. Sasuke sent a snake to Sayaka asking her to provide a safe place to an Uzumaki he saved. Karen Uzumaki. So Sayaka snuck into the forest of death and abducted Karen Uzumaki. The girl was infatuated with Sasuke after he saved her. Sayaka recognized crazy when she saw it due to her experience with Sahara. Sasuke was well equipped to handle such partners, so didn't worry that much. It was part of his training. While Sasuke was taking his exam, Sayaka showed the mansion to Karen and this one immediately chose Sasuke's bedroom as hers. Obviously. Sayaka took the chance to indoctrinate her into the sisters thinking and Karen was all for it as long as she got to be with Sasuke. Dealing with women like her can be so easy when you're not their target, Sayaka thought. The second stage came to an end without any problems. Mostly. There were too many people from Konohagakure who passed. Because it would look bad for Konoha if too many of their genin passed, Hiruzen did a preliminary round and fixed the matches to allow a certain amount of foreign genin to pass. As a result, Hinata passed from her team but later gave up because she had no interest in being the only Chunin from her team. She was afraid she would be given more responsibilities and that would interfere with her free time with Naruto, and she didn't want to fight Naruto or Sasuke during the final stage, who were the only ones who actually wanted to become Chunin, due to the motivation Sayaka gave them. Sakura fought Sasuke and somehow that turned into Sakura officially entering Sasuke and Ino's relationship. In 1 week his harem expanded by 2 members. Naruto defeated Kiba. Shino lost to the lava release of Kuratsuchi, but it wasn't known if Kuratsuchi would be able to participate in the finals due to wounds she received from Shino. Ino lost to Shikamaru, and Choji to Yujito Ni in a hard-fought battle. Due to the healing effect of the tailed beast's chakra, she should be able to participate in the finals, even though she almost died to Choji. Rock Lee fought Niji and almost won, but his body gave up before the final strike. Niji took advantage of that and put him to sleep with a well-placed hit. After that Niji was seen scolding Might Guy for allowing Lee to go all out. Niji had held back because he knew how much of an idiot Lee could be and was afraid of harming him more than the backlash of the 8 gates. However, he had to admit that Lee's elemental kicks and punches were a perfect counter to his taijutsu. Tenten lost to Omoi, the defining factor was in his lightning release. Other foreign participants squared against the other, but at the end, as Hiruzen intended, there were left 4 Konoha nin and 4 foreign genin. Enough to show Konoha's superiority but not be suspected of sabotaging the contenders. The finals were set in a month from then. The official distribution ended as Sasuke vs Neji. Shikamaru vs Omoi. Yujito vs Naruto. Kimimaro vs Kuratsuchi. Isn't that Kaguya child dying? Sayaka asked Orochimaru. It's because he is dying that I permitted him to participate. His mentality is such that he would rather die while being useful to me than bedridden. Orochimaru explained. Ah, a tool. I've known of those before, never had one see me as their master, sounds disgusting. Sayaka commented. Orochimaru wanted to ask if her relationship with Tsunagakure was not similar, but he held his tongue. Jiraiya is in the village. Sayaka informed him. Will that be a problem for me or you? He asked. I'll keep him away. You just focus on dealing with Hiruzuno. By the way, I got confirmation that the Raikage and Tsuchikage will be assisting, so you'll have to hold them back but don't focus too much on killing them. Won't their Jinchuriki accompany them? Orochimaru felt that would be too much even for him. The Two Tails is here, the Eight Tails will be left guarding Kyumo. IWA doesn't even know where their Jinchuriki are, but Inoki's dust release is problematic. I'll upgrade the barrier, or else it will be all for naught. Sayaka replied. Then that's good, the Two Tails will be defeated by Naruto Uzumaki, so she won't be able to interfere. Orochimaru concluded. Orochimaru and Sayaka spent more time going over the minute details of their plan. A/N, I will type it in the comments of this paragraph because this shit doesn't let me go over 100k characters. Comments about the fights go here. Comments about what you'd like me not to skip go here. Continues on Part 3. Chapter 59, Naruto, Blessed be the Snake Kid. Part 3. I always found something strange about the humans of this world. There are many strange things about them, but do tell. Kyumo and IWA should have a hostility toward Konoha comparable to Ishiki Otsutsuki's toward Kaguya, right? Leaving the ego and ancestor complex of the parasite aside, yes. It should be something similar to China and Japan after World War II, or Korea and Japan, USA and Japan. My pattern recognition skill is responding. Germany and the rest of Europe, the USA and the USSR after the Cold War, and let's not talk about the Gaza Strip, you get my point. These ninjas should hate Konoha after Mito Senju almost drove both villages to extinction. Yeah, I think no human has as many kills under their belt as Mito. Who would have thought such a lovely old lady would be so fierce? As you know, shinobi are not known for their forgive and forget skills. Yet, here they are walking around Konoha as if nothing happened, participating in the Chunin exams as if it were normal. It's contradictory. Well, humans are short-lived, so they tend to forget. Individually they do, as a village. They are taught to hate since babies. Yeah, you're right. This is strange. Maybe it's like the 1936 Olympic Games. It's not the same, that was 3 years before the start of World War II. You are correct. So strange. So strange. Sayaka flew, while concealed, above the bustling streets of Kanagakure. The village was filled with an unusual upbeat energy, as if a festival was taking place. While the Chunin exams might appear as such at first glance, this was more similar to a weapons exposition instead of exams, yet the villagers, the ones usually frightful of war and shinobi, were rejoicing about the celebration. Strange and contradictory as it was, it did not concern Sayaka and Lucian. While hovering above the mob, they followed a certain white-haired pervert. The pervert kid. The morphed clone of Sayaka led Jiraiya to a house she had prepared beforehand. They walked through the front door and directly to a bedroom. Following the hypnotic hips and magnetic personality, he walked through another door, supposedly to enter the bedroom. Except, there was no room on the other side. There was some grass, the sounds of the seagulls above, the crashing of the waves below, and the humid and salted winds of the ocean around him. The clone closed the door and released itself. When the door was closed, it disappeared into an implosion of soft light and white sand. Sayaka. Jiraiya asked after seeing the white sand residue. Pervert kid. Sayaka materialized a few feet away from him. What are you doing? Jiraiya didn't feel any hostility from her, her relaxed posture, amiable smile, and eyes told him so, but he didn't let his guard down. I removed you from the board. After all, your only sin is being duped by Hiruzen and his will of fire. The ground rose under Sayaka's command and 2 seats of stone appeared. What are you planning, Sayaka? Jiraiya asked, alarmed after hearing her words. Don't worry, pervert kid. I'm not going to do anything to you, and unless you pull a space-time ninjutsu out of your pervert head, you can't do anything. Sayaka. What are you planning? He shouted. He was getting riled up by the meaning he inferred from her words. Calm down, pervert kid. I'm going to tell you all about my evil plan. Just take a seat, like I said, there's nothing you can do now. Sayaka gestured for the stone seat. Jiraiya weaved hand signs and tried to summon a toad. But aside from wasting chakra, it did nothing. I marked you with script when we locked arms. Sayaka explained. Under her pervasive eyesight, she could see the script her clone left in Jiraiya under his clothes. Don't worry, you'll only be unable to summon or be summoned for a day. See? Nothing you can do. Sayaka had locked his spatial coordinates. This meant he could move in the normal 3 directions of space, but not out of them. So no summoning for him. Jiraiya raked his pervert head to think of a way out of his predicament. However, it was as she had explained, he couldn't do a thing. Arg. He shouted and then. Sigh, Jiraiya slumped into the stone seat in defeat. Talk. He said in a bad mood. Do you know where we are? Sayaka's words made him look around, but all he could guess was that he was at a very tall rock formation above some sea. Yuzushiogakyur? He asked in surprise. Yes, this is where I first met Kushina, 2 lives ago. What? Pervert kid, I always disliked ninjas, the descendants of Hagoromo Otsutsuki even more. Wait. 2 lives ago. What do you mean? Jiraiya couldn't move past what she said. It means my life as Aya Uzumaki. I met you a few minutes before the end of that life, you were already a pervert then. Sayaka mockingly smiled. Jiraiya looked at her with incredulity, but those eyes of her didn't seem to be lying. There was a certain wisdom in them, as hard as that was to determine, considering she had no pupils or irises. You don't have a repository of knowledge? Jiraiya asked after connecting the dots. I do, it's my soul. Sayaka replied with a cheeky grin. Jiraiya didn't find words to reply with. With her age being the least of the problematic implications, Jiraiya's head was in chaos, trying to understand what this implied. As I was saying, I hated the descendants of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Belligerent, petty, stupid, narrow-minded, violent, arrogant, warmongers, these and many words could be used to describe them as a whole. I hated how they always found a way to destroy whatever I did for them. I healed a village and stopped a pandemic, they went back and spread the pandemic. I set commercial routes to supply the innocents with food even during wartimes, they destroy the routes. I created a place for information sharing among merchants, but it didn't last past 5 decades before they destroyed and turned it into the black market exchange. She gains a distant look, the disappointment was once more getting to her, but she soon snapped out of it and continued. I walked this world while teaching and helping you whenever I could. I protected humanity from innumerable threats. I always tried to be a positive influence. I repaired this world and the surrounding space after it was left with less than 1,000 years of lifespan. I did a lot for humanity and this planet. Years, decades, centuries of helping and attempting to guide you through another path. It worked for some time and then it was destroyed by your hands. It was a cycle, creation and destruction, salvation and damnation, peace and war, love and hatred. You know what I'm talking about, right? Sayaka asked Jiraiya. The cycle of hate. He spoke with the weight of experience in his remark. I was half a mind away from driving your race to extinction. Sayaka channeled her hate through her chakra and Jiraiya felt something only those who interacted with the tailed beasts before she purified them felt. Corrosive, corrupt, hatred-laced, violent, hostile chakra. He felt a pit in his stomach, perspiration covered his back, his heart galloped, his hands balled into fists, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and when it looked like it was going to continue endlessly, the pressure disappeared as if it had never been there. But then I met the Uzumaki. They were, as a whole, uninterested in the wars. They chose to settle down on this island. Close to their friends, the Senju, but far away from the other clans. Sayaka made an allusion to fill in the gap left behind by the explosion of the island. Jiraiya saw the thriving city, the forest, and the parents who came to the local attraction that the sealed gate of hell was with their offspring. It was peaceful, and not in the same way Konohagakure is. No, it was the type of peacefulness that runs deep, not the superficial peace of Konohagakure. They cared more about fuinjutsu and food than riches or territory. This was the only clan that never conquered another or a territory. Mind you, they were not sinless, they were not perfect, they had flaws, but they showed me that among the children of Hagoromo, not all were lost causes. Sayaka released the illusion. There was silence shared for a moment, not a pleasant one. Jiraiya couldn't forget what he just felt. It felt as if the being seated opposite to him was a monster filled with hate and nothing more. Jiraiya, did you know that Danzo Shimura played an important hand in the fall of Yuzushiogakyur? This was a shock for him, and not because Danzo was scum. Everybody above a certain level in Konohagakure knew that. Did you know that Hiruzen Sarutobi found out about it and didn't so much as punish him? He took advantage of it. Jiraiya was now understanding where this was going. The other 2 wastes of space knew about it and benefited from it just as much as Danzo and Hiruzen did. Sayaka's emotionless facade was not positively accepted by Jiraiya, it made him churn with trepidation. He had seen this type of face multiple times, and it was never before happy outcomes. Revenge. Jiraiya muttered. Yes, but not for the fall of Uzushio-Gakure. I got over it already, pervert kid. I'm petty, but even I can let go after a few decades of healing. Not entirely, at least, Sayaka thought. If it's not about Uzushio-Gakure, then what's this about? Nawaki's death. Kushina's death. Naruto's abandonment and ostracization. The Uchiha massacre. Sasuke's future, and because they did enough to earn my hate. The 4 cancers of Konohagakure will be removed today by my hand. I don't want you caught in the crossfire, you're just a gullible pervert who drank from the poison chalice of the will of fire. Sayaka teleported away, without a care about if he believed her or not. She didn't feel like giving him more explanations than she had already given. She teleported to the Mitokado residence. Hamura Mitokado was going over a few documents pertaining to the agreement they planned to sign with the Alliance. What will Hiruzen do about the monster? It's clear she has ties with the desert. How will she react when Konoha joins the other villages in the efforts of finding the location of Sunagakure? He thought. He will be dead by then, and I wouldn't react to watching some ants die to an antlion. Sayaka spoke from behind him. WHA-***, Hamura couldn't finish his words after keeling over the desk and vomiting dark blood. His body convulsed and shook. His muscles violently contracted and snapped his bones. His eyes fully popped out and dangled from the eye sockets by the optic nerve. His bladder and sphincter gave out. Blood flowed out of his respiratory tract. His agony continued for a long minute until his body fell silent. It spasmed a couple of times more, and then he died. Sayaka touched the back of his head and pulled his soul before it got dragged to the Pure Lands. She then stuffed the body in her storage script. His disembodied soul looked at his disappearing dead and bloodied body, aghast. What did you do? He asked, even if he already knew the answer. He raised his eyesight from the blood stain his body left to Sayaka, but when his eyes laid on her visage, he trembled. He didn't know why, he couldn't understand it, but he felt small, insignificant, at her mercy. Not that he ever wasn't, he felt inferior in a different way than he did while he was alive. Sayaka didn't grant him more than a fleeting gaze before she deconstructed his soul and ate it. There were no cries of agony, simply because she didn't allow it, but he lost all reason before his soul fully deconstructed to the pain. With a subtle glow and residue of white sand, Sayaka teleported to the Udatane residence. What are you doing here, girl? Koharu demanded. Sayaka teleported into her room. She was getting ready to join Hiruzen and the other representatives to watch the final match. She wanted to watch all the battles, but in Hiruzen's absence, while he accompanied the other Kages, she had to take care of coordinating the village's shinobi. I'm here for a tumor resection, girl. Sayaka's words marked the start of her misery. Blood flowed, muscles broke bones, and Koharu found pain in pain, hopelessness in hopelessness, despair in despair, and hell in life. She lost all rationality before her body spasmed a few times and lost her life. Sayaka extracted her soul and subjected it to the same treatment as Hamura. Her body was stored away. Sayaka teleported once more. Inside a secret room, in the arena, Danzo observed furtively the start of the first match. Sasuke vs Neji. Let's see the fruits of the training of that monster. He released the seals on half his face and arm. Shirsue's eye observed greedily from his right eye socket, the other Sharingan blinked and moved in his white arm. He had the face of a man going shopping for his next collectible. He eyed the bodies of Sasuke and Neji with such intensity that put Orochimaru to shame. She trained them well, as expected. It was the correct choice. They will then submit their knowledge to the village after we declare her as the enemy of the allied forces. Danzo muttered. Is that so? A clone of Sayaka asked from behind him. Before he could move, his body stiffened, script covered his body, and his chakra was sealed. Sayaka laid her elbows above his shoulders, her chin on her hands above his head, as if they were close friends, maybe grandfather and granddaughter. Thud 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 thud. After a subtle flash of light and some sand, a new head fell from midair. Heads upon heads were teleported to the room. This kept going until Sayaka and Danzo were quite literally surrounded by heads up to their knees. In that case, what I'm doing will make it easier for the brand to stick on me, right? Sayaka whispered, there was striking happiness in her voice. Sayaka. Danzo snarled, not because he broke through his binding by sheer will and determination, this was not how it worked, but because Sayaka allowed him to speak. Squelch, Sayaka's answer to his snarl was using her telekinesis to rip out Shirsue's eye. Aghh. He cried in pain, half hoping someone would hear him, but he knew no one would. He set the soundproofing of this secret room himself. The most arrogant thing I've ever heard was when you, a tumor of a human, told Shirsue that you would use his Sharingan better, only for years to pass by and you never using it. Squelch 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 squelch. 10 Sharingan were extracted from his arm. I'm guessing you obtained these before I arrived that night, or from the masked men. Sayaka was sure she obtained all the eyes since the moment she arrived at the compound. Thud, another head teleported to the room, her main body was busy. Squelch, a Sharingan emerged from the right side of his chest. This one was Shirsue's grandpa's, right? Sayaka commented. Yes, he had it in his right eye socket before he replaced it with Shirsue's. Sayaka. Danzo shouted in rage and pain. Thud thud, from time to time, heads teleported into the room. These were all root operatives. Shut up. Danzo's mouth snapped shut, his jaw shattering under the pressure from Sayaka's telekinesis. His teeth breaking and fissuring, filling his mouth with blood and bone fragments, it made him feel like he had broken glass in his mouth. His muffled cries of pain made him lose his nails after Sayaka pulled them. I said, shut up. Next, I will try my testicular torsion release. After that, I will skin you alive. Believe me, I can make sure you're alive and awake while I do it. Sayaka's words were said with unnatural sweetness and joy. Danzo swallowed his muffled cries of pain. Good dog. The match is starting, so make sure to wallow in pain in silence. Sayaka waved her hand and the heads lost all flesh, skin, brain matter, eyes, cartilage, and hair. The soft bloodied waste was left on the floor, and the skulls were arranged into a throne next to Danzo. She floated down and sat on her new throne. Meh, it's not as comfortable as I thought, but it's alright. I will have you sit here after I kill you. It's all about theatrics. Sayaka winked at the rageful and frightfully silent stare of Danzo. Now, pay attention to my kids' battles, or I shove a few of these skulls through your ass. Sayaka's words made Danzo try to bite his tongue, but the script prevented him from doing so. He felt Sayaka's gaze on him after his failed suicide attempt, and she shook her head in disapproval. She slowly pointed at his crotch. Danzo's eyes became bloodshot and he tried to shake his head, his eyes swimming around, looking for something or some miracle in the room in despair. Testicular torsion musical note, she whispered with a sing-song to the phrase. Squelch squelch squelch. A pool of blood formed between his legs and started to drip down onto the floor, his eyes closed and opened, and tears flowed. From the pain, he swallowed the sharp fragments of teeth and bones, cutting his throat on the way down. Sayaka made a motion with her hand, and these fragments made their way out of his stomach, slowly through his digestive system. The end destination of these bone fragments. It was obvious. Sasuke's and Niji's match started as the fragments' journey did. Danzo passed out, but the script on his body prevented it. He had lost enough blood to pass out, but, then again, the script prevented it. Just enjoy the show, Danzo. Don't worry about anything, you won't even die under my tender care. Sayaka said. Sasuke and Niji knew that more than a real battle this was an exposition match. So, as the smart teens that they were, they had practiced together at home, turning their battle into a choreography. Niji activated his Byakugan as he made distance from Sasuke. Sasuke activated his Sharingan as he pulled a javelin from his storage script. Niji shot a supersonic arrow, and Sasuke parried it to his left with his javelin. Boom, the arrow hit the wall behind Sasuke, leaving a small perfect hole in the middle of a crack web. Sasuke made a circle with his javelin in front of him and the circle came alive with flames. Sasuke threw his javelin through the circle and this one caught fire. Niji jumped away and rolled while creating a wall of dirt behind him. It was proven to be the correct decision after the flaming javelin exploded in his previous locations and a wave of flames hit the dirt wall he had erected. Ninjutsu without hand signs. Samui exclaimed. She was among the spectators because her teammate Omoi would participate in the second match. Niji, taking advantage of the weaponless Sasuke, shot 3 arrows in a rapid-fire display. Sasuke activated his cloak of lightning and blitzed through the arena and Niji turned into a stationary artillery in response. Sasuke made a clone and this one launched a javelin at Niji. Niji barely had time to dodge before the javelin went through his left shoulder, the one holding his bow. Hokage, why is the Uchiha brat using the technique of my village? The Raikage asked with barely contained rage. His assistant behind him, Mabui, was as surprised and angered as he was. Raikage, please understand that there was only one person outside of your village who had ever used the technique. Hiruzen succinctly sent Sayaka under the bus, not that she minded. Aya Uzumaki. He growled. Sayaka Uchiha, then. Mabui clarified. Information about the Kohakugan was spread throughout the elemental nations, it definitely was not Danzo Shimura, so they knew the false fact that Sayaka had access to the knowledge of the previous holders. Niji ran out of arrows, supposedly, and took a gentle fist stance, his hands gained a green cloak and he moved in a fluid motion and struck forward, at apparently nothing. But Sasuke materialized in a striking stance at that location. Bam, Niji's chakra scalpel collided with Sasuke's spear hand. Then there was a screeching sound as the techniques fought for supremacy. Niji knew he was on the losing side, so he stopped pushing back and tilted his body to the side. Sasuke's hand flew forward due to the momentum his attack carried, and Niji used his gentle fist to strike Sasuke's elbow from outside. Recognizing the danger with his Sharingan, Sasuke turned off his cloak and braved the hit. Niji's strike of Sasuke's elbow sent his hand in a trajectory toward his chest with enough force to stab his heart had he kept his cloak active. Sasuke used his other hand to manifest a javelin and aimed at Niji's stomach. Niji twisted in time to avoid vital organs and let the javelin spear him. Just as this happened, Sasuke's arm hit his chest and the impact transferred to his heart, making him skip a beat. His arm fell limply after that due to the cut from Niji's chakra scalpel. Cough. Sasuke coughed due to the abrupt change in his heart rhythm. Arg. Niji complained about the pain of being skewered. Niji and Sasuke look at each other, and the tension of the stare is felt even by the audience. The tension escalated until it peaked. I surrender, they said at the same time. What? The audience shouted. Some clapped, some released sighs they were holding, and some looked away from the bloodied boys, but overall, they all enjoyed the show. Do my elbow first, I'll help you with the javelin. Sasuke told Niji. Niji nodded and healed Sasuke's elbow, then the Uchiha grabbed firmly the javelin and pulled it away. Niji covered his wound on the front with his healing hands and Sasuke moved to his back and covered the other end of the wound with his equally green glowing hands. A minute later, they both were healed and exited the arena, leaving behind an audience emotionally holding to their seats. The Kages were no different. The foreign Kages thought about the shamelessness of Konoha in implying that these monster children were genin. Signless jutsu, abnormal chakra control, abnormal battle experience, and more. They were jonin, at least. Aren't they great? The Kages heard a new voice in the room. The escorts of each Kage stood protectively around their leaders. Sayaka, what are you doing here? Hiruzen, the most calm among the people in the room, asked. Nothing much, I just wanted the best seat to watch my friend's performance. Can you believe this is the first Chunin exam I have spectated? I never found much entertainment in watching kids beat each other out. Sayaka moved closer to the balcony overlooking the arena under the tense stares of the others. This is not a place for you to be, Sayaka-chan. Shikaku commented. He was one of the escorts of Hiruzen. Is that so? Sayaka asked, her eyes moving from Shikaku to Hiruzen, to the Raikage, and lastly to the silent figure of the Tsuchikage. How is it that you feel much stronger than her? The Tsuchikage asked. He had an eye patch covering his left eye, and his right leg was made of stone. I'm older than Aya Uzumaki was when you and the Raikage fought her. Sayaka said as if it was logical. She was burning her life when she fought us. I don't think that's something you can passively overcome with a few years, girl. The Tsuchikage's point was that Aya should still be stronger than Sayaka because she was burning her life away desperately, yet, somehow, Sayaka feels stronger. This body is stronger because Orochimaru grafted cells from other shinobi into my liver. Sayaka made an excuse that might not be believable but no one could discredit. Did you teach the lightning cloak to the Uchiha brat? The Raikage asked. Seeing the passive way in which Sayaka was acting put them at faux ease. Yes, it's a very suitable technique for a Sharingan user. Your father has my praise. There are very few techniques in this world that encompass speed and defense in the way that his technique does, actually. I can't think of any other. That's something praiseworthy. Sayaka said with sincerity. It is the technique of my village. It isn't yours to distribute among your friends as you please. The Raikage glared at her with hostility. I see. How about you look for me after the exams and I'll give you something of equal value? How about that? We both know you can't do anything to me. I'm too strong, but I wouldn't want you going after Sasuke's life, so. Sayaka's pleasant smile and compromising disposition made Hiruzen feel like his eyes were failing him. That was not the smile of the Sayaka he had known for years. Raikage-sama, I believe the offer is acceptable. Mabui whispered to her boss. Very well, but it won't be the end of it if the compensation is not satisfactory. He calmed down and subtly threatened Sasuke's life. Hiruzen was edging on his seat. He was sure that now Sayaka was going to kill the Raikage. Even he didn't have the balls to threaten Sayaka's loved ones. But contrary to what he expected, Sayaka calmly smiled back. Now the Hokage knew something was not right. So, Hokage, can I stay here? Sayaka asked after seeing everybody calm down and the next match about to begin. We'll talk about this later. Hiruzen said, as if had control of the situation and could reprimand Sayaka. It was all a show to keep his image intact. Sayaka nodded at him and then focused on the match. See, it was easy. Kuhuhu, the old man sure has fallen. Did you teach my village's dust release to any of those brats? The Tsuchikage asked. Shikamaru took flight and got out of reach of Omoi. No, but I did teach them the earth release, lightweight rock technique. Sayaka said with a grin. Anoki stared at her back intently. You're gonna make me blush if you stare at me like that. Sayaka said without turning back. You know what I want, girl. Anoki replied. Fine, I'll give you something after the exams. Sayaka replied. Will you? As if. I'll be the most wanted after this, I don't care about what they'll do. Won't they target your kids then? No, they won't. They are too valuable to the village, they can't antagonize Konoha, so they'll be at an impasse. But the village will be weakened after you deal with the old men and Danzo. But Pervert Kid and Tsunechan will be forced to return. Besides, overall, by making use of the script I sold Konoha, Hiruzen has been raising the bar for the average strength of the village. The alliance won't be in a position of strength just because I got rid of Konoha's cancer. I don't think this is the type of match anybody was expecting. Hiruzen said with an uncomfortable smile. Shikamaru was simply flying further than the reach of Omoi's lightning release and kunai while dropping kunai with paper tags attached. Air bombardment is a standard tactic when you count with air superiority, am I right, Tsuchikage? Sayaka asked. The way Sayaka talked without honorifics to the Kages grated more than one, but they swallowed their words back. It reminds me of someone I knew. Anoki muttered while reminiscing about Deidara. How did you train them to that level? The Raikage asked. Much to his chagrin he knew Omoi was losing, his faith now rested on Yujito-ni. Normal training, the difference lies in that I recharged them with my chakra when they were spent. I could also heal them, so virtually they could train to their utmost limit with no negative consequences. Sayaka openly said. Is that it? Mostly, I'm also very good at motivating people. That doesn't explain how their chakra reserves grew to this level. I can tune my chakra and healing abilities to allow for an unnatural natural growth of their inborn chakra reserves. Unnatural natural growth. That cursed mark you made could be considered unnatural artificial growth, same as those modifications you did on your people from Otogekure. What I do is similar to the growth the awakening of the Sharingan provides, it's unnatural. Yet natural. It's interesting. Is it possible to learn this power? Not from me. Lucy-sama. Yes. The other Kages realized it was not a method they could reproduce. They had the chakra for it, and learning to share chakra was not something new, but the healing part. No, that wasn't possible. The paragon of healing, Tsunade Senju, couldn't heal without repercussions, there's no way they had a hidden shinobi capable of more. Now they were thinking about maybe asking her about this training technique instead of a jutsu, they could improve the baseline of their people this way. Alas, these were all fantasies, never meant to happen. Shikamaru was declared the winner not long after. Air superiority was like that. Would you be interested in signing a partnership with the Alliance, girl? The Tsuchikage asked. I don't think so, I lack nothing so I don't think so. Sayaka replied. You could bargain for benefits for your friends. The Raikage added, there was a threat barely concealed in his words. Nah, I don't think so. They are set for life, they don't need anything they can't get with their own hands. Sayaka answered as if she hadn't understood the hidden threat. Hiruzen was more and more worried now. This was not the arrogant Sayaka he knew. Something felt off, she was more patient. Hiruzen was also getting worried about his council members. They should be arriving soon and he didn't want them in the same room as this weird new Sayaka. Will they be allowed to fight using the tailed beast's chakra? Sayaka asked as Naruto and Yujito-ni walked to the center of the arena. Boo. The audience booed and hissed at Naruto. Hiruzen felt that this was it, Sayaka was going to go ballistic on the villagers. Contrary to his prediction, Sayaka smiled sweetly, as if she didn't see anything. It's funny how Hashirama Senju said that the villages would strive for a friendly relationship with the tailed beast, but you couldn't even have a neutral relationship with your Jinchuriki. Was it the same in your villages? Sayaka asked while ignoring the uncomfortably looking Hiruzen and glancing at the other Kages. The burden of the Jinchuriki is such, it is the sacrifice they bear for our villages. This was all Inoki said. The Raikage's silence was his support of his allies' words. Have you ever wondered what would happen if one of them broke free from the brainwashing of your villages? The Jinchuriki, for all their power, were brainwashed idiots. This was Lucian's and Madeline's consensus. They are not allowed to use the chakra of the tailed beasts. Hiruzen said, interrupting the cataclysmic scenario Sayaka planted in their minds. You should let the girl use the kitten's chakra. Sayaka said. Are you saying Yujito would lose to the fox brat otherwise? The Raikage asked, gnashing his teeth. You couldn't beat his father, what makes you think she can beat Naruto when I trained him? Sayaka looked at him oddly. Sayaka. Hiruzen reprimanded her. His father? The Raikage asked. Sayaka kept silent, not because of Hiruzen, but because Naruto was carrying his special kunai. Begin. The battle started. Naruto popped a clone and the clone went away, the real body standing between Yujito-ni and the clone. Naruto covered his hands and legs in chakra armor and pounced toward Yujito-ni. Yujito weaved hand signs and breathed a massive cat-like maw of fire toward the approaching enemy. Naruto breathed in and then out with force, and a massive gust of wind blew clear a path to his enemy. Another one that doesn't use hand signs. Inoki commented while glaring at Sayaka. Hand signs are a crutch. There was casting without hand signs first, then the ancestor of the Uchiha invented hand signs to make life easier for the average person. Sayaka enlightened the ignorant. Yujito pulled out a kunai and coated it with a chakra edge. She swung at Naruto, and he blocked her with his chakra armor claw. They both moved at a similar speed, something way beyond a Jonin's power. He is not as fast as the Uchiha brat. The Raikage remarked as if mocking Sayaka. That's not it. He is equaling his speed to hers. Naruto's base speed is faster than Sasuke's. Hiruzen replied in Sayaka's stead. As if to back up Hiruzen's statement, the clone started to fling swaths of special kunai in the air. What does the clone do? The Raikage started to ask. Flying Thunder God! Exclaimed the three Kages. While ANBU had reported Naruto's interest in the technique, its use was never reported. Why? Was it because ANBU and the instructors betrayed the village and kept the information secret? No, Sayaka blurred their memory of it. Even Hiruzen at some point suspected something, but Sayaka always blurred the memory from everybody. Even Naruto sometimes wondered why the village never made a fuss about him openly using his father's technique. It was merely that it was rarely seen, and whenever it was seen, people would think that it was normal for Naruto to use the technique, and when they looked away they would think that it was not something important and they didn't need to talk, think, or report about it. He's Minato Namikaze's son. Inoki exclaimed. He is Kushina Uzumaki's son. Sayaka calmly added. Naruto inherited most of his talents from Kushina. Had it not been for her rigorous training, Naruto would have never been able to develop his spatial sense, of that she was sure. So he wouldn't inherit much from what made his father notorious, but he did inherit Kushina's chakra reserves and her stamina and life force. Sayaka. Hiruzen snarled. He felt that the way he unnaturally ignored his suspicions about Naruto wasn't right. You should have given him his parents' inheritance, Hiruzen heard an annoying voice in his mind. The girl will lose. The Tsuchikage stated the obvious. Naruto was blinking away, from one kunai to the other. To make matters worse, he created more clones. He could use these clones as marks, and then juggled kunai between each other. The situation was so chaotic that Naruto was leaving afterimages surrounding Yujito. The girl tried to use area attacks, but Naruto, or the clones, would dispel anything by using extreme gusts of wind. We should have let them use the tailed beast's chakra. The Raikage regretted it. The arena is not big enough for that. Sayaka said. Yujito let the anger take over and spat a veritable dome of blue flames. Naruto, instead of engaging, collected his kunai, dispelled the clones, and appeared near the top of the wall surrounding the arena. That means I won, right? He asked, out loud. Naruto Uzumaki is the winner. It was announced. But no one cheered. Silence was his reward. Silence because some of the shinobi connected the teleporting and Naruto's blonde hair and blue eyes with the fourth Hokage. Silence from the civilians because they realize he is as much a monster as the monster girl they so much fear. How much effort did he put in? Maybe a 10%. Kufufufu, sagehood is really a dreadful thing. It is what it is, and Naruto was blessed with a lot of advantages. Uzumaki bloodline, tailed beast, Hinata, and me. Kimimaro versus Kuratsuchi, the next contenders were called. I'm going. Sayaka said. Poof, she dispelled herself. A clone? Mabui asked. She was not the only one surprised, everyone was, but for the sake of appearances, they all had to act as if they always knew it. The Kages focused on the upcoming fight, but Shikaku suspected something was wrong with them. He is a Kagaya clan member. The Raikage commented, trying to bring back attention to the upcoming battle. It appears so, the kid might be the last descendant of that cursed bloodline. The Tsuchikage commented offhandedly. The fight is about to start. The Hokage added. But a fight did not happen. Kimimaro immediately entered the first stage and then the second stage of the cursed seal of earth, feathers started to fall, and then. Dance of the seedling fern. Kimimaro mumbled with the last of his life. Boom, a forest of bones manifested. Not only inside the arena but also in the stands and outside the arena. It was a massive area that was turned into a forest of bones. Luckily the arena was not in the middle of a densely populated area, but that didn't spare the thousands that sat in the stands and were too slow to react due to the sleeping genjutsu or simply couldn't because they were not ninjas. Boom, at the same time as Kimimaro entered his second stage, Orochimaru came out of the snake Sayaka's clone had left behind. Orok dash was what Hiruzen managed to exclaim before the Kage's room exploded and a pentagonal barrier trapped them with Orochimaru. Sayaka had modified the barrier, so Orochimaru's subordinates could still fuel it. Sayaka added a few conditions to it. One was that no one alive weaker than the caster could stay inside of it, the other was that only Orochimaru could dispel it or the deaths of 3 of the 5 corner ninjas fueling the barrier, and lastly it allowed summoning but not reverse summoning. Because of these conditions, when the barrier manifested, it barreled at the bodyguards and blasted them away. They were shinobi, so they would survive, even if some of them fell badly into the bone outgrowths. Regardless, they were out for the count for the fight. Orochimaru, what have you done? Hiruzen shouted after jumping away from his former student. He wasted no time hearing an answer, he immediately summoned the Monkey King, Enma. Enma looked around and found the opponent at the other end. He shook his head in disapproval. I told you, you should have killed him when you got the chance. Enma said to Hiruzen. Orochimaru, do you think you can take on 3 Kages? The Raikage asked, lightning flickering around his body. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world. Anoki acted and fired a drill of dust release at Orochimaru. He was worried about his granddaughter. Orochimaru's body flickered away and the drill continued until it clashed against the barrier. Only to be absorbed by it and gain a more solid countenance. You should give it up, Sayaka-sama designed this barrier. Orochimaru looked at Anoki with a grin, he was not mocking the Tsuchikage, but it looked that way. Sayaka. Hiruzen shouted, and he shared the same uncertainty as the other 2 Kages. No one could underestimate the girl. You should ask her about it when she arrives, she is busy eliminating all of Root. Hiruzen's frightened face brought joy to Orochimaru. Oh, how much he hated Danzo and Hiruzen's relationship. He hated how Danzo provided for a perfect excuse for Hiruzen, and how the latter gave free rein to the first. He hated how Hiruzen benefited from Nawaki's death, above all. Raikage, to answer your question, I'm not here to kill you, I'm here to hold the Hokage back while we wait for the esteemed monster girl. You and the Tsuchikage are not our targets, you simply got caught in the barrier due to its nature. Don't interfere and we shall not be your enemies. Orochimaru felt like the Tsuchikage should not be spared, he still remembers the day that he and the previous Raikage ambushed him in Nawaki, but he was following Sayaka's instructions, this was not his play to direct, he merely performed in it. Why are you doing this, Orochimaru? Hiruzen got ready for the imminent confrontation. I could tell you about how I found out that Danzo released Nawaki's information. Orochimaru dragged the ending of the sentence to see the contorted face of his old sensei. Or I could tell you about my resentment for denying me the Hokage seat because you couldn't control me like Minato. I could tell you about my dislike for your rule, or about how I believe this village would grow brighter without you in it. There are many altruistic and justified reasons for this, but that's not it. In reality, Sayaka is my current boss, so just ask her. Meanwhile. Let's kill each other. Orochimaru smiled like a madman. Orochimaru weaved hand signs and then slammed his hand down and 2 coffins and 1 casket appeared. The coffins appeared covered in white sand and were ornate with gold and silver. One of the coffins had a subtle glow. In comparison, the casket was a simple wooden box. The lids fell forward, and a redhead, a ravenet, and a blonde appeared. I think I've waited long enough for this. The ravenet coldly spoke. Ah, Minato. I missed you. The redhead said as soon as she came out of the glowing coffin. Kushina. The blonde asked, surprised that his equally dead wife jumped on him and glomped him like a koala. Minato was covered in cracks all over his body as if his skin was made of dry clay, and the sclera of his eyes was darkened. Mikoto looked no different from a living person, and Kushina looked like a living person if one ignored the halo glowing above her head. These last 2 couldn't be summoned with the Edo Tensei Jutsu, they were not in the Pure Lands, but Sayaka had created an equivalent jutsu to allow for their descent. Minato, these are yours. Orochimaru said and he threw a vambrace marked with storage script, it contained his kunai. Minato instinctively caught it. Thank you for taking care of my boys, Hokage. Mikoto's eyes were glowing red with a simple triangle with her pupil centered on it. Mikoto, you. Are you alive? Hiruzen asked as he looked away from the enraged Sharingan. She felt alive to him and the other Kages, unlike Minato, who was clearly reanimated, and Kushina, who felt different. What's going on, Kushina? Minato asked his koala wife. Let me share this with you. She grabbed his head gently with her left hand and a script she had tattooed behind this hand glowed. To make matters easier for Orochimaru, Sayaka had created a memory-sharing script and given it to Kushina, this way Minato would be caught up to speed and Orochimaru wouldn't need to override his will. Kushina got down from Minato and then glared at the Kages. Orochimaru, are the Kages joining Hiruzen? Kushina asked loud enough. I don't know. Kuhohu, are they? Orochimaru grinned at them. Anoki and the Raikage looked at the other and nodded. They both knew of the objective of the alliance, and their best bet to get the pact signed was the Hokage known for his soft character when it came to outsiders, even better if the said Hokage became indebted to them. They didn't know what would happen if someone like Danzo, who was known for his ruthlessness, assumed the position or someone like Tsunade, whose brother they were responsible for killing, would do. Third Hokage. Why? Minato asked after shaking his head for a moment to get rid of the dizziness the sudden influx of memories gave him. The Raikage and Inoki walked to stand beside Hiruzen. Hiruzen's guilt-ridden face was enough to know he understood Minato's cryptic question. I don't think much talking is needed, Minato. It's time for action, not for blabbing. From behind Kushina, golden chains emerged. I will help Orochimaru, Mikoto said while an orange skeleton manifested. Then I'll deal with the flying one. Four chains stabbed the floor and lifted her to the air, her other chains surrounded her and pointed to the floating Tsuchikage. I have to finish what Ayachan started. Maybe I should leave him alive as a human stump, limbless. Kushina said with malice in her voice. The Tsuchikage was one of the responsible for the end of her clan, who still breathed, though most would die today. Then the Raikage is mine, what a coincidence. Minato said with a sunny smile, contrasting the mood everyone shared. Within the memories he got he understood that no one had any personal vendetta with the current Raikage, so he was not going for the kill, just suppression. You really should have killed the kid, Enma said to Hiruzen before transforming into a staff. The Raikage blitzed at Minato, and Minato, as if by second nature, pulled his marked kunai from the storage script and shot them randomly around the sealed space. When the Raikage spear hand reached Minato, most of the kunai were still in midair, that's how fast the Raikage moved. Minato blinked into another location, closer to Hiruzen. Hiruzen set his staff by his side and breathed a wall of flames at Orochimaru. Orochimaru summoned and coated his Kusanagi sword in wind chakra nature and made a vertical slash at the flame attack. Mikoto Susanoo's skeletal hand grabbed Orochimaru and launched him after the clearing in the flames that his slash had made. She then looked at the Tsuchikage, who was trying to keep his distance from the chains of Kushina, and her Sharingan spun. Inoki was building a cube of dust release between his hands while swerving in the air when suddenly he couldn't fly anymore and started to fall. What? He exclaimed, trying to control his fall while avoiding the chains. Thanks, Mikoto. Kushina joyfully said as her chains followed after the falling Tsuchikage. Inoki made a dirt clone and kicked it downwards, the clone smashed into the ground and turned into a dirt wall. Inoki controlled his fall and hit the dirt wall at the right angle to stick his hand into it and slow his fall by dragging it down. But, his relief was short-lived. He had a fraction of a second to dodge the chains quickly plunging at him. He ran on the dirt wall and then jumped to the ground, evading the chains that acted like spears falling from heaven. He managed to avoid all of them but one nick on the left side of his abdomen. That was impressive. Especially for your age. Kushina commented while looking down at him from the higher position her chains allowed her. A brat won't understand the experience of my generation, Inoki said in dismissal of her efforts. Then you should know what we Uzumaki were feared for, right? You're that old. Kushina pointedly looked at the small cut on his abdomen. From the cut, ink spread until half of his abdomen had markings of script and fuinjutsu. What have you done? Inoki demanded. But he suddenly got the answer when he saw he couldn't change the nature of his chakra to earth release. I wonder how many nature transformations I have to seal before you are left fighting only with neutral chakra. Kushina smiled. On the other side of the battlefield, things were not looking good for Hiruzen. Mikoto stayed behind Orochimaru while he engaged in close-quarter combat against his old teacher. Orochimaru knew that in jutsu mastery and variety, they were almost evenly matched, with himself being slightly less experienced, but his sensei was old, while he wasn't. So he made use of this advantage. Hiruzen would gain distance after a considerable effort and try to weave hand signs for an area of attack, but one of two things would happen: Mikoto would use her Susanoo to shield Orochimaru or suddenly his jutsu would vanish. It wasn't long for him to understand that Mikoto was using her Sharingan to somehow cancel his jutsu. It's called reality denial. Mikoto softly said, belying the anger in her eyes. On that day I craved for nothing more than to wake up from the nightmare that reality had become. Now, just like how my nightmare became reality, reality can be just a nightmare. Something that's only in our minds. Mikoto was gratified by the panicking expression of Hiruzen. Hiruzen blocked Orochimaru's decapitating slash with his staff and shifted his location to have Orochimaru's body blocking him from Mikoto's view. After exchanging attacks with his old student, he managed to free one hand and made hand signs for two shadow clones. How smart of you, sensei. Orochimaru congratulated him, but the mocking tone while he called him sensei was anything but complimenting. The two clones separated from the deadlock and attacked Mikoto, but the latter remained impassive within her Susanoo. She wills it, and her skeleton waves its hands in retaliation to the clones. While the attacks are useless, Mikoto has to pay a smidgen of attention to the clones, which was Hiruzen's objective. Clang, in the space between Orochimaru and Mikoto, the ultimate spear and the ultimate dexterity player clash. But this all happened so fast that Mikoto and Orochimaru only know it happened afterward. Rasengan. Minato hits the spear hand with a Rasengan for the nth time. It's nice when you don't have to worry about chakra expenditure. Minato mutters happily before teleporting. The Raikage appeared over his previous position in a piercing stance. Ragh. The Raikage exclaims in fury. Their speeds were similar, very similar within their realm of movement, but Minato was fast enough to avoid all of his attacks. Suddenly everybody but Mikoto and Minato crunchied. Minato simply teleported to a cleared location. A white cylindrical laser passes above all in a sweeping motion until Mikoto's Mangekyo Sharingan denies the attack and it flickers off. The duration of the ceiling on his Earth Nature chakra had run out. Ack! The Tsuchikage cried in both pain and exertion. 2 more to go. Kushina declares while one of her chains held up high the bleeding leg of the Tsuchikage. Hokage. This can't go on. The Raikage exclaims and flickers to Inoki. It was already a miracle that Inoki could move his rock prosthesis using only chakra manipulation after Kushina sealed his Earth Nature chakra transformation, but he definitely couldn't create another rock limb if his Earth release was sealed. I never thought I would be subjected to this shameful position. Inoki says as the Raikage lifts him to his back. He seared the wound shut with his fire release. I can't deal with my opponent either. The Raikage admitted. Out of tricks? Kushina asked. Minato teleported to her side. Hold them back, I just need a few seconds. Hiruzen shouts with effort as he parried another killing attack from his student. I'll keep the Uchiha woman occupied. The Raikage murmured and then blitzed toward Mikoto. Minato teleported with a Rasengan in hand in his way, but he had to teleport away from the incoming attack of fire release from the Tsuchikage, who was holding with his everything onto the Raikage's back. Can't you use dust release? The Raikage asked while evading an attack from the golden chains. The girl sealed it again after taking my leg. I need about a minute. Inoki confessed. While fighting Kushina he had to focus on eroding the seal by forcefully using his earth release. Now on the Raikage's back, he could erode it faster. Then let me lead the way. The Raikage exclaimed and concentrated a massive portion of his chakra in his stomach. Lightning Water Dragon Bullet. He spat a dragon of water with bright yellow eyes, lightning flickering menacingly around it. Minato teleported to Kushina and she retracted her chains to avoid the electricity. Minato teleported them to the shoulder of Mikoto's Susanoo, and Mikoto lifted Orochimaru from the ground with her skeletal hand. The lightning water release combination jutsu snaked its way to the Susanoo and flooded everything on its path with electrified water. The jutsu collided with Mikoto's Susanoo and this one withstood it. But the confrontation lasted enough to allow Inoki to erode the seal Kushina left on him. He pointed his drill-like constructive dust release at Mikoto and fired a beam right after the dragon lost the battle against Mikoto's defensive jutsu. The beam flew true and landed square on the chest of the chakra skeleton construct, but before it could penetrate further, it flickered off under the dojutsu of the Uchiha. Don't stop. The Raikage said while he used his speed to run around the skeleton. You don't need to tell me. The Tsuchikage burned through his chakra reserves and started to fire his Kekkei Toto without reserve. A beam of white light would flicker on and off while the Kages were circling the orange chakra skeleton. Minato and Kushina would attack the Raikage to disrupt their combined attack, but now that his earth release was unsealed, Inoki used it on the Raikage to lighten him, so their combined speed was above that of the Raikage alone. They are now as fast as me. Minato informed the rest. Formation of 10,000 snakes. A countless number of summoned snakes crawl out of Orochimaru's mouth, the previously wet ground is covered by the snakes and the sealed space is turned into a pit of snakes. The snakes opened their maws wide and Kusanagi-like blades extended. His partners felt the need to comment on how disgusting his tactics were, but they held their tongues back. Not out of respect for Orochimaru, but because they didn't want to see him talking while snakes were still crawling out of his mouth. Clang 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 clang, the swords clashed with the impenetrable chakra cloak. Though the blades would obviously not penetrate the cloak, they were getting in the way. Rasengan. This time it was Kushina's, from the tip of one of her chains a massive Rasengan followed after the Kages. Boom, the Rasengan missed the Kages but the flying dust and debris were enough to force the Raikage to an impasse. Mikoto took advantage of this and denied the Raikage's lightning cloak. The sudden change made the Raikage falter and Minato teleported above him, where he had flung a kunai, and slammed a Rasengan on the Tsuchikage. The Tsuchikage used his earth release to harden and strengthen his defense, the Rasengan slammed on him and sent both Kages stumbling away. The Tsuchikage successfully defended from most of the attack, most of it. He coughed blood and had difficulty floating to his vehicle, the Raikage. But the difficulties ended when Mikoto denied his floating and he fell to the ground. When it looked like they were about to lose the fight, they heard the Hokage. Sealing Jutsu, Reaper Death Seal. They turned to Hiruzen. Minato and Kushina understood the gravity of the Jutsu. That's bad news. Minato exclaimed. Orochimaru and Minato, don't get caught by him or his clones. Kushina informed the vulnerable ones. What Jutsu is that? Orochimaru asks after the last of the snakes crawled out of his mouth. is a soul-sealing jutsu of the Uzumaki clan. Sister said your soul is particularly lacking, so with all the more reason stay close to Mikoto. Kushina's explanation made him shiver. Hiruzen, don't you feel shame using the jutsu of my clan against me after your buddy got rid of my people? Kushina exclaims accusingly. The Reikage and Tsuchikage appear next to Hiruzen. His clones had kept the area around him clean of snakes with a combination of fire and wind release. Kushina, let the sins of my generation end with me. Look at the state of the village, please don't let it escalate. Hiruzen pointed at the destruction that snakes, Otogekure, and rogue shinobi were bringing to Konoha. The rogue shinobi was Sayaka's contribution to Orochimaru's forces. She had sent her clones to capture them and then slaved them with her psionic energy. There were billows of smoke all around the village, giant snakes were fighting the shinobi, explosions rang in the background, and ninjutsu could be seen used on a large scale. With what face are you worrying about the village after allowing Danzo Shimura to fester for generations? Mikoto asked. If only the Uchiha were here to help. She said in a mocking tone. Where are the Hyuga? The Reikage asked. He was well aware that Konohagakure's main force was currently the Hyuga. This is in part the reason why his village coveted the Byakugan, or more specifically, a female of Hyuga blood. Hiruzen observed that indeed the Hyuga were missing. It's not true that they were missing, they were not seen in combat because they were evacuating the villagers out of the way. This was the task Sayaka had given them to avoid earning the enmity of the other clans while not obstructing her operation. They are busy. They heard a new known voice. Sayaka was standing before the Shinigami Hiruzen summoned. Go back. She said coldly, and the soul of Hiruzen was given to her before the Shinigami disappeared. Hiruzen's eyes almost popped out, and he felt the hand of death grasp his heart tighter. I supersede its authority when it comes to souls. She seized Hiruzen's soul by the neck and squeezed. Sayaka. Cough, is this how you repay us? Cough, Hiruzen exclaimed in anger while having a coughing fit. There's no need for empty rhetoric at this point, Hiruzen. Sayaka made a lazy trace in the air with her index and middle fingers, and Hiruzen's legs were cleaved from his body. Ag. Sayaka slowly floated down to Wailing Kage. The Tsuchikage and Reikage made way and stood aside. Their chakra, all the remaining they had, was virtually prime and loaded. Whether for a kamikaze attack or a last Hail Mary to end Sayaka was not clear. What was clear was that it was no longer a battle, it had turned into an execution. Sayaka. What are you doing? Shikaku exclaimed from outside the barrier. A few of the ANBU were there and some of the Jonin were starting to arrive. Among them, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurinai Yuhi were the firsts. You'll lose your place in the village. Hiruzen exclaimed amidst his suffering. Mikoto depowered her Susanoo and walked closer to Sayaka with Orochimaru, Kushina, and Mikoto. But I never needed nor wanted a place in the cesspool of corruption you call a village. There's no need for this, Hiruzen. As we speak, my clones are spreading proof of your sins. Though I must confess that you were mainly the enabler, Danzo was the main perpetrator. Sayaka made a tear in space and a throne of skulls, and blood, and viscera fell through. Bam, the throne proved to be sturdy as it fell through and kept its shape. Sayaka had used Lucian's biokinesis to fuse the skulls. Danzo, or what could be considered a skinned body with Danzo's head, was sitting upright. The skulls Sayaka fussed into a column that she speared through his sphincter were doing their job right, his abdomen bulging unnaturally, his hands nailed to the headrest of the throne, one above the other, his eyes with still flowing tears of blood. The face of Hashirama Senju was visible to all on his right shoulder. The same arm had bloodied holes where the Sharingans used to be. His muscles were visible, some parts of his abdomen had windows to his insides, and bloody drool flowed from his mouth while he muttered. K-ill-me, 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 P-L-E-A-S-E. Danzo was forcibly kept alive, even while most of his organs had been squished by the skull column inside of him. Monster. Hiruzen exclaimed. The Kages were used to blood and torture, so this was simply hypocrisy. Proof of this was how no one was puking their guts out, not even outside the barrier. They had all been part of the previous war and they had seen similar scenes. That's how grim normalcy was in this world, and why Madeline was disgusted by them. Hiruzen, you will only die, don't worry. I don't hate you enough to put you through what Danzo went through. Sayaka ignored his insult and pulled Danzo's soul out, ending his misery by deconstructing his soul and eating it. To the others who couldn't see souls, with a gesture of hers Danzo died. Goodbye, forever. Sayaka decapitated Hiruzen and deconstructed his soul, and ate like the rest. No. Asuma shouted and slammed his fist on the barrier. Sayaka. He cried with venom in his eyes. But Sayaka didn't pay attention to him. She was staring at the Tsuchikage and this one was feeling overbearing fright from her, unlike anything he ever felt. To him, at least Madara Uchiha felt like a human, a terrifying human, but human nonetheless. Sayaka to him, and most of the present, felt like something else, like maybe the feeling a celestial body evokes in an insignificant human. I don't know what to do about him, I don't feel anything aside from apathy for him. Maybe kill him either way, the redheads did die because of his direct actions. You're right. Sayaka's body slowly morphed into that of a certain redhead and her stature decreased. I don't hate you enough, either. Sayaka spoke with a different tone of voice. Aya Uzumaki. Anoki recognized her, just like Orochimaru and Kushina. It's easier to blow yourself up if you know you are not eternally dying, Anoki. Saika said. So that's the answer. Like many, Anoki often wondered where the line was drawn between each holder of the Kohakugen. If memories make people who they are and the holders of Kohakugen gained access to these memories since birth, how much were they influenced by these memories? Who was Sayaka Uchiha? Who was Eiko Senju? Who was Aya Uzumaki? Where was the line between each holder drawn? Who were the holders of the Kohakugen? Many wondered about this, and most of them never thought about an immortal reincarnating being, and the ones who did, quickly dismissed the crazy idea. Although I don't hate you enough to eat your soul like I did the tumors of this village, I would be disrespecting the sacrifice of my friends if I let you go. Sayaka's statement made Anoki open his eyes wide in shock. His head fell with his eyes still wide open, and his last image was of Aya Uzumaki transforming back to Sayaka with his granddaughter standing behind her behind the barrier. Grandpa. Kuratsuchi cried and fell to her knees, slamming her head against the barrier. Your father is dead, and with his death, his debt to me died. Sayaka said to the Reikage offhandedly. She paid no attention to the cries and gasps outside the barrier. The Reikage didn't reply. He knew at this moment his life was cheap, so he was missing his characteristic bravado. The root organization led by Danzo Shimura was the one that staged the attacks, posing as people of the sand. You'll find proof of that among the documents I'm releasing. If you still want to find Sunagakure, just know that I gave you a chance to spare your men a pointless death. Sayaka's words made the Reikage's eyes widen almost as much as Anoki's, and then he tightened his fist in rage. He was played like a puppet. He was about to sign a military agreement with the village that had attacked his country, and that's how stupid he felt. It's time to go. Sayaka said to Orochimaru. Mikoto was looking in the distance at her son was looking back at her with an uncharacteristic smile. Beside him were Ino and Karen. Seeing the girl supporting her child, Mikoto returned the smile to Sasuke. She knew, because of her actions today, she couldn't return to her son's side, yet. Kushina and Minato were looking at Naruto, who had just body flickered to outside the barrier. He had tears flowing down his cheeks. Sayaka had used a clone to explain to him the truth behind the Kamidana after he won his match. Many things made sense to him after hearing the explanation. How the taste of the Kamidana's food could only be found in Sayaka's house and Sasuke's, how he met Hinata and Sayaka, how whatever she taught him complemented what he learned from the Kamidana, and many other coincidences he overlooked before. This made him realize that even in death, his mother had sent someone to him, how Sayaka was both his friend and his parental figure. He always wondered why Sayaka, who disliked Kanehagakure, didn't leave the village, why Sayaka dealt with the unpleasantness of the village's higher-ups against her likes and wants, but it made all sense when he understood that she did it to stay beside him while he grew up. Hinata flickered next to him and supportively placed a hand on his back. She had also been briefed about the situation by one of Sayaka's clones. Sayaka. What have you done? He shouted in rage. Fake rage. He had to act as shocked as everyone if he didn't want to be branded a traitor. The fact that Sayaka never informed any of her friends about her plans protected them, but even if he didn't care about the Hokage's death, he had to act like he did. Sasuke felt like he couldn't act, so he was keeping his distance. In Sayaka's explanation, she had told him that it was not the right time to speak with his parents, so he was not making a bigger deal out of the situation than it demanded. Minato, come. I will mark your soul. Sayaka ignored everyone outside the barrier and addressed Minato. She marked Minato's soul and Orochimaru released the jutsu. The body of Hayate Gecko was left behind in a pile of paper. Sayaka touched Mikoto and she disappeared in an implosion of sand and light. On Kushina's back, an angel wing-shaped script glowed and her halo grew and made a portal. It fell and Kushina disappeared into it. The halo broke into fragments of hard light after closing the portal. The 5 subordinates of Orochimaru walked inside the sealed space and the barrier started to glow down and disappear. Before it could fully dissipate, they all made contact with Sayaka and they disappeared in the same manner Mikoto did before. The barrier fell and only the corpses of 2 Kages and Danzo along the Reikage were left. That day the crimes perpetuated by the 3rd Hokage, Root, and the council elders were known by even the youngest child who could read. Sayaka's clones had done a tremendous job leaving behind enough evidence so that it couldn't be covered up. The Shimura, Sarutobi, Mitokado, and Yutane clans were placed on the spotlight. While they were not exactly guilty, they had benefited from the crimes of their leaders. And not all of them were innocent, some helped in the dark dealings of their clan leaders. The truth was that if the Hyuga had not intervened, these clans would have been attacked by the enraged villagers and shinobi. They had participated in wars that had been basically started by the leadership of the village, knowing that their loved ones bled and died for the selfish and misguided ambitions of a few enraged them to no end. A few mobs were coordinating by the end of the day to attack these clans, the recovery of the village was paused and the air felt was that of bloodlust. So the Hyuga put a temporary stop to the madness and instructed them to wait for the ruling of the next Hokage. Shikaku was made the regent Hokage, although he preferred for the clan head of the Hyuga to take this place. He was told that the Hyuga had never dealt with politics and would not start during a crisis, they were not equipped to handle it. Shikaku felt immense relief when Jiraiya arrived at the village, but this was short-lived when Jiraiya explained that he was going to bring Tsunade Senju back. He said he came in contact with Sayaka Uchiha and was not sure if he had been marked in some way by her script, so he would be a liability to the village if he is crowned as the Hokage. Shikaku understood that this was an excuse because it had surfaced that Eiko Senju and Sayaka Uchiha were the same being, meaning that Tsunade Senju could also be a liability, but he saved it to himself because he understood Jiraiya was in no mental space or had the capabilities to lead the village. Reluctantly, he resigned himself to the role and accepted the upcoming suffering. It would be only for a few weeks, he told himself. Jiraiya thought about getting Naruto to accompany him to find Tsunade, but he was not sure how much Sayaka had influenced him. He was one of the few who knew Naruto had been raised by her, so he didn't, and then departed from the village in a rush to bring back the next Kage. The Raikage, seeing as he was not in a position of power to force Konoha to pay reparations, nor in a favorable moral standing to do so, accorded with Shikaku to visit Konoha after the new Kage was appointed. He departed from the village with the representatives of IWA behind. As the sole remaining leader of the alliance, the IWA Nin followed him. During the time Jiraiya was out, looking for Tsunade, Naruto and company were dedicated to helping with the reconstruction efforts. There was a sense of fulfillment in their hearts and they put to use the teaching of Sayaka, as ironic as that was, into something good. In a dango store, one of the few unaffected by the fighting, Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki sat. Opposite them, Sasuke Uchiha was enjoying some dango. Itachi, your little brother is either fearless or stupid. I wonder which one it is. The shark demi-human said. Neither. Sasuke replied flippantly. Maybe he will not be in such high spirits after I slap him around a few times with Samahata. Kisame put pressure on Sasuke with his chakra. Kisame, control yourself. Don't let a child taunt you. Itachi spoke softly. Kisame released the pressure he put on Sasuke, not that it did anything to him, he was used to Sayaka's. Kisame's felt like a chilly breeze, nothing more. It seems you have grown stronger under her care, Sasuke. Itachi said. It was that or dying. Anyway, Itachi, I have a message for you from Sayaka. Here, you can have this. He handed Itachi a scroll. Also, as the head of the Uchiha clan, you're disowned. I know it matters little to you, now that Shikaku has officially backed my proposal to keep you as a rogue shinobi, but for formality's sake, you can call yourself anything other than an Uchiha, again, not that it matters to you, but it does to the new Uchiha clan. Sasuke spoke to Itachi with an apathy that wounded his heart. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Sasuke stood up and left his broken brother behind. Itachi, he went away without paying. Kisame smiled at his partner. Outside of the store, a few blocks away, Kakashi stood next to Sasuke while they observed the robed figures exit the store and walk to exit the village. Are you sure about that, Sasuke? We could have dealt with him. Kakashi asked his student, though they were most accurately fellow students of Sayaka. That was a crow clone, and you know his life is not his own, right? Sasuke said with a sadistic smile. Our troublemaker sensei marked him. Kakashi asked. Initially, he was as shocked as any shinobi of Konoha by the betrayal of Sayaka, but upon seeing the evidence relating to his father's suicide, he felt no hostility toward the monster girl. Yes, Sayaka had told me beforehand that she would hunt Itachi after dealing with what she called the KC4. Sasuke grinned at this. KC4. Kakashi asked, he had an inkling about what the term meant. Konoha Corrupt 4. Appropriate, isn't it? Sasuke let out a shallow laugh. Yes, that's very in her style. Kakashi remembered how she would often mock him while she trained him, it was her way of getting even with him for abandoning Naruto. But she respected that he had no responsibility to raise Naruto just because he was his teacher's son. She also understood that Kakashi was in no headspace to raise a toddler. What will you do now, Sasuke? Kakashi asked, as they saw Itachi and Kisame's clones dispel. I have a formal engagement to address with Ino. Sasuke. The main wife. Kakashi asked. Yes, Ino will be my first and main wife, Sakura II, and Karen III. I have officially taken over my clan and Sayaka left me enough assets for the bride wealth of about 10 women, so I have to get to work if I plan to build my own clan. Sasuke numbered his immediate tasks. I see. The path of the stallion. Kakashi grinned under his mask. Shut up, Kakashi. You should think about repopulating your clan, instead of making fun of me. Or else, you'll end up as a lone wolf. Sasuke went away after taking a jab at Kakashi's single status. Seeing the shrinking back of his student, Kakashi couldn't help but wonder if there was some truth to his words. While Kakashi contemplated his life choices, Kisame and Itachi made their way to a designated location. In a cliff that had been born after the explosion of Uzushio-Gakure, still within the land of fire, facing what used to be the land of waves, Sayaka was eating some lemon pie while she hovered, overlooking the sea. "Hello, Itachi," Sayaka said without turning back. "Sayaka." Itachi managed to reply. The subtle feeling he used to get from Sayaka all those years ago, that feeling of making him feel weak while she appeared immutable, had worsened. She made him feel as if he would be crushed if he earned her ire. "Sharkman," Sayaka said to his aim. "If you don't put away that hostility of yours," she dragged her words while the feeling of dread she exuded escalated. Kisame took his trembling hand away from Samahata's handle. "My apologies. It's in my blood and training," Kisame said. "Apologies accepted, but just because I think sharks are interesting. Now, with the pecking order out of the way, take me to your leader." Sayaka clapped her hands and her lemon pie disappeared. She turned to look back at her previous friend and the Sharkman. She smiled sweetly, in a way Itachi had seen before while growing up, but this time it felt like a death sentence. A/N. Done with the chapter about Konoha. Canon is pretty much out of the window, and we are finally closing to the finale of this arc. Next week I'll upload a side story because the next chapter will be as massive as this one. The next chapter should be about Sayaka's integration with Akatsuki and a time skip, similar to the one in canon. After that, it'll be the capture of the tailed beasts and then we would be making way for the last chapter of this arc. So the next chapter will be something of about 40k words, or more. Hopefully, I'll find a way to shorten it without compromising quality. If I see that things are taking too long, I will write another interlude about Marvel, for example, about the babies of Margaret Carter and Natalia Dragondaughter, who should be delivered around this time. It's been 7 chapters so far for this arc, but we're finally getting ready to return to Marvel. Thanks for reading. I always have fun reading your comments and reviews. Chapter 60, Naruto, The Beginning of the End, Part 1. When my dealings with the Hokage about my clan were made public, I was prepared to run away from Akatsuki. But that turned out unnecessary because the Regent Hokage reaffirmed my status as a rogue shinobi. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. I never dared to hope to return to my village, but goodbye, forever, Itachi. My membership in Akatsuki was not affected by the news revealed by Sayaka's coup. If anything, Konan and Kisame gave me strange looks. Konan's look was laced with pity, that much I understood, and Kisame's with companionship. Kisame will always be a mystery to me. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Pain quickly gave us the mission to confirm Konoha's Jinchuriki status and make contact with Sayaka. Her association with Akatsuki was both a shocking discovery to me and something I could see happening when dealing with her. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Why? Because she was always stronger than she let on. I know she could have given Madara a tougher fight that night, but she didn't. I always assumed it was because she didn't care about the clan, but if the appearance of my mother is to be believed, she evacuated those she cared about, and I wouldn't find it unbelievable if she saved the children. She always had a soft spot for children. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Not that it matters to me. My mother would never forgive me, and if she did I would rather she didn't. Sayaka would not ever allow Izumi to get near me, so nothing changed. Whether the Uchiha survived or not, does not change my purpose. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. My purpose. What was my purpose? Passing my eyes to my little brother. But how would that work? Do I have to kill one of his paramours? Otherwise, I don't see him awakening his Mangekyo Sharingan. But, what for? Sayaka would never allow Sasuke to suffer under the plans of Akatsuki. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding. Sayaka is part of Akatsuki, but why is that so? She doesn't need anything from them, or maybe it has to do with the Rinnegan. That sounds far-fetched, but it's possible. Maybe she has a way of ensuring that her loved ones do not suffer under the plans of Akatsuki, at least that way I can see her allowing this madness to go on. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. But if that's the case, why would I even need my little brother to awaken his Mangekyo Sharingan? Sasuke won't care about anybody he doesn't care about, he is self-centered like that, Sayaka be thanked. Does he even need the Mangekyo Sharingan? Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Sayaka, about Sasuke's Sharingan, I inquired. I fused his eyes with those of Fugaku, I made some modifications and he should naturally awaken his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan as he grows in strength. Sayaka replied with a knowing smile, which shouldn't be strange, I always suspected she could read minds. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Does that mean that Itachi's crazy little brother will be stronger than him? Kisame asked with his classical fiendish smile. Sharkman, do you think your almost blind partner with one foot in the grave is stronger than the child I raised and trained? It's no surprise she knows about my nearsightedness or my sickness, but her words mean that Sasuke was not giving his all during his match. So that's how it is, Kisame smiled back at me. Why am doing this? Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Sasuke doesn't need nor want my eyes. He doesn't care about the massacre I perpetuated. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. With the third Hokage gone, I lost the point of contact to receive the information I collect, but based on how no one stopped our clones when we walked into the village wearing the uniform of Akatsuki, it can be said that the third didn't share the intel I sent with anybody. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. With Sayaka officially joining Akatsuki, even if I send intel to the village, it won't matter. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. Why did Sasuke say, goodbye, forever? Oh. Sayaka, are you going to kill me? So that's why. We stopped moving and Kisame looked at her with his usual dubious and sardonic smile. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. She exploded in disparaging laughter. Ha 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 ha. I was, yes. I was totally going to kill you for betraying me, Itachi. She smiled amusedly. Was. I got my hopes up for a moment. Does that mean my life is not over yet? Yes, I was going to kill you. But then I met you. Blind as a mole, a cough away from total respiratory failure, and after Sasuke gave up on you and blessed you with his apathy, you're empty. I don't need to kill you, Itachi. You died when Sasuke stopped caring about you, you're already dead. Ha 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 ha. Goodbye, forever, Itachi. 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 I see. Shunk, Itachi pulled a kunai and stabbed his neck. Squelp, under the disbelieving eyes of Kisame, yet amused stare, and the apathy of Sayaka, he dragged the kunai and cut his neck open. Thud, Itachi let go, and fell backward. A mad era dash, he thought but was interrupted. Nah. Those eyes are for Mikoto. Don't worry, I'll get rid of the rest. Itachi's eyes floated out of his head, without reacting to the pain of having his eyes gouged out, and presented themselves to Sayaka. She quickly stored them in a vial of green fluid and then made the vial teleport to abeyance. Finally, a red ring that read Scarlet, Shu, floated and landed on Sayaka's storage script. Amaterasu. She said without looking at her dead ex-friend. How ruthless. Kisame added, his words not reflecting his mood. This is the most amusing thing I've ever seen. Now his words did reflect his mood. You're a child, Sharkman, maybe I should call you Shark Kid. No, that's not it. Shark Boyo. No. That's not it, Sayaka paused what she was saying to consider a better nickname for Kisame. Shark Boy. Yes, that's it. Why does it sound better? Because of Shark Boy and Lava Girl. Oh, I remember now. It's from one of those movies you showed me. Shark Boy. As I was saying, you're a child, what do you know of amusement? With the amount of death you've been around, the simple yet truthful and inevitable suicide of Itachi brought you amusement, that's almost as sad as Itachi's life. I don't think it is that bad. Kisame retorted. So even in that fucked up head of yours you understand how sad his suicide and life were. Color me surprised, I thought you could barely process an empathic observation like that. I search for truth, whether ugly or not, it doesn't matter. I'm grateful to Itachi, his little brother, and you, who allowed me to witness Itachi's truth. Kisame smiled with his usual madness. What did you expect from a group put together by Obito Uchiha? Kakuzu is the sanest person in Akatsuki and that's saying a lot. I thought Konan was the sanest. I'm not sure, but her inability to act despite the clear hole her friend is digging for themselves was the deal breaker for me. Yeah, that's insanity. You're right, Kakuzu is the sanest. Let's get going. We don't want to make Mr. Godpain wait. Sayaka smirked. God. Ha 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 ha. It almost made me laugh. Right. Kisame and Sayaka made way to Amigakure, the home of the now-deceased demigod Hanzo and currently of the god Nagato. Interestingly enough, the closest that village has been to housing divinity is Sayaka's current visit. Kaguya never set foot on that part of the world. Amigakure was the capital of the reign of the world, as well as industrialism. At least the city was highly industrialized, not that its poverty spoke of the supposed prosperity industrialism is supposed to bring. When Sayaka stepped under the rainy climate, the water seemed to avoid her. She was not shielding herself with a psionic shield. She floated in the same manner she had done so far, but every single raindrop that approached her deviated around her. It created this spray around her, barely perceptible, but there. Kisame glanced at the phenomenon but ignored it. His sole task was to guide the monster to their base. He was not tasked to ask questions about matters that might get him killed if he annoyed the monster. Kisame brought her to the figurative doorstep of their base and then went away. Sayaka floated inside the tallest building of Amigakure and followed the path to the chakra signatures that awaited her. After entering, going through a few barriers and seals, an underground space awaited her. On the furthest wall, the Geto Mazo, sitting in a lotus position, was found. So that's where my immortals rest. I should mark their souls during these years. Resting above the head of the statue, like the self-proclaimed god he was, Nagato's corpse puppet observed her. By his side, Konan, his ever-loyal angel, stood. Obito Uchiha was present in his Tobi disguise, and Black Zetsu was by his side. Sayaka ignored them and brought out the conscience-less body of the One-Tails. She fractured the crystal sphere and the colossal body of Shikaku emerged. Boom, the ground shook, and Amigakure above experienced an almost imperceptible tremor. Under the perplexed stares of the god, the angel, the mistake child, and the dreamer, Sayaka said, "Eat." 9 dragons of light blue chakra emerged from the mouth of the statue and absorbed the One-Tails. The process took about 8 seconds. They didn't know it yet, because they hadn't started sealing tailed beasts, but this was a timeframe impossible for them to replicate. "Why can she use the Geto Mazo?" asked Konan. The corpse puppet stared unamusedly at Sayaka, but Nagato was just as surprised as Konan. To Zetsu it was obvious that Sayaka could manipulate the statue, its mother had manipulated the god tree in front of her, and Mari Futagami could replicate everything she witnessed. To Obito, did it matter? No, he only cared about his dream world with his dream waifu. If another person could help reach his dream, then so be it. The control of the Geto Mazo from the Rinnegan is inherited from the control the mother of the Sage of the Six Paths had over it. I learned from observing her. This is not that different. Sayaka replied from far away, but they all heard it as if she had spoken right beside them. What happened to Itachi, Sayaka? Obito asked. Zetsu had informed him that they had returned with Itachi absent. He took his life after he discovered how purposeless it was. Sayaka brought the ring out of her storage and wore it on her thumb. Obito didn't express it, but he was counting on the birth of another pair of Rinnegan, or at least a pair of eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, so he was annoyed by how Sayaka's interference left him empty-handed, again. I have this ring, I guess it's mine now, dreaming kid. The ring was too big for her slender fingers, but she shrunk it with chakra. I'm just missing the robe, do you have one of my size? Sayaka asked. She was still small, definitely the shortest of the group. Sayaka Uchiha, or should I address you by another name? Pain asked. By now, everybody who mattered knew of Sayaka's identity, what was understood about her identity, at least. My original name is in another tongue, so just call me Sayaka, it's easier for all of us, Mr. Puppeteer. Sayaka replied. Maybe calling him a puppeteer is not right. He is a puppet by the power of 4, so maybe not. I know, but it would be annoying if he goes all god complex on me if I call him a puppet, and I don't feel like bothering with that. State your purpose in joining Akatsuki. Pain demanded. The Ten Tails and I have some history. Or more like I have some business with it, it has something of mine. My business won't interfere with your whole peace by fear and pain plan, so don't worry about it. Besides, I made deals with the tailed beasts a few centuries ago. While we won't count on the cooperation of their jailers, the tailed beasts will cooperate with me, so I bring only advantages to Akatsuki. Sayaka made her sales pitch. Only benefits, you say? What about the enmity of the strongest hidden village and Iwagakure? The angel asked. That's not a problem. Konoha won't interfere with me because they know I'm an expert in script and Fuinjutsu. They'll be afraid of me having left some sort of bomb behind and activating it if they piss me off. Iwagakure is a joke now that their strongest is dead. Sayaka explained. You forget about their 2 Jinchuriki. The angel countered. No, I didn't. They don't know where they are. They have a certain idea of their possible locations, but their relationship is so icy that the Jinchuriki have not stepped into their village in years. Kumogakure has no problem with me, Karigakure even less, and Sunagakure will move at my command. Overall you'd be boarding the Success Express with me. I just need 3 years to get things in order and then we can start the acquisition of the other tailed beasts. Her sales pitch was perfect. A deal. Why would the beasts allow themselves to be sealed off? Pain asked. Just because. Sayaka curtly replied. Answer properly. Pain demanded. Zetsu was wondering if today he would lose his capable pawn Nagato. It's part of the deal. They already claimed their reward, now they have to deliver. Why do you care? This happened a few centuries ago, it has nothing to do with you. Sayaka replied. What's your business with the Ten Tails? Pain asked. It has a key to a seal. It is the key. Sayaka. A seal. Conan. She wondered how that was possible. A seal. For what? He asked. You don't need to know, puppeteer. Sayaka said, she was getting bored of the questioning. Pain had enough of his authority being questioned and flared his chakra on Sayaka. You don't know your place. He coldly added. Oh no. Zetsu thought. Heh. Kid, do you believe yourself capable of telling me where's my place? She calmly yet mockingly asked. She was not flaring her chakra. Pain's pressure on her increased after seeing her nonchalance, but he didn't retort, he stared at her, waiting, demanding, for an answer. He believed a god didn't repeat himself. Ha 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 ha. You're so funny. Do you think those eyes make you a god? If that's the case, have you ever wondered what happened to the first god who bore the Rinnegan? I'm the reincarnation of the Sage of Six Paths. If a mortal like you can reincarnate, why can't a god like me do it as well? At least this is what Madara told him. Oh, well. I have Madi-sama's cooperation now, it doesn't matter if this pawn dies. Zetsu gave Obito a signal so that he could be ready to Kamui away. Oh, really? Sayaka smiled widely. Then, my son, where have you been all these years? Haven't you missed me? Is this the tone to talk to the woman who breastfed you and changed your diapers? Sayaka floated to the statue, closer to the shocked angel and god. What nonsense are you talking about? Pain demanded. Come on, Hagoromo-chan. Don't you have something to say to me? Sayaka had a motherly smile plastered on her face. Pain didn't reply and kept increasing the pressure on Sayaka. Is this the attitude you should have with the woman you betrayed? Sayaka's bloodlust and chakra exploded and Amagekure above fell unconscious. Obito Kamui'd away with Zetsu. Conan started bleeding from her orifices while trying to combat the bloodlust. Nagato below the chamber holding the statue, bled as much as Conan did, but his pain puppet kept up with his god act. Betrayed? The puppet managed to ask. Conan's legs were trembling, she couldn't breathe. Nagato. Didn't you ever wonder what happened to your so-called god? Sayaka's motherly smile disappeared and was replaced by her usual stoicism. He reincarnated. He barely managed to keep up with his pretenses. Nagato, I killed him. Effortlessly snapped his neck. Don't act like you're the reincarnation of Hagoromo in front of me, Nagato Uzumaki. Against all expectations and hopes, her bloodlust increased and her chakra started placing physical weight on the world. Because if you were his reincarnation, we would be having a different kind of talk. The bloodlust disappeared. The pressure of her chakra soon followed after. The pain puppet fell from the height of the statue and slammed into the ground. Nagato passed out. Conan fell forward to her death, at least she would have if Sayaka had not intervened. Maybe I should be done with this. This god is about the current peak of power in the world, bar the descendants of Hamura in the moon. I don't think we will have any problem if we start collecting the pets now. But we don't know what play the twins have under their sleeve. It doesn't matter much, but it's only 3 years. After that, when you die, I'll heal and we can power through every obstacle and be done with this multiverse. I know. But if you want we can start looking for the protector you wanted to leave behind. Yeah, Lucy. That sounds lovely. We were considering Madara Uchiha, right? Yes, he had all the qualifications for the job, but we should find a way to power him up to the Otsutsuki level. That's complicated, we don't have enough time for that and we promised the pets to release them after unsealing Kagaya, so we can't leave him as the god tree's Jinchuriki. You're right. Unless we stay in this world longer, we won't be able to safely power him up sufficiently. Can't you manipulate time and then we take our time powering him up? When you do that there are shockwaves after the manipulation is finished, at least in this multiverse, since I'm not going to be here to take care of the shockwaves I rather not touch time. So external help it is. External help it is. Okay. Let's take our time and either capture a parasite and brainwash them, or peek at other universes and find a guardian of sorts. Those options are manageable. Sayaka walked out of the building and did some tourism in the unconscious village. She took her time to heal those who needed healing and looked for a house to rent or buy. Since everybody was unconscious, she went outside the village and built a cottage. It was small but that hardly mattered when you could expand space with script. Lucian helped her build the cottage and barely an hour later it was done. A few minutes after that the script was inscribed and she unpacked her stuff from her storage script. Then she fell asleep. She was tired of the bullshit of life and wanted to have some cuddling time in her mindscape with Lucian. In the ocean of stars, as it was their custom, Madeline floated atop Lucian and he played content from his first life. He was missing big chunks of his memory, but aside from factual knowledge and some partial memories of his first life, he also counted with some memories of popular culture. So this one is called Inception. Yes, the ending is subjective, so I didn't like it that much the first time I saw it. I believe. But as I got older I learned to like the subjectivity of endings. I think. Don't worry, love. When you get your memories back you can tell me all about what you think of this movie and the rest. And so, the two spent the night watching movies Lucian found in his memories. There were not that many, but plenty enough. Nagato, are you alright? Conan stood by Nagato in an underground space below the chamber that contained the ghetto mazo. Her face had traces of dry blood all over. She had not woken up that long ago, but the first thing she did was find her way to Nagato. She had not fully recovered, so it's more precise to say she stumbled to him. Conan, Nagato, with a raspy voice, muttered. He was not alright. Sayaka had concentrated her bloodlust on him, and for all intents and purposes, Nagato was crippled by the Rinnegan, so he bore a greater burden than her. I used the Rinnegan to combat it. It must have sapped some of my life force. This was the only way he saw out of the black hole of bloodlust Sayaka threw him in. Nagato looked at his trembling hand and closed it tightly into a fist. What was that? Conan slumped down next to Nagato. I don't know. How did you get in contact with her? Nagato asked the man coming out of a swirl. Sayaka got in contact with me. Conan couldn't find the appropriate words. A monster. Nagato finished for her. I did tell you to tread carefully around her. Obito brought a bottle of water from Kamui and handed it to Conan. She gratefully received it. His comment was rewarded with seething glares. ****. What she said, is it true? Nagato. About. The part about having the collaboration of the tailed beasts. Nagato. Yes, as far as I know. She already got us the one tail, and she was on friendly terms with the 9 tails, that much is a fact. I was also able to find some accounts of her staying in areas where the tailed beasts were sighted. Obito added, though Zetsu, courtesy of Sayaka, provided the records. Centuries-old accounts? Conan asked, skeptically. Yes, she's been quite famous on several distinct occasions. Not that finding the proof of her words was easy. Obito added to discourage them from trying to find proof on their own. The God-Angel combo waited in silence for Obito to continue. Like I said, there's not much, but what I found aligns with our cause. She's helped people in need, provided support and war relief, established trading routes, taught people medicine, actually most of the modern medicine knowledge has had a touch of her, and protected civilian communities during war times. There's more but you get the idea. She's, generally speaking, a pacifist. Obito left out a few of the more gruesome findings Zetsu shared with him. A pacifist? You call that a pacifist? Conan questioned. The bloodlust she felt. Conan was not a saint, no shinobi was. Shinobi were assassins, no matter how many flowery words you used to describe them, that was the truth, and Conan, despite her soft character, was not the exception. She could tell herself lies and half-truths about how Akatsuki's objective was peace, but the blood in the wake of her path couldn't be denied. Conan was used to bloodlust, any shinobi worth their salts was, even more so in the case of a Kage-level powerhouse like her, but she used the word bloodlust very loosely because to her it felt similar to an inescapable torture genjutsu. It didn't feel like bloodlust at all. Hearing Madara say that Sayaka was a pacifist was similar to someone saying the sun was black. She is also the one responsible for humanity still existing. Obito replied. Explain. Nagato curtly said. The Sage of the Six Paths, his brother, and a third party fought against the rabbit goddess, the mother of the sage. The fight, based on geological evidence and scarce records I found from Sunagakure, left the planet on the brink of collapse and killed more than 1 billion people. 1 billion, is there even that many people? Conan couldn't picture that many people. There were, not anymore. Not much is known after that, but multiple reincarnations of her were seen fixing the planet in the following centuries. She is also very prideful. The point is, whether we like it or not, she is helping us, and that's better than opposing us. Obito concluded. Obito soon left, not only because he didn't have more information but because he had been the one to tell Nagato that he was the reincarnation of the sage. Obito didn't want to answer if Nagato asked about it. The village went about its business as usual. Sayaka didn't want to deal with the mess nor did she want to greatly affect the lives of the villagers, so she broadcasted a psionic command about how nothing happened. It wasn't her usual style to mind control people, but she was greatly done with dealing with humans. Could you do the same to the entire world? Obito asked her. He was visiting along with Zetsu, her new residence. Yes, but I would need to prepare a few things. Why? Want me to infinite Tsukuyomi the planet? She replied. A world of dreams is my aspiration and reason for being. Obito said. That's why I call you the dreamer. Anyway, what do you want, Obito? Sayaka was not particularly a fan of his, so she wanted to conclude with his business soon enough. Pain set me as your partner. Of course he did, who else would it be if not you? The treasurer would try to go for my head again and I would kill him, Haiden would exasperate me and I would kill him, I might join Deidara in his pursuit of art, Kisame escaped after delivering me to their doorstep, he would fear for Conan's life by my side, Itachi is dead, Orochimaru escaped from this circus, that leaves us with you and Zetsu. Zetsu is a non-combatant and you have a previous relationship with me. It would have been easier if you didn't scare them off. That's your fault, why did you have to go and tell him he was the reincarnation of Hagoromo? That's Madara's plan, you should know that. Obito, due to Zetsu's manipulation, was under the impression that Sayaka was connected to the Eye of the Moon plan through Madara. No. There were better ways to manipulate Nagato, other than making him believe he was a god, but that's alright. He sees me as something beyond understanding, at least now I won't have to deal with his ego. Sayaka hated to act subservient to others. Kagaya and Lucian were alright, they were family, but any other reminded her of her time with Essex, and she hated that. Again, there was no need for that. You put the plan in jeopardy because of your ego. Obito added. Ha 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 ha. Obito Uchiha, you're so fucked up in the head that for the sake of your dream you can act like a dog and grovel in the ground. That's understandable, you're pathetically weak, and the weak should struggle with all of their own for their dreams. It's the way of life. That's good for you, dreamer, but I'm not weak. Sayaka glared at him. Don't expect me to behave like you, kid. I don't need any of you, I can gather the tailed beasts on my own, I can reassemble the 10 tails on my own, I can cast the infinite Tsukuyomi on my own, I can release my friend on my own, just like how I've been keeping this world from falling apart on my own. Don't forget it, dreamer. I don't need you. Any of you. Sayaka released a silver of her bloodlust on him and that made his body creak. Obito stared back silently. Go away, kid. Seek me when you need me, otherwise, it's better for you, especially you, to keep your distance from me. With a wave of her hand, Obito found himself in his Kemui dimension. A silence pervaded the room and Sayaka continued eating her fig's ice cream. Is it a problem if it turns me on when you get bossy like that? Sayaka felt a pair of arms envelop her in a hug from behind. You're past worrying about if it's a problem or not. Sayaka shook her head. So what you're saying is that it's not a problem, sister. Sahara lowered her head to Sayaka's neck and planted a kiss. That's not how you kiss your sister. Sayaka remarked but otherwise didn't resist, she knew it was futile. That's alright, Sayaka is not my sister was Aya. That excuse will only take you so far. What do mother and father say about your behavior? Sayaka knew that when they were younger they saw it as endearing, when they got older Sahara hid it because they were blood-related, but when she reincarnated Sahara stopped holding back. Father is happy no man is going to approach his daughters. Mother was sad about not getting grandchildren, but she got over it when I told her that you could change genders, or I could simply join your future partner and have a polyamorous relationship, or would that be considered polygamy? It doesn't matter, the point is that our parents support our relationship. Sahara happily shared her future plans. I have been betrayed by my parents. Her plan is viable. What does that mean? You don't dislike her. You don't like women, but you have been slowly starting to see Sahara as something else. But that's because we've been together for centuries. I can't be faulted. I love her and I cuddled her a lot, so it was hard saying no. Personally, I would prefer for Sahara to be your partner. Because I know her very well. I also believe that if you live long enough without securing your ego and sense of self you'll eventually stop caring about gender. The mythology of Greek gods is a prime example. Ugh, I understand, but I still don't like women. Which is why Sahara plans to use a man as a buffer. You don't like women, but are you averse to kissing one? Not necessarily, I wouldn't feel anything about it though. Now you just have to warp the thought by 1,000 years more and it will turn into, if it's Sahara it's alright. Can you do something about it? I can, but not while I'll be transversing the void. So, even if you manipulate the passing of time in your dimension, a few years will go by, and during those years your ego will be unprotected. Can you teach me how? Sure, but you won't have access to my psionic energy so your mind won't be as sturdy. Why? I thought you only lent me your psionic energy but that I could produce some of my own. Not exactly. I'm your nexus of psionic energy, PE. The PE you produce is born from me. This multiverse doesn't have psionic energy in a natural condition, so even if you have the capability of producing it, you won't be able to do so without me. So the nexus of PE of wherever we are going would pick up the task once we return, or will you function again as my nexus? I'm not sure, probably the first. Though, it is sure that while traveling the void you'll only keep your innate powers. My dimensional lord and goddess of souls powers. Yes, you won't have access to any of my energy manipulation, psionic power, eyes, void energy, and such. So I won't be able to use psychokinesis to secure my ego from the passage of time. Fuck. You don't dislike her, why do you care? Wouldn't you care about the impending warping of your sexual preferences? As long as I don't stop liking what I like, I don't think I would care. I will know better after I regain completely my memories, but I'm pretty sure my sexual preferences mutated after the void consumed me. Ugh. But you're an eldritch terror, it's not the same. Point taken. Fufufu, sister, you're so cute when you resist. Although, you are also cute when you don't. Sahara captured Sayaka and floated her to the bedchamber. Sahara, you were so cute when you didn't lust after your sister. Did I ever didn't? I don't remember. Shara removed both their clothes and cuddled her smaller-bodied sister in her arms and legs, like a pillow. It's not even dark outside, why are we going to bed? Shush, sister. I know you've been stressed after dealing with the darker sides of humanity. Let's just forget about everything and focus on the warmth of my body. Just think of me and nothing else. I think I would rather think about Lucy. I'm not opposed to that, but if you're going to pass the time in your mindscape, take me with you. I can do that. Sayaka obviously preferred the option in which she didn't have to be left alone with the pervert. As if by magic, they both fell asleep and soon found themselves in the starry ocean. Land of Fire. The village once teeming with life and joy, now was a quiet husk of its former self. The villagers and shinobi murmured quietly about the information made available to all. There was a sense of shame and lack of responsibility in the air. There was shame about the manipulation they were subjected to under the steering of Root and Danzo Shimura, for example when they blamed Tsukumo Heikate, or about Sayaka Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, now known as Namikaze, about the Uchiha and a great many deal of similar occasions, these being the most shameful. But there was also a sense of avoiding responsibility, of ignoring the personal contribution they made to escalating the problem. They shifted responsibility by arguing that they believed their Hokage, by saying that they did it because everybody else was doing it, by saying they were manipulated, and many other similarly lacking excuses. There was this shiftiness in the gaze of the shinobi that was hard to miss. Who didn't dislike the Uchiha? Who didn't ignore or bully Naruto? Who didn't fear Sayaka? Who didn't profit from the shamefulness of their leaders? Yes, the shinobi knew of many of their leaders' distrustful behaviors, but they kept silent. Why? Because it was the easy way out. Besides, no one wanted a target on their back, they were humans, not saints, and the negatives outweighed the positives. You want me to be the Hokage of that cesspool of corruption you call village? Tsunade Senju asked Jiraiya. They were currently a few towns away from Kanagakur, sharing a private booth with Shizune and a pig. Tsunade, you know that it wasn't everyone. Jiraiya said with an uncomfortable look on his face. It wasn't everyone. That's your excuse. Tsunade shouted in rage. Tsunade-sama, please don't take it out on Jiraiya-sama. Shizune pleaded softly by her side. She breathed in, then out, and then got angry and angrier. Sayaka's and Orochimaru's attack on the village left us weakened. Although it is undeniable that Konoha still holds the lead above the Alliance and Kirigakure, it won't be for long without a competent Hokage. Jiraiya reasoned. That's bullshit, you make it sound as if there was a possibility for the other villages. We both know the only reason Konoha is not ruling above the other villages is that the old man lost his spine somewhere between the First and Second War. Seeing her breathing exercises were not helping her, Tsunade took a swing of her sake to calm down forcibly. That's not far from the truth, but peace is the path of progress and war the path of wastefulness. You know the way of the old man is the way of your grandfather. Jiraiya said. I never met my grandfather so I can't tell for sure, but so what? If peace is the ultimate goal then the way of Madara was the real path to peace. Instead my grandfather left a legacy of peace idiots and my great-uncle a legacy of racists. They somehow combined and you can get an accurate description of the old man and his pals. Tsunade felt like the further this conversation continued the further her sanity was strung. Tsunade, a war could start. Lives would be lost, innocent lives. The village might have wronged you, but the villagers didn't. Jiraiya pleaded to her heart. A war could start. When hasn't that ever not been the case? A war could start the moment another ends, it's no different now. And please, don't try to get the so-called innocents involved in this, Jiraiya. I'm not going to make a life-changing decision based on other people's interests. Tsunade bottomed up her drink. Jiraiya had no more arguments. Tsunade felt her anger grow just thinking about her village. Shizune knew what was coming and made a safe distance from Tsunade. You should be grateful I don't return to finish my sister's job. She slammed the table and vaporized it. Tsunade-sama. The table. This was one of their favorite establishments, Shizune didn't want to be banned. Tsunade looked at the destroyed table and weaved a hand sign. A wooden table grew and took its place. The fact that she was using the method to develop would release that her brother left her, pained her heart. My brother died for that village. For what? Only because Danzo Shimura got afraid of his potential. Her chakra was fluctuating and the rest of the customers of the locale were running away. Dan died for it. For what? Only because Danzo Shimura and Hiruzen started a fucking war. Shizen's hand above her shoulder was the only thing keeping her rageful but not murderous. My child died for it. My unborn child. Large tears flowed down her cheeks. Shizen was no different. Her shout made Jiraiya flinch. Jiraiya, when I received the news of Hiruzen's death at the hands of my sister, I was prepared to return, but to end it. Not to fix it. My grandfather in Madara Uchiha founded that village. I can take it down and destroy it with my own hands, and if that isn't enough I'll ask the Uchiha brat to help me, that way no one should complain. She huffed, and tried to calm down. She failed. So, no. That's my answer, no. I don't care about what happens to that thing. I won't step foot on that thing and certainly won't take the Hokage mantle. If you care so much about it, you do it. If you can't do it, then don't. Let the Nara guy lead that thing and you go whoring about the elemental nations. I don't care, it's not my problem. I'm rather more interested in finding my sister and having her move me out of this fucking world. At least I'll get to meet Nawaki. She murmured the last part but the ninja in the room heard her. Tsunade. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I blindly trusted the old man. I'm sorry. Jiraiya wizened up and chose the only option that didn't end in the destruction of the village and his death, trying to stop Tsunade. Does it matter, Jiraiya? Dan and my child died before my sister could mark their souls. I will never reunite with them. Maybe Dan, but not my child. I don't even know if my child had a soul to mark. None of this matters. I won't become the next Hokage. As a matter of fact, Tsunade looked for her bag and located a scroll. With a cloud of smoke, her and Shizen's forehead protectors appeared, and Jiraiya's heart froze. I'm leaving. You can have my family's properties, claims, and rights. I have already transferred everything to your name. Shizen did as well. You can also have my family's last name. From this day forward, there are no more pure-blooded Senju in Konoha, and Jiraiya Senju is now the clan head. Tsunade showed him a legal paper of his marriage to Tsunade. This? When did we get married? Jiraiya asked, his eyes wide. Last time, when you got blackout drunk, I made you sign the paperwork. This little girl here arranged it all. Tsunade put a hand atop Shizen's head. Shizen shamefully looked away from the disbelieving eyes of Jiraiya. You have been thinking about this since then. Jiraiya read the paperwork, there was even his signature in blood. Ever since I heard Sayaka was staying in Konoha. Jiraiya Senju, farewell, I don't think we will see each other again. I had the pleasure of enjoying your friendship, and the displeasure of your lust, but overall, you were good to me and my family. I wish you the best, truly. Tsunade stood and hugged Jiraiya hard and gave him a quick peck on his lips as thank you. Shizen hugged the old frozen pervert, kissed his cheek goodbye, and left while carrying her pig, running after her teacher. Tsunade-sama, do you know where your sister is? Shizen asked after catching up to her teacher. Orochimaru sent me a snake with some of her future plans during the day of the attack. She should be in Amigakure. Tsunade. Hey. Did Orochimaru-sama inform you of their plans? Yes, but he did so shortly before they started the attack so that I couldn't interfere, not like I would have. Tsunade remembered getting utterly drunk after reading the information Orochimaru sent her. What about you, Shizen? Are you sure about following me? You know, we won't return. Tsunade asked one last time. Tsunade-sama, I only have you and Taunton left. I've lived most of my life outside Konoha. I have Northwest attachments to that place, even less after knowing that they played a part in the conflict that ended my uncle's life. Shizen hugged her pig tighter. Good. Because I have no idea where my sister is gonna take us, but I bet it won't be nearby. Tsunade recalled those times Eiko showed her memories of the place where she came from. Tsunade wasn't the only one infected with GTFOH virus strain. In Sunagakure, by the hundreds, adults put their children to eternal sleep as they watched their little bodies decompose into light particles and white sand. It became a form of ritual. The parents would put their offspring to sleep and then completely drain their chakra into a chakra crystal, a byproduct of sealing chakra with script into a shard of crystal, and then the child would implode into light and white sand. Then, the parents would drain their chakra and follow them to abeyance. After this, the crystal would be picked up by a cleaner. A cleaner was the job of those in charge of collecting the chakra crystals and ensuring these would reach Shikaku, who would ultimately deliver the package to Sayaka. Sunagakure was never the most populous place, partly because Aya instructed them to be mindful of overpopulation, partly because the Sand People cared more about studying than reproduction, and partly because their long lives granted them a more serene way of life. However, this didn't mean that over the past 900+ years, they hadn't accrued a population big enough. The resurrection of Kaguya needed an exorbitant amount of chakra, and while Sayaka currently held a Ryumayaka worth of chakra in her body, it was not enough. This difference was going to be supplemented with the chakra of the Sand People. Did they care? No. The fanatics did not care about their goddess asking them to commit mass suicide. They all knew that they would go to abeyance, and while it stung leaving behind their physical belongings, they didn't care that much about it. The thing that hurt them the most was leaving behind Shikaku, who had chosen to remain on this planet with his siblings and to be the protector of Sunagakure and the inheritor of its wonders and knowledge, so all of those who learned script under him had a tearful goodbye before moving to abeyance. This is in part why Sahara had moved in with Sayaka, aside from some key personnel, like those acting as Sayaka's information network or the Futagami clan in Konoha. Sahara was left basically alone. Shikaku observed the mostly empty underground city in reminiscence through his senses. Those decades he spent as a slave to the people he grew to care for, now looked like a funny joke. The people who once hunted him for sport grew to be the most important in his heart for centuries. The worms who he once hated, became the friends who he actively sought to interact with. So many memories. Don't you think so, father? Shikaku asked while observing the eternal flame burning atop the crystal spire. Since when have you known, Shikaku? Hagoromo manifested beside him. About what, father? That you were here or that you've been spying through our souls? Shikaku smiled at his father. You must be mad about that, son. Hagoromo inquired. Not really, I'm old now, I understand things I didn't before when I was clouded by my rebelliousness and unruly behavior. I'm guessing that when Madeline was family to you she must have told you about how Lucian avoided messing with souls, that's why you chose to use our souls as your spying devices, you knew that Lucian would not touch our souls and that Madeline couldn't. Shikaku said, now staring at Juno, the satellite sealing Ishiki Otsutsuki. You have grown so much from the child I left behind. Yes, I thought it was the safest method to keep track of Maddie in case she returned and we failed to seal her. I don't think that method will work anymore, father. Madeline seemed to have gained the ability to interfere with souls. Shikaku smiled at the thought. Yes, but it's not needed anymore. I have interfered where it's needed, now I just have to let things roll, whether we will win in the end or Maddie and Lucy is yet to be determined, but I have no more cards to play, what's in motion has already been set that way. Hagoromo said with a heaviness to his voice. Father, you must know how futile that is, right? Shikaku cocked an eyebrow at his father's stupidity. He also understood that it was his same father the one that intervened during his resurrection and allowed Hashirama Senju to seal him. It's the only way to secure a chance for the future, and maybe, for a way to bring back our wives. Hagoromo added with an almost manic look in his purple-ringed eyes. I see. That's when Shikaku realized that his father was not right in the head. Maybe it was his betrayal of his mother and Madeline, maybe it was before that when his wife died, maybe it was the craziness the toad spouted during most of his teenagehood, maybe it was when he realized they had betrayed their mother with the help of the parasite that wanted to enslave the planet, maybe it was the centuries of living he went by while fixated in a single objective to keep his sanity afloat in the ocean of despair his life became. Maybe it was seeing his perceived enemy attempt to fix what he broke, or maybe it was seeing how selfless she really was and how she wasn't the monster he perceived her as after hearing the toad's words, maybe it was when the dream of the toad never became a reality and Madeline never healed anyone from a disorder similar to that of his wife and his sister-in-law. Maybe it was seeing this and all the evidence that pointed at how Madeline wasn't the villainess his heart made her out to be, implying that sacrifice he and his brother made of over 1 billion lives and most of the planet was in vain. Maybe the regret was so damning and heavy that his mind couldn't find a way to cope with it other than to change what reality was really like. Maybe that's why his brother broke first and did what he did. I can't help but wish you the best, father. Shikaku was sincere in his words, he had already bargained for the integrity of his father and uncle's souls with Madeline, he was not worried about them finally dying, he believed it was for the best. Thank you, my son. With these words, Hagoromo dispersed into the natural energy of the world, and Shikaku removed the connection his father had left in his soul. I really wish you the best, father. I hope you and uncle find your mates in the Pure Lands. Shikaku said as he merged with the sand and descended to Sunagakure's first level to collect the final batch of chakra crystals. A year went by, and Sayaka got bored of doing nothing in her new home so she approached Konan. You want to help Amagakure? Konan asked in disbelief. It's more about how you spot a smudge in an otherwise immaculate piece and then you get the impulse to clean it. Oh. I'm not saying that Amagakure is a smudge, I'm saying that you and Nagato are doing excellent work leading a hidden village despite having no education about what leading a hidden village entails. Not like there's a place you could go to learn how to be a Kage. All I'm saying is that I can help you with Amagakure, Sayaka explained. Help with what exactly? Konan was effectively the Kage of the village, with Hanzo being the Kage in the light, although long ago dead, and Pain being the Kage in the shadows, no pun intended. For one, you're not taking advantage of the abundance of water this village has. You should build a hydroelectric power plant. There is a useful terrain about 20 clicks south from here that should work for that. Sayaka brought a map out from the office's cabinet and showed Conan the location she was talking about. What's a hydroelectric power plant? Is there another way to produce electricity than by burning fuel? Conan asked. She knew of the preferred fuels for electrical generation, but she didn't know of what usage water would have in electricity production other than a medium. Yes. Sayaka answered, somewhat dubiously. I haven't been paying much attention lately, but what level of technology do we have here? About the 80s from my world, but with no cars and mostly no guns. Some sectors are wholly lacking, such as education, transport, weaponry, communications, and as you have discovered, power generation. Damn. Sungakure was mostly doing nuclear power plants, right? Yes, but that's because we limited their advancement. Theoretically, they could have been using quantum foam by this era had we not limited them. This backwater planet. Instead of using steam to move a turbine, you use liquid water flowing down a gradient. That's pretty much how hydroelectric power works. Sayaka summarized hydroelectric power into a sentence. What resources do you need to build it? Conan understood that with this power plant, Amigakure wouldn't need to spend billions of Rio annually on fuel. You can consider this one a freebie. I'll build it myself, but I'll train 100 people in the different roles needed to keep the dam running. You will have to select them and make sure they attend my lessons daily, and if you want to learn how to build it, you'll have to pay attention. I will mostly use earth release and water release. Sayaka believed this was a good hobby for the next year. Really, why are you doing this? Conan asked, once more, suspiciously. Conan, I think you have an incomplete impression of me. Sayaka said after staying silent for a moment. I'm not only a monster to your standards, but I'm also incredibly caritative. Aside from spending my time more productively, I will also help this barely afloat ship you call Amigakure. I really have no other motives. Sayaka was not lying. She had 2 more years to idle about, and she'd rather spend them in something other than being the plush doll of her sister. All right. Thank you. Conan replied. The next day she gathered the more talented youths in water and earth release. Sayaka used earth release to create a model of the dam Lucian had designed for her. She showed them the steps the construction would take, in a very simplified manner. Deviating the river, reinforcing the bases, and then building the dam from the ground up. In reality, with an almost godly control of earth release, building a dam was simple. Granted that you knew about mechanical and electrical engineering, environmental science, material science, structural and civil engineering, geology and soil science, hydrology and more. Yeah, simple. Can we build this? One of the students asked in incredulity after seeing the complex structure Sayaka was proposing. Yes, you won't be as fast as me, but you should be able to do it. I marked about 15 spots that should be suitable. Maybe the future of this country is in selling energy instead of housing wars. Sayaka's words were both filled with good wishes and reproach. Madeline, Lucian suddenly talked to her. Eh? What's up? I will be silent for a while, my main soul will be busy. What does that mean? Apparently something happened in the void, so I might be slightly distracted. Should I worry about it? No, you just won't be having me reply to your queries for a while. That's sad and lonely, but okay. Do you know how long this while will take? It's hard to tell because time doesn't exist on the outside. I'll manage in your absence, Lucy. I know you will, I'll be here, just silent. If you need to die, die, nothing will change in our plans. That's good to know, let me know when you're back. Hey. It's not like we wanted to house the wars of the big villages, like yours. A girl retorted. It's your fault for being weak. If you had damaged enough the shinobi of the other villages, they would think twice before stepping into your turf. Sayaka coldly replied. Damaged enough? What do you mean by that? We are a small village for something. If it wasn't for Hanzo-sama, I can't even think what would be left of our village. A boy added. Eh? You don't know. You guys could have dropped the dead into their water sources and shipped the putrid corpses to their villages. You could get one of you sick with a viral disease and then have the sacrifice spread the virus to the invaders. Sure, some of you would have died, but you were already dying, no. How she worded it made more than a few shudder. There was a silence shared among the perplexed students. We were already doing chemical warfare through poison, but it wasn't enough. Conan said, she was part of the class. Normally viral diseases have an easier time spreading in humid and temperate places, like this village and a few of the others. Well, it's not going to change anything now. If you didn't do it, then you didn't do it. Talking about it now is not gonna bring back your dead. We're getting off topic. I gave Conan-san 2 booklets with the jutsu you'll need to learn. Earth and water release. Once you have a basic mastery of all the jutsu in there, I'll show you how to use them while I build the dam, capiche? Sayaka, what's the last word? Conan asked. Ah, sorry. That means, do you understand? Sayaka thought that maybe she was off of her game because she got worried about Lucian's notice. The void. The void could be considered something that is nothing that has two phases. One phase is chaotic. Sometimes it's concepts, other times it's numbers or mathematical expositions brought to actuality. It's not limited to that, sometimes there's matter, some others there's only energy, sometimes it's pure chaos, and some others it resembles reality in great detail. Even in all of this chaos, it could be considered the most friendly phase of the void. The second phase is the emptiness, nothingness, nullity, white, absence, the dearth of all that is, the scarcity of everything, the annulment of that which exists, the vacuity. It can have multiple descriptors, and all of them be lacking, just like itself. These two phases when combined, make up the paradoxical realm of the void. That which rejects everything, yet everything exists within it. Setting aside the instances in which Aragorn/Lucian manipulates the void, it's always in a constant flux between these two phases. This is its nature. Currently, outside the shiny multiverse of the shinobi world, Lucian's soul rests while keeping one tendril grasping this multiverse. Lucian's soul is so massive, even with its lacking chunks, that a tendril of it can entwine the entire shinobi multiverse. While he doesn't know it, because he doesn't remember it, after his previous death, he absorbed more of the void and half-advanced the half-step he was lacking. In a way, he should have become an abstract, just like death. But he made a mistake in interpretation. Aragorn used as a reference the power system of entities who operate within that which is the Marvel multiverse, yet Aragorn is not an entity that's native to it. For example, the void beasts that roam the void, what power level would these entities stand on? Are these void beasts stronger than an abstract? Are they weaker? Are these beasts at the level of the absolute creators, like TOAA in Marvel? The answer is hard to grasp, and the question is entirely wrong. It would be like comparing speed with weight, color with texture, and distance with time frames. Meaning that it would only make sense in specific circumstances. But Aragorn, in his somewhat human mindset, tried to use a form of reference he understood to measure himself, which is why he thought he was just below an abstract in power. He was not entirely wrong, but then again, he was ultimately using the incorrect scale. If he really was just below an abstract in power, then Madeline should have ceased to exist entirely when death granted them an end/death. He should not have had the power to protect her, yet Madeline still exists. That's one of the discrepancies found when he compared his level to that of the abstracts. But he was not in any condition to realize this. After all, even after more than 17 billion years, he was still missing parts of his soul. His memories were partially restored but not yet fully patched. Now, while Lucian was taking part in Sayaka's life, the void around him changed into its phase of nullity and stayed like that. He was perplexed. Even with his lacking memories, he knew this was not normal. Initially, Lucian thought that the void was fulfilling part of the paradox. It's always in a constant flux between these two phases yet isn't. But that changed when he felt something in the nothingness make contact with him. Hashtag. That's what he understood. As far as he knew and surmised, also what TOAA told him, nothing could traverse the void under normal circumstances. And he was certainly not making contact with a void beast. So, what was this? He used his all-seeing sight to peer into the white and spotted an impossible form to understand for an existence not born from the void. He was able to discern a shape. The word is loosely used here since there can't be shape or form in the absence of space. Nevertheless, this was a shape he recognized. It was the mirrored shape of his soul. %#%###. The something within the emptiness communicated once more, but this time Lucian's soul changed and shaped the meaning in an intrinsic way that felt natural to him, maybe to them both. The message was loaded with meaning, understanding, conceptualization, intention, will, sense, and more. But to Lucian, it translated to Lux vacui/Lux vacui, which evoked something in him, something primal, raw, unfiltered, essential, and integral. It was his name. Beyond being simply words, it was intent and conceptualization of who were / and what he was. It was as if the higher entity, with the word entity being loosely used, either named him or called him by the name he had never known it was his. %####, to which he repeated his name for confirmation in his soul aria using conceptual language. Plus, the response he got was as loaded as the mention of his name, but all of it indicated affirmation or positive. AMIPARTOFYOU, Lucian asked what the most logical conclusion indicated. Am I part of you? $++++% $#$$ $#% $#$# $#% $%. The something in the void once more sent a loaded statement. This simple statement was so heavily packed with intent and explanations that Lucian needed a few centuries to process its meaning. And even then, the explanation was hard to grasp. If the void is a paradox, then certain necessities must be fulfilled to fall in place in the paradox of its being. For example, if it said that the void has no sense of self, then it must find a way for it to exhibit a sense of self while having none. If it said that the void has no soul, then it must have one while lacking one. If it said that the void has no ID, then it must possess one while devoid of it. If it said that it has an ego, then it shall have one while not. Another example could be how it shall have an overlord while lacking one. Maybe in the future or the past a void overlord reigned and controlled the void, but because it lacks a concept of time, it can be said that it does have an overlord at this instance while it doesn't. Every paradox is fulfilled and yet none is. This is the way of the void. The absence of concepts, null phase, while also displaying concepts, chaos phase, allows for the existence of infinite paradoxes. All of it sublimates into the complicated mesh that the void is. In this mesh, Lucian/Aragorn plays the role of the ego with some parts of the ID. Be not mistaken, Lucian/Aragorn is part of the void, but the void is not part of him, and while the void has a conscious part, Lucian/Aragorn, it doesn't need it to operate, just like how Aragorn doesn't need his mind or body to think or exist while in the Marvel Multiverse. This is why the scale that Aragorn used to understand his power level was wrong, and the self-imposed restriction he had to avoid stepping into the next realm of existence, abstracts, was not acceptable to the void, and to make matters worse, while in an incomplete state, according to the void, Lucian/Aragorn was carrying a foreign soul while lacking in his level of existence. So it acted, subconsciously, to correct this insufficiency, which resulted in the battle Lucian experienced with the void. Battle might be not the appropriate term, because the void was making sure Lucian advanced to the next level while it blessed him. The problem was the foreign soul he was carrying. The void could only allow a blessing for Lucian/Aragorn, not Madeline. On a separate note, to fulfill the paradox, the void could only allow a blessing for Lucian/Aragorn. The surface self and the core self exist because this means that while the void was blessing only one existence, it was blessing more than one. But Madeline was not part of this deal. Madeline was not part of it. Madeline was not Aragorn. So it was not truthfully opposing or prohibiting Lucian from carrying a soul within him, nor was it trying to steal Madeline from him, as he first thought. It was trying to separate them to finish blessing Lucian/Aragorn. But Lucian fought back. So while he advanced to the next level, it was an incomplete advancement, and that led to the current situation. Apologies. Lucian apologized as he realized how idiotic the situation was. Apologies. It was not completely absurd, though. Madeline would have 100% died if the void separated her from Lucian, but he didn't need to fight so fiercely. He could have created a universe for Madeline, as temporary as that would have been, and then allowed the void to finish blessing him. But there was no need for regrets, neither of them regretted it. When you're the void and its conscious part, you don't care about a conflict between selves that spanned billions of years. Why would you? The closest representation would be a clash of multiple personalities, yet without any actual consequence. That's what it was to them /him, her/it. So Lucian accepted the blessing or completed the step into the next level, both expressions being correct. The emptiness shaped like him brought closer a tendril and mixed it with one of Lucian's, and he gained reign over the concept of paradoxical existence. The something shaped like Lucian shared a message that could be summarized as agreement, positiveness, and more, which was the closest it could convey to happiness, yet it wasn't the emotion of happiness because Aragorn held all of its emotions. When the increase of existence was achieved, the something shaped like Lucian disappeared, just like how it never was there, and the void went back to its constant flux between phases. And the silver of his soul that inhabited Sayaka's woke up. What did I miss? Ah, Lucy, I missed you lots. Your absence was greatly felt, love. I finished dealing with the circumstances that demanded my complete attention. That's good, Lucy. Also, we might have started a full-blown war with the other hidden villages, and by we, I mean me. Boom, a tailed beast bomb clashed with a beam of dust release from Sayaka. Was that the 8 tails? Yes. The little shit sided with his Jinchuriki and shared the objective of our plan with his host. Now, everybody is out to get us, but Madara and I believe that Hagoromo and Hamura are behind this. Well, that's basically confirmed at this point. It's just that their actions are so idiotic that I found it hard to believe they possibly turned full-on crazy. I don't know. Madara was resurrected. Yes, I marked Nagato's soul, made a deal with him, and he sacrificed himself. Conan was killed some time ago while we were capturing the Two Tails, so he was eager to join her. Monster. You're the scourge of this world. Die. A man with a Tensigen and a Kokugen, 2 vertical horns, and a horizontal one shouted while aiming at Sayaka with a black staff. No you. Sayaka blasted his mind with a psionic mind-warping attack while blinking away from the strike. There's too much going on. How did you end up as the enemy of the world? And is that a fusion of Hamura and Ishiki? It's that damn. Everything started with it. I think we underestimated its impact. Well, Obito was done in by Madara when he sided with us, so at least there's that. Why? Let's start from the beginning, please. It was getting confusing even to the incarnation of illogicalness. Right, otherwise I don't think I can explain this mess. Sayaka took advantage of the momentary confusion of her opponent to have a conversation with Lucian. Ha 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 ha. Come on, Sage. Let's dance. In the distance, Madara can be seen fighting with a Hagoromo lookalike, which only served to add confusion to Lucian. A/N. Sorry about the lack of a side story last week. I've been planning the conclusion of this arc and everything got overcomplicated, so I needed some time to plan things out. With this chapter we start the last part of the arc. Don't panic, this chapter will be massive and divided into multiple parts, possibly with 1 or 2 side stories and maybe an interlude in between. I realized that I needed to start the last chapter before I got lost in the slice of life. Don't worry, you'll see in the upcoming flashback that there will be some slice of life of Sayaka's stay in Akatsuki. In conclusion, we just started with the last chapter, but since it's so big the epilogue is still weeks away. I hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 61, Naruto, The Beginning of the End, Part 2. Timeline, 3 years after the sealing of the Rabbit Goddess. 2 Hafatsutsuki sat atop a cliff-like terrain, overlooking the vast expanse below. More accurately, the cliff was a scar left by their mother when she slashed downward with her arm, aiming to cut Hagoromo's legs. Instead, she carved a gouge into the planet itself. The vast expanse they saw was, in fact, the vacuum of space. Space was visible not because it was nighttime, but because the atmosphere had thinned drastically. A clash, Kagaya's fist against the combined guard of Ishiki Otsutsuki and Hamura, had displaced a portion of it into the cold emptiness beyond. The resulting chakra from their clash prevented the rest of the atmosphere from rushing in to fill the void, which, in a way, helped delay the planet's collapse. Brother. I don't see a solution to this. Hamura said, his gaze fixed on the remnants of the planet. Why would you suggest we settle down and try to start a family in these conditions? I still haven't moved past my wife's passing. I'm not ready to try again. From this distance, he could make out the planet's ridges and canyons, which looked as though they had been carved by giant fingers. The lakes were crater-like, and the bays formed where land had been erased. The planet was a testament to their cataclysmic battle. Hamura. Gamamaru showed us a future where Maddie heals people, right? Hagoromo asked. Unlike his brother, who was watching the desolate planet, he gazed at the ocean of stars. Yes, but I don't think such a future will come to be, not when the planet is expected to fall apart in less than 200 years. Maybe we should have listened to Mother. Perhaps we shouldn't have fought her, even if she was responsible for our wives' deaths. At least for the sake of those who perished, and the planet itself, Hamura said, his heart barely containing his regret. Brother, what happened was not entirely our fault. The one who started it all was the men who attacked Mother amid our argument. We didn't strike her first. Hagoromo replied, his voice laced with an intensity that attempted to hold back his own regret. You know that's not exactly it. We went to her intending to confront her, Hagoromo. Hamura shook his head. Be that as it may. We didn't make the first attack. I digress, in the future Gamamaru showed us, the world was not falling apart. So. Hamura wondered what his brother was getting at. So, somehow, between now and then, the world is fixed. How far are you with your best estimates about fixing the planet? Maybe 500 years to avoid the planet's collapse and about 10,000 years to completely fix it. That matches my best projections. This means that since we predict the planet's collapse in about 200 years, someone or something will fix the planet before that. Ah. I see. 1ESA-. Maddie, maybe. Hamura went happy for a moment, just for a moment, before he remembered their betrayal. He remembered he had no right to feel happy about the woman who entrusted their mother to them before parting. Yes. That's why I suggested we leave behind descendants. She will unseal Mother, and without the interloper's help, we don't stand a chance against Mother, much less Maddie. What's the point of it? Hamura asked doubtfully. The point is, if what Maddie said is to be believed, she will pass away and enter a personal cycle of reincarnation. I was thinking that we might make use of our descendants to seal Mother while Maddie is weakened. Are you trying to cheat death? And why do you think the planet would sustain another battle of this magnitude? Just our souls, brother. We will undoubtedly die due to the wounds left in our bodies. Mother was that monstrous, but not even Maddie could touch our souls, our spirits. We could make use of that. And I'm not saying we fight back as soon as she is unsealed, I'm saying we let Maddie and Mother fix the planet and then appear after she dies to seal Mother. That's not a bad idea. We use script to bind our souls to the planet, and that way Maddie will have no choice but to leave our souls in peace, just in case Lucy decides to break our souls, and we leave our descendants as insurance. Maybe it could work. Hamura said after thinking it over. He, just like his brother, agreed that their mother needed to be sealed. It was an idea that was tactically ingrained in their minds after careful and prolonged manipulation of Gamamaru. Correct, not even they would risk destroying the planet just to get rid of us. Hagoromo added. I still would like to confirm if they really could have healed Suna and Hana. Hamura said. We can ask, but we should still prepare beforehand. Because of how much Maddie loved Mother, I don't think we will get a chance to do much after she discovers we sealed Mother. Hagoromo. And so, the twins got ready for the eventual return of the big bad but necessary, Madeline. Though they understood the planet's dire need for her help, it didn't stop them from bestowing upon her the title of villainess in their minds. In their eyes, after so much manipulation from Gamamaru and the inability to take back their betrayal, Madeline was the villain of the story. They needed her to be the villain, otherwise, it would mean that their actions were not justified, and their hearts couldn't accept that. They must have a justification. They needed justification. Just like how they justified the need to seal Kaguya by speaking about the natural energy drainage due to the god tree. Just like how they did their best to ignore the monumental death toll their little rebellion took. Just like how they called the resulting evidence of their fight on the planet a necessary sacrifice. They needed that justification. Timeline, 20 years after the sealing of the rabbit goddess. In a world of soft and glistening colors, two souls stood in silence. This ethereal realm represented the planet's energy source, a place that, for the foreseeable future, would become the home of their souls. From this world of soft and glistening colors, they could peer at the happenings of the surface by using certain points of reference, the tailed beasts, the giant Tensigan, and the reincarnations of Azura and Indra, and by projecting avatars of natural energy. The avatars of natural energy were perfect for spying on the average shinobi, given that they couldn't sense this energy, but risky when it came to Maddie Futagami. Hagoromo and Hamura stood silently observing as Maddie dispersed into motes of light and disappeared from the surface world. She was in that state and she was able to twist our necks with a thought. Are you sure we will be able to do anything after she unseals Mother? What other choice do we have, Hamura? They will drain the planet dry if we don't step up. Mother was incapable of healing Hana and Suna. Hamura spoke about the confirmation they received before their deaths from Maddie's mouth. I don't think it matters. We not only sealed Mother due to their deaths, but we also sealed her because of the god tree. Yeah. It doesn't matter now. We were not in the wrong, brother, we weren't, right? Hagoromo asked as if trying to convince himself of his faulty logic. I don't know, brother. I don't think that man was trustworthy enough for us to believe his claim about how any Otsutsuki could have healed Hana and Suna, so there must be some truth to Maddie's claim about how Mother couldn't have possibly healed our girls. Maybe we rushed too recklessly into this. Are you saying Gamamaru lied to us? I don't think so, he helped us learn several healing arts. But I don't think Wanisama will heal anyone else when she didn't heal our girls, at least not the type of healing our wives needed. We should see if she will grant immortality to someone along the line. She didn't unseal Mother, so we have time to witness how truthful her claims were. And if she doesn't grant immortality to anyone, then. I don't want to think about it, brother. I'm this old and still can't. No, it doesn't matter now, right? Right, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. A few years these souls went by in their usual denial until they felt a subtle pull spread through the ethereal realm. It wasn't long before they found the cause. A baby girl was born in one of the shelters left after the fall, and the natural energy of the world gathered around her as if to bless her. The souls in denial would observe as this girl grew up. Her father passed away and she didn't heal him, nor did she grant him immortality. They were not that close, brother. This doesn't mean anything. Hagoromo said. I know. Hamura agreed, but he had a foreboding feeling in the deepest of his soul. It doesn't matter, we will see what she'll do about her mother. Yes, I know. It doesn't matter. She grew up, and flew to Luna, then came down. She didn't unseal Mother. Hamura asked, incredulous. She is weaker than before, considerably so. In her current state, we could have defeated her. I think she will need to follow the unsealing steps. Hagoromo observed. Wanisama did once say that Lucy-sama created her body, so that makes sense. That's a relief, it should give our descendants some time to grow. Well, it's not like she seems that interested in them, aside from seeing them as a nuisance. They continued to stalk the young girl until she turned into a grown woman. They saw as she lived her life, got closer to her people, helped relocate them to a safer location, started the long process of healing the planet, spread knowledge, traveled the planet looking for the sparse populations they were never able to assemble, and more. As Aya helped the survivors and healed the planet, even their tiny consciences started to hurt. Aya didn't act like the monster they wanted her to be. And finally, the first trial came. Ato, her mother, was on her deathbed. They were not able to observe this, for obvious reasons, but they got all the confirmation they needed when one of the scouts commented on the passing of Ato-sama and how sad Aya-sama was. Brother. It's not the time, yet, Hamura. And we don't have eyes in Sunagakure. The Tensigan can't penetrate their defenses. For all we know, Aya simply granted her immortality and hid it from the general population. Don't jump to conclusions yet. Yeah. It's not the time yet. It's not here yet. All right. Hagoromo's soul wavered, just as much as Hamura's did. You're right. It's not time yet. Yeah, not yet. Time passed and the world of soft and glistening colors shook. Aya had passed away. The souls in denial waited for the next reincarnation, and soon enough the world accepted the next Maddie. This one was harder to observe. They were only able to locate her due to the changes the world was experiencing. From what they observed with the giant Tensigan, it was clear she was focused on healing the planet. When the aforementioned 2 centuries passed, the planet was vibrant with life, not exactly living beings, but life in the sense that the planet was no longer approaching the planetary collapse scenario. The ethereal realm shook once more and one more of her reincarnations passed. The 3rd reincarnation went as it came. Dead at birth? Hagoromo asked. Hamura didn't reply. The 4th life came and it wasn't long before Indra's reincarnation was contacted by a wealthy merchant who went by the name of Tairu. The souls in denial quickly identified the reincarnator. The merchant hired the Uchiha and sometimes the Senju, but one thing was clear about this man: he was working for the betterment of the territory that in the future would be known as the Land of Fire. Tairu would focus on his business for seasons and then focus on continuing to heal the planet. He would create and sponsor orphanages and buy slaves to educate as his subordinates. Tairu never involved himself with a romantic partner, and the closest thing to a family was a boy he adopted with the intention to name as his successor. After leaving behind all his assets to the boy, Tairu ascended to Luna and passed away in Kagaya's company. Her 5th life came, and that's the life that started the breakdown of Hamura Otsutsuki. She was reborn as a descendant of Hamura. They observed her life, just like they had always done, and the tension their souls felt when she gave birth to twin girls was unmeasurable. It was a feeling between expectation, dread, condemnation, denial, reluctance, and, somehow, happiness. Sure, Aya lost her dear mother, Ato, but the death of a parent is different than the death of a child. Neither said it, but they were eagerly looking forward to it. Would she prove to be the hypocrite they believe her to be? Or would she prove them wrong? And watching as Sarah gave a tearful goodbye to her clearly mortal girls on her deathbed, broke Hamura. Hamura no longer communicated with his brother. Hamura. Don't let this be the end of you. We don't know what's happening in Sunagakure. Maybe she was not that attached to her daughters, maybe Ato is still living under the sand with a different name, we don't know. We can't be sure. Brother. No matter how much Hagoromo shook and yelled at his brother, Hamura never answered. He absent-mindedly stared at the projection of the surface world. The 6th reincarnation came, like usual. The girl grew up, and when she was powerful enough she would dedicate her efforts to the healing of the planet. When the broken soul and the one in denial saw her sacrifice herself to protect the planet they laid waste to and kill the demon, Hagoromo changed and Hamura stayed broken. It doesn't matter, right? Mother must remain sealed. Right. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's not time yet, it's not, right? I knew you'd understand, brother. You're correct, Hamura. We must observe, we can't draw conclusions yet. Besides, the Rinnegan hasn't been born again, so it doesn't matter. It's not the time to precipitate into action, it's not the time yet. Exactly, brother. Gamamaru showed us. Just like you said, he didn't lie to us, either way. It doesn't matter. It's not time yet. The 7th reincarnation was short and then came the 8th. By the 8th reincarnation, Shikaku was admitted to Sunagakure a few times, and the crazy souls could no longer deny that Ada was dead. Hagoromo paid no attention to this fact, because it doesn't matter. Hamura was already broken, so it made no difference to him. Then she continued with her reincarnations, and when she was born as an Uchiha and made contact with Black Zetsu, it was clear that Indra's previous reincarnations plan would succeed in this life. I give up. Hamura spoke for the first time in centuries. Brother. What are you talking about? Hagoromo was so lost in his fantasies to justify the sin they committed that he wasn't surprised after hearing his brother talk, because to Hagoromo, his brother had been supporting him all these centuries before. You plan to fight her after she unseals mother. I give up thinking, let it be as you want. I give up living, at least, let my death amount to something, whatever that is. You can't do it alone, you'll need a Shiki. I give up. Hamura replied with a clarity that belied the vacancy in his sanity. Hamura disappeared from the world of soft and glistening colors. Hagoromo tracked his chakra and found him in Juno. He saw as his brother merged his soul with the host of Ishiki and used his chakra to fix what could be fixed in the sealed body and create what could be created that the body was lacking, until an abomination of 3 souls was left, Ishiki, Jigen, and Hamura's soul. The amalgamation gave the body Ishiki needed. Jigen's spirit was devoured by the parasite and Hamura willfully let himself be predated. Now he only needed to wait for the moment his seal was to be undone. Thank you for your support, brother. Hagoromo commented, before going back to his delusions and hyperfixations. The Rinnegan shone with a bright light, and the black circles in his eyes made it look more like swirls instead of rings. Timeline, 1037 years after the sealing of the rabbit goddess. Current time. The departure of Lucian meant nothing to most, except for two women. One was obviously Madeline. She had been with Lucian far longer than she remembered, which meant that, even if she didn't want it, there was a sense of dependency on him. Lucian would wake her each morning and assist with any task she requested, no matter how small. Cooking for her, helping her shower, and dressing her were among these tasks. Then, each night, she would go to bed and join him in the starry ocean. Meaning he was the first and last thing she saw every day of her life. It wasn't only about companionship. Lucian would normally be alert while she rested or had her guard down. He would sometimes play music in her mind, help her when she didn't understand something, practice with her when she wanted to develop new jutsu, talk to her when she was bored, and more. Damn it. I never knew I was so dependent on him. The cold fucker will return one day and act as if he didn't miss me, because he most certainly didn't, and here I am, having to find a new meaning to life. She said to herself on an evening when she couldn't fall asleep. Don't worry, Wani-sama. I'm here, you can discharge all of your repressed love on me, I can take it. From the other side of the bed, the second woman who was most affected by the departure of Lucian, Sahara said while little spooning her sister. Well, whatever. I don't miss him that much. Sayaka settled down her emotions and went back to sleep. Hee. Sahara enjoyed her non-resisting sister's body and fell asleep. Yes, that's the impact Lucian's absence had on her life. Due to Sayaka's craving for connection, she was less reticent to the advances of her perverted sister. It was no longer limited to the privacy of Sayaka's home. After confirming the Sand People's passing, Sahara stopped hiding and accompanied her sister openly in her daily life. Which in turn meant that Sahara joined Akatsuki. Your sister, you say? Conan, who became the de facto member to deal with matters concerning Sayaka, asked as she saw the suspicious individual lift Sayaka onto her lap and pet her as if she were a doll. You don't choose your family. Sayaka said with a serious expression that greatly contrasted with her seating position. I thought you couldn't choose blood relatives but you could choose your family. Conan was having trouble matching the current scene with the soul-shattering bloodlust she felt from Sayaka at that time. You're not wrong. I guess the appropriate expression would be that parents don't choose their children. I didn't know she was going to turn out like this when I was raising her. Sayaka complained. The saying is about how children don't choose their parents, but I understand what you mean. Conan decided that it wasn't healthy to discuss more about this particular topic. Sahara is closer to my level of power than Pains, so she is a good addition to Akatsuki, not that I think we would need this much firepower, but you get it. Sayaka's comment placed an unseen pressure on Conan's heart. I see. Sahara-sama, welcome to Akatsuki. Conan decided not to antagonize the walking Calamity sisters. Smart moves like this are what made it hard for Sayaka to claim Kakuzu was the sanest member of Akatsuki. Then again, Conan has been idle as her friend is clearly being duped by Madara. After that there was an incident of a certain money-craving immortal targeting Sahara due to the high bounty there was for any shinobi of the desert, but that obviously ended in almost all of Kakuzu's hearts destroyed, but one, as he escaped. From that moment on, Kakuzu was not seen in Amage-Cure again. Turns out that Sahara was vindictive, so she had allowed him to escape with one heart to regularly send one of her clones to bully him. Sahara-sama, could you stop destroying Kakuzu's hearts? It's been a few months and he hasn't been able to operate because your clone would destroy his hearts every time he replaced the lost ones. With an indescribable expression, Conan had to mediate for Kakuzu. Conan started to question the life choices that led to her mediating between two immortal beings as if she were their teacher or mother. The greedy boy told on me. Sahara asked, eyes blinking in surprise. Kakuzu says that he promises not to target you again unless your bounty matches Sayaka-sama's. Even Conan had a hard time relaying the shameless apology. No, I don't think I will. Tell him that he should make it part of his daily life to stockpile replacements for his hearts. Tell him that I will keep sending a clone to play with him until I get bored. Sahara's life was never at risk when Kakuzu attacked her, but she was vindictive that way. Sigh. He says that he has some pictures of Sayaka's life as Aya Uzumaki, and he would be willing to share them with you in exchange for the cessation of his hunt. Sigh. Conan felt as if her job was less graceful the more she got involved with the Calamity Sisters. Oh. You should have started with that. The swirly eyes in Sahara were all the confirmation she needed. That hyperfixation and craving couldn't be hidden. Life kept moving on and nothing major as the assassination of a Kage in a certain water village happened. One day Conan approached Sayaka with a request. Sayaka-sama, can you have us participate in the building of the dam? Why? Isn't it faster if I do it on my own? I and the other students would prefer to participate. It will help us polish our learned skills in earth and water release. Of course, we will abide by whatever you find more convenient. Conan knew very well that they were not in a position to make demands. Well, honestly I was going to do it alone, but I think it's not much of a problem if the project is delayed a few months, so fine, let's have you participate. Sayaka was building the hydroelectric project because she was bored, so she never went about it in the most rewarding way, she only cared about doing things with her own hands and keeping busy. In the end, having the students' help would provide her with more entertainment, so she agreed. The second year of Sayaka's stay in Amigakure arrived. Sayaka got used to only having herself in her mind, which is the common standard for most beings. Sahara's contribution to this couldn't be underestimated. Proof of this is how it seemed like they went back to the times they did everything together when they were little. They woke up together, showered together, much to the delight of a certain pervert, worked together, shopped together, cooked together, slept together, and more. They were virtually joined by the hip. Akatsuki Tentail's plan went by as intended by Zetsu and Madara, and, with the ability to gather information of the Zetsu clones and Tsunagekyu's personal information network, the remaining tailed beasts were easily located. The time to accomplish our enterprise is nearing. Pain's voice echoed through the underground chamber. Some members, like the immortal duo, were not physically present. As always, they were bounty hunting. Tobi and Deidara were also not physically present. Deidara had been taken in by Sayaka as a disciple in the art of explosions after she showed him some of her most prided works through genjutsu. After seeing the art of the foremost expert in explosions on the planet, he found himself lacking. So he went on a trip of self-discovery and improvement. Tobi was forcibly sent with him because Sayaka said that her sister was a better fit to be her partner than him, so he was assigned to the artist of Akatsuki. According to the monthly reports Sayaka was receiving from her disciple, things were looking up. As is evidenced in the following correspondence. Collision. Dear Master. After your most glorious and explosive enlightenment in the profoundness of art, I'm not ashamed to confess I found myself lost. How could my meager explosions compare to the divine beauty you showed me? How could my greatest heights match the impactfulness of your simplest miracles? How could I strive to compare and draw parallels between our artwork? These and many doubts plagued my mind these past weeks. I felt stuck, my art was not advancing, and worst of all, I saw no way to reach to the ankles of your artistry. I will be forever grateful for the hint you dropped into my undeserving hands. I did as you suggested and started to study this chemistry you mentioned. Trinitrotoluene. Nitroglycerin. Pentaerythritol tetranitrate. Oxyhydrogen. These are some of the divine words I found in the sacred texts you guided me to. Whoever this author Iafutagami was divinely inspired. Oh. The insights. The enlightenment. The genius. Oh, Master. I can tell just by reading these sacred scriptures, this person was most certainly a fellow connoisseur of true definite art. I dare not think about the limits of your knowledge, Master, but I feel the holy duty to share with you my findings. I had this useless baggage, Tobi, send you a copy of the sacred texts. I hope with this, I can find a path towards repaying my debt to you, Master. With love, your Collision Deidara. Collision. Your Deidara. Sahara shouted after reading the letter in Sayaka's hands from behind her. Sayaka chose to remain silent. Oh, I'll kill that worm. How could it Darito think that tight can dream to yo your pas ssion? Her speech turned into a shriek by the end and her words got mangled and mixed. Continuing with Akatsuki's meeting. In preparation for it, we shall stop our activities outside of Amigakure to make sure none of our members will be injured or tired for when the time for action calls. Conan followed after Pain. Those of you short on resources or weaponry, contact Sayaka. Pain added. Sayaka was known as the member in charge of weapon manufacturing. She handled everything from explosives tags to scrolls and more. The identities of the Jinchuriki have been determined, and the location of the three tails has been found. The monitoring of the targets has been left to the Zetsu clones. For the following year, you're instructed to gather your strength and rest. When the time is right, we shall begin with our final assault. Pain's voice reverberated through the hearts of all the mental cases of Akatsuki, which was all of them. He. Mother, I'm so close. These puppets will bring to fruition our ambition and all of the chakra shall return to you, Mother, the rightful owner. The world shall know art. Ha. My masterpiece will illuminate all of the uncultured in its luminous blessing. Ha. Fu. I can't wait to find the ultimate truth. This world of lies will end and from it, the beautiful truth will emerge. Ah, my lord will be pleased, I can already feel it, so many sacrifices, so much blood on my lord. Hear me. None of you will be allowed to interfere in my lord's offering. Finally, I will depart from this stupid world and spend eternity with my Wanisama Hyuhi. I can't wait to spend eternity with Wanisama Hyuhi. Yahiko, I wonder if you're proud of your legacy. Peace, I can already feel it. Yahiko, we miss you. Rin, my love, just wait for me a bit more. Rin, my Rin, I can barely wait. I wonder how much money I can make of this. Ugh, if I'm going to be on the same battlefield as the Psycho Sister, then I should go and collect some hearts. Will Sayaka gather some for me if I file the request under the name of War Preparations? It's no wonder the Snake Kid was part of this group. Birds of a feather, Sayaka wondered how Obito managed to find the craziest shinobi in existence and gather them into a somewhat functioning organization. Not long after the meeting, the hydroelectrical power project was completed. A small party composed of those who participated in the building of the dam was celebrated. And by the end of the first month since its official inauguration, the numbers were already speaking for themselves. Sayaka. Kakuzu, crass as ever, addressed Sayaka after his supernatural sense for money led him to enlightenment. Sayaka-sama, you mean? Sahara barked. Psycho Sister, shut up. This has nothing to do with your perverted incestuous lesbianism. This is about money. At least you're knowledgeable enough to understand. Sahara replied with an uplifting tone of voice. Simply because she mistook that you're in Kakuzu's expletive as a plural, implying that the relationship was mutual. What? Kakuzu was confused. Whatever, Sayaka, I want in. But moved on because there were more pressing matters to attend to than to understand the mind of the demented sister. Are you talking about the energy business? Sayaka understood very well the obvious desires of Kakuzu. Yes, the exceedant of energy is being wasted. The dam has the potential to generate billions if adequately handled. This is a plan I made in my free time. Kakuzu handed her a business proposal. Somehow, in only 1 month, Kakuzu became an expert in electrical grids. That's how far his madness and greed took him. Sayaka speed-read it and she had to admit that for the era and someone who never studied the career, the plan was about 80% solid, and that was impressive. You plan to use my connection with Konohagakure to sell energy in the Land of Fire, are you sure this won't backfire? We both know that you're only formally recognized as a rogue shinobi because they had to designate you as one, but if you decide to parade in Konoha you'll probably be showered in apologetic glances. And, your students currently represent the pinnacle of power of Konoha. That's a somewhat accurate assessment. Knock yourself out, Kakuzu. Discuss it with Conan and the kids running the dam. Sahara here can use all variants of magnetic release, she can help you build the electrical grid. Sahara was going to decline but then she remembered that the greedy immortal in front of her might possibly have more of the currency she accepts, so it didn't sound like a bad idea. You know my price. Sahara said. Will these suffice? Kakuzu handed her a package with some photos and a painting of 2 red-headed sisters, Kushina and Aya Uzumaki. How did you even find this? Yuzushiyo Gakure blew up with everything in it. Sayaka was surprised to see the portrait Sato Uzumaki commissioned of Kushina and her. I met a guy named Sasori who was collecting information about Aya Uzumaki, that's how I realized that maybe these would someday be valuable, my sense for money told me so. So I smuggled a few items as they were shipped to Konoha during the enclosure. Ah, Sasori-chan. I was the one that sent him on that mission, he was the type of guy that would even sell a kidney to fulfill his missions. Sahara recounted. Try a piece of his liver. Sayaka added. What? Sahara asked, Kakuzu was as intrigued as her. That guy sold the Snake Kid a piece of his liver for some info about my life as Eiko Senju, coincidentally, that piece ended on this body. How funny how things are connected, Saya thought. Ugh, if a piece of someone was going to end in One-Isama's insides, it should have been mine. Sahara pouted as she complained. I'll go about my business. Mad women. He thought as he escaped for the sake of his sanity. And so, the selling of energy started to pick up after the 2 weeks it took Sahara to connect Amigakure and Konohagakure's electrical grid. She was motivated that much by the promises of more material about Aya Uzumaki. Sayaka talked with Conan to excuse herself for a couple of months, she had some matters to attend to in abeyance so she planned to take a vacation from her life in the living world. Sahara most certainly followed her. Abeyance. Maddie, so it's just less than a year more and we will reunite with Naruto? Kushina asked, she was doing a terrible job containing her discomposure. Minato placed a consoling hand over her own. Yes, that should be it. After Lucy is healed, we will fully resurrect you, after that, it's up to you what you'll do. What do you mean, Madeline-sama? Minato asked. He was one of the few who used her full name, all others were used to her different names, which were closer to nicknames now. I don't know if you've been informed, but we are leaving this world. Me, Lucy, and consequently everyone in abeyance. I assumed you two would be staying with Naruto, right? The couple looked at each other's eyes. From Minato's side, there wasn't much to think about. He was robbed of his role as a father and, even if belatedly, he would like to recover it. Kushina was a different story. Sister. Can't you just stay long enough for our deaths and then we all go away together? Kushina naively asked. Will you leave Naruto behind after that? Can you wait for his death too? And what about his children? I doubt he would like to separate from them just as you don't want to separate from yours even after death. So there's no way, is there, Madeline-sama? Minato asked. Well, if one of your descendants decides to live a life of solitude and no attachment, then you end the chain of affection. Technically, I could wait indefinitely. But what about Lucy? Lucy most likely has his own life that he needs to return to. But, sister, I would never see you again. Kushina teared up. Kushina. You should have never met us. We should have never ended up in this world. Sayaka took a deep breath when she saw how her words were coming across wrong. What I am trying to say is that what you're describing is called life. People die and that means separation, and such a thing is as natural as living. My sister, I love you. I'm infinitely grateful to Lucy who allowed me to meet you. I am infinitely grateful to you, who pushed me to reincarnate to accompany Naruto, but even so, our time to separate will come. During her talk, Sayaka moved closer to the tearing redhead and hugged her tightly. Only she knew how much Kushina loved her back. She could feel the intensity of her love through her empathy, and the immense regret she felt about choosing her son over Sayaka, who had given her quite literally a life. After going through more hugs and caresses, Minato and Kushina left. It was time to talk with Mikoto, but her talk went a bit different. I'm following you, Sayaka. Hey. Don't look at me like that. I do want you to allow me to visit Sasuke and be part of his wedding, if possible the birth of his first child too, but after that, I would be a hindrance to his life. I don't think Sasuke would feel that way about his mother. I was part of the same clan he abandoned. I knew he would inevitably create a distance between me and him when he started to overcome his trauma, and I was prepared for that. So instead of serving as a reminder of the tragedy to my son, I rather move on from this accursed world. You're awfully similar to your great-grandfather. Sayaka absent-mindedly muttered. What great-grandfather? Mikoto asked in doubt. You share blood with Madara Uchiha. I thought he died without knowing the touch of a woman. Apparently, he didn't, and by the looks of it, you never knew. Sayaka tilted her head and Mikoto comically mimicked her. Which begs the question, how is that possible? Sasuke is the vivid image of Madara's brother, Izuna Uchiha. Sayaka could always be surprised by the inability of shinobi clans to keep proper records. Is that so? But how come we are similar? It didn't matter much to Mikoto. According to Zetsu, Madara also thinks of this as an accursed world, that's why the resemblance jumped out to my eye when you mentioned it. Ah. I don't think that is a strange thought among shinobi, is it? Maybe not. After that, they talked about the well-being of the Uchiha babies she, Kushina, and Nawaki were raising and then Sayaka moved on to Tsunade's house. She built it right next to Nawaki's homestead. When she arrived at Abeyance, seeing her grown-up little brother with a family of his own hit her harder than expected. Not even after Sayaka used the Edo Tensei to transfer Denkato's soul to Abeyance did she tear up that much. Ah, sister. What brings you around these parts? I thought you had forgotten about this sister of yours. Tsunade hugged her while complaining. I did indeed forget about you, but I came to check that up. Sayaka teased while placing a hand on her belly. How could I ever forget about this little one? Sayaka playfully grinned. So that's how it is. I'm just a womb with legs for your future nibbling, is that it? Don't forget the breasts, a womb with legs and breasts for my future nephew. Sayaka revealed. Tsunade started but was interrupted by an even louder voice. I'm gonna have a son. The father-to-be shouted from the kitchen. Tsunade-sama. And Shizen joined. Seeing that both Nawaki and Tsunade got to have a life after escaping from the accursed world brought a smile to her face. Leaving behind the small family, Sayaka blinked to Shirsue's home. Knock knock, she called to his door. Shirsue lived closer to Izumi's home than the rest of the citizens of Abeyance, yet he led a somewhat reclusive life. Oh, Sayaka-sama. Come in, I assume you're here to discuss something important, right? Shirsue had grown into a man of physical appearance similar to his grandfather, Kagami Uchiha. Somewhat important, but not really. Sayaka said as she took a seat and waited for Shirsue to prepare some tea. Shirsue returned and after serving her a cup of tea he sat down. Is this about Itachi? He reluctantly asked. Yes, Itachi is dead. He killed himself, Sayaka curtly informed. I didn't destroy his soul, in case you're wondering. I see. Do you think I did wrong? Leaving everything behind to Itachi? Shirsue asked, his voice taking a glassy tone. Well. Yes and no. Do you know about the saying of not blaming the drowning man? About understanding the plight? Yes, that's it. From my point of view, you were drowning men. I don't blame you for leaving everything behind to Itachi and further breaking him apart. I did blame Fugaku, but his role was supposed to be that of a guardian, yours. Not so much. Like I said, Shirsue. Objectively speaking, you were too young to undertake such a task. The future of the clan and the village was not a responsibility yours to bear. I'm not saying you're sinless, no one is, I'm just saying that you did what you thought best under your circumstances. Sayaka-sama, if that's the case, why did you blame Itachi? Oh, I didn't blame him for what he did to the Uchiha clan. I blamed him for what he did to my friends. But it was the best he thought he could do. Shursui countered. I also told him multiple times that I was there in case he needed help. I visited him and tried to keep tabs on him and his life, but he never visited me, and I was okay with that. I knew he was in a difficult position, which is why I numerous times told him to lean on me if it became too much, but he didn't. He had the tools, me, but he didn't use them and decided to kill my friends, and that's crossing my line, and I don't do well with betrayal. He didn't do the best he could do. The best he could do was talk with me, whom he knew had influence in the village's council. Who also was the strongest force of the clan, and had specifically offered him multiple times help. He should not have touched Mikoto or Izumi. Sayaka knew she wasn't being entirely fair in her judgment, but she really disliked betrayal. I understand. Is this what you came to inform me? Shursui asked dejectedly. In a year or so, I will leave this world. Do you want to remain in abeyance or do you want to return? Shursui's eyes widened and then he assumed a pensive mood. After mingling, as much as he barely did, with the Sand People, Shursui came to learn a few implicit truths, among them about the alien origin of Sayaka, but he never got confirmation, until now that is. Sasuke-kun is the new head of the clan, right? Not exactly, he started a new clan under the name of the Uchiha, but the clan died that night. Do you think he will accept me? Possibly, but why would you try to return to the world of the living? You have nothing left waiting for you, do you? I feel like I could achieve greater heights in Konohagakure than here. I'll be eternally grateful for what you did for me, but I feel like I have no role to play in this place. This world is so different from where I grew up. It was a matter of need. This world did not need the shinobi known as Shursui Uchiha. He could have started over and created a new facet of himself, but that was not who he was. He could not forget the training and indoctrination he went through, nor the battles he fought, they became a part of him. Inseparable. Understandable, Shursui. I will return you to the world of the living after the last ordeal. Sayaka smiled amicably. She had no hard feelings for him and she had suspected he would choose this option. Sayaka spent a few more weeks in abeyance, and after a total of 2 months returned to Amigakure. Konan, Kakuzu, Sahara, and Sayaka observed the report laid on the table. Their emotions were quite varied. For his side, Kakuzu felt like going on a heart-harvesting trip to Kimogakure. Konan could barely hide her nervousness. She knew now was not the time for this and that Nagato had specifically requested for them to rest for a year. Sahara couldn't help but feel that Sayaka was hotter today. Sayaka wondered why there were so many idiots in the idiot world. So, because you promised to repay them for teaching Sasuke the lightning cloak, they demanded the blueprints of the dam. Why did you promise something so idiotic? Kakuzu asked. He was feeling as if some worm was trying to steal the market from him. He held the monopoly. No one should be allowed into the holy grail of business that hydroelectric energy was. I didn't promise that, they just felt entitled to it. They implied they would target Sasuke otherwise. Then let them. Kakuzu couldn't understand how an Uchiha's life was worth more than his treasure. That's not the problem, greedy kid. Sahara interjected, while blatantly drenching him in her bloodlust. Normally this would have been enough to cripple him, but Kakuzu ran on the power of money. No bloodlust was enough to stand between him and his money. How is that not the problem? Konan asked, trying to keep the conversation as civil as possible. It's about Sasuke's position in Konoha. Sasuke is to be wedded to the Yamanaka clan heiress, and as far as I heard, he got involved with the child of the daimyo of the Land of Snow, Koyuki Kazuhana. His value, military and political, exceeds the cost of a war with Kimogakure. Then let it be war. How is that our problem? Kakuzu asked. The Jinchuriki are mobilized during a war. Konan explained what Sayaka was implying. That's not the only problem, greedy kid. Don't you think the electrical grid might be targeted during the conflict? Sahara added. And overall, when you're not a mercenary like you used to be, war means loss of money. Sayaka said. You're still thinking about making a profit during war times, but now that you need to think about the service you're providing, you should dread the thought of a war rampaging in your territory, in this case, the electrical lines connecting the dam with your customers. Sahara explained. Kakuzu ran the numbers and understood what the Calamity Sisters were saying. Ugh. He snarled. And you're forgetting how this would impact Akatsuki. Konan added, she now understood that none of the 3 present here cared about Akatsuki, but she would feel better if they at least acted like they did. Can't you give them something else? Kakuzu asked. Or nothing at all. It's stupid to feel entitled about it when you only copied what you saw. Isn't that the literal description of one of the Sharingan's abilities? Why are they acting like it's a big deal? Sahara said. They are stupid like that. By the way, is there any communication from Iwagakure? Sayaka asked. No, they've been silent ever since you killed their Kage. Conan. Just tell them that I'm willing to share something else, but not the dam. Sayaka offhandedly said. I don't think they'll take it. Kakuzu surprisingly portended. Why? The dam is not even that valuable in my eyes. Sayaka's comment turned Kakuzu's eyes to the Rio symbol. I'm interested in hearing more about these other valuables you speak of. But regarding your question, every great nation has at least 5 or 10 appropriate spots where they could build a dam, at least. Kakuzu brought out a map from his storage script with several marked locations. He had done his homework a long time ago. Leaving aside the benefits a dam would bring to them, the amount of profit that single dam is bringing Amigakure is a matter of concern. Basically, if they can't have it, no one should. Kakuzu snarled. Greed and selfishness, how amusing. Sayaka replied in a bored tone. Conan, you should start Amigakure with the war preparations. Sahara said. Shit. Kakuzu was suffering from success. Pain is not going to like it. We were so close to peace. Conan said before leaving after seeing how none of them cared about what Pain liked or not. One of them only cared about her sister, the other about money, and the last one was a mystery, but she certainly didn't care about Pain's likes. A letter went out and it wasn't long before a reply came back, not an unexpected one. There were some flowery words mixed in there, but the meaning came across, no. Is your Reikage perhaps crazy? Sayaka asked the envoys, Samui, and her squad. Amidst the grinding teeth and trembling fists of her younger squad members, she impassively replied. No more than usual, no. I see, well. Tell him that he is welcome to target Sasuke and start a war with Kanagakure, and I'll be waiting for him here in case he thinks he can take me. Sai, thank you for your reply. Samui sighed as if complaining about her job. Do you think they will attack us? Pain asked after the envoys exited. No, the Reikage should know it serves no purpose to attack me, other than wasting shinobi's lives, so while I'm here no force will be mobilized to Amigakure. That's not a problem, then. You will remain in Amigakure and the rest of us will move when needed. Conan said. Yeah, I was not planning to help with the capture of the Jinchuriki, anyway. So, just bring them alive and I'll take care of the rest. Staying here doesn't change anything. Sayaka said before teleporting away. Not long after that, news arrived. Sasuke Uchiha was targeted and in response, Konoha demanded compensation from Kimogakure. Compensation was denied and both countries stationed their troops at the border between the land of hot water and the land of frost. War started. But there was something strange, the alliance was not going in full force. Taking into account the precarious situation of both Iwagakure and Kimogakure, this would normally be seen as a smart move, but the Reikage was not known for his cold thinking. Did you hear anything from the Zetsu clones? Sayaka asked with interest. No. Pain replied. Maybe due to bearing the future of 2 villages on his shoulders, he is taking a careful approach. The 2 daimyos could have strong-armed him. Conan suggested. That makes sense, Conan. But he is holding back about 40% of his total forces. The only reason Konoha hasn't overrun Kimo's front is that they are weary about a trap. Sayaka said. That weariness will soon fade. Pain added. So we shouldn't move to collect the Jinchuriki? Conan asked. This was the main issue of the discussion, the time to start collecting tailed beasts had arrived. No, we can't stop. We are so close to ultimate peace and letting the world know Pain, we can't hold back. Move out in teams of 4, I will capture the 6 tails. You, Madara, Haiden, and Kakuzu will go to the 2 tails. Pain ordered Conan. Then I'll have Sahara go for the 5 tails and the 7 tails. I'll send a clone to the 3 tails, there won't be any fighting there so it isn't a problem. Also, I'll personally go for the grumpy fox, I'll leave a clone posing as me here. Sayaka said. Deidara will move with Kisame for the 4 tails and wait for reinforcements from Conan's team to make a move on it, since the 8 tails is on the battlefield we will wait and make a move with me and Sahara. Pain commanded. I will start preparing. Conan flickered away. Nagato. Sayaka called. The Pain puppet turned to look at her, he was getting ready to go out but stopped when he heard Sayaka call his name. I marked Conan's soul. Just in case. Do you want me to mark yours? Sayaka was not exactly friends with Conan but she did it on a whim, just like the offer she just extended Nagato. Why? The Pain puppet asked. You can say that it was to prevent the enemy from getting their hands on info from her corpse, the other members are not part of your inner circle, and killing a Madara is almost as hard as killing me. This was a statement filled with lies, but Sayaka was not about to have a heart-to-heart with him, so she used the most convenient lie. In truth, she was preparing for a scenario in which she might have to hold their souls hostage against one another, or so she told herself. She wasn't willing to admit that she had grown attached to the idealistic pair of idiot friends and felt sorry for their future, even if only a little. On the other hand, she could also use Conan's soul to induce Nagato to a meltdown. No, I don't need it. I will make this dream a reality. I can't do so by having a fallback plan. The puppet shook its head in denial. Have it your way. Let's see how far that resolve will take you when you lose your only anchor to reality, Sayaka thought. And so, the final operation of Akatsuki started. Sahara was not very pleased with being away from her love, but given that her love was the one who asked her, she had no other choice than to agree. She decided to go to Takigakure first. Takigakure was one of the minor villages that swore alliance with the Alliance, but given its status as a minor village, Sahara thought that they would most likely be less protected than the Five Tails, which was protected by whatever was left of Iwadakure. And she was correct. Using her love's dimension as a conduit, she teleported to the coordinates of the Zetsu clone, keeping the Seven Tails Jinchuriki under watch. Hello, Toby, is it? Where's the girl? Sahara asked the clone. Ah, the sister of Madi-sama. If it's you, you might know. The clone said. What? I was asking for the girl's location so as to not waste time looking for her. Sahara replied. Not that, Sister-sama. I wonder. Can you tell me what it feels like to take a dump? Toby, the white Zetsu, sat as if it was the most natural thing to ask. First of all, what the fuck? I also don't know what it feels like to fuck, can you tell me? Second of all, I haven't taken a dump in a few centuries now, so I don't remember. Her body's script ensured she made use of 99.999987% of all the matter that entered her digestive system, the rest was expelled through perspiration. That was if she ate, but the passive intake of ambient natural energy was enough for sustenance. You're like me, Sister-sama. The clone got all excited about it. Asterisk sigh asterisk whatever, just take me to the girl. Sahara just wanted to return to her love. While obfuscating their presence, Sahara and the clone calmly walked to the little house of the girl. She is not here. Sahara commented before entering the house. She will be, Sister-sama. She usually goes to the top of the tree, but she'd be back around this time. The clone replied. And it was as it said, not long after a petite, tan-skinned kunoichi landed in front of the house. She was flying assisted by 2 insect wings sprouting from her lower back. Her mint-green hair fluttered with the wind as she joyfully skipped to her house. Inside the house, Sahara waited for her out in the open. Oh, who are you? With almost no vigilance the girl asked. Hello, girl. My name is Sahara Futagami, does the beetle inside of you recognize my last name? Sahara asked. Futaga, the girl paused in mid-speech. Her face experienced a few changes. A friend. Komi, said you're a friend that will take me to a place where I can make many friends. The girl skipped to Sahara and grabbed her hands with stars in her eyes. I see you were not treated kindly either. Sahara laid a hand atop the green hair and softly petted the girl, just like her love does. My name is Fu. And my friend is Komi. Fu eagerly introduced herself and her tailed beast. It's hard to make friends when everyone hates you before you talk to them, but Shibuki said that the villagers would eventually get to know the real me, but I don't when that was supposed to be, it's been some years since then. Are you sure I could make friends in the place you're taking me to? Fu questioned with unshed tears. Yes, this place is called Abeyance. I will just leave a small mark on you and by the time you wake up you'll be greeted by a world of unbiased people, just like me and you. Sahara replied, without stopping the petting. Fu pushed her head harder against the hand. That's awesome. I will go and tell Shibuki about it. Fu jumped all around the house excitedly. Sure, Fu. Go ahead and tell him. Sahara said. And with those words, Fu fell asleep while standing. In the dream concocted by the Genjutsu, Fu was given a teary and warm farewell by Shibuki. His wishes for a happy life were conveyed, just as Komi told her about how it couldn't follow her to Abeyance but it wished her the best. They talked for days about the things that they would do in their new lives. In this dream, Komi was able to exit her body, and Fu could physically hug her only real friend, just like she always wanted. They spent a long time traveling the world with their new friend, Sahara, and they ate all sorts of food the glutton Jinchuriki always dreamt of trying. Sahara took her to wondrous and beautiful landscapes and they shared moments like these as friends. Eventually, she separated from Komi, and as sad and heartbreaking as that was, she knew it had to happen because Komi was going to stay behind to protect Shibuki and Takigakure, or so it said. Fu, I told you that I will always be in here. One of its insect limbs pointed at her chest. These friends you'll make will love to hear all about the times you and I spent together. It petted the green mint hair like it saw Sahara do in the real world. Okay, Komi. But know that I will miss you lots. Fu gave one last warm hug to her friend and closed her eyes. The next time she opened them she'll be in a new world. Thank you. Komi said to Sahara. It was no skin off my back. I'll make sure she becomes well adapted to abeyance. Sahara told the chakra beast before ending the genjutsu. That night, Sahara stealthily absorbed some of the chakra of the villagers before going away. She sent a clone with the unconscious Fu to her sister and then moved on to the Five Tails. She teleported to the Zetsu clone keeping an eye on Han, the Jinchuriki of the Five Tails. This time there was none of the gentleness she showed Fu, because a few squadrons of Iwanin were waiting for her. Not specifically for her, but for someone. So it was true, you're hunting for the tailed beasts. Han said as the squadrons readied their weapons. Interesting. Sahara said. That was all she thought of the situation. Girl, I don't know who you are, be you. Han stopped midway through his spiel. Clank 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 clank, weapons fell and everybody lost conscience while standing. All of them fell into a sound-induced genjutsu when Sahara said, interesting. She approached Han and made contact with him to talk with the inside men. Five Tails, what happened? Sahara asked the horse-like entity. Eight Tails betrayed you. His Jinchuriki shared the news about the ambition Mati Futagami had of collecting all the tailed beasts. The horse said, disinterested. Ah. That's interesting indeed, but why? He should know you stand no chance against Lucy, right? Sahara asked. That's why I told Eight Tails that it was madness, but he said he would trust his partner. Is that some sort of Stockholm syndrome? Ack. Whatever, let's transport you first. If they were waiting for us here, then most than likely they are ready to ambush the other teams. I think you're right, Han has been guarded for about a year now. The Five Tails shared. Sahara exited the inner world of Han and during the few seconds the conversation took enemies had approached, but it didn't matter. All around her were new shinobi frozen in place, all held still by their metal equipment. Sahara didn't spare them a glance, she absorbed all of their chakra and they fell dead on the spot. Contrary to the villagers in Takigakure, these welcomed her with their hostility, and she had no qualms about dealing with violence with even greater violence. In total, almost 1,000 fell that moment to her. There were still more rapidly approaching her position, but she had no time to deal with them, so she flew in the direction of the Four Tails. Since that was the Akatsuki team with the least amount of members. She believed that Obito Uchiha and the others would hold back whatever army attacked them long enough for her to arrive. On the way to the Four Tails, she tried to teleport to the Zetsu clone monitoring it, but it didn't work. Meaning that the battle had most likely started already. An hour of flight later, when she started to sense the reverberations of chakra from the conflict on the horizon. She saw a bright light. The sky turned white, and the clouds cast shadows, the terrain below her gained shadows and the world bore witness to the birth of a small sun, once more. Boom. The wave of displaced atmosphere caught her but Sahara kept flying forward, her body was not impeded by the impact. She flew toward the only two chakra signatures that remained. She landed in the glass terrain and waved her hand upwards. A column of dirt climbed upwards and then she found Kisame and an unconscious burned meat slab, probably Rashi. Are you okay, Shark Boy? Sahara asked while stabilizing the Four Tails' Jinchuriki. Arg. Kisame complained as he used a kunai to cut the parts of his body that had clumps of burning lava still attached. That idiot almost killed me. He shouted from the pain. The Jinchuriki. Was he that strong? Sahara asked. No, Deidara. Kisame observed the glassed crater where they stood. We were observing the target, as instructed, but we suddenly got ambushed. Initially, it wasn't a problem. I held back the Jinchuriki while Deidara dealt with the worms, but the idiot got trapped in a genjutsu all of a sudden and shouted, Master. I will show you my ultimate art. Witness me, I'm not good at earth release, but I managed to bury us deep enough when I saw the idiot summon a metal sphere as big as a house. At least he got rid of the army. Sahara commented. Army? Were there that many of them? Kisame asked while looking around. They planned to deal with you in waves, a few clicks away a second wave was coming, I assume they got scared off by the explosion. Sahara said. Who wouldn't? That was bigger than the tailed beast bombs the Jinchuriki dropped on me. Kisame said with his classical psychopathic smile. It was hard to understand if he was happy or suffering. Can you move? Sahara asked. Yeah, I'm good. Still have enough chakra left. He held tight to his sword. Then run, go as fast as you can to Amigakure. Once you're within the range of my sister you'll be safe, otherwise, assume that the entire planet is looking for you. Which is not that far from the truth, Sahara thought. And you? I'll go assist the other team. Sahara popped a clone to accompany Kisame and then flew off. So that's why they made the act of demanding compensation from sister, Sahara thought as she flew to the Two Tails. They wanted to force her to stay in Amagakure to deal with the rest of Akatsuki when we departed to collect the tailed beasts. I wonder what they prepared to deal with sister. Maybe Hagoromo contacted the Eight Tails and that's why it broke the deal it made with sister. Sounds plausible enough, she mused. By the time she arrived at the location where the Two Tails was supposed to be, she caught a glimpse of Conan muttering something, while surrounded by hordes of enemies, before billions of paper tags flooded the battlefield from the more than 50 storage scripts she had Sayaka brand on her body. The paper tags pushed her clothes away and it looked as if an avalanche was called forth. The streams of paper tags rushing from the storage scripts in her body looked like white streams of pressurized water released from a dam. Obito grabbed the restrained but defiant Two Tails Jinchuriki and exited to Kamui. Kakuzu tried to kill Conan to stop her but the rush of paper tags pushed him back. Pieces of hiden were spread all around the battleground. Thousands of shinobi convened to Conan, the origin of the avalanche, and then, different from Deidara's instantaneous art, billions of explosions happened continuously. Cries, shouts, yelling, suffering, despair, chakra, explosions, blood, bones, flesh, hair, metal, clothing, fire, water, wind, dust, in conclusion. She brought pain to the battlefield. Deidara, Haiden, Kakuzu, and now Conan. Leaving pain, Obito, Kisame, me, and you. That's about 99.9999% of Akatsuki's power, we are still good. Sahara turned around to find Sayaka, her eyes followed the scene, glazed over with boredom. Love, I guess you came after receiving word from one of my clones. Sahara wasted no time and moved to hug her sister from behind. She could no longer hold Sayaka up, given that Sayaka had finished growing up and now they stood equal in height, so she laid her chin on her right shoulder, not before taking a deep breath of her neck and leaving a kiss on her cheek. Don't call me that, and this is a clone. Sayaka reproached, but, other than that, did not attempt to stop Sahara's caresses. Sahara smiled faintly at this. You said you wanted Nagato to despair for him to voluntarily revive Madara, right? Sahara asked. No, I said he was going to despair, so we might as well use his life to bring back Madara. Why do you need Madara? Can't you use Obito? Well, I think the original owner of the eyes should use them. I see. And the truth? I hate Obito. Why, Wani-sama? He reminds me of what I could have become. Eh? What do you mean? If we leave aside his wrongdoings against me. I simply hate him, because I could have ended just like him. Trying to deny reality and imposing your fantasies. Sahara summarized Obito's character. Yeah. You know, I was created in a lab. What? Sahara found it hard for such a perfect work of divine art to have been created in a lab. Yeah, believe it or not, I was created in a lab. Was it Lucy? She would understand it if Lucian had done it. No, I still don't know how I chanced upon Lucy, we are waiting for him to regain his memories to know, but it definitely wasn't him. It was a human called Nathaniel Essex. Sayaka, seeing the flabbergasted expression on her sister, decided to explain further. Essex wanted a girl named Jean Grey to reproduce with a man named Scott Summers. Well, a lot is going on in that, but the point is that I was born as a clone of Jean Grey and my purpose was to serve as a backup womb. I was about 5 years old with the body of a mature woman, and my entire reason for existing was something as stupid as a replacement womb. If I'd given up on reality, I might have turned into a tyrant like Obito trying to materialize my delusions despite the suffering of those around me. Just like Essex. I had the makings of a villain. So Obito's tear-jerking story, to me, is simply an excuse for his schizophrenia. Maybe I'm not considering his plight, maybe I'm judging him hard because I dislike him, but you know what? Sayaka turned to the side to face Sahara. What? Sahara asked. In rapt attention to her love's every word, despite the ongoing detonations in the background. Lucian told me that I shouldn't use the same ruler to measure others, he told me that I was the one and only protagonist of my life, so what if I was being a hypocrite? He said it didn't matter. He told me that no matter what was of Obito, or what could have been of him, what matters is what is of him, and since Obito is a broken man trying to break the world to bring everybody to his level, I should have no consideration for him or his suffering. Clap 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 clap, Sahara happily clapped. Ah. Lucy Kaya. Ha 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 ha. He is the only one who knows the real treatment you deserve, Wani-sama. I 100% support Lucy's teachings. Sahara exclaimed while nodding her head. Sayaka knew she was being spoiled by those around her, but what was she supposed to do? She had no parental figures in this life and Kagaya always was the voice of restraint in their friendship. Let's go back, there's nothing to save of Conan, she gave her life to clear a path for her dead lover's dream. Sayaka's clone dispelled and Sahara teleported to Amagakure through abeyance. Obito, Kisame, Sahara, and Sayaka stood in the chamber containing the Geto Mazo. Aside from them, there was the colossal body of the three tails, Isabu, whom Sayaka's clone had transported by temporarily becoming its vessel. Sayaka waved a hand and the Yujito ni was thrown closer to the statue. She was unconscious, but the two tails in her was not, and it was very cooperative. The cat also asked herself what her stupid octopus brother was thinking. Eat. After her words, the 9 dragons of Clue Chakra came out and absorbed the willing two tails. Yujito ni's soul was moved to abeyance, just like the cat had requested it. Isabu, it's your turn. Sayaka said to the giant turtle. Ah, finally I will repay my debt. It's been a few centuries, Aya, and I've been eagerly awaiting the day I become debt-free. Please don't be too rough with my idiot brother, he can be mentally challenged sometimes. Isabu replied in a good mood. Don't worry, Isabu. He'll enjoy the same deal as the rest of you. Sayaka replied. She was being careful with her words due to the others listening. That's all I ask. The turtle gave her the best equivalent it could of a smile. He failed, but when your mouth is covered by armor, what can you do? Eat. The same scene replayed. Then came the 4 tails, followed by the 5 tails. And when it came for the turn of the 6 tails, as if planned, Pain arrived carrying the unconscious host of the tailed beast. Conan died. So did the others absent. Sayaka broke the news with as much care as the Americans dropped the little boy in Hiroshima. What? The god's voice broke, like glass. But Sayaka didn't reply, she used her telekinesis to pull the Jinchuriki on Pain's grasp closer to the statue. Eat. She commanded and the 9 dragons did their jobs. After that followed the 7 tails. And then she summoned Naruto. Poof, she had gone to Konoha just to inform him that the time was coming, and also to hand Sasuke the eggs she had frozen for the past 3 years for him. Oh, what an interesting place, Sayaka-chan. The energetic teen commented. There you have it, Naruto-kun. Sayaka smiled amiably at her friend. Hello, Sahara-chan. Sayaka-chan told me about you. He immediately greeted Sahara when she spotted her. Is she did why are you not using formal speech? Sahara, contrary to her usual behavior, was a dignified elder when compared to the child that Naruto was. Nah, there's no need for that between family, Databeo. He smiled and winked at her with a thumbs up. Wani-sama, this kid is being disrespectful. Sahara complained, but she was doing so with a smile. Naruto, let's get to killing you faster, your mother misses you and has been annoying me for months. Sayaka sped things up, she was feeling the rampaging chakra in the chamber below this one, so contrary to the frozen solid Pain puppet, Nagato was falling apart. Ah, right. Let's do this. Naruto excitedly exclaimed. That kid is as mental as Itachi's little brother, I see now that Sayaka-sama's influence is to blamed. Kisame commented. Eat. The 9 dragons did their job. Sayaka, what happened to the bodies? Obito asked. They had all seen how the bodies disappeared when the last of their vitality was lost. In my personal dimension, why? I want to use them for the Edo Tensei. Sure, go ahead and retrieve them then. Sayaka half glared at him and that was the end of the argument. Obito knew he couldn't even find Sayaka's dimension, let alone invade it and retrieve the bodies. Is it my turn now? Sahara asked. Yes. Sayaka replied. Sahara, under the perplexed eyes of those present, walked to the Gedo Mazo and started to pull chakra crystal after chakra crystal of Sunegakure's people. Cling, 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 sounded the crystals each time they fell to her feet. Hundreds. Thousands. The crystals piled up under her feet. That was the last one. Sahara said. Eat. And was absorbed by Gedo Mazo. I see, the teacher was just as mad as her students. I already knew about the sister, but this takes it to another level. Kisame commented. Don't spout bullshit, it was needed. If you don't seal the tailed beasts in order it could damage the Gedo Mazo due to instability. Sahara modulated her chakra to match that of the 8 tails, which will buy us time, maybe a month, but possibly less. Sayaka explained. Sayaka. Then you should have waited for us to capture the 8 tails. Obito shouted, he was angry that Sayaka had just placed a timer on his dream. So what? We just need to capture the octopus. She said while removing some dirt from her nails. Sahara was one of our heavy hitters. Oh, I see. Maybe you're right, even I would have trouble fighting the whole world. This was a lie. Oh, I see. That's all you can say. Obito was rageful. Calm down, Madara. Didn't you just mention the perfect solution to this problem? Sayaka hid her malicious grin. The Edo Tensei. Kisame interjected. He was greatly enjoying the show. Yeah. Sayaka said. Who will you use? Kisame. Who knows? Sayaka pointedly stared at Madara. And Obito exited to his dimension. Not wanting to deal with what Sayaka was implying. He didn't want to revive Madara, it was never his intention, he wanted to become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki himself. Kisame exited the chamber and Sayaka hovered to the one below it. The said chamber could more accurately be described as the wake of a tornado closed off by walls. The chakra in the room was violently rioting, just as the natural energy. Nagato was breathing heavily after the emotional outburst he had. Stuck in his chair, eyes full of hatred, he asked. How? Sayaka showed him a memory she got from Sahara through Genjutsu. She was surrounded and the enemy was not giving them time for Madara to teleport away with the girl. She created an opportunity by directing all hostility to her. Since only Madara could make it out of that enclosure, she chose to sacrifice herself. But it's all right, right? What? Nagato growled. I mean, she died for the sake of peace, no. Nagato bit his tongue. Was it not your plan that advocated about bringing pain to everyone to promote understanding and achieve peace? Simply add this tragedy to your well of pain and then share it with the rest of the world. I mean, that's how peace by pain works, right? It doesn't matter how much pain you suffer because you'll just end up sharing it with others, right? Oh. Of course, I'm not saying that peace by pain is a form of denying your suffering, that's not what I meant. Lie. Sure, in the end, the achieved peace will deny your pain, but why would that matter, right? What matters is that peace is attained, so what if your suffering loses importance? You're not a selfish being, how would you be when you're trying to bring world peace to fruition? So it doesn't really matter if your pain loses importance and is denied as a consequence of the peace it brings, right? Sayaka walked to Nagato and waved her hand in front of his head, but no response was found in those swirly empty eyes. Sayaka was not simply talking her ass off. She was taking advantage of the emotional unrest of Nagato and inserting doubt in him through telepathy and her spoken words. She subtly manipulated his mind in a way that the Rinnegan would not react, because to his mind, it broke itself on its own, and Sayaka's words were simply a small push, the real trigger was losing his only anchor, Conan. It didn't think it would work, Madi-sama. This is amazing. Perfect. The mistake child, Black Zetsu, commented after emerging from the ground. Did you bring it? Sayaka asked, she despised talking to the thing. Madara Uchiha's belongings and body. He said as a casket with a partially mummified body and Madara's gunbai Uchiwa popped up. Sayaka walked to Nagato and spent a chunk of chakra. Nagato, I marked your soul, just like I did Conan. Don't you want to meet her, your loved friend? Sayaka asked. She had already retracted her thought guidance from his mind. Yes, but the plan must go on. The Broken Man said. You're not mistaken, the plan is of paramount importance. But don't worry, Madara, the real Madara, and I will carry on with your will. She pointed at the casket. We always knew the other was an imposter. But how can you guarantee that you'll continue with the plan after my passing? That's what you're asking for, right? For me to revive Madara. This plan has been my plan for almost 1,000 years, Nagato. Madara was brought along when I discovered that we shared the same views about world peace, and you were brought along after his replacement, Obito Uchiha, witnessed your suffering. Nagato was too far gone to mind the small discrepancies. Like how come he was brought along after his suffering started but he had already been wearing the Rinnegan since he could remember. Obito Uchiha, so that's his name. Should I do it now? No, Nagato, not yet. Why? He snarled. He wanted to reunite with Conan now. I'm sorry to keep you away from your friend longer, Nagato, but remember, the plan is of paramount importance. Sai right, the plan must go on. We need to assess the situation and when the time is right you can revive Madara and go on your merry way knowing that we will fulfill our worldview. All right. Sayaka and Zetsu left the casket there for storage and accessibility and went to her house. Is it all right to wait longer? Zetsu asked. Yes, we need Obito's green light. Why, Madi-sama? Because I don't know what tricks the twins will pull, and he is part of the strength we might need in the future. I see, we are waiting for him to get on board with Madara's revival. Yes, hopefully with him, Madara, and Kagaya, you'll be strong enough to fight whatever the twins bring to the table. Sai, this would be easier if Kagaya could be revived with her full strength, but alas, even if she was brought back in the same state she was when she was sealed, she would be all wounded and injured. Sayaka lamented. The fight took a toll not only on Hagoromo and Hamura but also on Kagaya. Adding the separation of her chakra, soul, and body, along with the corruption from the god tree, results in a very unsatisfactory resurrection. Ishiki, even in his imperfect state, was that strong, and her pulling punches back on her children didn't help her situation. We are close, Madi-sama, let's take our time and not get ahead of ourselves. Zetsu's words appeared to be more for itself than Sayaka. Right. Sayaka ignored him. She disliked him just as much as she did Obito and couldn't wait to get rid of this smear on Kagaya's reputation. A/N. So I'm already about a quarter through the next part. It should be out next week. It's just that I've been considerably busy with RL stuff, but I'm still writing, if only a little bit less than usual. Thank you for reading. Chapter 62, Naruto, The Beginning of the End, Part 3. A week went by. The location of the Eight Tails was so securely hidden that even the Zetsu clones couldn't find it. Is there a chance they killed the Jinchuriki to delay us? Obito asked, half glaring at Sayaka. He blamed her for ruining what had been smooth sailing until now with her rushed move of sealing all the collected tailed beasts. It's possible. Sayaka curtly replied. By her tone and countenance, it was clear she didn't acknowledge Obito's worries. That's all you have to say. How much longer can the Geto Mazo hold? How much longer until this all falls apart? Obito was on the verge of losing his composure. He didn't know that part of the reason the tailed beasts had to be sealed in a specific order was because Hagoromo had learned script from Sayaka, which made the unsealing process more complicated than necessary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to modify a sealing art that originated from his dojutsu. So Obito was doubly right in thinking Sayaka was partly responsible for the plan becoming more complicated. However, Sayaka had also solved problems he would never have recognized on his own. For example, following the sealing of the second tailed beast, there was a time frame in which the remaining tailed beasts had to be sealed, otherwise, they would all die. Hagoromo had designed it this way to ensure that, should greed take over a bearer of the Rinnegan, they would be unable to seal the rest. This was a safeguard to allow the bearer to at least seal one beast in case the planet was invaded and its power was needed. Needless to say, it was unlikely for an Otsutsuki to show up in the star system from which the nemesis of their species originated, but he hadn't known that. There were also other traps and conditions Hagoromo set on the seal, but Sayaka had dealt with those. In this way, Obito alone most likely would never have been able to complete the 10 tails, at least, not in this reality. It's obvious what we must do next. Pain said. I agree. Kisame added, his characteristic smile plastered on his face. But if one paid enough attention, a certain thrill could be seen in his grin. I support the move. Sayaka said impassively. Her mood was as if her workday were almost over and she was just droning to fulfill her responsibilities, which wasn't far from the truth. She knew she was mostly done with this world. Just one more push and she would be finished. The three pairs of eyes now pointedly stared at Obito. TCH. Do it, then. Obito said, giving up resisting. He knew that meant Madara would be needed. They all understood what their only remaining move was. They needed to declare war on the Alliance and force them to use their Jinchuriki. No matter how hidden they were keeping him, what purpose would he serve if no village remained? A credible threat to the Alliance's existence would be enough to draw the Jinchuriki out of whatever hole they hid in. That was their plan, threaten to annihilate the Alliance and force him out of the shadows. Simple enough. Based on the most recent report from the Zetsu clones, a 3-Kage summit will be held in the Land of Iron. Sayaka, will Konoha join the war effort? Pain asked. His voice was as hollow as his heart, he was droning just as much as Sayaka. They won't. They are currently the undisputed seat of power among hidden villages. They will most likely make a show of cooperation by recalling their troops and signing the end of the war. Kakashi and Shikaku aren't foolish enough to join a war against me. Sayaka said. Kakashi had become the official 5th Hokage and created a new council to assist him with his duties. Shikaku Nara and Jiraiya Senju became the two pillars of this council. Jiraiya assumed control of information gathering and the police force. Shikaku assisted Kakashi in foreign policy and military affairs, while domestic policy was left in Kakashi's hands with some assistance from the clan heads. The final say rested with Kakashi, but he was doing his best to lighten his workload and learn from the mistakes of his predecessors. Some said his smooth sailing could be attributed to the absence of certain corrupt parties in the village. What about Kirigakure? Pain asked Kisame. I don't know, it's been a few years since I left. Kisame said. They will probably only show a form of superficial cooperation, so long as we don't threaten them. Obito added, he was the foremost expert in Kirigakure in the group, given that he was the Mizukage for years. They are recuperating from the damage dealt during the coup, they don't have the resources to join a war. It's as he said, if we make sure to only aim at Kimogakure they will probably not join, but they might demand their tailed beasts. Sayaka added what her intelligence network had gathered about Kirigakure. Pain stood silent for a moment, deliberating. They will probably join. A single force gathered 8 of the 9 tailed beasts, known as weapons of mass destruction. Pain concluded. It's doubtful Konohagakure won't join, are you sure? He asked Sayaka. Yes, I'm sure. Sayaka reiterated. That means the Alliance, Kirigakure, and every other small village they managed to bully into joining would be our opponents. Obito concluded. I can get rid of the rakeage, actually. I could get rid of all of them. Sayaka said. But? Kisame asked. But the Sage of the Six Paths and his brother will interfere, most likely the Hyuga of the Moon included. What? Obito asked. They would have interfered anyway. Hagoromo was the one who split the Ten Tails, he did so to prevent its resurrection. If they come at full force, with my current strength, I could possibly hold them back long enough, tentatively, but you three would have to fight the alliance without me. Sayaka was not sure how she would compare to them, she was considerably weaker than in her first life. We need the Edo Tensei. Pain concluded. Do we have enough time to collect sacrifices and DNA samples? Kisame asked. I'll deal with that. Obito said. You will? Sayaka asked. I have the DNA of a powerful shinobi from my time. I'm assuming we will use your perfected version of the Edo Tensei, right? Obito asked. Yes, I just need a Zetsu clone and the DNA. Sayaka had perfected the technique some time ago for Orochimaru, not because she needed it, but because she found it curious how a chakra-based technique could summon the souls of the deceased. Get everything ready, we will declare war during the summit in 3 days. Pain commanded. They went about their business after that. Sayaka went back to her home to dismantle it. She was in a somewhat nostalgic mood. Though she had only stayed in Amigakure for 3 years, she had made memories with her sister in that same house and with Lucian. Though she didn't count those, more than 99.99% of her life was made up of memories with Lucian. What do you want, Obito? She snarled. Where's Madara's body? He asked as came out of his Kamui dimension. Safe. You seemed so reluctant to bring him back, I got worried and sent Zetsu to secure it. Sayaka said while she waved her hands, the furniture in the house started to deconstruct. Why do you side with him? The way his voice cracked could have possibly be due to anger or disappointment, maybe a bit of both. What a strange thing to ask, are we not partners? That was Sayaka's cover story, she was affiliated with Madara, or so Obito was told. Don't lie. I know you and Madara probably never met. He shouted in an outburst. Sayaka paused her movements and turned around to face him. He, so you say. If I say we met then we did, more importantly. Why would you ever think I would side with you? I dislike you, to the point that I find it hard not to twist your neck. She leaked a silver of her bloodlust. Why? So many stupid questions today, Obito. Didn't you kill my sister and her husband? Isn't it more productive for you to ask why I haven't subjected you to the same treatment as Danzo? Sayaka faintly smiled at that prospect. So you knew, Obito said, immediately going intangible, he didn't want to take any risks. Madara and I are not that different, Sayaka. I'm who I am today because of him. He added. I mean. So what? Sayaka asked in confusion, then she turned back and continued dismantling her household appliances. Obito didn't expect her indifference. Do you think I'm a rightful person, Obito? She asked in a somewhat mocking tone. Are you not? He had seen the way she operated and he had researched enough to at least verify this assumption. Obito, I have killed more people than you have ever seen. She referred to the Otsutsuki clan. I don't consider myself rightful, I'm not evil for sure, but rightful is not the appropriate word to describe me. Sayaka stared in the distance, thinking about how to describe herself, though she knew a certain pair that would use the word perfect, she believed herself to be more in line with true neutral, with some flares of chaotic good. Anyway, Obito. I don't side with you because you killed my sister, I haven't killed you because you're useful. So keep being useful. Don't we all want the same? You will have your dream world, so stop crying about sides and whatnot. Sayaka disregarded him. The view from where you stand must be nice, Sayaka. Obito condemned. It is. Now, go away. Sayaka paid no mind to him. Bastard. As if he could even begin to grasp all that took for me to stand where I'm today. Sayaka thought. Sayaka knew she was being hypocritical about Obito's situation, but she had accepted that she was no saint. She detested even the thought of imagining what it would be like to stand in his shoes. She had no empathy for him. Maybe if she had tried to understand his situation, she might have been able to accept him to some extent, but she couldn't do it. She didn't want to do it, she didn't do it, and she wouldn't do it. She disliked everything about someone who hurt her loved ones, even if that made her hypocritical. Perhaps she would have worried about it if Lucian hadn't told her she didn't need to empathize with every sinful worm she encountered. Perhaps she would have tried to see things from a different angle if Sahara hadn't said there was no need to lower her self-worth to the level of those at fault. Setting her selfish and misguided reasons aside, she also believed it was not fair to his other victims to just forgive and forget. This was also why she was aching to get rid of Black Zetsu. To her, the stain Zetsu left on the legacy of her friend and sister, Kaguya, was an affront to the woman who had taught her like a mother. Kaguya was the one who showed her the difference between good and evil, who corrected all the twisted, common-sense Essex had planted in her head. She was the woman who had broken free from her own indoctrination for the sake of those she deemed worthy of protection. Thinking about this, Sayaka finished dismantling her house and then set for the now-deserted Sunagakure. She decided to spend her last days on this planet with Shikaku. Kanahagakure, Hokage Building. Clan heads, jonin, some important chunin, and even some essential genin were part of the history-making meeting that was taking part at this moment. Everybody that needed to be present is present, so let's start. The fifth Hokage, Kakashi Hatake, spoke in his neutral and relaxed fashion. By his side, his most important aides, Shikaku Nara and Jiraiya Senju, were showing their support. We received an invitation for the next Kage summit. The Alliance, Kirigakure, and Kanahagakure, leaving aside some small villages, this means that all of the shinobi world will convene for the first time since the foundation of the hidden villages. The Alliance has the gall to assist while their front is falling apart. Tsuminazuka questioned the logic and sense of what she was hearing. This morning she was reviewing some of the reports from her clan members about the slaughter going on the failing front of the Alliance, and now she hears that they want to start a Kage summit. It's about Sayaka, isn't it? The young head of the Uchiha clan asked. His question brought silence to the mutterings. It is as Sasuke inferred. Sayaka and an organization composed of S-rank rogue shinobi has gathered 8 of the 9-tailed beasts. Kakashi's words took a moment to load into the minds of the audience. 8. Which ones? Has someone seen the Uzumaki kid? Hayashi Hyuga. Do you know where your son-in-law is? What's going on? Chaos erupted and it was clear by now that they neglected the location of their tailed beast. Calm down, people. Calm down. Jiraiya raised his voice. It took a moment for them to settle down. These were shinobi, many with experience under their belt, but even then, it was a great shock to hear this news. Sasuke, or Hayashi, do you know the location of Naruto? Kakashi asked. He already knew the answer to the question, but he asked anyway. I haven't seen him in the past 2 weeks. I've been busy with my clan's responsibilities and preparing for my engagements. As you know, I also took part in the war at the front, so I haven't been keeping track of him, but, Sasuke paused. But? Asked Might Guy. But if Sayaka asked, he most likely willingly followed her. It's safe to say that the Ninetales has been captured. He nonchalantly continued. Wouldn't that pose a risk for Naruto? Asuma Sarutobi asked. No. A few years back, Sayaka altered the seal. I'm not clear if that means that the fox could entirely separate from Naruto. We were never able to understand the new seal, but as far as she said, the fox could safely leave Naruto. Kakashi made a few shadow clones and had them pass along a few papers with the reports of the incident. If he dies, Sayaka will resurrect him. Sasuke added. What do you mean? Kurenai Yuhi asked. Sayaka told me a few years back that she could safely bring the dead back, but she needed some time to grow. So, Sayaka would have no qualms about extracting the fox from Naruto, and based on what I've seen the fox was mostly cooperative with her. Sasuke glanced at Hinata for support. She was accompanying her father. It is as Sasuke-kun says. She said. Hinata, did you notice the absence of your fiancé? Jiraiya asked. He said he would be out of the village for a few weeks. That was about a week ago. Hinata lied. She and her clan knew very well what was going on. I see. Kakashi didn't buy it, but said nothing otherwise. Given that we saw the 8-Tails Jinchuriki last week on the battlefield, is it correct to say that he is the only one that remains? Kahoi Futagami asked. He was also obviously aware of what was going on behind the stage. Yes, Elder Kahoi. B from Kimogakure was hidden by the Reikage. It is explained in the letter that as the only remaining hidden nation with the Jinchuriki, they are calling for the Kage summit. Kakashi respectfully explained. So this meeting is about joining or not, right? Kahoi asked. Yes, it's not so hard to guess what the Alliance will ask for. Shikaka said. They will ask for cooperation in attacking Amigakure, the known residents of Sayaka the Kage Slayer. Kakashi explained. I'm against it. Kahoi resolutely said. May I hear your reasoning? Kakashi asked. We lack a motive. The Uzumaki kid will most likely be returned in a few weeks. The fox was always freed from the seal, as per this report, so if the fox wanted to go away and it did, we would have to capture it, which I oppose. Lastly, the Alliance, why would we help our enemy? What if Naruto is not returned? Jiraiya asked. Would you justify the costs of going to war against Sayaka Uchiha for Naruto Uzumaki? Kahoi asked. With all due respect, Hinata-chan. He added while glancing at the pale eyes of the girl. No offense taken, Elder Kahoi. Hinata said. She then looked at her father for permission and he nodded. She wanted to speak on her and her clan's behalf. I, Sasuke, and Naruto knows Sayaka the best. She would not harm Naruto, so using his name as casus belli is pointless, and as you said, if the fox is where it wants to be, then we would have to spend personnel to capture it. The Alliance might use the decrease in capable personnel to their advantage and strike back while the village is occupied with the fox. Hence why my clan and I completely agree with Elder Kahoy. Hinata concluded. Obviously, all of it was a ruse to manipulate the village, but she sounded confident enough, just like the heir of the Hyuga clan should. On our end, we agree with that view. Inoichi Yamanaka said. But we also need to account for the sentiment of the other villages. We are already at odds with the Alliance, adding Kirigakure could be problematic. He added. It doesn't matter, does it? If Kirigakure joins the war, Konoha will respond in kind. Choza Akimichi said. While it's true that we are currently experiencing the generation of the most growth when compared to the other hidden villages, it doesn't mean that a war composed of multiple fronts would help us in any way whatsoever. I would rather we don't create another front by our own hands, if possible. Kakashi said. How about we participate in the summit and offer our collaboration by signing peace with the Alliance, but only that, we don't join the manhunt for Sayaka Uchiha. Anko Mitarashi said. That's the best outcome we are aiming for. Shikaku Nara nodded in support. So the problem is whether the other villages would accept it or not, right? Hayashi asked. That's correct. They could demand we support the manhunt by claiming that if we don't it's because we support Sayaka. Kakushi said. The shinobi shared a moment of silence, contemplating how to proceed. They definitely didn't want to fight Sayaka, not out of camaraderie or anything sentimental, but because they were afraid, terrified, even. Most, if not all, of them had witnessed the result of Sayaka's malice toward Danzo. They had felt her overwhelming power and seen her dominate 3 Kages. After reviewing the evidence she released, they realized that she was the reason for the sudden improvement in the village's seals in the past. This suggested that she could have rigged the entire village, and they would be none the wiser. Why would they want to go to war with someone who might have already taken their families hostage without them knowing? I say we let them. Sasuke spoke. What? Kakashi asked, confused about what he meant. If they say they will declare war on Konoha, we threaten them to join Sayaka's side. They are the ones facing no escape, not us. Even offering to sign peace with the Alliance is already an unneeded compromise. Knowing Sayaka, they will lose their remaining Kage, at least, and she will attack them head-on. They have no leverage here. It doesn't sound so bad. We keep to ourselves, we fortify and prepare, just in case, offer to sign peace, but otherwise. Sayaka Uchiha's war with them has nothing to do with us, right? Ibiki Marino approved. Various nods of approval and hums in agreement backed the idea. The meeting continued and concluded with their stand clear and solid. In a white landscape, Akatsuki observed a genjutsu illusion Sayaka was projecting of this same very meeting. With careful consideration, it could be appreciated how the angle of the meeting was from the stance of Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi's mental little brother is supporting you. Or is he not aware you are using him as a camera? Kisame asked. They were all in the snowy woods of the Land of Iron. They arrived earlier to stake out the location of the Kage summit. Both, he supports me, but he doesn't know about the seal I place in his eyes. Sayaka said, as if it was the most normal thing to do. Pain gazed at her without interest. Obito did his best to not look at her. I'll bite, why? Kisame saw no one else was going to ask the most obvious question, so he did. Why he supports me? It was not the most obvious question, apparently. No. Why did you place a seal in his eyes? Kisame asked, in disbelief he had to clarify his query. Oh, that. It's part of his training, he should keep learning script, once he has mastered enough of the art he should discover the little present. Fufufu. Sayaka chuckled mischievously by the end of her statement. I also wanted to make sure he was treating his harem right, you know. Keep tabs on his progress and all of that. Can you believe he hasn't closed the deal? Not even with Karen, and that girl is thirsty. Like a castaway. Sayaka grumbled. So the little brother is like Itachi? Kisame asked with a grin as if remembering something. Is this a conversation we should be having, now? Obito asked in disapproval. We'll be here for a couple more days. Kisame retorted. Just, shut up. Obito snarled. No, you. Sayaka quipped. I'll bite. What was that? Kisame, ever the curious, asked. No, you. Sayaka asked. Kisame nodded. There's some context you won't understand, but think of it as the ultimate reversal. No matter what someone says, if you utter these words, it will turn back. Sayaka lamented that her friend was currently not present listening to her joke. She knew that emotionless friend of hers wouldn't react to it, but at least he would understand. After all, Lucian shared his memories of popular culture with her, which was why she understood the joke. Well, I don't know if that's how it works, but if you say so. Kisame gave up on pointing out her lack of logic. Time went by as Akatsuki staked out the location of the Kage summit. Sayaka and Kisame kept talking, much to Obito's chagrin, and Pain joined the conversation from time to time, especially during the bits Sayaka shared recounts of the past eras. And finally, the day of the meeting arrived. The Reikage of Kimogakure and leader of the alliance assisted while escorted by Kuratsuchi and Darui, one being his successor and the other being the representative sent by Iwagakure. Mei Terumi, the Mizukage of Kirigakure, assisted with Ao and Chojuro as her escorts. Kakashi, Hokage of Konohagakure, was sided by Sasuke Uchiha and Hinata Hyuga. Mifune, the leader of the Land of Iron, started the meeting. He gave the podium to the Reikage after introducing the respective Kages and the general agenda of the meeting. This information has been shared with each of your villages, but I will repeat myself. The Reikage said. Darui passed along a scroll to each Kage with the information about the subject matter. Akatsuki has stolen the tailed beasts of all the hidden villages, the only remaining one being my brother, B. Aided by a packed Sayaka Uchiha stroke in the past with each beast, they faced almost no problems in breaking the beasts free from their Jinchuriki. According to the 8 tails, the 9-tailed beasts were once a single being, the 10 tails, and Sayaka is attempting to revive this beast. He continued solemnly. Reikage, why did the 8 tails break his deal with Sayaka? Kakashi asked. What? The Reikage didn't understand where the question was coming from. What did it matter if the 8 tails broke his part of the deal? Isn't it good that it did? Yes, Reikage. According to what you said and the intel provided, the 9 had a deal with Sayaka. Based on what Sayaka has shared on a previous occasion in our village, she did them a favor in exchange for their cooperation. I'm curious about what drove the 8 tails to break its part of the deal. Kakashi explained. I don't see why would that matter. The Reikage retorted. It matters. Because that might have changed the entire approach she will have about this. Kakashi solemnly replied. Explain yourself, Hokage. Mei Terumi asked. We can safely assume that what she demanded in exchange for her help was not the lives of the tailed beasts, right? Kakashi asked to ensure they were all on the same page. Yes, even a beast would not sell its life in exchange for temporary assistance. Mei Terumi agreed. The Reikage nodded. So that means that Sayaka mostly needed something from this union called the 10 tails. After that, she would have split the beast, otherwise it couldn't be said that the 9-tailed beasts would be alive, based on this report here where it says that the 8 tails confessed about his reluctance to lose his sense of self, right? Kakashi pointed at the line in the scroll he was reading that backed up his statement. Again the Kages nodded in agreement of his argument. If we follow her past, previous lives included, Sayaka had a subtle way of going about her life unless provoked. I say this while well aware of her actions against my predecessor. Hence, Sayaka most likely needed something from this 10 tails and then the beast would have been split and returned to its previous 9 chakra beasts. Kakashi added to his argument. But now things have changed, the 8 tails, for some reason, broke the deal. I doubt he would have done it just because, so what happened? What changed? According to your report, the 8 tails was not initially opposed, but something changed. Kakashi inquisitively looked at the Reikage, a look the Mizukage shared. It is as you say. Something changed. The Reikage confessed. His father contacted him, the sage of the 6 paths. His declaration sent a jolt to the other Kages. There were too many implications to consider. There was the fact that somehow a being supposed to be dead made contact with the world of the living. Then there was how this being of legends was getting involved in the current geopolitical paradigm. So it was indeed that traitorous kid's doing. I wonder what Hagoromo is thinking. There's no point in opposing the inevitable, is there? Sayaka materialized in the room and asked. She personally still held doubts because she didn't think the twins would be idiotic enough to oppose her if the 8 tails shared with them what she shared with it. Alas, Sayaka didn't know that the twins had lost their minds. She was flanked by Pain and Kisame, acting as her escort. The Mizukage and Reikage tensed and then they body flickered away. But that was where their similarities ended. The Reikage lighted his cloak and stood protectively in front of his escort. They were not here as his bodyguards but as the next generation of leaders. On the contrary, the Mizukage's escort jumped protectively in front of her. The Hokage. They remained seated and Hinata waved her hand in greeting. Hello, Sayaka-chan. Hinata smiled. Hey there, Hinata-chan. I'll return your lover boy after this is over. Sayaka smiled back. What about you, Sasuke? No greeting for me. Sayaka grinned at him. He looked uncomfortable for a second before waving at her. Sayaka smiled at his reserved act. Sayaka, what are you doing here? The Reikage asked, his lightning cloak flickering aggressively. We've come to declare a war of annihilation on the Alliance, more specifically Kumagakure. Of course, Kirigakure is welcome to join, but we have no misgivings with each other, so you're still in pending status. Sayaka looked in Mei Terumi's direction, her white orbs observing carefully at the Mizuki's reaction. So you say, but didn't you steal our tailed beasts? She asked from behind her escort. No, we didn't, did we? The Six-Tails Jinchuriki was a rogue shinobi, he was not even in the land of water when we abducted him, and the Three-Tails was recently resurrected and willingly followed us. If you're going to claim ownership over the living beings because your village once unrightfully owned them, then I will claim ownership of this world, after all, I conquered it long ago. Sayaka gazed at her disappointedly, she was not expecting much, but it appears that she would have to slaughter more innocents. Mei Terumi didn't reply, she had no comeback, but she could also not pull back, she was shouldering the wishes of her village, hence she couldn't pull back. Sayaka, will you stand against the world? Even the sage? The Raikage asked. That's a false premise question, by the looks of it I will only fight the Alliance and Kirigakure. And please try not to hide behind the back of Hagoromo, I raised the betrayer, so there's not much weight his name can carry over the person who potty trained him, is there? Sayaka chuckled. Why are you doing this? The Raikage asked. It doesn't matter, does it? We will attack Kumagakure with the intention of utter annihilation, bring out the Eight Tails and surrender, or bring out the Eight Tails and fight back, it doesn't matter. If you don't, I will make sure Kumagakure is left as an empty crater. Iwagakure would follow after, and finally Kirigakure. Sayaka dragged her gaze from the Raikage to Kuratsuchi and then Mei Terumi. Each of the women flinched under the heavy gaze of her white eyes. Do your men a favor and turn the Eight Tails over, I'm not trying to end the world, but I will if I have to. Sayaka kept her face ridden of all emotion and then teleported away with Pain and Kisame. Will you? Kisame asked after they appeared a short distance away from the Kage summit. I won't have to, they will bring the Eight Tails out whether they like it or not. Sayaka replied. We confirmed the involvement of the Sage of the Six Paths, do you think his brother is also involved? Pain asked. I can't say it was confirmed, the Eight Tails could have been lying with the partial truth to save its skin, as stupid as that may sound, this whole betrayal makes no sense, but assuming it was indeed Hagoromo, then Hamura is indeed involved. Sayaka nodded. Should we preemptively attack the moon? Obito asked, coming out of a swirl. I sent a clone over there yesterday, that place is empty. Sayaka shared. Unless they decided to move out of their village, they probably gathered in another location to plan against us. Kisame concluded. Probably, I stopped visiting the moon a few lives ago, so I'm not sure. Sayaka last visited when she finished sharing chakra with Kagaya. It matters not, a few hundred Hyuga more or less won't make a difference. The outlier is the sage Hamura. Obito added. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe the Hyuga will have a hand in whatever plan Hagoromo and Hamura could have to overcome their bodiless situation. Sayaka mused out loud. Thinking won't do us any good, let's get on the move. We have a war to start. Pain concluded. Mount Myaboku. Pa, do you think this is wise? That monster. I don't want to lose another generation of tadpoles. Ma, this is what the will of the great Toad Sage instructed us to do. I don't doubt the will of the great Toad Sage, not even after his death. I don't either, Pa. Shima observed as the descendants of Hamura gathered around a giant Tensigan, the energy vessel. Beneath the energy vessel lay the body of an eyeless youth, softly breathing. Surrounding him were hundreds of bloody bodies, his equally eyeless brethren resting in their final slumber. More of his brethren calmly walked over the pile of corpses toward the youth. Each slit their throats, falling to their knees as blood gurgled from their wounds. Moments later, they toppled sideways to join the growing pile. Scripture inscribed on the floor began to glow in an ascending crescendo, gaining momentum with each new addition to the sacrificial ritual. It's just that these appear to me as the actions of madmen. I'm not one to run away from bloodshed, Pa. But this seems unnecessary. Fukasaku asked. Shima nodded. They said that it's to create an appropriate vessel, that they were following the instructions left by their ancestor. I don't think this is that much different from what we are doing. Fukasaku said. Pa, you know it's different. The will of the great Toad Sage didn't instruct us into sacrificing the tadpoles to bring him back to life. Sigh. I know, Ma. But following the prophecies of the great Toad Sage has always led us to the best future. I might not agree with what they are doing, but I support following the will of our sage. I also think we should follow his will, but Shima left the last part unsaid as the last of the descendants of Hamura died. The script on the floor shone brightly, and that was followed by the sound of a body restructuring itself. Bones snapped, muscles ruptured, organs exploded, skin ripped, and the youth, the origin of it all, shouted for less than a second before he fell silent, leaving only the sounds of the destruction of his body as proof of his existence. Pa. Shima said softly, wincing every time a bone snapped. Don't interfere, Ma. We've come this far, now it's not the time to step up and interfere. Fukasaku held her hand. The pile of bodies turned into a viscous red wine fluid and then flowed to the body going through reconstruction. The energy vessel bloated and shrunk, until it popped into what looked like liquid energy. All of it convened to the body, it contorted and spasmed with the last of its remaining working muscles, and then only a whitish shell, resembling an egg, was left. The script on the floor was left fading away slowly. Sigh it's finally over. Shima said with some tears flowing down her face. Now we just need to wait, Ma. After this, our involvement is over. Fukasaku added. He relaxed his hand that he had balled into a fist. Observing the madness of shinobi was never an easy feat to him, no matter how more composed than Shima he was. War was never something to celebrate, Madeline thought. Her first war had been against the Otsutsuki clan, and even though she had a rightful casus belli, she believed that victory was not something to rejoice over. The Otsutsuki clan might not have been entirely evil. Perhaps there were others like Kagaya hidden among their numbers. Certainly, the children who perished on their home planet when she destroyed it were innocent. Maybe they could have changed. These doubts and many others plagued her after she returned home, only to confront the betrayal of her twins. If they could turn bad, who was to say the Otsutsuki clan couldn't have turned good? Yet, even with her regrets, Madeline knew she would make the same choice again. She hated war, but if given the chance, she wouldn't choose differently. To her, war was the antithesis of progress. She acknowledged that war could sometimes bring about progress, but only as a byproduct, an outcome born of the chaos war left in its wake. Lucian had taught her many things, including some of the supposed benefits of war. But based on her experience, the price was far too steep. Perhaps the shinobi of this world simply never made it worthwhile. From her perspective, it seemed the only progress shinobi were making was in finding more efficient ways to kill. War, to her, was the antithesis of society itself. She wasn't a pacifist, but she avoided war whenever possible. These thoughts swirled in her mind as she watched the alliance, including Kirigakure, form their lines a day's march from Kurogakure. War was coming. It was almost here. Are you ready, Nagato? Sayaka asked without taking her eyes off the shinobi on the horizon. From her vantage point, they were about 36 kilometers, roughly 22 miles, away, but distance was no obstacle for her eyes. Yes. It's time. Nagato said, standing in his own body rather than Pain's. Toby, what's got you in such a mood? Kisame asked the frowning Obito with a faint grin. Obito didn't answer. By now, his secret identity was no longer a secret. Apart from the last 5 members of Akatsuki, there was a white Zetsu clone in Pain's body present. Sayaka raised her hand, initiating the Edo Tensei. Dust and sheets of paper wrapped around the Zetsu clone, which squirmed before Yahiko's soul was summoned from the Pure Lands. Nagit, Yahiko began but was abruptly cut off as Sayaka released the jutsu. His soul began to return to the Pure Lands, but she marked it and sent it into abeyance before it could fully depart. This is my part of the deal. Now, go to your friends. Sayaka ordered, her gaze still fixed on the shinobi gathering in the distance. Gedo art of Rinne rebirth. Nagato intoned. The king of hell emerged from purple flames, its mouth releasing a single green soul. The soul sank into the body of Madara Uchiha, which slowly began to regenerate flesh. His hair regained its color as life returned to him. Thud, Nagato's body collapsed forward, lifeless. Sayaka burned it with Amaterasu's black flames without hesitation, extracting the Rinnegan from his corpse. Who are you? Madara asked as he sat up in the casket, facing the largest chakra signature he had ever felt in life or death. Sayaka turned to face Madara, and before anyone could react, her hands gripped his head firmly by the temples. I thought he was supposed to be an ally. Kisame remarked. Obito shook his head. He had long suspected that Sayaka had lied about meeting Madara, and now he had confirmation. He is. Sayaka-sama is sharing information, it's faster this way. Black Zetsu explained. Thud, Madara fell back into the casket. He hadn't even stepped outside it before Sayaka ambushed him. Arg. He groaned, pressing one hand to his head and attempting to massage away the pain brought on by the sudden influx of information. Bring me some clothes, Madeline. He intoned, pronouncing her name perfectly. Madeline retrieved his clothing from her storage script. She had taken the liberty of enhancing even his undergarments to improve chakra generation. His red armor now bore script to enhance its durability, and his gunbai had been fortified similarly. Madara shed his weathered robes and dressed without hesitation. No one in the room cared, nor did he. After fastening the last clasps of his red armor, he extended his hand toward Madeline. She responded by making the Rinnegan float down to his open palm. As if replacing light bulbs, he reimplanted his eyes. Channeling chakra through them, his enhanced biology, courtesy of Hashirama, secured them firmly into place. Madara blinked slowly, adjusting to his restored vision, and then turned his gaze toward Madeline, observing her for the first time. A black-haired young woman stood before him, her bob cut framing a pale face. Her figure was ample but far from indecent, her arms and partially exposed chest adorned with tattooed script. She wore black battle attire and possessed the most unnerving pair of eyes he had ever encountered. "Are you ready?" she asked. No further explanation was necessary. "Almost," he replied, forming a hand sign. Thud, Obito's body collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Fuinjutsu and scripture crawled across his skin like living ink. "Why?" "He was useful," Madeline said, her tone more annoyed than upset. "His hatred for me would have been as immense as the delusion I implanted in him. He would have turned on us. The stakes are too high for untrustworthy allies, not with the kind of fight you showed me lies ahead," Madara explained, watching as Obito's body ignited in black flames. "And the truth?" Madeline pressed. "I didn't lie," Madara said, his tone even. Then, with a sudden flare of chakra, he added, "But I won't tolerate Obito interfering in the most important dance of my life. To think we're the last remaining members of Akatsuki from the original crew," Kisame remarked to Black Zetsu. Zetsu remained silent, uncertain of how to respond. As the true creator of Akatsuki, or so he considered himself, he still found the thought processes of its members baffling. "Just don't let your emotions get the better of you," Madeline warned. "You know what to do when the time comes. Your dream is within reach, don't screw it up." Madeline was afraid the hothead would lose sight of the goal under the influence of his fervor. "I don't need you to tell me that." "Even under the influence of this thing," Madara said, gesturing to Black Zetsu, "peace has always been my ultimate goal. I won't jeopardize it for something as fleeting as the thrill of battle." With that, Madara swung his gun by in a warm-up motion, his movements precise and deliberate. "Sayaka-sama," Kisame said in a servile tone. "What do you want?" Madeline raised an eyebrow in questioning. "Can you boost me?" he asked. "Not without costing you your life," she remarked. "That's all right, but can you mark my soul as well?" he asked. Madeline stared at him with suspicion, or more like confusion. Why? As far as she knew, Kisame was not one to sacrifice his life for the goal of peace. He was loyal, that much she acknowledged, but that was part of his shinobi way, not because he yearned for peace. "Well," he grinned madly. "Based on what I'm seeing, Akatsuki will meet its end this day. Even if I miraculously survive, what place will there be for me in this new world?" he asked. "So you knew?" Madeline asked. She was not overly secretive about how her goals differed from Akatsuki's mission, but that didn't mean she went around shouting out loud how little she cared for peace or how eager she was to escape this world. "Your psycho sister was very open about her desire to depart this world with you. Madara has been vocal about unity and ultimate peace throughout his life. It doesn't take a genius to figure out you need something from the Ten-Tails and then plan to leave the world to him." Kisame motioned to Madara. "You're not entirely right, but you're almost there. Okay, I'll mark your soul." Madeline slowly hovered over to Kisame, placing one hand on his chest and the other on his head. Ink-like chakra and blood started to seep out from her palms. "Brace yourself," she commanded. The inky fluid began to heat up, steam rising from it. Yet Kisame showed no outward signs of pain beyond the clenching of his jaw. Slowly, his entire body was marked. After an excruciating 57 minutes, she was finished. "What did you do to him?" Madara asked, sensing a shift in Kisame. "Mixed his life force, lifespan, with his chakra and a pinch of natural energy," Madeline explained. "Were you trying to imitate Hashirama?" Madara asked. "Partially," she replied. "What does that mean?" Kisame flexed his muscles, adapting to his newfound strength. "It's similar to the 8 gates but less fleeting and less extreme. You probably have 5 to 7 hours left to live, but during that time, I don't think you'll be able to exhaust your chakra and you could heal anything short of dismemberment. So go wild. Flood this country, Shark Boy," Madeline said with a maddened grin. A grin that sent a shiver down Kisame's spine. "In the words of our departed artist, I shall go with a boom." He grabbed hold of his trusty blade, which squirmed in pleasure at the taste of his chakra. Boom, he jumped off the cliff where they stood, the ground cracking under the force of his leap. "I'll see you during the merging," Madara said before flying away like a speeding bullet. Boom, not long after, a colossal Susanoo landed amidst the miserable souls. "Zetsu, join me. No matter what, don't leave my body," Madeline said, holding back whatever disgust was bubbling in her stomach as the black thing wriggled toward her and hid under her battleware. "I'm almost there," she psyched herself up. "Just one more performance and then I'll die. Lucy will return like the eldritch terror he is and maul away all of my problems, then we will leave this decrepit hellhole." We'll leave things to Shikaku and Madara. We still need to find a protector for this reality, but I'm a mind away from leaving everything behind to Gai Senjurama. That's not such a bad idea, Madeline thought to herself. She stayed on the cliff while overlooking the war. It couldn't be called war. In reality, it was a slaughterfest. On one side of the battlefield, there was this gigantic bubble of water, gigantic being an understatement. The bubble covered an area so big she was sure it could fit a Konoha and a half. On the other side of the battlefield, there were men, chunks of ground, dust, stones, and more flying away from the origin of a Shinra Tensei mother to all Shinra Tensei. To make matters worse, there was so much fire that no matter who was lucky enough to survive the initial burst of repulsive force, they were charred to the ashes. I wonder if things could have been done differently. Madeline said out loud. Why? Mother is almost freed. Black Zetsu asked. Never mind. She was talking to herself, not the disgusting thing currently merged with her. The war continued for a few more minutes, and when Madeline began to wonder if Madara was going to end up ending the whole thing on his own with a meteor shower, a change occurred. But it was not on the battlefield. Madeline looked above, at the evening sky. More specifically at Juno, the satellite sealing Ishiki Otsutsuki. Oh. These crazy, idiotic, desperate, stupid, and crazy children. Madeline said, finally accepting that the twins had turned fully idiotic and crazy. Maddie-sama. Black Zetsu asked. They unsealed Ishiki. Madeline still made no attempt to move. What? Maddie-sama, will you be able to handle it? Isn't 3 against 1 too much? Black Zetsu asked, worriedly. If they were at their peak it would be too much, but they are probably in a worse state than me. I'm healthy, just underpowered, they are dead and underpowered, and as far as Kagaya said, Ishiki should be no different. This will be more like a fight between crippled gods than an epic clash among gods. Madeline was glad they were weakened. Well, it didn't matter, they were already in checkmate given that she could end it all by taking her life right now. It is as you say, Maddie-sama. If only you had the body Lucy-sama created for you. Black Zetsu said regretfully. Madeline had gotten very good at ignoring Black Zetsu's comments by now. Juno slowly shook, in a way only Madeline's eyes could see from that far. Accumulated dust eroded by solar radiation slowly lifted from its surface, cracks and ruptures spread throughout its volume, and the shaking and crumbling intensified before it slowly started to break away, and the pieces of the satellite were caught by the gravitational pull of the planet. A lull spread on the battlefield. Madara had sensed the rapid changes in the sky, and the soldiers, intrigued by his pause, followed his eyesight and spotted what made their enemy halt. Oh, what is that? One shinobi from Kirigakura asked. He understood what it was, the satellite was falling apart toward the planet, but he couldn't accept it. No. Another shouted, it was the cusp of his disbelief turning to denial. Where is it going to fall? Mei Terumi asked out loud, but no one could answer. No one on her side. Mostly here. Madeline's voice resounded like a divine sentence to death. Sayaka. Mei Terumi exclaimed, she bit her lip in rage and clenched her fists. Don't blame me for everything, Mizukage. That's the doing of your ally Hagoromo. Madeline waved her hand in the air as if pulling something, and Kisame and Madara flew to her sides. What's up, Sayaka-sama? I was having fun to die for. Kisame complained, he was so immersed in the fight that he didn't realize the heavens were about to fall on him. I'll just make sure you both survive the upcoming crash. Madeline pointedly looked at the collapsing Juno. Hey! Kisame exclaimed. Maybe the planet is a bigger concern, Madeline. Madara remarked worriedly. Maybe. Okay, I'll cushion the impact a little. Madeline erected a spherical barrier around Akatsuki. Sayaka. Stop that. Mei Terumi demanded in panic while pointing at the falling moon. No. She replied. Sayaka. Is this your doing? Stop it. The Reikage flashed to the side of Mei Terumi and demanded. Maybe the Eight Tails could blow it away. Madeline smirked at the panicking Kages. She said it's not her doing, she said the sage did it. Can you contact B? Mei Terumi asked in a rush. I can. A affirmed. Tell him to ask the sage to stop this, through the Eight Tails. Mei Terumi demanded. It's meaningless. A and Madeline said at the same time. What do you mean? The Reikage asked. He said that it was late because he knew his brother was too far away for his message to reach on time, but Madeline shouldn't have known that. He is here. Madeline grinned victoriously and looked at the edge of the horizon. A colossal octopus ox was loading an equally colossal tailed beast bomb. No. What is that fool doing here? The Reikage exclaimed. Saving you, and serving himself to me. Madeline replied. The satellite exploded and the debris was propelled by the explosion to the planet. Do something, that's going to raise the surface. Peace reached due to the total annihilation of all sentient life is not the type of peace I'm striving for. Madara demanded Madeline. It's all right, I left several countermeasures in case my beloved twins decided to hold the planet hostage against me. Beyond the observable point of the horizon, far, far away from Kumagakure, going past the land of fire, in the most inhospitable of landscapes, the desert, sand coalesced into a single place. The sand raised and rushed into this place in a frenzy, in a movement more turbulent than the worst of the sandstorms. It was as if the desert, all of it, came to life. This was not entirely inaccurate, given that Shikaku had taken control of it all. Thrum, a muffled sound, evoking a feeling that resonated with the insides of any creature listening to it. As if the desert were a giant beast, it pulsed with this thrumming heartbeat. Thrum, the desert started to ascend. A column of sand that spread wide once it reached a certain height. Poetically, it looked like a pillar of sand holding the heavens from falling and ending all life. Thrum, from space it looked as if the desert started to encroach on all the planetary surface area. But this was not exactly it. While it may appear like that from above, from below it looked more as if a huge sand cloud was claiming possession of the sky. Thrum, the sand cloud spread and encroached. This should be Shikaku, right? Madara asked, recalling some of the information Madeline had shared with him. Yes, he and others are on damage control. Madeline shared. But will it be enough? Madara asked as the sand cloud took over the evening sky and absolute darkness graced his eyes. I have others helping Shikaku. Madeline made floating specks of greenish light, reminiscent of the hue of the skies in abeyance, float inside the telekinetic sphere, not because she needed light to see but out of consideration. Others. Why are they not here helping us? Kisame asked. Shikaku didn't want to fight his father, Hagoromo. And the others are in damage control, although they are strong enough to stand with us, they are needed where they are, if you live long enough you'll see what I'm talking about. Madeline replied, taking into consideration the fleeting life force of Kisame. Crackle, a spear of lightning chakra crashed against the telekinetic barrier. Rakage, shouldn't you be saving your chakra for something more productive? Madeline asked. TCH. He clicked his tongue. I think that fool mistakenly believed that the sand would suffice to protect the battlefield. Madara spoke loud enough to ensure he was heard by the Rakage. Ah, you're right. Madeline said. Don't be mistaken, Rakage. The sand will focus on civilian centers, not here. Why else do you think the tailed beast bomb flew past the sand cloud unobstructed? Did you think it was a one-way barrier? Madeline openly mocked. Mei Terumi widened her eyes in realization. She had also believed that they should restart the fighting now that the sand was protecting them. She wasted no time and moved to the scant remaining troops of the Alliance. Use Earth Release. Brace for impact. She shouted orders. You, the Rakage said, clenching his fists. You will kill us all. He enunciated. No, and yes. But when you are dying, please remember that it all started with the 8 tails. You could even go as far as to blame Hagoromo. None of this had to happen. I fulfilled a deal with the 8 tails, but it broke it, and you chose to reject my mercy and resisted what would have accounted for a rental transaction of your tailed beast. So maybe I will be the direct cause of your death, maybe Madara or Kisame, but no matter who it is, remember that you could have avoided all this senseless death. And with her statement, the heavens ruptured and the meteor shower forced its way down. The blazing rubble broke through the sand cloud and Madeline reinforced the terrain so that the planet's surface was not entirely demolished. The first meteor made contact and, even after the reinforcement, the ground turned fluid. Not even a fraction of a second later, the second one fell. And so did the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and so on. Madara and Kisame lost visibility soon enough, leaving them with only the greenish specks of light floating inside the barrier and their partners. Madeline could still see, it was a privilege of her Lucian-given eyesight. Did they all die? Kisame, somewhat dejectedly, asked. Not because he was mourning their passing, but because he was mourning losing his targets. No, the meteor shower is not done, but a few of them are still holding on. Madeline shared. What about outside? Madara asked about the outside of the battlefield. Now that the 8 tails is out, I asked Shikaku to protect Kumogakure, but some meteors are still breaking through the sand casing. Madeline projected genjutsu to show them what she was seeing. Above the darkened skies of Kumogakure, the sand parted for a crumbling meteor, no doubt a result of the collision between the two, and streaks of light aggressively flew toward it. Boom, an explosion of bright chakra flourished and any debris that made it out of it was small enough to be defended by the common rooftop. The Hyuga. Kisame made the obvious question. Yes, but not only them. Sayaka looked in another direction and the genjutsu changed. This time it was the skies of Iwagakure, similarly to Kumogakure, a few meteors made their way through the sand shielding, except this time the streaks of light were coming from a single source. Izuna? Madara asked. That's Sasuke, most probably your great-great-grandson, but he could also be your great-great-grandnephew. Did you leave any descendants? Madeline asked as they watched Sasuke hurl javelin after javelin at the remnants of the meteors that managed to break through. I don't know. Madara replied. That's understandable. Kisame commented offhandedly. Madeline looked at them both, she was confused about what they meant. I had a few partners in my life, but no woman was mad enough to publicly claim she bore my child. As for Izuna, maybe. He had a few partners before Tobirama killed him. Then again, no woman would have dared admit to bearing a descendant of ours, we carried too much infamy. Madara explained. It is the same for me. Today, after I pass away, maybe I will be leaving a child fatherless, but I don't know, I'm a well-known rogue shinobi, no woman would claim to have given birth to a child of mine. Ha 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 ha. Maybe it's for the best. Kisame laughed. Every time she looked in a different direction, Madeline changed the genjutsu. It was not only the Hyuga and Sasuke, the Futagami clan came out of the shadows and they proudly displayed their script-covered skins, affirming their status as people of the sand. That's the Futagami? They were yours? Madara asked in surprise. He still remembers when the Futagami clan approached the nascent Konohagakure. Yes, I needed a way to monitor the reincarnations of Azura and Indra, namely Hashirama and you, to find out if you were worthy of my support. Madeline explained. The reverberations of the meteoric bombardment were still going outside the barrier. Were they not? Kisame asked, his curiosity still with him even during the end of his life. Madara showed promise, at least his ideas, his execution was painfully stupid, and Hashirama was sinfully naive. If they had come together and done as Madara suggested, I would have supported them. Madeline bluntly replied. What do you have to say about that? Kisame smiled and asked Madara. I say that if you don't shut up I will shorten your already expiring lifespan to a few seconds. The Rinnegan glared at Kisame. Sayaka-sama, look. He's bullying the dying me. Kisame said, hiding behind Madeline and speaking in an uncharacteristic tone. Who is that supposed to be? Madeline asked, raising an eyebrow. He. Why, Toby, of course. Kisame replied with a mischievous grin. Disgusting thing, I blame Madara for that. Madeline complained. I blame Zetsu. Madara avoided responsibility. Why is it my fault? You said you needed the Uchiha with the most talent, I brought you the Uchiha with the biggest heart. Black Zetsu spoke from between the clothing of Madeline. Madara couldn't finish his retort. Crack crash boom, a golden, humongous blade shattered the telekinetic shield, slicing through Kisame and bisecting him before detonating. Madara used his enhanced gunbai to shield himself, while Madeline teleported to safety. The explosion from the golden blade dwarfed anything the battlefield had experienced thus far, even the meteor shower's destructive blasts. It claimed the lives of everyone except the Raikage, whose lightning cloak protected him. The blast surged outward toward Kimogakure, nullifying the Hyuga's efforts and taking their lives as well. Madeline, hovering above the explosion, tilted her head to the left just as a black, spear-tipped staff materialized in the space where her head had been moments earlier. What sort of monstrosity are you supposed to be? Hamura or Ishiki, whoever is in charge? Madeline asked, visible disgust on her face. Why would you even consider that failure Otsutsuki could ever overpower me in a battle of wills? He didn't even put on a fight, he simply surrendered himself to me. At least he understood his place at the twilight of his miserable life. Ishiki said as if it were the most obvious of things. Ah, the parasite. You shall be referred to as Parasite from now on, that's your name since you live up to it even more faithfully than the rest of your equally parasitic kind. Madeline's old racism came to the surface. The revulsion in her face was not hidden. What does a lesser being like you know? The veins around his Byukigen, Tensigen, popped out with his rage. He had never been looked down on in his life, even less by what he considered a lesser being. Hey, Parasite, did Hamura turn crazy? Madeline asked something that had been bothering her. Die. But Ishiki couldn't stand the way she called him, so his reply was a rain of black spike-shaped truth-seeking balls. Madeline teleported away, this time closer to where she felt the chakra signature of Madara and someone else. Are you Hagoromo? She asked. The men standing opposite Madara looked similar to Hagoromo, but his chakra fell wrong in all different manners. Maddie, your reign of terror ends today. Hagoromo shouted. What? Madeline asked, she was beginning to accept that maybe the twins indeed lost all lucidity. She looked at Madara in query. Don't know. He said. This is the first I hear him speak, he has been ignoring me all this time. Look at his eyes, it's like he is not experiencing the same reality as us. Madara pointedly gazed at the Rinnegan of Hagoromo. What the fuck happened to these guys? Madeline asked while tilting her head again, avoiding another strike, and then teleporting away. just an instant before Ishiki materialized in a striking stance where she previously stood. "Keep that monster away from me, I'll take care of this crazy sage." Madara exclaimed. He was unnerved by the monstrous chakra he felt radiating from Ishiki. It was something that dwarfed even Madeline's, and by a lot. Ishiki teleported after Madeline, and to avoid collateral damage, even more, she kept to the skies. "Scourge, you should know your place and surrender to me. Why are you trying to avoid the inevitable? You should be able to feel it, the difference between you and me," Ishiki said, appearing right in front of Madeline. "Well, you indeed have vastly more chakra than me, but that just confirms to me that you can't sense psionic energy." Madeline grinned predatorily at him. "What?" Ishiki didn't understand what the word psionic meant. "This." Madeline pointed at his head. Two things happened at almost the same time. The first, a spike of materialized psionic energy penetrated his skull. The second, Ishiki shrunk himself instantaneously to escape after following his instincts. The truth was that Ishiki hadn't been teleporting after Madeline, he was shrinking and restoring himself after moving to her so fast that it appeared as if he could teleport. Meaning that his reflexes and movement speed were at a level that allowed him to almost replicate the result of teleportation, at least at a close distance. This is also why he survived an attack that was invisible to him, almost unscathed. In his shrunken estate, he brought a hand to the hole in his bleeding skull as it closed and mended itself. The whisper of death chilled his escalating rage. Madeline made an aura of psionic energy surrounding her, to automatically attack in case he got close enough, and then loaded a beam of dust release. Ninjutsu was not effective against beings of a certain level, at least not the normal kind, because it could be absorbed or at least countered. For example, Hagoromo and Madara could quite literally absorb it, aided by their Rinnegan. But in this case, two other enemies couldn't. With her palm outstretched, Madeline unleashed a beam of disintegration, directing it toward the towering figure of the Eight Tails. The beam pierced through the chaotic veil of sand, smoke, dust, fire, and death, surging straight toward the tailed beast's head. But before it could claim its target, a lightning-cloaked figure intercepted, shielding the Eight Tails from annihilation. "Brother!" the beast cried. The Eight Tails flung a tentacle and protectively grabbed the wreckage. Madeline was going to continue her assault, but Ishiki made massive black cubes rain on her. She deflected them with a wave of her hand, while also redirecting the cubes toward the Eight Tails, and waited for him to pop up. But he didn't. She aimed at the Eight Tails again, loaded another disintegration beam, and then exploded it. Yes, she didn't shoot it, she detonated it, just before teleporting. Like a hawk, she observed from a vantage point as the explosion of dust release grew uncontrollably until it started to siphon in a particular direction. She wasted no time and attempted the same as disintegrating matter with dust release but with telekinesis over the area where the attack was being absorbed. The said area looked as if a perfect half-dome had taken a bite of the location and left behind dust, nanometric dust. Ack! The parasite cried as he returned to his original size, missing his lower half. Madeline knew the parasite would regenerate soon, so she attempted to pelter it with more disintegration, of the psionic type. A swirly gate of darkness opened below him and he disappeared to his dimension. Madeline didn't pursue it. She teleported to the Eight Tails. Crack, and crunched the neck of the wreckage with her telekinesis. She wanted to reduce the possible obstructions that could get in the way of sealing the tailed beast. Ruag! The Jinchuriki cried in rage over the loss of his brother. Pitiful human, crying over the death of his captor and manipulator. Madeline purposely riled him. "What did I miss?" "Ah, Lucy, I missed you lots. Your absence was greatly felt, love. I finished dealing with the circumstances that demanded my complete attention." "That's good, Lucy. Also, we might have started a full-blown war with the other hidden villages, and by we, I mean me." Boom, a tailed beast bomb clashed with a beam of dust release from Sayaka. Was that the Eight Tails? Yes. The little shit sided with his Jinchuriki and shared the objective of our plan with his host. Now, everybody is out to get us, but Madara and I believe that Hagoromo and Hamura are behind this. Well, that's basically confirmed at this point, it's just that their actions are so idiotic that I found it hard to believe they possibly turned full-on crazy. I don't know. Madara was resurrected. Yes, I marked Nagato's soul, made a deal with him, and he sacrificed himself. Conan was killed some time ago while we were capturing the Two Tails, so he was eager to join her. Monster. You're the scourge of this world. Die. A man with a Tensigen and a Kokugen, two vertical horns, and a horizontal one shouted while aiming at Sayaka with a black staff. No you. Sayaka blasted his mind with a psionic mind-warping attack while blinking away from the strike. There's too much going on, how did you end up as the enemy of the world? And is that a fusion of Hamura and Ishiki? It's that damn. Everything started with it. I think we underestimated its impact. Well, Obito was done in by Madara when he sided with us, so at least there's that. Why? Let's start from the beginning, please. It was getting confusing even to the incarnation of illogicalness. Right, otherwise I don't think I can explain this mess. Sayaka took advantage of the momentary confusion of her opponent to have a conversation with Lucian. Ha 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 ha. Come on, Sage. Let's dance. In the distance, Madara can be seen fighting with a Hagoromo lookalike, which only served to add confusion to Lucian. Lucian dived into Madeline's memories and had her mind's avatar guide him through the recount of what led to the deviation of their plans. I think I understand your disbelief. Why would they do something as stupid as this if they didn't turn crazy? And that's considering their record of idiotic decisions. Yeah, that's why I was half a mind away from believing that maybe Shirbai Otsutsuki was pulling some strings to annoy us. I can see why you would think so, but I doubt it. He is probably focused on the main reality. So, what will we do? The lack of Obito messes with our plans, doesn't it? Should I kill myself now? Not yet. If had not gotten myself a recent upgrade I would have suggested you kill yourself. Oh. Really? Is it a cool upgrade? Something that can help us? Probably. I will separate from you and manifest, I will then hold them back while you and Madara proceed with the merging. You can do that. I think, something like a soul that is materialized while it isn't, a paradoxical existence. There's more to it, but the holes in my soul awaiting healing are interfering with my new upgrade, and this is only a sliver of my soul, so there's only so much I can do. That sounds interesting. Anyway, don't bother too much with it. If I die then we win, and if I don't then we win. Yes, that's why I feel comfortable testing this while in the field. There won't be any real repercussions in case of failure. Alright, then let's get this done. The sooner we end this the sooner I can leave. Madara. Get ready. Madeline shouted, her voice empowered by sound release. Now. I thought we needed to kill at least one of them. He shouted back. Madeline didn't respond. She teleported to the rampaging Eight Tails. It was amid loading another tailed beast bomb, and then placed a hand on it. Lucian empowered her tactile telekinesis and she lifted the behemoth above her head. It trashed and tried to reach her with its overflowing tentacles, but Lucian kept them at bay with masterfully placed strikes of telekinesis. Madeline in a swift move, belying the heavy load above her head, threw the Eight Tails to where she felt Madara. Before the beast could even reach the apex of its trajectory, Madeline teleported to Hagoromo and kicked him with all her strength, and sent him flying to the disoriented Ishiki. Madara, with his years of combat experience, knew what to do and immediately summoned the Geto Mazo. Now what? He asked, tracking the approaching trashing beast as it flew toward them. It's going to be uncomfortable. Tell him to close his eyes and not to open them no matter what, you as well. Madara, no matter what don't open your eyes. Madeline felt a shiver down her back, for she understood what implied to materialize a piece of the soul of her eldritch friend. She had never seen the real soul of Lucian, he had always met her through a representation of him. Lucian once told her that it was because his soul was a cognitohazard to most living beings below a certain level of existence. Madara saw the trepidation in her eyes and shut his tight. Madeline didn't have time to do anything else other than close her eyes before she buckled over and started to vomit. She couldn't tell what she was regurgitating, the texture felt like chakra, souls, coarse sand, that of a boiling viscous liquid, and a solid piece of cold metal, all at the same time. What is this? Acid? She asked mid-retching. Something changed, she wasn't sure what it was, but something did, and she stopped vomiting. Madeline. Madara shouted, he also felt something went horribly wrong. Me. A voice that wasn't, a sound that corrupted the sapient and sentient, and a reverberation that spoke concepts to your subconscious just as it did your conscious. AF. AAAAAAGHGHGG. Madara and Madeline felt their body giving up on their hearing sense, blood flowed down their ears and eyes. I'm sorry, for some reason, I can't control this. Accompanying Lucian's thought transmission came a warm flow of healing chakra. Boom, the Eight Tails landed. Lucian buffered most of its impact and then commanded the statue to absorb the tailed beast. Neither Lucian nor Madeline bothered to mark the soul of B for a later resurrection. Tud, the husk of B fell dead after the Eight Tails had been almost instantly absorbed. Get to it, I will stall them but I won't last long in this state. This time Lucian spoke by making the air vibrate with his telekinesis. Madara and Madeline, with their eyes closed, couldn't see how the primordial slurry of conceptual bullshit who was performing a very good imitation of the unholy child between a mook and the Six Tails was filled with holes, the missing parts of his soul. Lucian's body, the physical manifestation of his soul, could be better described as an aggregation of slitted eyes of different colors. There were so many eyes that it shone with a multicolor light. There were tendrils and tentacles of the slurry of eyes swaying outwards, claws, horns, hair, and fur floated in the primordial slurry of void-tinted eyes. Leaving the mind-warping viscosity of Lucian's body, soul, aside, another hole opened right in the apparent middle of the eldritch slime, but this hole was different from the other cavities, this one was purposely created by him, and from this mouth, a shrieking wail of a frequency so high it was basically pure energy blasting in a conical spread toward where Lucian saw Hagoromo and Ishiki scrambling to their feet. QZRE. The acoustic waves were moving so fast that the atmosphere ionized and plasma was lighted by the electrical discharge that ensued. The frequency was so high that the mass of air displaced created a zone of lower temperature. Accompanying the sonic blast, flashes of lightning, plasma, and ions painted the landscape. The ground was ripped apart and dragged forward by the momentum of the sound wave. Hagoromo covered his body in an egg-like shield made of his truth-seeking balls, and Ishiki opened a portal behind him. "Go, start the merging," Lucian spoke in their minds, his sonic attack forcing him to do so. Madara, Madeline, and the unacknowledged Black Zetsu started the merging. Given the necessities of their situation, they opted for an alternative method, or more exactly a method to allow Madara to remain and Kaguya to be unsealed while conserving their individuality. Madara dragged the newly born Ten-Tails and sealed it in him. He then created an eggshell, not unlike Hagoromo's, around his body, and Madeline jumped inside of it. The last thing they both heard before the eggshell fully closed was another screeching wail. And in such a manner, the complete absorption of Madeline's chakra began, just as the unsealing of Kaguya did. "We have to stop that. Or else the shinobi world will perish. We can't let my mother descend. It's not time yet. It doesn't matter." Hagoromo frantically started to attack Lucian with senjutsu of all forms and manners. "Shut up, you demented lunatic," Ishiki shouted. "The only use you've had in your life is unsealing me, now stop wasting space." Ishiki skewered Hagoromo through his chest with a swift strike of his hand, and Hagoromo was killed and absorbed, leaving only a blob of flesh that used to be his vessel, body. "Ah, now this is closer to what it should be," Ishiki murmured as he felt the increase in his power. Ishiki observed the monster standing between him and the egg containing Kaguya. "What sort of thing is this?" Ishiki couldn't feel chakra from the eldritch slime of draconic eyes. He couldn't even detect the barest of most insignificant life signs, which is why he didn't treat Lucian as a living being, which he truthfully wasn't. The monstrous slurry of the void seemed content on standing guard in front of the EG while it eyed Ishiki standing still as he evaluated it. Ishiki was starting to get anxious. He couldn't find a feasible approach to reach the egg or to end Lucian. The void slime was projecting a field of telekinesis. He could see that much given that the dust in the air collisioned with the shield, giving away its round shape. He had to be careful of the sonic attack, if that discharge of energy could be called that, because last time he only avoided it by exiting space. Energy attacks of any matter were useless. Hagoromo helped expose this with his frantic senjutsu attacks before Ishiki absorbed him. He didn't want to acknowledge that a thing like that could exist. When it looked like he would have no other choice other than to approach Lucian and try to batter it away, one of the tendrils crumbled. "Ah, I understand," Ishiki said with a faint smile. He shrunk and attacked Lucian by opening a portal above him, dropping tons and tons of stone. Lucian waved a tendril and his telekinesis blasted away the falling avalanche. The same tendril crumbled and became dust in the wind. "Whatever that is, it's on a timer. The more it exerts itself, the faster its end approaches," he said with a vicious smile. So he acted with that in mind. He didn't close the portals above Lucian, no matter how much chakra he was spending keeping them open, but that wasn't all. While the stones were falling on Lucian, he launched his black spikes at him from the front. Lucian waved a tentacle and this one crumbled away, just before delivering a compressive force that attempted to squeeze out his head like a water balloon. In the last second, Ishiki ducked slightly and was able to avoid losing his head completely, although the top half of his head was compressed beyond saving. To him it was not a mortal wound. Same as how an Otsutsuki couldn't be killed under normal methods, his mutated body could function regardless of its physical state. Ag. But that didn't mean it came without repercussions. Pain being one of them. How did it find me? Ishiki wondered out loud. He was still shrunken, so technically he should be invisible. At least Madeline couldn't detect him in this state, evidenced by how she could never target him individually during their battle. But the way the tentacles followed him was proof enough to figure that he was plainly visible to the void slime. Even with all of this information in his mind, he didn't take another approach. As a matter of fact, he started to attack with chakra, for he had noticed that even absorbing energy was taking a toll on the monster. So, with a portal constantly dropping stones from above, and black spikes from the front with the occasional chakra attack, Ishiki slowly but surely wilted the void slime down. While this was happening outside the egg, inside Black Zetsu had just been repurposed by Madeline and Madara. In the shared mental space created by the merging, Madara and Madeline evilly laughed as they witnessed the end of Black Zetsu. Fufufu hee 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 hee. Madeline laughed. Maddie-sama. The betrayed Black Zetsu cried in existential pain. Ha 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 ha. Madara vindicatively laughed. Ah. Help me, Maddie-sama. The betrayed cried. Fufufu hee 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 hee. Madeline laughed. Ha 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 ha. Madara vindicatively laughed. It hurts. It pitifully howled. Fufufu hee 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 hee. Madeline laughed. Ha 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 ha. Madara vindicatively laughed. And in such a manner, Black Zetsu, slowly and painfully, was banned from existence. What's going on? And with his, totally needed, sacrifice, Kagaya's soul exited her seal and she was successfully unsealed. Kageese. Madeline called her in the way she used to do it. Madeline. What happened to Black Zetsu? She asked. She had sensed the presence of her will and followed it. Of course, it was killed. Madeline openly declared. Why? Kagaya tilted her head. It was the will of a fully corrupted you. Why do you think I killed it? Madeline gave her a solemn look. Kagaya lost her words after understanding the implications. It looks like my time is up. Madeline smiled softly while seeing her legs turn translucent. Madeline. Kagaya worriedly asked. Don't fret, this was always the plan. We won. Madara here will help you. I left you my body, half of the accumulated chakra went to him and the other to you. It's definitely not enough to win against Ishiki, but it should suffice. Just hold on until Lucian arrives. The only reason Madeline and Lucian were giving Ishiki such a hard-fought battle was that they counted with psionic energy, Madara and Kagaya didn't. We just need to hold on, that's all woman, don't put on such a grave face. Madara dismissively said. Will we be able to even do that, child? Kagaya was right in her apprehension. She was weakened and Madara was not strong enough to fight someone on Ishiki's level. There was also the matter of compatibility, Ishiki's outmatched them, overwhelmingly so. Madeline left helpers outside. Madara added. Who? Kagaya asked Madeline. Some of my descendants and followers, there's also Shikaku. I believe a well-placed sandstorm will do wonders on Ishiki, it should at least annoy him. Madeline was thinking that even if he shrunk himself, if the sandstorm was fierce enough, he wouldn't be able to go about it all nonchalantly. Okay, I'll see what we can do. Please don't take too long. Kagaya pleaded. Don't worry, Kageese. It won't be long. Madeline said as the last of her faded. On the outside, there was a pitiful amount of the primordial blob of void. Disappear. Ishiki shouted desperately. He sensed that the egg was growing in power and was pulsing as if getting ready to break. He didn't know what it meant, but so far every move his enemies had pulled has been to his detriment. Crack, the eggshell cracked. Lucian seeing this, understood that his already limited time was up. QZREEEEEEEEE. So with the last of his will, he unleashed another sonic attack, only to fully crumble midway. But that was enough, he had stalled long enough. Pure Lands. Madeline appeared in her soul state in the Pure Lands, succinctly followed by the white featureless Lucian. Is it done? Yes, now it's time to fix me. Lucian reached with his hands to hers. I'll wait for the good news in abeyance. Madeline smiled, as if the weight of the world had just been lifted from her shoulders, and reached for his hand and felt as the sole resource she had collected was passed to her friend. She disappeared with the same smile on her face and Lucian did as well. Chapter 63, Naruto, Side Stories, 3. Shinobi World, Earth, Y007H. The death of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, marked the end of the longest period of peace ever since the rule of Kagaya Otsutsuki, but the manner of his death opened the eyes of the shinobi of the world. During his daily routine of workouts, obviously, prescribed by Gai Senjurama of the clan of the Swole, he was ambushed by a lanky and pale individual. Tsukurini I Otsutsuki. Ag. Run, Madara, run. Protect the village. You're the next Hokage. Hashirama's wails and last wishes echoed throughout Konohagakure as he used his youthful soul and toned body as a sacrifice. His body held the parasite while his would clone cast hand signs and unleashed a last stand jutsu. Dead Reaper, dead and living consuming explosion, the ghostly figure of the Shinigami materialized behind him. In a swift decisive move, it stabbed its stomach from the front, through Hashirama and Tsukurini Otsutsuki. The two bodies and the one spirit lighted up in an all-consuming white light. Hashirama. Madara's Susanoo manifested, casting a protective shadow over the village as it shielded them from the soul-rendering light. Nu! Get off me! The parasite shouted and squealed in pain as it felt its doom approach. It trashed and kicked, trying to get away from the inevitable. A silent explosion of light burst forth. In this single battle, Konohagakure, known as the most powerful and prosperous village in the world, suffered casualties totaling about 30% of its population. Due to the decisive thinking of the second Hokage, the village didn't meet its absolute end. This marked the end and start of an era. Under the desperate leadership of Madara and his second-in-command, Tobirama Senju, Konoha pushed for expansionism. The objective? Centralization and total dominion of the world. The reason? To prepare for the next level of warfare against the ultimate evil, the clan of the lanky and pale Otsutsuki. In less than 7 years, under the leadership of Madara and Tobirama, Konohagakure became the center of the world and undisputable leader. The 7-year-long war opened the way for the birth of iconic heroes. The grieving widow, the one of the month-long plank, Mito Senju. Kagami Uchiha, the unit. Danzo Shimura, the one of the evil workout. Hamura Mitokado, the swift sprinter. Kohara Udatane, the thighs that squeeze. And the one and only, Gai Senjurama, the youthful beast, the goal, the soul of Konoha, the beast of the crimson. Gai Senjurama first awakened his 8 gates when he witnessed his father, Purodian Senjurama, cheat on a leg day. The disbelief, disgust, and disdain awakened his physique and constitution. His body was lighted in the red glow of his evaporating blood and the 8 gates were open while he glared at his father. Needless to say, no villager cheated on a leg day, ever again. About 3 years after the end of the war to end them all, Madara and Tobirama perished under the same white light of the Dead Reaper, dead and living consuming explosion. The Otsutsuki had officially found the shinobi world. This time, Gai's crimson glow protected the village. That ample back, those gluteus maximus, that ripped sculpture of a body, and the iconic green workout outfit were forever etched in the hearts of the villagers as Gai Senjurama punched at a speed of over 333 p/s punches per second to create a shield. Friction ignited the atmosphere, the air was displaced en masse, the soil was eroded by the resulting winds, and space creaked. The Hokage mount was carved away by the resulting explosion of the Hokage and his second-in-command and the punch wall of Gai Senjurama. From that day, the last stand jutsu became common knowledge. Every chakra-enabled citizen of the shinobi world knew at least this one jutsu. Of course, initially, this was no simple jutsu that any nobody could learn, but after the sacrifice of the first Hokage, Tobirama Senju saw it as a need for everyone to learn the only jutsu known to be able to harm a Otsutsuki, aside from taijutsu. So he got to work with the second Hokage and together they oversimplified the jutsu. It reached the point that anybody with a Chunin-level chakra could use the jutsu as long as they had made some previous preparations and were ready to sacrifice their lives. Gai Senjurama was made the third Hokage and an ambitious endeavor of getting every shinobi up to a certain standard in taijutsu was born. Diet, water intake, sleep schedule, mental health, workout drills, taijutsu spars, and more, became the everyday of most if not all citizens of the world. Women, children, old, men, poor, rich, disabled, idiots, geniuses, strong, feeble, white, black, red, yellow, blue, dogs, cats, birds, tailed beasts, chakra beast, summoning beasts, and basically anything that had muscle fibers, was made to train. The whole planet was training. But it was not easy. During this period of growth, the pale and lanky would often invade the planet and sacrifices had to be made. Humans and beasts were dropping faster than they were recovering. The only one who had experienced a fight with the Otsutsuki and survived was Gai Senjurama. Humanity had an expiration day, and they were approaching it fast. Gai Senjurama made popular the 8 gates technique. Senjutsu was common. There were no more secret clan jutsu, a mentality of sharing resources or dying grew in every citizen of the planet. And it was during these trying times that an ally appeared. The being was strange, it didn't house chakra but it felt terrifying, it didn't have a heartbeat but the vitality in it was overflowing, it didn't breathe but it brought with it a new breath. Hello to you, Gai Senjurama of the past. My name is Aragorn, from the future. The huge draconic being said. Celestialized changing colors, gem-like body, lustrous scales, 2 pairs of horns crowning his head, translucent wings, and massive like nothing else they have ever seen on the planet. From the future? Gai Senjurama asked while flexing his pecs. A future of a different universe. The being spoke without opening its mouth. And what business do you have with us from the past? Gai Senjurama made a deep squat. A deal. Your current situation, while precarious, is something that you and your people will overcome, with or without my assistance. The being's eyes mostly changed between blue and red. My youthful instinct tells me there's a but. Gai Senjurama was deadlifting. About 70% of the population will be lost before you make a breakthrough. The being uttered such a despairing prophecy. Gai paused his exercise for a whole minute. Something he had never done, not even during his sleep. I imagine this is the part where your deal comes in, right? Gai restarted his deadlifting. Yes, I will protect your people, give you time to grow, help you where I can with what I can, and drive away your invaders. There was some gold mixed in his eyes now, but the red and blue were still the dominant colors in his eyes. And? Gai asked. And in the future, when you're strong enough to trample on anything in your universe, I want you to take my current universe of residency under your protective umbrella. The dragon concluded. The catch? Gai Senjurama asked, his youthful instinct had never deluded him, and now it was telling him that the dragon was dangerous but friendly toward him. There's not really a catch. Maybe the other powers in the multiverse will bless you with their interest if they think you're trying to conquer other realities, but nothing like a catch. Aragorn said. Why can't you deal with them? Guy asked. Oh, I already did. We drove their species almost to complete extinction, there are only some remnants left. So, why would your world need my protection? They have you, don't they? And you just said that you have mostly dealt with the invaders. Guy was skeptical. I, and the major powers of my world are leaving to not return. I won't be able to protect the planet anymore from any of those remnants, and there's also the fact that the universe will be left with no protection, opening the doors for other realities to get greedy for free prime real estate. Aragorn explained. I believe I understand. If you don't mind me asking, why are you leaving? Guy asked amidst a deep lunge. I'm returning to my home. Aragorn chose to swallow the words, we got tired of humanity, and technically he wasn't lying, he was indeed returning home. I agree. Guy did a front flip and landed in front of the Colossus dragon and extended a hand. Aragorn reached for the handshake with one of his claws and the deal was sealed. From that moment things became different. Outside the planet, up in the skies, it was common to witness flashes of light and the planetary size of Aragorn fighting off and slaughtering the invaders. Seldom did Aragorn descend to mingle with the locals, and the only being he ever amiably communicated with was Guy Senjarama, the Sea Cakeage, Shadow of the World, who would later be crowned as the Sekasaition, Youth of the World. 10 years went by, humanity resurfaced anew. Strong, fit, swole, ripped, jacked, shredded, yoked, chiseled, and youthful was the new humanity. I don't think, aesthetically speaking, so many muscles are good for a female of your kind, or a male for that matter. Aragorn commented to Guy Senjarama. Nonsense, there is no such thing. Youth is muscle, and muscle is youth, gender bears no weight in this indisputable truth. Guy, while standing in space, was jumping jacking. If you say so, as long as you don't stop mating because you don't find attraction in the other, all is good. It's my time to go. Aragorn said. I have the coordinates well recorded, my friend. Go in peace knowing that I will take care of your world as the protective shadow you want me to be. I can't express how thankful I am for the help you provided. Guy smiled, his pearly white teeth catching the reflection of Aragorn's natural glow. Have a nice life, Guy Senjarama. You have a beautiful soul, childlike even. The first I've seen of this luster in a grown-up human. I wish you the best. And like a star collapsing on itself, Aragorn left the earth, Y007H. I wonder why he was always so sad and wrathful. Guy murmured, he rarely saw in him colors other than red and blue, which he figured represented his emotions. As such was the last interaction of Aragorn in Guy Senjarama's life, the third and last Hokage. The protector of realities. A/N. No more Guy Senjarama, but it was funny to write this gag side story. I'm so busy with life that I've been pulling something like 1,000 words a day, sometimes less, but I'm still writing, so don't panic, and I don't plan on dying soon, hopefully. Thank you for all your patience. Chapter 64, Naruto, The End. QZREEEEEEEEE. With this planet-scorching bloodlust-filled wail, the primordial slime of paradoxes crumbled fully to dust. Ishiki had no choice other than to get as far away from the acoustic wall of pure energy coming his way. He had tried to open a portal once he saw Lucian load the shriek, but it appeared that as a last fuck you, the slime had unbalanced the space. Ag. About 3/4 of his body was consumed by the energy wall. Luckily, his head, right arm, and chest survived. Not that an injury of this level mattered to him. The eggshell cracked while Ishiki was down, regenerating, and from it a pale Madara of equally white hair emerged, accompanied by Kaguya. Kaguya clasped and unclasped her fist, checked the flow of her chakra, opened her Byukugan, and sighed. How is it? Madara asked. Concern was evident on his face while observing Ishiki stumbling up. It's not good, but it shall do. Just hold on, Lucian will soon come. Forward clones emerged from behind Kaguya and disappeared in opposite directions. The concern about the strength of her body was apparent in her face. Then I shall take care of the water. Madara said. I'll do the sealing and start the current. I can't believe we have to use this method. Kaguya muttered. Talk about yourself, I'll use whatever method available to stall that monster even 1 second more. Lucian is not going to bring back the rest of the people if that monster beats us and proceeds to slaughter the planet away before Lucian arrives. This was his real concern. The people, Kaguya said in a somber and nostalgic tone. What? Don't tell me you don't care anymore. I saw the memories, you care about these useless humans. Madara shaped his truth-seeking balls into a gunby. They hurt my one and only friend for centuries, I have complicated feelings about them. Kaguya, aside from Lucian, was the most intimate witness to Madeline's suffering at the end of most of her lives. Just fight, you can uncomplicate afterward. Madara jumped straight forward and it was as if he had teleported. He swung sideways, the gun by, and Ishiki disappeared. Before the enemy could ambush him from behind, Madara spat a torrential column of water, as if the gates separating the oceans and the land had opened. Ishiki would have normally attempted to absorb this attack, but after learning from Madeline's attacks of how he could be located by following the siphon of chakra, he decided to strike Kaguya. Besides, he could feel that this was closer to real water than chakra water, so he would have to shrink it instead of absorbing it. Kaguya couldn't sense his location, and her Byakugan was having trouble spotting such a small and fast-moving target, so she took the obvious approach. Her pale skin lighted with the previously concealed script, and a force of spatial push blasted from her. She, just like Madeline, learned about inscribing her body with script, but she always preferred to keep the script invisible, like Fuin Jutsu, to conceal it from the possible analytical eyes of the enemy. Which was a valid concern during the times when script was widely spread. The force of the spatial disruption pushed the ground, the air, and the invisible enemy away from her while bending the spatial layers. To this, Madara had not stopped his water release, which was closer to a hybrid of yin-yang water release, since he was burning his vast chakra to create water. The force hit Madara, but, as if the force had selected not to harm him, it only softly pushed him away. Madara let himself be carried away while still creating water. Soon there was about an extended hand of water accumulating under their feet and, as if timed by the gods, a barrier of script was erected, imprisoning them in a perfect cube. And what did you gain with that? Keeping me trapped with you. What for? Ishiki's voice echoed inside the barrier. He had already realized that they were taking advantage of the unstable space left by the void slime to further extend the disruption and disable his spatial movement. Kaguya, you couldn't deal with me 1,000 years ago when I was weakened by your betrayal. What makes you think you can now with that weakened body of yours? Ishiki's voice seemed to be originating from the entire trapped space. Is it normal for your kind to speak this much? Madara asked, flickering to Kaguya's back and getting ready to cover that side of the battlefield. You don't know the least of it. Kaguya remembered those long, overbearing, and unnecessary speeches her superiors were known for. Kshhhhhhht, a black spike went through Madara's left thigh and exited from Kaguya's right side hip. She bit her lips and held a groan. Madara hit the protruding side of the spike and it went fully through and exited from Kaguya's side. Neither faltered and kept their eyes open, scanning for the minimal trace of Ishiki's visage. Kaguya's hair extended around them, trying to use it as a sensory field. Boom! Kaguya's chest caved in under the weight of Ishiki's devastating kick and crashed against Madara, who was protecting her back. The two rolled away in an uncontrolled mess of limbs and hair. Kshhhhhht, black spikes rained on them as they did their best to stabilize. Will Tsukuyomi work on the monster? Madara asked about the infinite Tsukuyomi as they somehow defended against some of the spikes while rolling on the ground. The difference in power is too great for that. It might work if I boost it with script, but only for a few seconds. Kaguya used her hair to secure Madara to her, and then exploded in another shockwave of spatial disturbance. She felt her attack hit something, but Ishiki was so small she couldn't be sure. If only we could get rid of those black cubes. Madara recognized that without their ability to sense his chakra, Ishiki's dojutsu made him virtually undetected. Kaguya released Madara from her hair entrapment and then he activated his limbo clones and sent them away while riding the coattails of the shockwave. Kaguya created 2 more wood clones and sent them away, in opposite directions, to the edges of the cubicle prison. I'm ready, she said. Ready to accept your reality? Ishiki's voice asked. Kaguya's entire body was suddenly covered in script. Gate of Death, she said, and her presence altered into something wild and berserker. Her hair turned blood red, her chakra rioted, and her Byakugan became bloodshot. Ishiki scoffed at her foolishness. He had fought her before, and he remembered how utterly spent she was after the timer for the technique's boost ran out. Kaguya punched forward, a simple straight punch, and space bent under the tyranny of her fist. She pulled back her punch and then repeated it again, and 1 more time, 2 more, 5 more. She kept going until she was filling the imprisoned space with spatial disruptions. She didn't know where Ishiki was, but she figured if she punched everything except Madara and herself, she was bound to hit him eventually. Madara flew above the water level flooding the cube and stood behind Kaguya. He brought his hand forward and unleashed a rainstorm of lightning. He also didn't know where Ishiki was, but he figured he might as well try to electrify the water further. Useless. The voice filled with superiority echoed once more. And it truly was useless. If had been Kaguya from 1,000 years ago, he would have to be careful of her 8 gates. Madara's lightning was so unlikely to hit his shrunken self that he didn't bother. So all he had to do was avoid Kaguya's punches, and he was fast enough for that. Kshhhhhht, Madara got impaled through his chest. He hit the end of the spike with his gunbai and it was ejected through the other side. He resumed his lightning show. Kaguya and Madara rotated to change the coverage of their attacks. Kaguya was now warping space with her fists where Madara was once dropping lightning. And how much longer can you hold this for, Kaguya? Ishiki's voice mocked, different from the previous times. It sounded muffled now, as if the sound was having trouble traveling through the air. KSHHH, a black spike shot forth to impale Kaguya, but with her augmented reflexes she grabbed it before it could puncture her. The thunderstorm revolted in intensity, leaving Madara's control. The landscape of the cube became a chaos of lightning, water, and warped space. But even then, after long extended minutes of fighting and playing the cat and mouse game, Ishiki was having no trouble stabbing Madara and Kaguya, toying with them, waiting for Kaguya's 8 gates to time out, analyzing the barrier, trying to sense if the monster and or Madeline would return, wondering what those 2 wood clones of Kaguya were doing by electrifying the water. Suddenly Kaguya ceased all movements. You ran out of time. Ishiki appeared not too far away from Kaguya. Space was riddled with wounds and even the lightning was being warped around these ruptures. Yes, it's time. Kaguya smiled faintly. Madara took back control of the atmosphere and forcibly cancelled the thunderstorm. Her hair grabbed hold of Madara behind her. Her wood clones sustaining the barrier made way for Madara's limbo clones to exit the cube, and her 2 wood clones who were electrifying the water pushed their palms forward and launched an attack in the shape of their palm. The air in front of them was displaced and pushed forward with the attack. Ishiki took notice of this and simply shrunk himself to later emerge after the 2 attacks uselessly collided where he had stood. You're out of tricks, he said. Not yet, you're too conceited. The gunbai of Madara transformed and enveloped both of them in an eggshell similar to the one they emerged from before. Just before it fully closed, a spark mixed with the air that had been displaced by the attack of the wood clones. Boom. The hydrogen and oxygen that had been forcibly produced through electrolysis ignited. The disruptions in space guided the explosion to the single location with no disruptions, where Kaguya, Madara, and Ishiki stood. The barrier that was sealing the space gained a layer of script. The wood clones holding the barrier mobilized the disrupted space through this scripture to forcibly concentrate the explosion as much as possible onto Ishiki while trying to shield Madara and Kaguya as much as possible. The wood clones that had been using lightning release were pulverized by the explosive blast. Ishiki had no time to shield himself from the explosion, so he tried to shrink as fast as possible and then tried to shrink the explosion, but there was too much and everything was too sudden. The concentration of hydrogen and oxygen were high enough to warrant such propagation speeds. From outside, the cube lit in a white light, the light soon enough overshadowed all and then, crack, the barrier cracked. Boom. The explosion escaped its confinement. On the horizon of the elemental nations, the ones remaining, an apocalyptic sunrise took place. A bright, flaming mushroom of gases and debris took shape. The eggshell made of Madara's truth-seeking balls landed a few villages away from the explosion's origin. It cracked open to reveal the wounded figures inside of it. Madara coughed his lungs out, and some other pieces of his organs. Kaguya was unconscious. She took it harder because her body had just come down from the high of the 8 gates. It's all for peace. It's for peace, Madara repeated to himself in the form of a self-hypnotic mantra. He sat on the ground, next to the just-waking Kaguya. Her eyes fluttered before her brows furrowed in pain. Ugh. She moaned in pain. When is Lucian coming? She complained. I don't know, but get ready, your part is almost over. Madara curtly replied. He was eyeing as the mushroom cloud in the distance was starting to lose its blazing shine. He knew the parasite was not long in reappearing. I have to commend the will of the ants in clinging to life. The raspy voice of Ishiki interrupted them. His body was nothing more than a pale mass of wiggling regeneration. His Kokugan was glaring fiercely at the battered forms of Madara and Kaguya. Not because his Tenseigan was not glaring, but because it hadn't regenerated yet. Slowly, but surely, his body became anew. You're looking more clingy to life than us. Madara muttered under his breath as he struggled to stand up. Whenever you're ready, he said to Kaguya before flickering to Ishiki. Madara's strike connected with nothing, Ishiki having already disappeared from his view. He appeared to the left of Madara and kicked forward. Ack! Air escaped Madara's airways. He was bent by the kick as he flew right. Ishiki disappeared once more only to appear in Madara's flight path. He kicked forward again with the same killing intent. But before he could fully commit to the kick, he disappeared. Do you think I can't see through your little tricks? Ishiki scoffed after evading a killing blow from one of the Limbo clones. The Limbo clone caught Madara and buffered his landing force, not before being dragged away by the momentum of the flying original self. Don't you get it? It doesn't matter. Ishiki leaned right and avoided another invisible blow from another Limbo clone. It's useless. His grating voice echoed as he punched through a clone. None of it matters, none. He shouted and reappeared next to the original to deal a decapitating axe kick. The Limbo clone holding the original self pushed Madara away from the blow and took his place, another Limbo clone gone. Accept your fate. There's nothing you can do to stop your inevitable fate. Ishiki shouted, enraged. But before he could continue, a light reflected in the moon and shone on him, and only him. Infinite Tsukuyomi, sight seal. Kagaya muttered, blood flowing down her third eye. She had to burn some life force to use this modified technique. Didn't I say it was usual? Ishiki's voice was interrupted. BAMM, a fist clad in script hit his left cheek and deformed his infuriating face. Just fight, more dancing, less singing. Madara's original followed after the stroke to Ishiki. How? He asked, his jaw clenched in rage. Script can be used to modify divine techniques. Kagaya replied while wiping the blood that dripped down the bridge of her nose. True to his words, Madara allowed no respite. His remaining limbo clones supported him, and they engaged in a desperate killing dance. One clone flew from behind Ishiki and landed a sweeping hit on the pit of his knees. The blow forced him to fall, but another limbo clone connected a deep knee strike on his chin before he could fall. His head was blown backward, his face facing the dark turbulent sky, and his eyes barely had the time to spot the original Madara falling with the sole of his feet forward. The heel of his feet perfectly connected with each eye. Ugh! Ishiki hardly had the time to grunt. Madara and his clones jumped on his down figure and started to land blow after blow. With each strike, some of the script that was covering his fists and legs transferred to Ishiki. Then the script migrated through his skin to his kokugan, slowly gathering around this said eye. The script was applied to the limbo clones by the wood clones of Kagaya that had been sustaining the barrier. Kagaya applied the script on the original Madara when they were in the eggshell. A fist connected on his back, a heel to his neck, a shin to his ribs, a fist to his throat, a knee to his thorax, his liver, his eyes, his mouth, not even his limbs were spared. Madara was taking everything out on him. The depression in his heart after knowing that he was manipulated like a fool by Black Zetsu. The unfairness in his heart after knowing how close to peace they had been if only Hashirama had supported him. The fear in his heart after discovering existences like Madeline, Ishiki, and above all, Lucian. The weight on his heart after imagining how many lives have been wastefully spent due to his previous manipulated actions and the current fight. The humiliation weighed on his heart after Kagaya had to basically piggyback him during their previous confrontation in the sealed cube. The pain in his body after the many times Ishiki toyed with him. The uncertainty of the future and how to move forward to guarantee that peace won't be smeared by the demons in the human heart. Madara gave everything he could at that moment, yet it wasn't enough. He knew it was not enough, there was no way to breach the gap, in fact. Ishiki's chakra had just recently lowered to Sayaka's level. Only just now. Whoosh. A repulsive force greater than everything he had felt before hit his body and clones. He used his clones to shield himself and then responded with a repulsive force of his own. But it was all, just as Ishiki had said, useless. His body was shot away and he rolled on the ground like a ragdoll until he landed next to Kagaya. Huff, 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 Ishiki breathed heavily, not out of exhaustion, but rage and humiliation. He had let an ant toy with him. Granted, it was only for a few seconds, but that was humiliating enough. He brought a hand to his kokugan. How did you seal the light in my kokugan? He demanded Kagaya. Kagaya looked at Madara and he looked back as if saying, are you hearing this, and then smiled brightly. Wouldn't you like to know? She grinned at him. Ishiki's face lost all rage and it was replaced by a cold, unsettling calm. He disappeared and appeared over Kagaya. Straddling her to the ground, Madara had no time to react before he found himself spiked to the ground, unable to move. Kagaya was still too feeble to resist. Yes, I would like to know. He punched heavily on her face, and broke her nose and the back of her skull against the ground. He didn't stop there, he punched again, and again, and again. Madara, who was pinned down, could only watch as Kagaya's feet spasmed a little with each wet smack. Kagaya tried to move her arms to her face, for shielding, but Ishiki ruthlessly ripped her arms out of their sockets. Ah! She screamed amidst sobs. Tell me. Ishiki demanded. How? He struck with his hand in a knife form and pierced through her stomach. A wet squelching sound reached Madara's ears. Stop it. You pathetic parasite. Madara shouted. He tried to use his Shinra Tensei but the spikes were disrupting his chakra and he was missing his truth-seeking balls. Did. Ishiki ripped the dregs of Kagaya's attire away, exposing her bloodied chest. He shaped his other hand like a knife and sunk it straight through her sternum. He fished for a second in her chest for her heart amidst the despairing cries of Kagaya. Parasite. Parasite. Wait until he comes back. Madara tried to force his body to move but he was rewarded with more spikes until he looked like a porcupine. You. Ishiki strongly gripped her heart with one hand and with the other kept punching her caved-in face. Pathetic shit. I was the one that did it. The script in my fists complete the sealing of your eye. Madara shouted. Do. Ishiki drove more spikes through Kagaya's body without releasing her trapped heart from his hand. Her regeneration was battling to resist the damage but it was futile. One spike went through her left breast and ripped through her left lung. Another sunk itself into her lower abdomen, rupturing her bladder. One broke through her knee, another her feet, and when Ishiki's own body was getting in the way, he stood up from his straddling position and proceeded to spear more spikes through Kaguya, all while clenching her heart in his hand. How can she answer if you spike her throat? Madara was scared. Not because he was sympathizing with Kaguya, not because he suddenly became a defender of the fairer sex, not because he was against torture, not because his morality was urging him to stop Ishiki, no. He was scared because he knew what that woman meant to Madeline, and consequently. Lucian. It. How did Yo? And the world went silent. The oceans halted their incessant dance, no wave rippled through the glass-like surface of the oceans. The wind stopped flowing and the clouds slowly disappeared from the skies, leaving only the night sky. Regardless of the hemisphere of the globe, there was only the night sky. The birds muted their joyful chirping, they stopped moving, no matter the circumstance. If they were flying they were halted in the air, if they were feeding their chicks they stopped. Insects mimicked the birds. Reptiles, amphibians, mammals, no matter their chakra capacity, their thinking capability, the strength of their will, the years of living, nothing mattered, all equally stopped. Rivers, lava, avalanches, and any liquid or semi-liquid on the planet stopped flowing. The tectonic plates stopped their millimetric shift. The only place where movement was allowed was on the insides of the living beings. Hearts, blood, brainwaves, and cognition, all of it still worked. The exception to this rule was Kaguya. Her body was allowed to resume its regeneration and her muscles were weakly spasming. And in this perpetual stillness, all living beings looked above. Two ginormous completely white slits framed by red nebulas judged everything below the heavens. And atop these white slits was an absolute white orb framed by the darkest shade of black in existence. The two slits in the white orb locked into the battered pulp that Kaguya's body had become. Their ginormous size slowly decreased until a crystalline three-eyed dragon with a crown of 2 pairs of horns and a white flame burning eternally above him stepped into the level of the world's mortals. Thud 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 thud, the dragon's 4 extremities and its tail landed heavily on the ground, and slowly the rest of the world seemed to regain its composure and life seemed to resume, chaotically. After all, it was not like they forgot what just transpired. The dragon's crystalline form shifted until it resulted in a tall white-haired man, dressed in a 3-piece black suit with a red tie. His softly glowing pair of horns crowned his head, a white flame burning between the 2 horns, 2 draconic eyes ragefully locked in Kaguya. His third eye, slit vertically above his eyes in the middle of his forehead, was locked on Ishiki's frozen self. The third eye was surrounded by a scara so black that it appeared more like a hole. The white orb of this eye was so white that it looked like the creator of existence had used his eraser to remove this particular spot of its creation. Step 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 step, Aragorn slowly walked to Kaguya. When he passed by Madara the black spikes pinning him down disappeared, as if they had turned into energy and had been absorbed by the environment, or Aragorn. Thanks. Madara said but received no response, and he preferred it that way. Aragorn arrived next to Kaguya and severed the hand of Ishiki grasping her heart with the blade of his tail. Ishiki didn't react and his hand didn't regenerate. He tried to softly place a hand on Kaguya to use his biokinesis to help her fix her body, but there was no part unmarred in the bloody pulp. So he chose to extract her soul. Her spirit materialized outside her body. She looked at the body that used to be hers and then at Aragorn. You're handsome, Lucian. Better than the white silhouette I met before. Her attempt to ignore the psychological pain Ishiki's actions left on her spirit couldn't be concealed from Aragorn's all-seeing eyes nor his empathic senses. Thank you, Kaguya. He brought his pale marbled hand with his dark multicolor nails to her face and softly caressed her cheek. Can I go now? I miss Madeline. A single tear slid down her ethereal form, falling softly onto Aragorn's hand. Yes, Kaguya. Thank you so much for helping us. I'll see you in abeyance after I'm done cleaning this garbage can. Aragorn sent her to abeyance with a soft flash. He closed his eyes, not like that would make a difference in his capability to see all. He took a deep breath, not like he breathed. He stood there in silence for a few seconds. He slowly got used to the feeling of having a body once more. If he is going to kill us, just do it, Madara thought. The anxiety was almost as crippling as the transhuman dread he was experiencing. No, I promised Madeline not to raise this universe to the bottom spatial layer. Aragorn said. Aragorn slowly moved to face the direction of where the main battles had taken place. He extended his tail in that direction and the translucent blade gained a green glow. Circles of glowing script materialized on the tip of the blade and Aragorn turned it counterclockwise. What? Madara exclaimed. The world seemed to be turning back. The blazing ground settled down, and the raised vegetation returned to its previous locations. The dried rivers, the boiling lakes, the pulverized mountains, the atomized bodies, the disrupted space, the unsettled atmosphere, the rampaging natural energy, and the poisoning chakra, all returned to the way it was before. Aragorn waved his left hand and Yama the king appeared, surrounded by a circle of purple flames. It opened its colossal maw and a stream of souls stormed out. Yes, I am. But not entirely. Aragorn responded to Madara's thoughts. He had been asking himself if Aragorn was maybe not the monster he appeared to be. Madara gulped. He had noticed how Aragorn had been replying to his thoughts. Don't think too much about it, I don't care enough about what you think. Aragorn said. So far Aragorn has been conversing by making the air shake with his telekinesis, so the unnaturalness of hearing him talk while he kept his mouth shut was not helping Madara. So, parasite. You seem to have yourself in such high esteem. Aragorn brought the severed hand and connected it to the bleeding stump. What to do with you? I mean, I could do so much with you. Alas, my time is limited here. I'm sad about having possibly missed the births of my 2 grandsons. Is that what I should call Natalia's and Margaret's children? And I miss my daughter. I hope that the time difference is not too hard on me, otherwise, even my eternal wife won't forgive me for being away for over 1,000 years. Well, that's an exaggeration, I know it hasn't been that long, but still. The green glow in Aragorn's tail settled and King Yama returned to the underworld. Now they could see thousands of troops at a distance from the 3 of them, they were clattering about, but the silver of Aragorn's presence he was releasing kept them at bay. So, although I hate your soul, and I want you to understand a new height in the meaning of suffering, I feel like I don't have enough time. At least not while inside the multiversal barrier, where the time of all realities is somewhat in loose synchronicity. Yeah, I feel like there's an answer there. I wonder what the void would do to you. Maybe I can convince my other self to help me. Yeah, that's an interesting experiment. Aragorn finally focused on the terrified eyes of Ashiki, and he grinned, his sharp fangs peeking over his lips. Rejoice. For you shall be part of this historical event in the history of all time and non-time of the void. Just picture it. There's no time in the void, and all time exists at the time, meaning that with a few tweaks and the help of the void self, you will become the first soul to be ever tortured eternally. Though I wonder where my soul stands in all of this. Never mind that, my shiny self hasn't been myself for over more than 17 billion years, I'm just rambling because I'm enjoying thinking like myself and not like that bored and emotionless husk. Aragorn pointed at the moon, the only remaining satellite, encased it in a barrier, shrank it, ignored distance, and brought the spherical barrier with the moon to his opened hand. This would fall eventually, so I'm removing it now. He opened his mouth and breathed a swat of white flames, this time he didn't need to set a barrier to prevent igniting the atmosphere. The sphere was erased. Anyways, you can go and wait for me. Aragorn said. His blade sunk into space and made a vertical cut. From the other side of the reality rupture a tentacle of something covered in eyes emerged and dragged Ashiki away. Aga! Madara shouted and kneeled down in pain, an action imitated by the troops in the distance that witnessed the tentacle. Ack, how annoying, now I'm more of a hazard. Can't even use my mouth to talk. Aragorn complained and with a wave of his tail a huge amber script circle appeared on the skies and healed the howling shinobi. I apologize, I'm getting used to this whole paradoxical existence. Aragorn's voice rang in the ears of all the affected. Okay, let's get this done. Madara, let's Unjinchuriki you. Aragorn extended his hand, even though he was further away than his physical reach's capability, and touched Madara's stomach. Stay still, this will be fast. Every fiber in his body told him to move away, but he was held still by Aragorn's telekinesis, and there was also the fact that you couldn't escape a hand that ignored distance. Ack! He grunted as from behind him a mass of chakra rushed out and the 9-tailed beasts appeared back in the world. Oh! So we're back. The 9-tailed fox muttered. Yes, Kurama, but the 1-tails is merely a husk, so soon I will merge it with Madara. And as for the 8-tails, what do you have to say for yourself, Gyuki? Aragorn's voice carried an unsettling familiarity as he spoke. Uncomfortable because he had never told his name to Madeline. A feeling the 8-tails was currently experiencing. I did what I thought was right. Gyuki said. I see. Madara, do you want it? Aragorn nodded and asked Madara. What? The 8-tails. His question sent shivers down Gyuki's spine and made uncomfortable the other tailed beasts. Yeah, I don't hate him, not exactly, so I'll leave the punishment to you. Aragorn didn't care enough, he wanted off this multiverse. Madara locked his eyes with Gyuki, the other beast looked at him, waiting for his answer. Given that the resulting tally of deaths is minimal, thanks to you, I will seal him in me for 500 years. That works, right? Madara asked Aragorn. Yeah, no problem. Without delay, he dragged the remains of Kagaya's body to Madara and the husk of the 1-tails. His hands glowed with script of several colors and he merged and fused the 2 empty shells with Madara. Given that Sasuke won't accept you in that Neo-Uchiha/harem of his, and that your new body is closer to that of an Otsutsuki, I shall grant you a new name, Madara Otsutsuki. Aragorn commented as Madara emerged from the fusion. I couldn't come up with anything better, so a bit of recycling did the trick. Besides, with Kagaya's body, you, and Shikaku's shell, I think the name does justice to your new self. What do you think? Aragorn smiled, clearly pleased with himself. It doesn't matter, it shall suffice. Madara remarked, testing the capabilities of his new body. Physically, at least in appearance, he wasn't much different from when he had been the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. What happened to the souls of our father and uncle? Kurama asked. Your father's soul should be somewhere in the Pure Lands. Ishiki absorbed his body but not his spirit. Hamura's soul was broken down by Ishiki, but that was his fault, not mine, not Madeline's. Aragorn explained. How did that happen to Uncle? Komiai asked, mournfully. He probably went mad and decided to give Hagoromo a better chance by fusing with Ishiki. I'm not privy to the details, so take my theory with a grain of salt. Aragorn explained. Even after reading Ishiki's mind, the reasoning behind Hamura's seemingly suicidal action remained unclear to him. You're not going to take action on our old man's soul, are you? Kurama asked, doubtful of Aragorn. No, no need for suspicion. I follow through with my deals, and I also don't need to take action. Aragorn explained, shaking a hand in denial. What do you mean? Kurama asked. This world is very intriguing. As you know, there's a hell, which means there's a soul-judging system in place, most commonly referred to as the karmic scales. The responsibility for the deaths of over 1 billion lives is shared among Hagoromo, Hamura, Gamamaru, Ishiki, and partially Kagaya. Now that Hamura, Ishiki, Gamamaru, and Kagaya's souls are out of the equation, their share of the responsibility doesn't simply vanish. Someone else will have to bear the burden. I'm sure you can piece the rest together, can't you? Aragorn said with a vicious smile, his eyes shifting between red and yellow. Kurama's hair stood by its ends at the malice Aragorn released. What's left? Madara asked, wanting to move away from this particular topic. He knew he would have to make amends for the rest of his life. Nothing much, from the Jinchuriki only Naruto is returning, the rest gave up on this world. I sent a self of mine to hire a protector for this universe, and well, Mikoto wanted to attend Sasuke's wedding, but that's in a few years, nothing a bit of time skipping can't fix, so I guess at the moment there's nothing left. Oh. You have to seal Gyuki, don't forget. Aragorn replied. Madara didn't believe he could forget something as important, but he didn't say it. You guys can visit your younger brother if you ever get tired of your weak selves. Aragorn addressed the tailed beasts. And I guess it's up to you to enforce peace. Enforcer, there you have your first task. Aragorn pointed at the restless troops. Go and make sure they understand your stand about wars. Aragorn excitedly exclaimed. No, no more fighting for today. Just intimidation. Madara slowly lifted from his gravity shackles and flew to the assembled troops. There was a release of his chakra presence and more than half of the troops pissed themselves, a quarter crumbled to the ground under pressure, an eighth ran away, and the remaining were hardly holding it in. The Raikage and Mizukage relented and gave the order for retreat. How magnanimous of you. Aragorn commented with a smile that didn't reach his red and blue shifting eyes. Somehow, I feel like you don't mean it. Madara said as he landed back close to Aragorn. Entities like me tend to be pity beyond common measure, and we tend to hold grudges for a long time because we can't forget nor die. Aragorn said. Meaning? Madara asked. Meaning, I so want to rid this world of its inhabitants, but I know it's not right, not logical, it's not like all the inhabitants of this planet hurt my Madeline, there's also the babies, I don't harm babies, at least not under controllable circumstances, anyway, I'm rambling again, having emotions is nice. Aragorn said all of this with eyes flickering between red and blue. Please get out of my world as fast as you can, Madara said, the shaking in his heart was reflected by the hearts of the tailed beasts. Ah, I apologize, I'm usually not like this, but you know, there's someone back home who followed a string of decisions that led to me possibly missing the birth of the first beast babies of my girls. And I am hurting for the sweet release of violence so much. Aragorn spoke with his mouth. Much. Aghh. Ah. Stop. The tailed beasts and Madara felt their souls trembling and their minds renouncing reality. Suddenly they felt an instinctual need to reach for the shiny flame above Aragorn's head and to sink into Kurama's fur. Shit. I apologize. This will take some time to get used to. Aragorn said, a circle of amber glowing script later and they recovered. Please. Just, stop. Kurama pleaded. Fine, fine. I just have to bring some people out of abeyance and revive some others. Aragorn relented, waved his tail, and after a few soft glowing flashes of light and some white sand residue later, all those who agreed to return to the land of the living appeared. Those who had bodies were simply spatially displaced back, those who had died had their souls implanted in the newly created bodies Aragorn had prepared. It's nice being in a reality without a creator, I can use my creation without clashing domains for supremacy. Aragorn muttered. Are you Lucian? A red-headed woman who seemed to be ignoring all danger signals her body and soul were sending her approached Aragorn and asked. Ah, little Kushina, yes. Lucian was the first name I was given, though these days I go by another. You can use that one. Aragorn's eyes changed for the first time to pink. His whole atmosphere changed, his presence went quiet, his demeanor went soft, and the smile reached his eyes. He. Kushina smiled as Aragorn petted her head like Madeline used to. Should I say nice to meet you or long time no see? She asked. A bit of both is all right. How did things go with Naruto? Aragorn asked, eyeing the father-son duo staying a distance behind Kushina. He is my son. Of course, things went fine. I was a bit sad to leave behind my friends and Maddie, but I'm focusing on the bright side, otherwise, I'll tear up again. Kushina said. Come meet my son and husband. She grabbed hold of the hand that was petting her and dragged Aragorn to her family. Madara, and the rest, observing this event couldn't help but find it discomforting. The difference between the eldritch unstable terror dragon and the doting grandfather was contrasting. He observed with uncanny attention as Aragorn similarly petted Naruto's head as he did Kushina. He was even cordial while offering his hand for a handshake to Minato, a form of greeting, he presumed. Then a woman of clearly Uchiha blood approached them, and Aragorn warmly hugged the surprised woman. A monster but not entirely a monster, Madara thought, reminiscent of the time of his life when he was the monster to all except Hashirama, who he saw as his brother. Do you guys want a lift to Konohagakure? Aragorn asked. Lift? Mikoto asked, not understanding the word. Aragorn pointed with his tail and made a vertical swipe, although it looked like he was cutting space he was warping it. An oval portal appeared and on the other side, the Hokage mount was clearly visible. I meant this, I will return to abeyance and prepare the dimension for transport. I will only return to this place in a few years to pick up Mikoto. Aragorn explained. Mikoto perked up. Years? She asked. Sasuke should be 16 this year, 3 years should be enough for him to marry his harem and give you your first grandson or granddaughter. Aragorn said. He was not going to experience the 3 years, he would just jump forward in time once he was done preparing abeyance. That's 19 years is a bit too young, no. Mikoto faltered. Not at all, he probably already bedded Karen Uzumaki, at least. You might end a grandmother sooner than expected. Aragorn figured that after the thorough brainwashing Sayaka and Lucian did on Sasuke, the guy must definitely be eager to start his Neo-Uchiha clan. With these thoughts in mind, the group of Mikoto, Shisui, and the Uzumakis walked through the portal. They glanced back at Aragorn waving goodbye as the portal closed. As soon as the portal snapped shut, Aragorn's unstable demeanor returned. Well, I'll probably see you never again or when I return to pick up Mikoto. Aragorn said. His body glowed up in a soft light and disappeared to abeyance. Abeyance. Floating in the vacuum of space, above one of the many planetoids, Madeline enjoyed freedom. Freedom in knowing her stay was almost over. In knowing her friend was returning. In knowing she would have some years to focus solely on abeyance while her friend traverses the void. So much freedom. She felt, through her dimension, as an incomprehensible existence manifested behind her. She felt through her empathy the smothering affection this existence held for her. She felt through her body the reassuring warmth that embraced her from behind. Thank you, Madeline. These were the first words Aragorn said to Madeline. Love, will you let me see you? She asked, since he was embracing her from behind she had not seen his face. Aragorn partially freed her from his grasp and allowed her to turn in his arms. Her eyes opened wide as she saw a face she recognized. Even after 1,000 years, it was a face she couldn't forget. Back on her Earth, Aragorn meant many things to the life of the clone that she was. Aragorn was the object of hate, fear, anger, and disgust of her creator. Aragorn was the public face of mutants like her. Aragorn was the terror of any governmental authority. Aragorn's face appeared in the news channels at least once a week. Aragorn Abner, she affirmed. Aragorn, the last name is just for my public persona. Aragorn added. You are the dragon as well, right? Aragorn was well known for being a sort of prophet to the dragon that suddenly appeared and opened the eyes of the world to a different reality. But she couldn't imagine that her eldritch terror friend would be subservient to a run-of-the-mill dragon. Yes, Lord Alduin is me. Aragorn ran his hand softly in circles on Madeline's lower back. How did we die? A mystery she and Lucian had mulled over tens of thousands of times. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn got into a fit of laughter. What? Who was right? They had multiple bets about it. Neither. My wife killed us on my request. Aragorn's statement brought her Brian to a halt and her mouth opened in an oh. That's crazy. How did that happen? How is that even possible? To her it was an impossibility. Aragorn Abner's power level was openly discussed back on Earth, and she knew that even by the lower estimates he surpassed her peak. Then there was the apparent fact that his wife could kill them. That cube Essex fused with you prepared your body as a recipient for a cosmic being known as the Goblin Force. A thing of nightmares that ate galaxies for breakfast. Essex didn't know what he was messing with, and in his lunacy, he almost ended the universe. Aragorn's eyes flashed red. Calm down, love. Don't collapse my dimension. Madeline raised her hands to his cheeks. Well, the thing was too strong even for me, but the good news was that it was rampaging, so I took advantage of its mindlessness, and by the time it had regained its clarity, all I had to do was incite it to fuse with me. I separated your soul from it and then brought it to my wife's domain and had her kill us. Aragorn slowly shared his memories of the clash as he narrated the story. Whose is your wife to be able to end this galaxy eater? Madeline asked with wide eyes. The abstract embodiment of our multiverse's concept of death. The gothist girl back home. Aragorn smiled sweetly, his pink and golden eyes glowing gently on Madeline's stupefied face. Hee hee hee. The gothist girl. She laughed in disbelief. Yeah, I don't think she is going to be very happy with my prolonged absence though. Aragorn confessed. Will she have a problem with me? Her laughter abruptly stopped. Why? Because you wanted to spread your legs for me. Aragorn smiled teasingly. Yes, and because we have been in soul-to-soul contact for a millennium, that's got to be worse than being naked under the same covers. Madeline panicked. She was considering that maybe the shinobi world was not so bad. Ha 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 ha. Aragorn laughed to tears. Hey. Don't be a jackass. Tell me. Madeline demanded. Foo, no. Don't worry. Aragorn said in between chuckling. We didn't do anything she would consider perfidious. Soul-to-soul contact isn't that uncommon. I have over 50 maids/daughters/sisters who share a soul contract with me. While none of those are as intimate as what we shared, they're still within the same category. Honestly, even if you and I had mixed our souls to produce offspring, she wouldn't be upset. Aragorn explained. Eh? How does that work? Is it an open relationship? Madeline asked. No, we are monogamous, deeply obsessed with one another. It's just that what we consider cheating is different, and it helps that we never had sex, nor did I ever love you romantically, neither did you, so no cheating. She might actually be happy about you. Aragorn replied. Happy? Why would she? Madeline was certain that if she had a partner and this one spent a millennium with another she wouldn't be happy. The divinities of souls are so rare that she is overworked most of the time. Souls are under the purview of Nuna. So if you still feel uneasy about it, just make sure to advance in your divinity and she would appreciate it. Aragorn explained. That's a relief. And Nuna. What's that about? Madeline sighed, practicing her soul-related powers was already on her list. It's a term of endearment, it's from the Korean culture. Aragorn smiled, his eyes switched to pink and golden every time he spoke of death. You really love her, don't you? Madeline's voice was more a statement than a question. Yes. Aragorn's reply was simple, yet the weight behind it was indescribable. Unable to articulate the depth of his emotions, he chose to share a fraction of his love for death with Madeline through his empathy. Her reaction was immediate and visceral. Her eyes widened as a cascade of emotions surged through her. She shivered, her body reacting to the intensity. A wave of nausea hit her, followed by disgust, then an unexpected rush of arousal. Fear crept in, only to be replaced by ecstasy. Beneath it all, she felt a profound sense of protection, yet there lingered an unnameable feeling, one that eluded comprehension, leaving her breathless and overwhelmed. You are demented, she said amidst heavy breathing. She was profoundly confused about what she experienced. If you compare the way my mind operates to the human psychotype, then yes. For one, Aragorn now had 4 selves, void self *, core self, surface self, and Lucian self. This was not counting the selves born when he splits his attention, and if you add to this how his concept, paradoxical existence, hereafter interacts with his mind and soul, you're left with a headache. At least I don't have to worry about you eating children, do I? Madeline said after composing herself. Nah, don't worry. I care for pure souls, unless having no choice I would never harm a pure soul. Aragorn put to rest her worries. That's a relief. Now what? Madeline asked. Now I'll prepare abeyance for the journey. How will that work? I'll temporarily affix it to my soul, sort of like storing it in my stomach for later. You won't accidentally eat us all, will you? Madeline raised an eyebrow to him. No, that was just the example. Souls don't normally have stomachs, do they? I don't know, don't ask me. I might be a goddess of souls, but I'm new to this. Goddessling of souls, then. Aragorn scoffed at her. So unfair. You probably know more about souls than me, what with those eyes of yours? Madeline complained. Just observing is not the same, it's like observing millions of pictures and scans of the human body with no other information. You get good at recognizing patterns but you won't get much further than that. Aragorn replied. You at least have that. I have barely gazed at maybe a few thousand souls since my apotheosis. Madeline pouted like a 1,000-year-old child. Fine, maybe the example was not appropriate. Just think of my soul as having pockets. I will store abeyance in one of those pockets. Are you clear on what you have to do? Aragorn asked. Yeah, my part is simple. Slow down the passing of time as much as possible so that we don't spend billions of years trapped in abeyance while you transport us, or was it speed up time? Madeline started strong but ended doubtful. No, that has to do with an observer being able to overcome the constraints of time or not. You got it right the first time. Aragorn explained. Okay, so I slow down the passing of time for all of us, right? Madeline asked. Yes, since you are bound by the passing of time, if time goes by slowly you will as well, and the rest of existence would appear to be going by faster. I will then match it to the time speed in our universe. Aragorn said. I wonder what the time ratio is between this multiverse and ours, Madeline mused. I know it's been less than 5 years. Aragorn replied confidently. What? How do you know that? Madeline asked, finding the precision peculiar. My maids are bound to me by contract. If they die, their souls are automatically drawn back to mine, regardless of the distance. Before leaving, I instructed Spark, one of my AIs, to send one of the maids my way if I remained absent for 5 years. After that, the interval would double exponentially. Since none of my maids have shown up, it means we've been here for less than 5 years. Aragorn's explanation was both calculated and reassuring. Wait. Leaving aside how cold that sounds, how do you deal with the literal void between you and them? Maybe their souls were lost in transit. Madeline pondered. Their contract has a speck of my soul. I can't truly call it a speck, but you can think of it that way. The point is that my soul, every piece of it that I recognize as my own, is always connected. Since I'm part of the void, the apparent distance won't matter. Aragorn tried to explain. I believe you, but I don't think I understood what you explained. I may be a goddessling, but I'm pretty sure that's not how souls are supposed to work. Madeline said. We can go over it when I give you a similar contract. Aragorn stated. Why would I need a contract? Madeline tilted her head. Security mostly, but there are other benefits. Like being eternally bound to him. If you say so. Madeline didn't see a reason to deny. During this conversation, the Aragorn that stayed outside, the one who dragged Ashiki to the void, slowly prepared abeyance for transport. It slithered its way around the dimension while carefully creating a barrier encasing it. It disconnected the dimension from its universe and slowly connected it to him. Eventually, their conversation died down and they moved to meet with the other residents of Abeyance. Needless to say, most of the cult maniacs of Sunagakure were euphoric about meeting Aragorn. About a month later, the Aragorn outside finished securing Abeyance to him. Aragorn then jumped forward 3 years in time and made a final appearance in the shinobi world. This time Madeline accompanied him. Madeline assumed what she recognized as her true form, which was the form resembling an adult Jean Grey with white orbs for eyes and silver white hair, the first body Aragorn made for her. Aragorn was present in his draconic form and stayed outside while giving space to Madeline to finish saying her goodbyes. Mikoto initially thought she was going to hesitate to leave behind her son and his family, but in reality, she didn't. Too much had happened between them and the relationship they shared couldn't be called a happy mother-son bond. They were not on bad terms, and she greatly enjoyed the time she spent with her granddaughter, even with her daughters-in-law, but she could feel this distance with Sasuke that she could never overcome. A distance Sasuke was not thrilled about shortening. Maybe I should apologize about that, Mikoto. Aragorn said to the Ravenet comfortably sitting down on his clawed hand as they gazed at the village in the distance. No, I know you and Meidi did what you thought was best for Sasuke, and to be honest, I don't want to return to how things were back then. I feel like I shouldn't be given such a blessing. Mikoto took a deep breath and continued. I was their mother and regardless of what their failure of a father thought, I should have been there for them. Itachi is gone and Sasuke is and will do better than anything he could have done under our parenting. That's it, I don't need a different ending. She fully leaned back onto Aragorn's palm and gazed at the sky absent-mindedly. What about having a second try with Itachi? A green glowing wisp appeared in her view. Is that, she stammered and couldn't finish her question. I went fishing to the Pure Lands and caught this tormented soul. It took some character growth on my part not to crush it. I did wipe its slate clean, though. If you're willing to mother a child again, I'm willing to create an empty embryo for you. Aragorn suggested, his tone of voice showed how cagey he was about it. Mikoto was silent for a few seconds until tears streamed down, she sobbed softly and reached for the soul. Aragorn lowered the soul to her and partially materialized it to allow Mikoto to hold it. Is that allowed? Can I try again? She asked, her voice cracking due to her emotional state. Yes, Mikoto. I would normally be a bit of a jerk about it for a while, at least until the soul fully takes the shape of the new persona, but taking advantage of the fact that I won't see any of you for a few billion years, Aragorn said in reluctance. I just thought you might want to try again, this time with no useless husband nor useless village, just you and Madeline. Well, probably Izumi and Tsunade and the rest will be in the equation, but you understand. Aragorn rambled. Thank you, Aragorn-sama. I will forever be grateful. She returned the soul to Aragorn, and, amidst her tears, smiled brightly at him. You're welcome, just stay there for a moment and I'll be done. Tomorrow all the hormone ordeal will hit you like a train wreck though. Aragorn said while using his biokinesis to impregnate her. Once the recipient was made, he floated the green wisp to her womb and successfully reincarnated Itachi in the new baby-to-be. Mikoto's hands glowed green while scanning her body with medical jutsu, and at the end of the scan, she whipped a tear from her eye. A few hours after that, Madeline returned, tear-stricken, with a bright smile. She was carrying loads of presents that the lives she'd touched prepared for her departure. She hugged Mikoto seeking emotional support, but soon the hug turned into a joyful one when Mikoto shared the news of her pregnancy. In a soft flash of light and leaving behind a trace of white sand, Madeline teleported with Mikoto to abeyance. Aragorn let his senses expand and covered from the continent to the oceans, to the skies, to the star, the galaxy, the quadrant, and more until he covered the entire universe. There are 157 parasites left. They might end up arriving on this planet, or they might not. These are your responsibility now, Madara. Aragorn's voice resounded in Madara's mind. The protector I arranged for this world will shield you from invasions from other realities and timelines, but these are your responsibility. I recommend you go to Shikaku and ask him for help since I don't think you can grow your power as fast as you could under his guidance. It's just my advice, take it or leave it. Thank you, Madara replied, a thank you that carried more meanings than he let on. Have a nice life, you were not as bad as I thought. Aragorn gave his farewell. He flapped his wings and exited the galaxy in a single leap. In front of him a rupture in reality opened and Aragorn exited the universe. On the other side of the rupture, the primordial slime of void and shine awaited. He flew into it and the slime transformed into a universal-sized dragon. He flapped his wings once more and he exited the multiverse. Outside the multiverse another primordial slime of shine and void awaited him. He merged once more, and in doing so all of his selves, the ones in the Naruto multiverse, rejoined. Paradoxical existence, this concept allowed him, among other benefits, to exist simultaneously in different levels of existence. Aragorn gave the shiny multiverse a long look and then displaced the void to move toward where he felt a pull, the pull of his surface self. This is your eye, is it not? Guide, steer, map, navigate, illuminate. To traverse you. Plus. This short exchange between the void self and Aragorn took multiple centuries. But he understood, conceptually so. The eye on his forehead was meant as a tool to navigate the void, to find places he had visited easily, to get a better sense of direction, to steer the void smoothly, and to alleviate some of the problems he's been having while going from one multiverse to another. He concentrated on the eye, and abstractly, he found the locations of some of the multiverses he had located before. For another time, Nuna would kill me again if I delayed our reunion anymore, Aragorn said and focused on the location of his home multiverse. While the journey this time was easier, it still took him an amount of time unthinkable for a mortal, about 2.000.587 years. Compared to the billions it usually takes him, it's a considerable improvement, and given that he doesn't age, other than boredom, he found no problems in the upgrade. In no time, conceptually speaking, he found his way to the Marvel multiverse, ever shining and ever shifting as always. Before returning to his base universe he had to do one very important stop. He located the mystery, on the edges of all, close to the multiversal barrier, and in the mystery, he found the House of Ideas, also known as the Crown of Creation. His concept kicked in and a self of him was left on the outside of the Marvel multiverse. Aragorn entered the multiversal barrier and succinctly he was at the entrance of his destination. He opened the door and walked in. Look who's back. My employee with the most PTO. Aniki. I've returned and I bring presents. Heh. And it's almost New Year. You're 6 days too late. From the first year? Yes. Ah, what a relief, so I've only been gone for about 6 months. Though much has changed, you'll see for yourself when you return. I can imagine. My clash with the goblin force left a mess. So what are these gifts you spoke about? Aragorn sunk his clawed hand into his chest and pulled out abeyance. That's quite the gift. Yeah, I shaped the dimension in accordance with the laws of reality we follow here. The problem is the souls of the inhabitants, Madeline's aside, since her soul belongs here. I'm not that versed in soul transformation/manipulation, so I wanted to make sure they won't cease to exist when I expose them to this reality. I see, you couldn't ask Death for help since you would have to step into reality to get her help. Yeah. I also thought you might be interested in the laws governing souls in other multiverses. I am. Aside from that time when the DC multiverse passed nearby, I haven't seen other foreign souls. He reached for abeyance and then set it above a piece of paper. The dimension was then absorbed by the paper and it turned into a comic book, not unlike the many other comics found in the House of Ideas. It should be done in a couple of days, you can return to pick it up. That's good. By the way, when Madeline ascended her soul behaved like they normally do in this multiverse, so I found no problems with her divinity, but there's a girl in that dimension that is also a goddess, or should be one, and I couldn't make heads from tails out of how her soul approached divinity. Can you take a quick look? The one above all flipped a page in his comic and found a panel with Kagaya Otsutsuki as the character. This is interesting. In the wrong way of interesting. Ah, I knew there was a problem with her divinity by our standards. How can you be called the moon goddess and have no moon-related powers? A/N, the infinite Tsukimi doesn't count because she could cast it without the reflection of the moon. That's part of what confused me. Did you bring her subdimensions with you? I have them here. Aragorn pulled the core dimensions of Kagaya's Amanamanaka. We could make her the goddess of these dimensions and probably illusions, but that's matching her power set, if we were to match her personality then. Maybe growth, progress, evolution, or development. She worked on these when she was free with Madeline, at the beginning. I would say motherhood, but that touches a sore spot. There's also chakra. I thought there didn't exist divinities based on energy sources, only dimensional ones. Like how there can be a god of lightning but no god of electricity, or a god of strength but no god of potential kinetic energy, or a god with control of gravity but no god of gravitational energy. Chakra wouldn't be considered the source energy in my creation, life force would. Ah, I see. Goddess of chakra, the application of life force into the body and spirit and its expression on the outside world. And what about her core dimensions? I'll merge these and create a divine realm/dimension for her, like what abeyance is to Madeline. Oh, that's a relief. I'm particularly fond of Kagaya. Oh. Do tell. She was like a mother to me and Madeline. I don't follow, how can this girl be a mother to you, particularly with how old you are? I had a misunderstanding with the void, I regressed into an emotionless version of my human self. As you can picture, I lacked common sense and many other qualities needed for life. Madeline was a fast-grown clone, raised by Essex and Hooker Lady, as you can imagine we were a menage. A misunderstanding. Does that have to do with your growth? Yes, though my growth is more lateral than vertical. Peering into you, one knot of my creation and high level of existence, is complicated, so I can't visualize what you mean, Aragorn. I've gained a concept, paradoxical existence. It allows me to exist simultaneously on different levels. One self of mine might be outside the multiversal barrier, another outside reality, another outside my universe, and yet another inside it. Think of it as a form of stratification. It also lets me alter the personification of an entity, for instance, assigning physical properties to an otherwise intangible soul. That's interesting, do you think you could give Death a mortal coil with that concept? I hadn't thought of that. Maybe, I'll try later. Here, you can have Madeline back, she doesn't need any adjustment, she was one of my creations to begin with. The one above all pulled Madeline out of a comic panel. What the heck? She exclaimed. She got a feel for her surroundings and quickly spotted Aragorn plus an old man. Aragorn? She asked guardedly, she could feel something from the old man in the room, yet she couldn't understand it. Hey, matey. How long was it? Aragorn moved his draconic face to her and flicked playfully his biforked tongue at her. Ack. Stop that. She removed the viscous saliva-like liquid from her with her telekinesis. It's been 358 years, how much was it for you? She leaned forward and hugged his face with her whole body. Just about 2 million years, it went by in a sec. Though technically it lasted no time at all, Aragorn thought to himself. You and your broken scale of time. So. Who's he? Madeline shook her head in astonishment and then asked about the identity of the men in the room. That's the Aniki. Aragorn gave a matter-of-fact reply, offering no elaboration. The Aniki. She tilted her head curiously. Yep, he is my boss. You have a boss. What do you do for a living? Do you even need to do anything? Don't you just exist like the eldritch terror you are? Ha 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 ha. She has a point. That makes me sound like Neat Dragon. I take care of our home universe and try to prevent its metaphorical suicide. I would in the future work in other realities where my help would help assuage costs as well. Aragorn explained. That sounds like a nanny. Hee hee hee. Yes, Aragorn is your universe's nanny. The one above all squinted his softly glowing eyes in joy at Madeline's remarks. Well. Let's just go, I'll introduce you to my wife, my daughter is currently with her so you'll meet Seraph too. Aragorn grabbed her carefully in his clawed hand. See you later. Yes, I'll return for the abeyance. Aragorn flapped his wings and appeared before reality. He flew in and a self was left on the border between reality and the far shore. He flapped again and he arrived outside the multiverse, the universes. Was he God? Madeline asked, amidst her mesmerization upon laying eyes on the tree that the infinite universes made. No, YHWH is subordinate to him in this multiverse. What? Who is YHWH? The one you refer to as God. You can think of Aniki as the creative self of the creator. He also has a destructive self, but you won't meet that one. You'd cease to exist before you know it if you do. I'm just a goddessling, why am I meeting this esteemed figure Sama? Madeline asked, trying to apply as many forms of subserviency in her speech as possible. He is changing the souls in abeyance to fit the laws of this multiverse. Since he is your creator, your soul needed no fixing, so you were returned to me ahead of time. Aragorn explained. I'll just respectfully, of course, store this event in the deepest confines of my mind palace and, obviously, treasure it for eternity. Madeline felt that ignoring what just happened was for the best. So, which one is ours? She asked, gazing at the tree of universes. That dim one over there. Aragorn pointed at a universe darker than the others. It had a spectral feeling to it. That's. Somehow that looks like the horror movie version of a universe. Madeline was lost for words. It's better now than it was before I arrived. Anyways, we are not going there at the moment, we're going to the realm of Nuna. Aragorn looked at a realm existing outside the multiverse and flapped his wings again. A/N, multiverse is the whole thing, and multiverse is like when you call a computer a CPU, the CPU is possibly the main component of it so it's accepted to call it that. In this case, multiverse refers to the main universe, 616, and its counterparts. It doesn't include realms that exist outside of it. This was a cold realm, where no life thrived, shrouded by its mystery. Souls wandered about, and from time to time the souls of death servants were seen exiting and entering the realm, the Valkyries. In the middle of this realm was a dark castle, eerie in nature. Aragorn morphed into his humanoid form and floated with Madeline behind him to the castle. Occasionally the Valkyries would wave at him and he responded with a wave back. Are you a regular here? I had never seen so many souls. Madeline asked and pondered at the uncountable number of souls she could sense. Pure souls, ones without a body. Yes, this is my wife's place. Aragorn ignored distance once more and found themselves in the throne room. Aragorn's eyes lit up in visible joy and love. Death was sitting on the throne with Seraph in her lap. Seraph was looking back at Aragorn with equal joy and love. She looked like she wanted to glomp him, but Death was restraining her with a hand around her waist. Death was looking at Aragorn with a chilly gaze. My love. Finally, back, it seems, she matched her tone with the coldness of her realm. Nuna. I'm sorry. Aragorn said as he moved closer to her. Leaving Madeline behind, she was observing the outcome with morbid curiosity. Are you? About what exactly? She petted Seraph like a cat with her free hand, her other one still firmly securing the overexcited AI. About forcing you to kill me. Aragorn arrived right in front of them, towering over their seating frames. I see. And what will you do about it? You don't expect to be forgiven that easily, do you? Death glared. Given that Aragorn could have gone to any of the other in the cosmological compass, she felt it was cruel of him to pass the responsibility on her. A/N, Living Tribunal, Phoenix, Oblivion, Eternity, and the others. How about a few 100,000 years with me in one of the lower universes? Aragorn lifted them both and sat them on his lap. He shifted Seraph to one of his thighs and Death to the other. Seraph wasted no time and hugged him with enough strength to bend adamantium. I missed you, father. She whispered to his ear. He replied by sharing his love and happiness with her. Okay, that sounds lovely, but how will you do that, my love? Death's entire demeanor flipped and Madeline felt like the second-hand tension she was feeling was all a lie. I think it's time to divinize our family. Aragorn said and kissed intensely his Death. A/N. That's it, this went longer than expected but I'm glad it's done. I'm proofreading as I publish these chapters because I won't have time to publish later today, so if you spot anything that would be appreciated. There's already a skeleton of the next volume, but I'm still busy with life, so although I will try to aim for a chapter-a-week release schedule I promise nothing. This was the end of this volume. I hope you enjoyed it. Chapter 65, Sometimes, a world war is needed. Hey. No kisses while I'm still in your lap. Seraph shouted and attempted to push her parents away from each other. Only for her hands to phase through. Hey. She complained, having fallen forward due to the momentum of her movement. He. Fine, fine. Aragorn said, returning their bodies to the material plane and lifting Seraph with his telekinesis back this lap. We'll stop, Aragorn said. For now. Death finished for him with a smirk of her own. Yes, for now. Aragorn nodded. Fine. Seraph said with a pout. Aren't you now a fully grown AI? Aragorn asked, using his nail to poke at his daughter's blue cheeks playfully. And? Father, are you implying a fully grown AI can't express dissatisfaction through pouting? Seraph asked as if Aragorn had just told her that boys don't cry and girls like to dress in pink. You can pout as much as you want, Seraph. Aragorn smiled widely and started to poke her cheeks more. Stop that. No poking, but petting is allowed. Seraph said with the dignity of a queen. Aragorn's pink eyes looked away from her to Death, a look that conveyed more understanding than a telepathic transmission. Death nodded and then both started to poke and pet Seraph. Ag, hee, no, ah ha ha. Seraph tried to numb her reflex response but Aragorn countered her with his biokinesis. Such a cute daughter, how can you say she has fully grown? If this is not a baby then what is it? Death asked while tickling Seraph's abdomen. Yeah, you're right. Maybe it is her destiny, fate, fortune, and future to be always a baby. Aragorn said before play-biting Seraph's ear and chewing loudly at it. Gaia haha, yaha stop, ha 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 ha. She cried for mercy. Though this looked like a very lovely and family-friendly interaction to the involved ones, Madeline was witnessing a battle between Aragorn's psychokinesis and Seraph's resonance. She was seeing how the two forces collided with such an output that multiple cities would have crumbled under. She could visibly see the sound waves tearing apart at the energy field of his psychokinesis, something she never thought possible, not even in her wildest dreams. She could see his psychokinesis flowing like the Niagara Falls, trying to smother her defenses. But this was not what terrified her the most. The single most horrifying sight was how these two unstoppable forces would simply die when they got too close to death or when the aftermath was about to reach the castle walls. Aragorn had mentioned before that when something could be considered alive, it meant that it must have a state when it's considered dead. But a mortal couldn't visualize the death of energy, psionic energy in this case. Now she was witnessing it. Aragorn and his little family kept at it for a few minutes until Seraph decided to move to a corner and pout harder in dissatisfaction. Normally she would have demanded some sort of unreasonable compensation from her father by now, but since her mother decided to join in the fun, her path to manipulating her overindulgent father was blocked. Come girl, let me see you. You don't know how hard pure goddesses of souls are to find. Death called at the still-dazed Madeline. A little bit insecure at first, she floated closer to Death. Normally she would have been able to access the information of her soul with nothing but a glance. That was the case for all soul-enabled beings within reality. Exceptions like Aragorn existed but could be counted on one hand, but in Madeline's case, she was finding some difficulty. It was like reading a book and it suddenly ended mid-sentence. She carefully placed a hand on Madeline's cheek and furrowed her brows. Is there something wrong, ma'am? Madeline asked. It's like I'm getting the story live as the author writes it. Death mumbled. Ah. That's because Aniki is working on half of her divinity at the moment. Aragorn exclaimed. With a little bit of a jump, she pulled her hand away from Madeline and slowly turned to look at Aragorn. My love, have I told you how unnerving is your relationship with him? Death asked with a faint grin. Eh? What do you mean? Aragorn tilted his head in confusion. Well. Let's just forget it, we've come to terms with it. Death waved her hand in the air as if to dispel the heavy mood. We. Who's we? Aragorn asked. Madeline, I won't be able to get a clear reading on your soul until he finishes working on your other divinity, but you have great potential as a divinity of the soul. Death ignored Aragorn's questions and said. Thank you, I barely have 400 years as a goddess and I've been focused mostly on understanding and developing my soul divinity. Madeline said. That's good. Sadly I can't make you my avatar since I already have another girl I favor, but would you like to take over the authority of the vagrant souls? Death asked. I don't understand what that would imply. She confessed. In our universe, there's no higher authority over the flow of souls, there once was, but she was sealed. This means that any and all unclaimed souls are currently wandering in the immaterial plane of souls. Aragorn added. But what does that mean? Madeline asked, confusion evident in her. Claimed souls are those that worship and accept the ruling of a divine being in their souls. Death explained. Or those with pacts with extra-dimensional beings, hell lords included. Aragorn added. So I'm asking you to take over the authority to handle unclaimed souls. Do you have a realm of your own? Death asked in afterthought. Would the abeyance work? Madeline asked Aragorn. Yes, it's a limbo realm. I don't know if I was lucky or if my subconscious somehow reminded Lucian that I was looking for a limbo dimension, but the abeyance is modeled after a limbo. Aragorn bumped his forehead softly with Death's and transferred her all the information she needed about abeyance. Me. I want to record it too. Seraph came out of her pout strike. She was very interested in adding more information to the grand repository of knowledge. Aragorn lifted and placed her on his lap again and transferred her the info as well. This is great. Yes, this works. Now you have them all, heaven, hell, and limbo. Death exclaimed, excitedly. Yep, though I'm missing a manager for the heaven. Aragorn said. Madeline for the limbo dimension, Wandabus for the hell dimension he stole from Mephistopheles, but no manager for the heaven dimension the living tribunal is holding for him. That's right. Can't you do it? I believe you already broke through the threshold, didn't you, love? Death asked. She had been exploring his soul ever since he sat her in his lap, and by now she had already discovered that it was stronger. I could, Aragorn said. Initially, he was avoiding a dimensional lord seat because he foolishly thought he couldn't advance his level of existence, but now that should not be a problem. But? Serapha asked. Dimensions and dimensional lords tend to affect one another. Could you imagine how my void-linked soul would taint a heaven? Aragorn asked. Taint? Madeline asked. She doesn't remember ever being tainted by her abeyance. I modeled abeyance to you, so that didn't apply in your case. But let's talk about Wanda. She is yet to take lordship over the hell dimension I usurped, but when she does I will need to help her taint the dimension instead of the other way around. We don't want to make Wandabus more devilish, do we? Aragorn imagined a Scarlet Witch Demon Queen rampage scenario. So you would taint the heaven dimension into a paradise of light and fluff? Madeline asked. She had seen some of Aragorn's memories during the time they spent together, so she knew who Wanda was and also had a very clear idea of his personality. No, those are my likes, not my soul. I think my soul would slowly morph the heaven dimension into something resembling the void of this multiverse. I'm not sure, but I don't want to waste a heaven dimension testing my theory. Aragorn explained. What about one of ours? You said something about divinizing our family, can't we get one of our girls on it? Death said. We could, but I don't think any of them have a pure enough soul to use as the pigment to taint the heaven dimension, do they? Aragorn countered. No, and that's probably your fault. Your overindulgence in their whims led them to the hedonist path. Death said. It might sound like a reproach, but it wasn't. She would have done the same, she was just pointing it out. Yeah, that and the shitty lives they led before we met. Aragorn agreed. Can't you pick and raise a baby for that role? Madeline proposed. No, it wouldn't work. We are the type of parental figures who have dubious morals and tend to grant most wishes. Aragorn proudly said. Indeed, it wouldn't work, we would spoil rotten the baby. Equally proud, Death supported the notion. Madeline at least had the normalcy in her mindset to understand this was not something to be proud of. She thanked Kagaya for that. The four of them stayed silent while they pondered about it. What about Cosmo? Seraph asked. Ah. It was a feeling shared by the other three. Right. That would work. Death nodded. Yeah, he is the only one that qualifies. Aragorn nodded sagely. Indeed, and that's surprising, considering his upbringing. Madeline affirmed. Doggies tend to be pure souls, right? At least most of the modern domesticated doggies. Seraph added. Then let's get to it. I need to take care of some things back home, just enough to make sure the world won't end while we are away, and Nuna, can you look for a certain universe for me? Aragorn asked. Sure, is it the one from those movies? Death asked, having already an idea of what he was planning. Yes, Earth, 199999. I believe your presence as a personification in that universe is either entirely absent or minuscule, but I know Boss Eternity should have a personification there. Aragorn remembered the last Thor movie before the invasion he saw. So one of the minor universes or one is that yet to grow? Death asked. The personifications of the abstract were only present in those universes that needed their presence, in other cases they just let their concepts flow in its natural form. The movies probably don't match exactly with the universe in mind, but I do believe that they were about a universe that was yet to grow or that did it only recently. Aragorn thought about Loki, Siri. Okay, I'll get to it. Oh. By the way, this is for you. Death sunk her hand into the layers of her realm and brought out a star-like object. She looked at it as if to confirm something and then stabbed Aragorn in his chest with it. As she brought her hand out of his chest cavity, the wound healed itself. It's your reward for getting rid of that troublemaker. The living tribunal prepared it and gave it to be for keeping. Honestly, it is not something we can safeguard with confidence, so you're really doing us a favor by keeping it in your soul, but whatever. Just don't go idiotic and die because of your curiosity, my love. To emphasize, Death turned her scarab black and her eyes red and glared at Aragorn. This is quite interesting, so the insatiable hunger was really born from the Bellow place. Aragorn mused out loud. Let's go, girls. He said. It's time to introduce you to the rest of the family. Aragorn addressed Madeline. Carry me, father. Seraph demanded, floated to his back, and secured her position by hugging his neck. Goodbye, ma'am. It was a pleasure to meet Aragorn's gothest girl. Madeline smiled at death and approached Aragorn. Aragorn waved his tail and opened an astral path directly to his home universe. Halo, the crystal. To allow for a safety margin, Spark disconnected the Infinity Stones from the halo about 3 weeks before the deadline. The maids and James ever since have been playing a hot potato game with the Space Stone where the gem changes hands approximately every 30 minutes. One maid uses the Space Stones and then collapses after passing the cosmic hot potato to the next. Rinse and repeat. The saving aspect of this is that there are enough maids to keep this cycle going technically forever. The bad news is everything else. The amount of free time a maid gets after using the stone and recovering their strength is laughable. This implies that it's been a few weeks now since the presence of Lord Alduin's witches has been noticeably diminished. Normally this would not spell trouble, given that it's been more than half a year since the apocalypse, and that with all the resources of Aragorn, the charitable kingpins, Stark Industries, and several others a good part of the damage has been properly addressed, but this is a doomed reality. If it could go wrong, it will. For instance, when the diminished presence of the witches was noticed and that was mixed with Aragorn's silence about the second world tree in Point Nemo, multiplied by Lord Alduin's absence, and the result is the current scenario. Boom, a human grinding shockwave followed after a bright flash and an iconic mushroom cloud. The atmosphere and ocean gave way to the ultimate symbol of destruction born from over 300,000 years of human progress, the thermonuclear bomb, also known as the hydrogen bomb, H-bomb. Fighter jets flew away, trying to escape the EMP, a futile endeavor. The intensity of the pulse is strong enough to overcome the Faraday caging of the jets, no shielding is enough. The battlefield, which had been a deadly bevy of aerial combat now lays dormant. Jets fall like bees to the smoke, vessels capitulate to the tsunami wave, and when it looks like the battle would cease for eternity, BOOM, a second detonation occurs in the distance. This has been the reality of the South Pacific Ocean for some time now, with the occasional skirmish in the North Pacific Ocean. Is humanity trying to finally put an end to their miserable existence by summoning a nuclear winter? No. From below the darkest blues of the Pacific Ocean, crystalline constructs slowly but firmly rise to the light source, or more precisely, in this case, the irradiation source. The roots of the second world tree, in reality, it is just an offshoot of the Arbor Mundi, break through the surface of the ocean and bask in the gamma-toxic atmosphere, rejoicing in the unstable isotopes, relishing in the cancerogenic air. And when the nutritive fertilizer has been fully absorbed, the roots sink back into the darkness of the ocean, leaving the battlefield prepared for another clash. The start of World War III was both unexpected and anticipated. It's obvious that the average human wouldn't wait for it with anticipation, that much is logical, but what about the multiple governmental institutions across the globe? The global crisis had already permanently collapsed enough sovereign states to create a need to redraw borders in all continents, barring Antarctica. The Third World was the hardest affected by it. But not exclusively. In particular, certain states that lost their given protection by acting stupidly were the first to fall. Out of 193 member states of the United Nations, UN, and 2 observer states, 18 had fallen by the second trimester after the event. Yet the food crisis was so fierce that no one cared. No one had the time to. Imagine that suddenly Earth was almost entirely blighted by the cosmic light of a cosmological event. Imagine that almost if not all green life was suddenly exposed to a level of UV light intense enough to tan a human in seconds. Imagine this happened all around Earth and not only in the hemisphere facing the sun. Think about the repercussions of losing all green life. Not just the forests, but also the marine green life which is the real lung of the planet. Think about the sudden decrease in the oxygen levels in the air, think about basically all the food sources suddenly being endangered. Luckily this only happened for a few seconds before the Phoenix Force interfered, so it's not the end of most life on Earth. Yet, for the minimal amount of exposure suffered, repercussions were due. Gia had to spend a good amount of her faith well to aid the green life of the planet, and Seraph had to use some of the void energy left in Aragorn's heart to supplement the Arbor Mundi for it to passively enrich the soils of the world. Otherwise, even with Phoenix's help, life would have been done for. But even with all of this divine intervention, crops were lost and the agriculture of humanity was almost wiped out. No crops, no feed. No feed, no meat. No vegetables, no meat, leaving only preserved and stored food, and that's the current situation. Billions were projected to die of starvation. But this didn't happen, as if by magic, or maybe a miracle, Aragorn stepped up and pulled food out of nowhere. The food here being a translucent, somewhat milky, slime-like substance. Of course, there were questions, so he conveyed that it was the sap of the Arbor Mundi. Arbor Mundi equals food. The despair-laden monkey brains of humanity clicked all at once in place and the monster veiled under their pretenses of civility awakened. Aragorn, Spark, was already distributing sap by the millions of tons, but even then. Wouldn't it be great if I could secure the second world tree for my country? Yes, this natural and inevitable thought swam freely in the heads of most leaders. The Arbor Mundi was not an option. Who would be stupid enough to charge at a front manned by Aragorn Abner, Jean Grey, and Seraph Abner, all three well-known Omega mutants with a hobby of nuclear deterring? Without considering the nigh-impenetrable psionic shield. But what about the second one? Aragorn had not laid claim to it. It was vulnerable, easily accessible, unguarded, and in international waters. However, there was one caveat: would the tree survive being caught in a full-scale war among the world powers? Because it was obvious by now what the next step humanity would be: full-on war. And knowing humanity as they know themselves, they wouldn't put past them to suddenly go, if I can't have it then no one can, and destroy the tree. So an important query was born: how much damage could the tree bear? No one could get closer to test it, because if they moved closer then it might be taken as an intention of getting ahead, and when asked Aragorn, Spark would just grin in silence. So how could World War III start if they didn't know the limits? How could it start if starting meant the possible and most likely demise of what they wished to claim? It couldn't. And there was this silence more dreadful than the one during the armed peace in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. A silence that was broken by a certain green-themed king who had inside information and full hidden backing from the creators of the Arbor Mundi. King Doom, levitating in a metal throne as imposing as him, draped in the colors of Latveria, portaled one day close to the tree, and under the trepidation of the rest of the world, levitated a thermonuclear bomb, one he had rightfully stolen from one of the fallen theocracies, to the tree and set it off. Millions wept when they saw the doomsday shine absorb the tree. Millions more, across their dragon and Stark-given smartphones, cheered when they saw the explosion being literally absorbed by the tree. Then the cheers died down. It was clear what would happen next. We, King Doom of Latveria, declare the start of the Third World War. Let the fight for the future begin. His voice echoed with a coldness that froze the wills of the weak. And with his declaration, portals opened around the tree and his Latverian forces marched onto the massive roots to lay claim to it. Ever since that day, there's been at least one nuclear detonation in the South Pacific. The current leader being Latveria, who got ahead, closely followed by the USA, which was the least affected of the superpowers during the event. But even with its clear advantage, Latveria was not lofty. Because their territory was sieged by the surrounding countries. So in a way, with the USA having no direct enemies in their home ground, America was doing better. At least there was a clear accord of not dropping H-bombs in any other place but the South Pacific, and, if they were crazy enough, Nazca. From a different perspective, World War III was the deadliest, most lethal war so far, but the cleanest, since even the downed vessels were eaten by the roots of the tree. It was the perfect recycling machine. A world with an ongoing famine, global famine, and a thermonuclear war, that's what awaited Aragorn when he returned. What a mess. And you said you were expecting something like this? Madeline asked, sitting behind the crown of horns with Seraph. Yes, I actually wanted it to happen, Aragorn spoke in their minds. I think the appropriate term is needed, Father. It's the best stage to grant achievements to the future Emperor of humanity. Seraph replied. That was Victor Von Doom, right? Madeline asked, the glow of a distant explosion casting an ethereal sheen on her. Yes, he is the most appropriate candidate. Indeed, King Doom also appears as the logical option in my probability modules, even Spark supported this. Seraph nodded. You both seem to like him very much. Madeline commented. Not really, no. That man is not a good person, but he is astonishingly appropriate for the position, like he was born and raised for it. But, according to Spark, Father's morals only care for the pure souls and the fluff, so you can't expect us to select the most moral of candidates, can you? Seraph added. Family, pure souls, the fluff, the shine, and you, Aragorn said while sharing love with Seraph. He. Seraph relished in the overbearing warmth of his love. What now? Do we make our presence known? Madeline asked. No, I can't fix space on my own. I could, but the easiest path is to use the space, time, and power stones. Aragorn flapped his wings and suddenly they all appeared above the lake the crystal overlooked. I can't get used to you moving space instead of moving through space. Madeline complained, a hand on her forehead. You get used to it. Seraph said. Aragorn shifted to his humanoid form and they all flew to the crystal. Master Chief. A palm-size Spark appeared out of a palm-size warp-hole. Hello, Spark. I missed you. I have a lot of memories to share later. Aragorn spoke using his telekinesis, brought Spark to his hand, and petted it. I see some changes. Is the divine gene-like woman Madeline Pryor? Spark asked. Yes, you can give her the same clearance as the rest. Aragorn instructed. Roger that. Are you here to drop her off or are you planning to fix the damaged space? Both. Also, did you see the damage dealt to Jupiter and Saturn? Aragorn asked. I couldn't, the warping and rendered space didn't allow for any of my deep scans to peer through. Well, it's terrible. Saturn lost about 60% of its mass, and Jupiter is down to its solid core. Any other celestial object in the solar system barring the sun and the moon was lost. That's problematic. Will you use the time stone to fix the damage? Spark pondered. No, it's not exactly cost-efficient, with the goblin force having messed with the time-space mesh. We will have to replace them, probably. Aragorn replied. Then I suggest we ask King Doom since most planets served no purpose other than future resource points. Spark. It's a shame about the vibranium in the asteroid belt, though. Seraph interjected. It is as my little sister says, that's a shame. While discussing the damage and possible repair options, they made it to the core of Halo, under the crystal. There were multiple beds with tails and ears resting in the large room. At the center, Emma was holding the space stone, her eyes lit with relief when she saw Aragorn. With a move that conveyed how done she was with the space trinket, she shot the stone like a professional baseball player at Aragorn. I'm tired of this thing. She exhaled. How very unqueenly of you. Aragorn said, stopping the space stone in midair. I haven't done anything very queenly in the past 6 months. I can't reach Nirn, my poor princess cub must be having a hard time running the planet all by herself. Emma said, lying down in one of the nearby beds. Isn't Carol with her? Aragorn asked. Yeah, but have you seen that woman run a country? Emma sometimes wondered if Carol could do anything but run through spaceships. Ah. Poor Mindy had to step up as a queen at such a young age. Aragorn lamented as he approached Emma and tackled her in a hug down the bed. I miss you too, Aragorn. What's with this flame? Can I touch it? Emma asked, freeing one of her arms from the bear hug and reaching for the flame between his horns. Sure. Can you see this? He asked, pointing at his third eye. Your forehead. Emma asked, her hand basking in the warmth of the flame. Maybe only the divine and the above can see it. Madeline commented. Am I missing something? Emma asked. Father is supposed to have a third eye, or so Mother told me, but I couldn't see it either. Seraph said. Eh? Did Nuna send you a memory while we were in her realm? I didn't notice. Aragorn asked, blinking his eyes. I borrowed one of her authorities to inspect souls. I wanted to take a look at mine and Spark's. Seraph said, implying she had a separate non-psionic channel to death. So that's what you were doing in her castle. Aragorn had been wondering about that. Hello, Aragorn. A voice talked from the door of the room. My chocolate goddess, I missed you. Aragorn blinked to Gia and lifted her in a hug from under her buttocks. I was worried sick, love. Gia bent down and hugged his head into her bosom, taking care of not poking her head with his horns. His flame passed through her as if it wasn't in the material plane. Sorry, I took longer than expected. I had a slight misunderstanding with the void. At last, I'm back. Aragorn breathed in her scent and projected his love to her. It gladdens me that you've returned. Especially since it was hurting me to see these girls and James caught in this unending cycle. Gia motioned to the unconscious body sleeping in the bed spread across the room. Yeah, I should fix that. Seraph, can you return my surface self? He moved to his daughter while summoning the power and time stones. Sure. She sank her head into her abdomen and retrieved his heart. Upon receiving it, Aragorn noticed something unusual in his mindscape. The surface self, which was an artificial personality he created, took root and now was a real part of his selves. Meaning that he no longer had to leave it behind if he chose to blow up his mind, it was now permanent. This is new. Yeah, me being here was already strange. Tell me about it. Do I know how strange it feels to suddenly gain a soul? The Lucian self, core self, and surface self said respectively. #####. It's going to take me a while to decipher what void self said. I'll get to it. Then I'll start working on figuring out what paradoxical existence implies, though I still haven't finished processing the memories of the void. %##. Question mark. Oh. Void self is helping me with the memories, I just felt it. That's possibly useful. Leave my daily lives to me. I'll go fix space. Spark, get ready for the incoming spam of communications from the various intergalactic empires. Aragorn said before vanishing. Always busy. Madeline said. Isn't Father mostly lazy? I'm pretty sure he is only busy during crises, usually what he does is for fun. Seraph looked at Madeline and questioned. Eh? Really? Madeline remembered the always busy Lucian analyzing everything her eyes gazed upon. Maybe you should tell us more about what you've experienced. Gia said, curiously gazing at Madeline. Hello, ma'am. My name is Madeline Draconisfilia, nice to meet you. Madeline said, introducing herself with the last name Aragorn had mentioned. You can call me Gia. I guess I should introduce myself as the head of our budding pantheon. Gia smiled, reminiscing the times during her early years when she led several pantheons under different identities. Led by Seraph, they walked upstairs to allow Emma and the others to rest. Triskelion, Washington, D.C., with all due respect, council members. But what you're asking me is simply not possible for the single most undeniable truth. Aragorn doesn't think well of you, and that's putting it impossibly nicely. Fury tried to lessen the scorn and schadenfreude from his expression. Luckily the years of spy training and the eye patch helped. Fury, this war is helping no one, he has the power to stop it. Chow Yen said. Sir, even if you say so, Abner will just tell you to stop it yourself since you started it. His words, not mine. Fury said, he was just a tiny bit nicer to Chow Yen since he wasn't Hydra as far as they confirmed. Do we have to personally ask him ourselves? Pamela Hawley asked. Excuse me, ma'am, isn't the council avoiding Abner on account of being unable to block his telepathy so far? Has that policy changed? Fury asked, wide-eyed. This war has made me realize that some risk-taking might be needed. There's also the undeniable truth that we can't keep having an antagonizing relationship with Abner, not when his companies and Stark Industries are of vital importance to the world. She said. Last I heard, for next year's Peace Nobel Prize they both are being considered as viable candidates due to their contributions to humanitarian aid. Jakuna Singh added. That doesn't change the fact that we can't approach Abner until we find a way to shield our minds. It's part of our job description to handle information of a certain level responsibly. Pierce countered. I don't think Abner would publicly agree to transfer the authority of the Second World Tree to the Council even if you personally request it. Fury said. Could you interject for us, on account of world peace? Chow Yen asked. Sir, that's not the kind of pull I have on Abner. You should be talking to Jean Grey or his daughter, but he's been plenty clear about what would happen if the WSC approached either of the girls. Fury reminded them. As if having my wife kidnapped wasn't enough. He even had the gall to return her and say he found her on the streets. Pierce looked as if he was about to cough up blood and demand the crippling of a brat. That's because your bitch was in heat when she met Spark, Fury thought as he remembered how that lady was throwing herself into Spark's arms. Fury, he suddenly heard Spark's voice in his head. Where's the crisis? Fury asked. Contrary to his alarmism, his tone was relaxed, as if it were just another Friday. No crisis. The Master Chief has returned, he is about to fix the damage dealt to the surrounding space. That's one damned big crisis if you ask me. I don't see how that's a crisis. The Master Chief is about to fix some of our immediate problems. Isn't that normally considered good? Not when the flamboyant dragon god is the one doing it, or goddess Gia for that matter. Ah, I see, you're still butthurt about the show the two of them put on during the Green Door crisis. Damn right, I am. Butthurt all the way to my scalp. I understand that this last time it was inevitable, with the sudden appearance of the cosmic terror and all of that, but that one time they went at it with the subtlety of Fury was experiencing a lack of vocabulary. A flamboyant dragon god and Earth's mother goddess. I don't see the problem, Spark. That's precisely my point. I bet he is going to fix space in the flashiest of ways possible. I can't deny nor confirm that. Motherfucker. That's what I'm saying. He also asked me to set up a press conference to address the issue of responsibility, Spark added. Responsibility? Didn't he take out the cosmic terror with him? Wait. Don't tell me he is planning to hold the devil accountable during a press conference, right? No, Director. The devil is too mystical and legendary of a figure to be held accountable. The Master Chief is planning to lay on blame on one Nathaniel Essex. How? Didn't Blue say that he had too many clones to fully get rid of the cockroach bastard? Yes, Seraph is right, but he left traces of his soul, though I don't think he knew he did. Soul traces. Explain. The Pandemonium Cube was handed to him by the Ghost Rider, but the Ghost Rider was acting as the legal representative of Mephistopheles, which means that a deal had to be sealed between the two parties. I don't know about how much legality it can be found in the dealings of the devil, but go on. The short story is that there were traces of Essex's soul in Mephistopheles because they sealed a deal, the one that landed the cube in Essex's grasp. So when the Master Chief was getting rid of the Council of Red he found these traces. A part of me is happy about getting rid of the cockroach bastard, another is terrified of the upcoming press conference. Don't worry, Director. We can always turn back time if something doesn't work out. That's not helping and you know it, pervert robot. Have a fruitful meeting, Director. The attendees chose not to comment. I believe the WSC has better chances of securing control by allying with Latveria. Fury suggested. Latveria. That arrogant man would rather ally himself with Abner than us if things get to the point of needing an ally. Pierce angrily mouthed. Hold on, Pierce. Let's not readily dismiss the option. Why do you suggest Victor Von Doom, Director Fury? Pamela Hawley asked. Although they can't be called friends, Abner and King Doom hold each other in high regard. Fury replied. But is it a closer connection than yours? Pamela Hawley questioned. No, ma'am. But King Doom can offer benefits that my position as director of S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot. Fury implied that, on a personal level, Abner stood to gain more from aligning with the king than with the director of a spy agency. Such as? She asked. The type that we can't put on record. Of course, this is in the scenario where King Doom has something that Abner can't obtain. While Fury's arguments may hold some truth, this was all with the objective of swaying the WSC to Doom's side. Your suggestion holds some validity. When it looked like Pierce was about to accept, sirens started blaring all around the Triskelion. And not just there, but all around the world, through news channels, smartphones, computers, tablets, presidential palaces, security agencies' headquarters, TV, radio, sorcerers' towers, the sanctums, and more. When Spark switched the Buckyball's shielding with the Space Stone made powered one, there was a change in the skies of the world. The original Buckyball shield that many had grown accustomed to cast a permanent aurora in the sky. Whether it was day or night, the blue-green-red aurora was there, ever present. But when it was switched with the space isolation shield of the Space Stone, the skies changed. The new shielding did little to hide the ugly truth outside the confines of Earth's gravity well. For instance, it was common to see the reflection of the other side of the planet in the sky due to the warping of space. So, at midday, you could see patches with visible stars, or at midnight, you could see patches of bright blue sky among the stars. This was not all, the stars appeared to have changed positions even in the parts where they were visible. This was because space was bent in certain locations and the curvature of space would create the illusion of displacing the stars. It was also normal to locate patches of absolute darkness in the sky. But now, the skies on both hemispheres of the planet could see a massive golden cosmo with two white slits. The slits moved in tandem like eyes, because that's what they were, and slowly they appeared to be either moving away or shrinking. They shrunk, and shrunk until the gargantuan shape of Lord Alduin could be spotted. Then he disappeared, and those with enough composure realized that the skies were back to normal. Agent Hill! Fury shouted. The door to the room opened and Maria Hill walked through. Director Fury. She said. Patch through my screen the feed to the Arbor Mundi. He commanded with urgency. Maria Hill hurriedly exited the room and a few seconds later the WSC and Fury were seeing as Lord Alduin shapeshifted into an eastern dragon and wrapped himself around the trunk of the Arbor Mundi. His horns shined for a second and then Aragorn Abner was summoned. The two appeared static for a second or two and then Aragorn Abner disappeared. I need a transcript of that conversation, Fury. Pierce demanded as they saw the dragon settle into its usual slumber. Bitch, please. I'll get you a transcript so fabricated that not even Aragorn would know what was the original conversation he was supposed to have between himself and him. Right away, Secretary Pierce. Fury exclaimed, full of patriotism and superspiness, and exited the room, supposedly to work on the task. What a mess. It had been previously evaluated. I know, but it's strange to see the solar system missing most of its planets. It's possible to steal the celestial bodies it's missing and replace the damaged ones with the ones of other realities. That's not a bad idea. Maybe I can take some from a reality with a solar system that's about to face destruction. You should focus on locating the target. I know, that's what I'm doing, it's just that the state of the solar system distracted me. I don't believe we added ADHD to our settings when core self, was creating surface self's personality. Core self, core self, didn't account for the effect these all-seeing eyes would have on my curiosity. It's understandable, when all is visible it's hard not to get distracted. I'll get to it now. Sopra Icle, Anchor Pusu, above the skies, even higher, Aragorn floated facing America, from the frozen norths to the frozen souths. He swung the blade of his tail across his view and the space and soul stones appeared. Dolce cantai di fancial bestia, sweet songs of beast girls. Aragorn focused on the traces of Essex's soul he had found in Mephistopheles and the cube. He focused on the personal impression Madeline had of him. The white flame softly dancing between his horns gave birth to two equally white embers. Che di Monte fin quagiu, that from the mountains down to here. Aragorn sharpened his will and communicated with two infinity gems. The two embers grew into white flames of their own, dancing slowly at the melody of the song. Aragorn was infusing them with his magic. Portan joya ai debili, they bring joy to the weak. Aragorn felt the protoconscience in the stones accept his commands eagerly to paint reality with their colors. The two flames flattened and hollowed out, creating two flaming halos of white fire. Gloria, Aragorn made the halos sink down the atmosphere, all the way to the ground level, going further below, piercing the crust, then the mantle, followed by the outer core and finally the inner core. The halos moved through the immaterial place. A lui nel alto de cieli, to him in the highest, he willed the stones to pollute the halos with their authorities. Slowly, one halo turned amber, the other turned blue. Gloria, he fed the halos the needed energy. With a pulse, the two halos grew factorially, until they became visible walls of harmless fire on the surface. Panic ensued. One halo aligning with the equator, and the other with the Greenwich meridian. Both started to sweep through the surface of the planet, one from north to south, the other from west to east. A lui nel alto dei cieli, to him in the highest, and so Aragorn concluded the first part of the spell. He observed as the two halos scanned the entire planetary surface. What are you doing? Hello, Phoenix. I missed you. I didn't. I imagined. I'm locating a guy who has caused us some problems. No, I understood that. Why are you singing? It's a personal experiment. I created a temporary self within my mind that recognized the meaning of the words I just sung differently than the standard meaning. Why? I was wondering if it was possible to cast while using words with established meanings but understanding them differently. Was it wise to try that while using the Infinity Gems as a medium? It's all right, no irreparable damage would have happened. I see, Phoenix said and prepared to leave his mindscape. She just dropped by because her avatar was insisting on reopening the psionic link she shared with Aragorn. Please tell Jean to come if she wants to witness the death of Essex. So that's who you're hunting. I'll bring her. There was an uncanny and vicious energy in her voice. Aragorn felt her leave his mindscape and sent a summoning message to Madeline. Barely a minute later, Madeline walked out of a portal. So it's finally time, huh? She asked, using her divinity to talk in the vacuum. Yes, have you figured out what will you do to it? Aragorn spoke by creating sound with small gravitational waves. I was having a hard time finding the drive to care enough about Essex to hate him. It was hard because now I can't see him as anything else other than a despicable insect trying to play God. So pathetic I stopped caring somewhere along my life. Please don't tell me you want to grant it a quick death. I won't allow it. Aragorn said with a deadpan. Meh, I just don't care enough to hate him. It's mostly about closure, and Sahara asked me to leave it to you, something about knowing you well enough to know that she can't even imagine what's the worst you could do. Madeline grinned. Such a wise sister you've got there. The crimson in his eyes matched his predatory smile. I'm here. Jean said, appearing in a bright flash of flames, using her avatar authority to talk in the vacuum. Huh, she fell silent after recognizing Madeline. She feels disappointed, Madeline commented in Aragorn's mind. It's not about what you're imagining, she doesn't care about you being her clone, Aragorn clarified. Really? I don't suppose you would want to be my little sister, would you? Jean asked, sullenly, after getting a read of Madeline's soul's age. Huh. Now it was Madeline's turn to be left dumbfounded. I told you. Aragorn's tail waved across his view and a paleman appeared, trapped in a spatial bubble. Aragorn gave him no time to talk and proceeded to knock him out through the power of the soul stone. He read his disgusting memories and examined the soul traces of souls similar to his. More spatial bubbles appeared and he repeated the same ritual. Knock them out with the soul equivalent of a concussion blast, read its foul mind, inspect its soul traces, and then summon the clones related to it. This shitstain had nothing better to do other than cloning himself, did he? Jean cursed. Little sister, what a foul mouth you have, maybe some discipline is in order. Madeline smiled all motherly at her Jean donor. Hey. I'm the original here, the older sister. Time void traveling shenanigans be damned. Are you sure you want a millennia-old goddess like me to call you big sister? Have you no shame, littlest sister? I'll tell Phoenix to run me through a few millennia worth of memories. Then you'll have no choice but to call me big sister. Can't you just call each other sister and leave it at that? Aragorn asked, more than 1,000 knocked-out clones floating behind him. Wow. When did so many accumulate? Jean exclaimed. Maybe he was indeed a pest. Madeline added. Essex was definitely a pest. Jean affirmed. No, I mean like how pests reproduce abnormally fast. Madeline explained. Yeah, you're right. Though this pest did have about 2 centuries to propagate. Jean nodded, running some equations of nativity projection in her mind. Don't get too surprised, I'm not done. Aragorn said, receiving another batch of clones. Which is the original? Madeline inquired. They don't know, but we should be able to tell which one is the oldest soul at the end, you should be able to see that. Aragorn gave her a somewhat mocking grin. Hey. Get off my case, I can't see their souls because of that bubble. Madeline cried in fake outrage. You can see souls as well? Jean asked, enthusiastic about sharing more similarities with her little sister. Yes. I'm a goddess of souls, but a total newbie at it. Madeline said, somewhat embarrassed under the shine of Jean's green draconic eyes. That's cool. I've been learning about souls from Phoenix, I can teach you what I know. It was apparent that Jean was excited about gaining another sister. Maybe it was because Xavier and her parents cut her off completely from her older sisters. That would be lovely, sister. Little sister, Madeline said in her mind. Nice. Jean's smile was as sweet as honey. By the way, what are we doing with them? Jean asked Aragorn. Madeline is not very thrilled about dispensing pain, what do you want to do with them? Aragorn asked, since they were the most immediate victims he cared about, he thought it was fair to leave it in their hands. I kinda stopped caring about him when I realized how small he was. She brought a finger to her chin, striking a thoughtful pose. I think I will leave them in your hands, Aragorn. Jean concluded, pleased with herself. You as well. Why? Aragorn was curious about why Sahara and Jean would both reach the same conclusion. That's obvious. You're cruel and vicious to those you hate, far beyond anything I could ever muster. So who better to be the executioner than the cruelest one I know? She said such an awful thing while perching herself around Aragorn's neck and planting a welcoming kiss on his cheek. I'll take it as a compliment. Aragorn used his tail to hug Jean tighter to his back. It took a few more minutes for Aragorn to dig the last cockroach out of its hiding burrow. During this time, the world was panicking, Jean was happily exploring his mindscape, Madeline took this as a sister-bonding activity and gave her a guided tour, and Fury was getting fed up more and more with each time a wall of amber or blue flames engulfed him. The maid in Halo, the ones awake, and Gia were enjoying the light show, the Inhumans were having almost as much panic as the humans, and the Watcher was watching. This dragon knows no subtlety. The Watcher shook his head in disapproval. The panic was pervasive enough to pause the ongoing war. Globally, there was this shared sense of PTSD whenever something huge happened. But finally, Aragorn was done, with the last sweep, the last Essex was uprooted. Spark. Aragorn said. Master Chief. Spark replied from Jean's P-Link. I'll have Jean share some memories with you, coordinate with Seraph, Daybreak, and Fury to take care and clean up the mess these cockroaches left behind. Acknowledged. Spark replied. So. What about you, sisters? Aragorn's red eyes locked on their green and white ones. Madeline and Jean looked at each other and reached an unspoken agreement. We'll watch you do your thing. Madeline said. Though I don't know how much I could stomach, I'll try. Jean grimaced, she knew how brutal Aragorn could be. Okay, but first let's take care of a time bomb this thing left behind, literally a time bomb. Aragorn said, displeased, and then warped them to an underground lab in New Jersey. The lab was a child born between scientific genius, transhuman biology, and lunacy. Clear tanks with all sorts of specimens, biomechanical tentacles automatically carrying samples, waste, vat tanks, corpses, pieces of bodies, and many other manner of horrors that made Aragorn regret having his eyes. What in the fuck is this? Surprisingly, it was Madeline the one who swore. Sister, weren't you raised in a place like this? Jean asked, bringing a hand to cover her nose, a futile attempt to protect herself from the stench. No, it was nothing as nightmarish as this. Madeline denied. Essex was a genius in many fields, including human psychology. He had different sites for different purposes. The place you were raised was a nursery, more specifically J.G. Nursery 13. This place is one of his personal bases, though this one in particular has a special significance. Aragorn recounted what he had read in the Essex's memories. You mean to tell us that there were at least 13 nurseries dedicated to my DNA? Jean recoiled at the affront to her persona. No, there were 3 nurseries dedicated to producing a successful clone that overcame cellular degradation, there were other nurseries dedicated to Scott Summers, to his marauders, and the vast majority to himself. Aragorn led them deeper into the Mad Lab nightmare hole. I don't believe I met any other sisters during my childhood. Madeline said. No, he was a perfectionist, you were the culmination of it. Aragorn rewatched the memories of the thousands of failed Jean Grey clones going through recycling, a process as gory as imaginable. I don't follow, if he was such a genius geneticist and he wanted my and Scott's child, why didn't he just make one? In Jean's eyes, he had all the puzzle pieces, so why not complete it? He did try. It's part of why he matured Madeline, he wanted her eggs. But that didn't work out exactly, the DNA wasn't exactly pure enough to call the child a descendant of Summers and yours, and the DNA was degenerating faster than calculated, so he had to mix some third party's DNA. Wait. The child. There's a child. Both sisters interrupted Aragorn's explanation when they had enough time to process what he was saying. Yes, a boy. You can meet him after Seraph and her team bring him to Halo. Aragorn nodded. Is he mine, then? Madeline asked. I wouldn't say so, if you do a conventional DNA test it might even come out inconclusive, that's how degraded the DNA was during the zygote stage. Though the child would match closer to Summers. Why is that? Shouldn't it be inconclusive as well? Jean asked. Because the third-party DNA used was Alexander Summers. Alexander Summers? Who's that? Jean asked. She could tell the man was supposed to be related to Scott, but she didn't know how. It's no surprise that you don't know him. That's the name of Scott's older brother. He died in a mission shortly after Xavier's team clashed with Eric during the Cuban Missiles Crisis. A scheme of this cockroach to secure fresh Summers' DNA. Aragorn brought them to a room filled with clones of Moira MacTaggert floating in tanks filled with an amber liquid. What? Jean asked, surprised and confused. If Scott had a dead brother, she would know about it, everyone would. Given his previous personality, he would have loudly proclaimed how much of a victim he was and how much pity she should have for him. Who is this woman? Madeline was surprised by the clones. They were awake, but could not do much aside from flail in the vat tank. In their eyes, she could see both despair and hope, probably about the strangers that walked into the room where previously only Essex himself was allowed. Xavier wiped the memories of the survivors, so by the time he picked you up no one talked about an Alexander Summers they didn't remember. Mr. McCoy should remember if you want to unearth the memory from him. Aragorn calmly said. The professor was more scummy than I ever gave him credit for. Jean murmured. You don't say, not even Scott remembers his brother. Aragorn agreed. And this, my dear goddessling, is the Moira engine. It was operational up until my arrival in this universe. Aragorn declared. I can't make anything out of that name. Madeline said. It's easier if you read their memories, you both should. It will be a pedagogic experience about the depths of broken shit like Essex would seek to reach its dream. Aragorn moved to a control panel and started typing. Ugh, typing, so barbaric. Not without before complaining. The psionic sisters each walked to a clone and carefully started to invade the minds of the Moira clones. Moira MacTaggert was a peculiar mutant, even among mutants. So peculiar that classifying her power level was complicated, was a mutant capable of destroying entire timelines and resetting them, an Omega-level mutant. It sounds similar to a return-by-death type of power, no. She dies, takes the timeline with her, and restarts. The ultimate reset button. Given the nature of her abilities, this was supposed to be a secret. Unless someone purposely looked around the deepest parts of her mind, no one would be able to discover a secret. As long as she's not actively thinking about it, her surface thoughts would not out her. Reality is often contradictory to expectations. In 1962, during the Cuban Missiles Crisis, she met Xavier and an Essex-provided clone of Sebastian Shaw. She was mind-wiped by her crush and Essex took an interest in her after observing her through the clone. It was just a small interest, barely a side thought, but Essex was already acquiring the sample known as Alexander Summers. Why not take a peek at her while at it? So he did and discovered memories of different timelines, about 3 of them. That's how Essex came upon the universal reset button. But Essex was not about to add her mutation to his body. What would the purpose be? Dying and restarting over. A power so uncontrollable was not suitable for him. Luckily he did not need the power. He created the Moira engine. Why go through the alternate timeline when Moira could go through it for you? Sinister created an entire farm of Moira clones at different ages, with their X gene activated at specific points in time. Clones and the X gene were his thing, so this was simple enough. Upon suffering a setback to his plans, he would download the knowledge from his brain directly into a suitable clone, then kill it, thus eliminating the entire timeline and sending the clone's consciousness back into the past at the moment of its birth. After that, he simply reads the information from the clone's mind and voila, were it not for the complexity of Moira's mutation and the inability to use a clone more than 10 times, he would have a bootleg version of nigh omniscience. This worked for about 3 decades, but even to him, there were futures he could not see because the Moiras would die before they knew it. But setbacks were acceptable. The end of the world would simply appear as a slight delay to him. Yet, it all came down crashing in 1997, all of a sudden the clones started to disappear upon activation. It was as if instead of resetting the timeline they were hopping timelines, at least that's what the tachyon readings implied. Rage, hysteria, alarm, hate, and despair couldn't begin to describe what Sinister felt. About 87 clones of himself died to his rampage that day. After his tantrum, he hypothesized that something must have changed in the present that blocked the future. So he began to scour the planet to locate what could have been powerful enough to lock the future. It was only with the help of his trusty pal, whether willingly or unwillingly, Xavier, that he discovered what changed, what was new, and so Essex's abhorrence for Aragorn began. But he couldn't get rid of Aragorn, he didn't have the power to do it, and somehow he kept getting rid of his capable pawns, Scott Summers, Jean Grey, Remy LeBeau, Xavier, and more, and these were only the ones he somewhat directly dealt with. His daughter and her paramilitary group of mutants started to get rid of labs he had hidden in Hydra. Everything was falling apart, and in his despair, a sulfur-tainted hand reached for him. He accepted the deal, got the Pandemonium Cube in his possession, and the rest is history. Asterisk Bluarg, Jean keeled over and vomited her insides. Tears evaporated as her form shifted to her cosmic fire state, matter disintegrated as it mixed with the fire, a psionic wave surged from the poor thing and Aragorn had to absorb it. I don't want to see more. Madeline calmly voiced out and reached to her lit aflame sister. The fire harmlessly enshrouded her. She lifted Jean in a princess carry and tried to help her through her empathy. You can deal with that thing, please make it suffer. Can you send us back? Madeline asked, Jean quietly sobbing in her arms. Aragorn waved his tail and warped them to Jean's room in the crystal. It's understandable. Watching what yourself had to suffer through in different timelines is not pretty. Aragorn said. It was needed, she forgot she promised to get rid of her tormentor in the shadows. You provide her with too much a comfortable life, it's easy to lose your drive when you get babied that much. Please, I don't think this universe can brave another crisis to build character growth in my Firebird. You know it's not that. She feels safe with you, too safe. Send her to the Shi'ar promptly. Just hold it in for a couple of months, I plan to jump to the past of another reality soon enough, and that should give her the challenges you deem necessary, Phoenix. I won't allow you to break my Firebird under the excuse of character growth. She is mine before she's yours. Sheismi. Aragorn spoke. She is mine. Yours. Don't misunderstand, Aragorn. Jean is my avatar, as it is in this reality and in infinite realities, mine or no one's. Don't brush over how many genes you break in your pursuit of her. I taught her, I raised her, I trained her, I healed her, I fed her, I supported her, and I love her hence she's mine, Aragorn declared. Love / mine. Have it your way, but she will deal with the Shi'ar immediately after, whether you want it or not. With a flap of her fire wings, she returned to the astral plane, to observe and judge. Aragorn sighed, an action he carried over from his human days, and moved to disable the time bomb Essex left, and to erase the clones. Why erase? Because these clones were closer to the mentality of Moira, 616, these clones were mutant-hating machines. This was not the only place this was happening. Spark sent a multitude of replicas of himself to different black sites across the globe to deactivate the milliards of last resorts Essex left behind in case of his death. Seraph mobilized Daybreak to rescue clones and the kidnapped mutants, Fury moved in tandem, and battles broke out in different locations as Essex's subordinates resisted the inevitable. After Madeline explained what happened to those awake in the crystal, the maids eagerly joined the purge. Some bases were in remote enough locations to allow for subtlety, some others were in urban centers populated enough to allow for cameras to get footage of the commotions. Multiple bases were conjoined operations, of course, noble names such as Hydra, AIM, UN, and the USA military, were some of those included in these conjoined operations. It was a blitzkrieg that even required the mobilization of Krakoa's armed forces, and Aragorn had to move after dealing with the time bomb. Nondescript location, Arizona. So this is where this place was located. The facility has eluded me, us, for years now. It's interesting how Essex's downfall is helping the world in more ways than one. Though it's a shame that Sublime had already vacated the lab they shared. Maybe the bacteria has a form of cosmic sense that alerted it about the possible dangers. Like the spider sense. But something more subtle, like a form of instinct born out of its accumulated influence in billions of humans. Like collecting data from the sensorial input of all its carriers. Then using his influence in the carriers to process this info, henceforth acquiring this spider sense. I will try to jump back in time and see if it ever personally visited the lab or if it did so through one of its you're correct, no matter how unkillable the bacteria is, once we find it at any given point in time we can use the soul stone to mark its soul. Then we just need to return to the present and locate the beacon. I'll prepare some countermeasures, just in case. Caution is rewarded or unneeded, never wasted. Aragorn finished thinking, or talking with himself, both meaning the same after he acquired his concept, and waved his tail. A huge visible psionic sphere imprisoned the facility. He gestured with his hands and magic circles covered the sphere, locking space. He softly landed just outside the perimeter of the military base. Military base, because that's what the facility was in this universe. A private endeavor backed by the military. Given that he was publicly operating as Aragorn Abner, he couldn't fly in void breath first. At least he had to give that impression that he followed the law. He had enough pull to disregard most laws, but part of his good reputation was his image, the image of Aragorn Abner. Maybe in these cases, it would not be such a bad idea to wear a mask. I agree, wearing a costume to hide myself, ourself, could be beneficial. Then again, we would not put up with it for much longer. I don't want to hide myself on account of the sensibilities of humans. It's enough that we follow their flimsy laws. With a few clanks, several spotlights landed on Aragorn. No one shouted something idiotic like, "Identify yourself," These days his appearance was enough for even the most naive kid to identify him. Mr. Abner, my superior will be here in a moment, please patiently wait for a moment. I apologize for not offering a room for your waiting, but this base is not the type that receives guests. A soldier said from behind a metallic fence. It's not a problem, soldier. Aragorn replied. Aragorn crossed his legs in a lotus position and used his tail's blade as the sole support of his body. Minutes passed, and it was not because they were pulling a power play on him and were forcing him to await. No, minutes passed because they were in a state of utter panic in the facility. They had a mutant they had borrowed from a certain lab, obviously a Hydra lab, that could open temporary warp holes, but it wasn't working. In the distance, by the backside of the facility, suspicious explosions could be heard. They were trying to open a hole in the barrier. 1 hour went by, and Aragorn was now playing poker with the soldiers manning the main gate. He had brought out some jerky and orange juice to share with the soldiers. Initially, there were some doubts and concerns about following orders and such, but when Aragorn opened a spatial window to show them that their superiors were in a frenzy trying to escape, they realized something was wrong. Sir, if it's not a problem to ask, what's inside the base? One of the younger soldiers asked. Private Ellis, I'm guessing you connected the dots and realized this is a less-than-legal facility, right? Aragorn asked. Private Ellis and his team nodded. The good news is that this was sanctioned by the USA Army, so your positions are not at risk. You were following orders, were you not? Once more they all nodded. The bad news is that this was a sanctioned operation by the USA Army. This means that they might silence you if you know too much, so I don't think you want me to answer your previous question, do you? They shook their head rapidly. I imagined, don't worry, someone from outside will soon arrive to deal with the situation. The scum inside won't ever willingly grant me entry, they know what would happen. Part of the reason they're panicking so much is that Aragorn is also covering the guinea pigs and equipment with barriers, so they know he is aware of what's going on inside the base. Aragorn was enjoying their despair as they tried multiple times to water their computers or burn the physical records. They even tried to bring the test subjects out of their prison to use them as hostages, but the doors wouldn't open. Sir, this jerky, is it some of that rich people's stuff that the average Joe can't find in the local store? I don't think I have ever tasted a jerky like this. Another soldier asked, trying to shift the conversation topic to something else. Anything else? Sort of, I made it myself, so you could technically say that only rich people have access to it since only I have access to it and I'm a bazillionaire. Sir, do bazillionaires make their own jerky? I thought you had them made girls for that. A corporal asked. He was the leader of the team manning the main gate for this shift. Corporal Dosek, I think it's more of a me thing. Aragorn brought out an orange, pepper, cayenne, basil, salt, a somewhat thin cut of beef, and some with chips. I was playing with my powers. The ingredients floated in the air and disassembled, they mixed appropriately and then he passed them through a heat wall and the beef lost its humidity. Last, to add that smoky flavor, you burned some of these with chips. Aragorn did as he said and the outcome was jerky, the type that normally couldn't be cooked the way he did but worked out, nevertheless. Sir, I believe this was not a gazillionaire thing, as you said, I think this was some magician or mutant stuff right there. Private Ellis remarked in surprise. It's good practice for control of your powers, but I can tell none of you have powers, otherwise you wouldn't be outside of this base. Aragorn's words made them all gulp down something cold and terrible down their throats. They were smart enough to understand what Aragorn was implying. Another hour passed, and Aragorn made an opening in the barrier to allow for the backup to enter. In a convoy, the backup arrived. The soldiers tensed up and returned to their post and awaited the orders of whoever descended the escorted Humvee. A gray-haired, stern-looking old man with a mustache, dressed in green camo, stepped down from the Humvee. Mr. Abner, what a surprise. He said, loading his voice with as much displeasure as his manners allowed him without being disrespectful. Ross, did you fly from Los Diablos missile base just to meet me? Should I be honored? Aragorn asked, his face a mask of impassiveness. For you, Mr. Abner, the men of the century, I believe even the POTUS was considering flying here. Please Ross, there's no need for ploys here, we both know the president doesn't know what's under that base. Aragorn pointed with his tail behind him. Ross chose to remain in silence. I thought so. In fact, I believe even you don't know what's in that base, do you? Aragorn asked. He didn't need his all-seeing eyes to read him, nor his psionic powers, it was clear as day, he didn't know. What are you doing here, Mr. Abner? Setting that barrier up, flying all the way from NJ over restricted space at supersonic speeds, this doesn't look good, and you know I can't allow you access inside that base. Really? Not even if I say I'm here under the orders of Lord Alduin. No, not even then. He said so, but he flinched, he knew this wasn't good news when Aragorn mentioned the dragon. Are you sure? You could grant me access and then we could both part in our ways happily. Is that a threat, Mr. Abner? No, never. I wouldn't threaten you, never, Ross. Aragorn said, and he meant it, he wouldn't threaten Ross, he would simply act. Then what is your next move, Mr. Abner? Ross asked, knowing there was something more else coming. Since you couldn't grant me access, I'll go. Aragorn said with his stone face mask. You will. Ross had a gut feeling that things were not that simple. Of course. Aragorn faded the barrier away from sight, it was still there but they couldn't see it. You wanted me to leave, so I will leave. I'm a citizen of the United States of America, I would never disobey orders from a general such as yourself, right? Civilians don't oppose the military, that's a crime. Aragorn floated closer to Ross and extended his hand for a handshake. Ross looked at him suspiciously but in the end relented and shook Aragorn's hand, and in doing so he signed his death, though he would know later, a few weeks later. Aragorn then disappeared, as if he had just teleported. Ross was in deep thought, reviewing Aragorn's words for a few seconds after he disappeared. Then everything shook. The base was uprooted from under its foundations. Abner. Ross shouted, but there was no response, at least not the response he was expecting. Oh, General. Are you looking for father? But you've just sent him away, haven't you? An annoyingly sweet and smug voice echoed from all directions around him. Seraph Abner. What are you doing? He shouted after spotting her floating not so far away from the uprooted base. Diplomatic immunity. She said, a mocking grin smugly plastered on her face. And Ross connected the dots, since Aragorn was registered as a citizen of the USA he couldn't interfere with a military base, that would be illegal, which is not good for his image, but Seraph Abner. No, she was not a registered citizen of the USA, she was from Renoska. Abner. Stop this. He screamed and demanded, but Aragorn was not there, he had departed, following his instructions. Don't bother, General. Father is a law-abiding citizen. Seraph smiled and winked at Ross. And so the raid of the facility was initiated. A/N. I opened a Patter0n account, Patter0n. com/existential void, change the 0 with an O dot. There are currently 2 chapters of more than 10k words each, but I'll build on this to at least 5 chapters. You can join as a free member, but you'll only get access to the same chapters as in web novel. There's also a chat for those who want to leave suggestions or get in contact with me.